Chapter 1, Shocking News. Yi Qingfeng didn't expect that his wife would put drugs in the wine. What does this vicious woman want to do? After waking up, he felt hot all over, as if thousands of ants were crawling all over his body. He felt weak and the only thing in his mind was the woman's body. He didn't know that at this time, a woman was pressing on him. In his confusion, he could vaguely see the other person, whose skin was as white as cream and whose figure was as graceful as a startled swan. Why is it her? Yi Qingfeng was shocked. The woman in front of him was actually the little queen of the music world and the goddess in the hearts of countless otakus, Lu Ching. Why was she in her own bed? However, before he could think about it, Lu Ching, with a blushing face, had already kissed him on the lips. Yi Qingfeng realized that this might be a setup, but his body was already out of control, and the two of them were gradually becoming crazy. The next morning, Yi Qingfeng slowly woke up from his sleep accompanied by pain and dizziness. Everything that happened last night seemed like a lifetime ago. I was in a daze and couldn't tell the difference between reality and illusion. Is it a dream? Until he was aware of his chest, still clinging to that stunning face. Not a dream. Yi Qingfeng looked at Lu Ching, whose sexy collarbone was exposed and whose skin was as white as cream. She was still fast asleep, her long, beautiful legs pressing against him, making her look even longer. Such a scene is breathtaking. Soon, Yi Qingfeng realized that this was a hotel. Looking at the luxurious room, I sobered up instantly. Last night was an award ceremony in the entertainment industry, but Lu Ching, the national goddess, did not win anything at such a grand award ceremony. From the smell of alcohol on her body, it can be seen that she must have drunk a lot last night to drown her sorrows. No, she must have been drugged too. The exciting scene from last night vaguely came to my mind. This woman seemed to be even crazier than me. Yi Qingfeng didn't dare to think too much. If the picture of him and Lu Ching sleeping together was exposed at this time, the entire entertainment industry would be shocked. Obviously, this was a carefully planned scheme. At this moment, Lu Ching's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she woke up from her coma. Soon, her expression changed from daze to shock, and then she suddenly grabbed the quilt and wrapped her body tightly. But what's the point of doing this now? Who are you? Why are you in my room? What do you want to do? Lu Ching's soul struck 3 times in a row. At the same time, her delicate body trembled slightly, and her fear was visible to the naked eye. Instead, Yi Qingfeng calmed down, looked at the peerless beauty in front of him, and asked, "You don't remember anything?" Lu Ching's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and finally tears slowly dripped from her eyes. She remembered everything. Looking at the glaring scarlet on the bedsheet, Yi Qingfeng realized that this was her first time. At this moment, the cell phone on the bedside table rang. It was a call from Lu Ching's agent, Sister Yun. She picked up the phone in a panic and heard bad news. The news about her and Yi Qingfeng checking into a hotel has become a hot topic, and the popularity is constantly soaring. Last month, Lu Ching was in the spotlight because her song was wrongly accused of plagiarism, and her popularity was greatly affected. Today, the incident of her checking into a hotel with a strange man was another uproar, which was a fatal blow to her. Her image as a national goddess was shattered and she was likely to fall. The key point is that at this time, the hotel downstairs was surrounded by reporters. If you go out, you will be exposed to the light. Qingtong, the hotel entrance is full of reporters. I can't get in at all. Sister Yun was very anxious on the phone. Hearing this, Lu Chingtong felt like the sky was falling. Tears flowed down, soaking that beautiful face in the blink of an eye. Who are you? Why do you want to hurt me? After hanging up the phone, Lu Ching covered herself with the quilt, tears mixed with anger. She had been depressed during this period because of the song plagiarism incident, and now she completely collapsed. Seeing Lu Ching like this, Yi Qingfeng couldn't help but feel distressed. He tried to calm himself down and recalled everything that happened yesterday. It seems that it really has something to do with his wife. It turns out that Yi Qingfeng is not from this world. He traveled here from another parallel world due to a car accident 6 years ago. It was also at that time that he met his wife, Yang Shenluo, a popular female singer whose popularity is now rising rapidly. The marriage between Yi Qingfeng and Yang Shenluo is quite dramatic. When they got married 6 years ago, Yang Shenluo was just a young girl who had just graduated from an art school. In order to survive in the big city, she chose to be with Yi Qingfeng and even gave birth to a child for Yi Qingfeng. At the same time, in another world, Yi Qingfeng, the president of a top brokerage company, discovered that Yang Qianluo was a good seedling. So after Yang Qianluo finished her confinement, he began to design an elaborate packaging plan for her and gave her many songs that were popular in that world as a gift for her giving birth to a lovely daughter. But who would have thought that as Yang Qianluo became popular, she asked Yi Qingfeng to hide his marriage to her, and even left him when her child was not yet weaned. Yang Qianluo's behavior made Yi Qingfeng extremely disappointed and also made Yi Qingfeng lose his love for her. But the child was innocent. In order to take care of his own daughter, Yi Qingfeng endured it for 5 years. Now, Yang Qianluo's popularity has increased, and she has reached the point where she can challenge Lu Qingtong's status as a queen. Therefore, she must make a complete end to her relationship with Yi Qingfeng. But no one expected that she would use this method to create Yi Qingfeng's image as a scumbag. At the same time, Lu Qingtong was completely suppressed. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Extremely vicious. This woman has completely changed for fame and fortune. Could it be that the current situation is really a dead end? Lu Qingtong was still covering herself with the quilt, crying on the bed. Her sobbing voice made people feel pity for her. Then, just as Yi Qingfeng was thinking about how to break the deadlock, she suddenly stood up and wiped away her tears fiercely. At this moment, her eyes became particularly firm. Don't you just want me to die? Do you really think I'm afraid? As she said this, she wanted to walk out of the room and face those reporters who were not afraid of making trouble. Already risking everything. However, just as she was about to open the door, Yi Qingfeng grabbed her fair wrist and said, "Have you thought of a reason? If you leave like this, it's really over. Let me go. Don't you want me to die too?" Lu Qingtong stared at Yi Qingfeng with hatred and vented her anger in a lost voice. "I am also a victim. But I have a way to minimize the impact of this incident." Yi Qingfeng stared at her with burning eyes and said confidently, "Chapter 2 If you have the guts, try biting me." Looking at Yi Qingfeng like this, Lu Qingtong's eyes flashed slightly. "Who are you?" Lu Qingtong asked the question again. "Yi Qingfeng, right now, you just need to remember my name." Yi Qingfeng did not intend to tell Lu Qingtong that he was Yang Qianluo's husband. What's more, in order to conceal his marriage with Yi Qingfeng, Yang Qianluo had already found a way to erase all information from the marriage system. However, because the fact of the child could not be erased, Yang Qianluo took this extreme measure to portray Yi Qingfeng as a scumbag. In this way, if Yi Qingfeng really wants to threaten her with the child one day, she can also win the sympathy of her fans. What an extremely vicious idea. What do you want to do? Lu Qingtong asked in a hoarse voice, tears still in her beautiful eyes. After you get out, you don't need to say anything. I will face the media. But you must remember that you must never show any surprised expression. Yi Qingfeng said seriously. However, Yi Qingfeng knew that he could not gain Lu Qingtong's trust at this moment. Then, his tone became more serious, and he said, "I know you don't believe me. But if you rush out now, your fans will either think you're my mistress and that I've taken advantage of you, or they'll think you're a scumbag with a messy private life. Any rumors will do you no good. So, right now, you can only trust me. Maybe there's still a glimmer of hope. Wipe your tears, calm down, and I'll take you out." Just as Yi Qingfeng said, Lu Qingtong had no way out at this moment. I can only trust Yi Qingfeng. What's more, this man took her virginity. The hotel lobby was surrounded by countless reporters, all waiting for Lu Qingtong to show up. In fact, many media have already prepared news releases in advance, and as soon as Lu Qingtong appears, these articles will immediately flood the internet. I never thought that Lu Qingtong, known as the leader of fashion, would have such a promiscuous private life. The life of a celebrity is bound to be chaotic. But I suspect this man isn't just some fresh-faced young man, but a wealthy capitalist. In fact, Lu Qingtong's successful debut was due to her association with such a wealthy capitalist. So, Lu Qingtong is a mistress. Which capitalist doesn't have a wife? At this time, the reporters were whispering to each other, and the prepared press releases were almost all filled with words such as mistress, keeping, and unspoken rules. With a ding, the elevator arrived. Then, the elevator door slowly opened. The reporters instantly became excited and rushed to the elevator entrance. However, when Yi Qingfeng and Lu Qingtong really showed up as they wished, many reporters had surprise on their faces. Why does this capital tycoon look so young? Yeah, he's pretty handsome too. Are all the rich men nowadays so handsome? Not only are they rich, but they're also good looking. Maybe it's not the big capitalist, but some fresh-faced young man. As Lu Qingtong and Yi Qingfeng came out of the elevator, everyone's attention was attracted by Yi Qingfeng first. At this moment, Yi Qingfeng's face was stern, his eyes were like torches. His hand was tightly holding Lu Qingtong's, giving people a feeling of strong protection and doting. Just like that, Yi Qingfeng held Lu Qingtong's hand and faced the reporters head-on. Lu Qingtong tried hard to control her emotions. Although she was still very nervous and frightened inside, there was no trace of timidity or anxiety on her beautiful face. "Ms. Lu, who is this gentleman? Can you tell us what happened last night? Miss Lu, what is your relationship with this gentleman? Ms. Lu, I hope you can give a positive answer." Because there were so many reporters, some microphones almost hit Lu Qingtong's face. At this time, Yi Qingfeng hugged her into his arms and protected her with his hands. "Do you know what respect is? Everyone, step back." Yi Qingfeng suddenly shouted, his face stern and filled with an inexplicable dominance. After all, he had seen many such scenes before. Following his sharp shout, several reporters who were standing in front of them suddenly felt their hearts tighten and subconsciously took a step back. Yi Qingfeng then looked straight at the camera and said coldly, "I'm Qingtong's fiancée, and we've been together for many years." This time, Qingtong's career has hit a low point because her song was wrongly accused of plagiarism, so I came back from abroad specifically to accompany Qingtong through this difficult time and to help her out of the trough. Of course, I don't believe Qingtong would plagiarize. I will also investigate this matter thoroughly and give you a satisfactory answer when the time comes. Hearing the word fiancé, Lu Qingtong's heart was instantly in turmoil. However, she followed Yi Qingfeng's instructions and controlled her expression well. She even hugged Yi Qingfeng tighter, showing her affection. Compared to her mistress, her fiancé's reasons were clearly more reasonable. Although this would hurt some of her fans who worshipped her as a goddess, Lu Qingtong never cared about these fans who constantly fantasized about her. The fiancé's reason was a complete shock to most of the media present, and all their previous wild speculations were shattered. At the same time, Yi Qingfeng also emphasized that Lu Qingtong was wrongly accused of plagiarism, which gave confidence to fans who believed in Lu Qingtong. Many reporters were speechless. Although Lu Qingtong is a queen, what's wrong with a normal relationship? Moreover, Yi Qingfeng also emphasized that they had been together for many years. Such a sweet love only further established Lu Qingtong's personality. Even though he became very popular, he never left his first love. There's a world of difference between him and Yang Qianluo. I know that most of you journalists have your own professional ethics and are qualified media reporters. However, today I also want to say something to those media dogs with bad intentions. Yi, will fight to the end. If you have the guts, try to bite me. After saying that, Yi Qingfeng took Lu Qingtong's hand and got into the nanny car that had been waiting at the hotel entrance. Yi Qingfeng's last words were still lingering in the minds of everyone present. If you have the guts, try biting me. How powerful is Mr. Ye's background to dare to say such domineering words to the media? Chapter 3. Do you think I lost? As the door of the nanny car closed, the whole world seemed to be quiet. Although Lu Qingtong's heart still couldn't calm down for a long time. Is this crisis really over? Just, fiancé. This is a lie after all. If it is exposed by the media again in the future, the consequences will be even more unimaginable. Lu Qingtong's agent, Sister Yun, was waiting in the nanny car and was almost having a heart attack. Although Lu Qingtong and Yi Qingfeng returned safely, she was still scared. After a while, Sister Yun finally spoke, extending her hand. "Mr. Yi. Yi, I am Qingtong's agent, Tang Yun. Thank you for helping Qingtong out this time. But, are you really Qingtong's fiancé?" Thinking of the word fiancé, Tang Yun couldn't help but ask. Could it be that Lu Qingtong really had a fiancé who she had been with for a long time? As Lu Qingtong's agent, Tang Yun was completely unaware of this. Yi Qingfeng knew that the fewer people who knew about this lie, the better. Even Lu Qingtong's agent had no right to know. What's more, Lu Qingtong was set up like this, and this agent is also a big suspect. So, Yi Qingfeng said, surprised? Qingtong and I have been together for 7 years, and it was me who asked Qingtong to hide our relationship. Lu Qingtong had only been in the industry for over 3 years, so Tang Yun really didn't know anything about what happened before her debut. Although Lu Qingtong was confused, she knew the purpose of Yi Qingfeng's words at this time, so she had no choice but to cooperate with Yi Qingfeng, nodded, and said, "Sister Yun, I'm sorry for not telling you this." Sister Yun smiled awkwardly, subconsciously touching her forehead, and said, "If that's the case, it's easy to handle. Next, just let your fans know how much you love each other." As time goes by, they will definitely accept it and even bless you. Then please take us back first. Qingtong didn't sleep well last night and needs to go back and have a good rest. Yi Qingfeng smiled slightly, his expression calm. After sending Lu Qingtong back to the luxurious Seaview villa, Yi Qingfeng hugged her and went into the house. Sister Yun, you go back to the company first. I will take good care of Qingtong, you don't have to worry. After entering the room, Yi Qingfeng said to Tang Yun. Although Tang Yun really wanted to stay and discuss the next countermeasures with Yi Qingfeng, facing this, Tang Yun could only nod awkwardly and said, okay, then I'll go back first. Qingtong, if you have anything, just call me. Okay, Sister Yun. Lu Qingtong nodded. However, just as Sister Yun was about to leave, Yi Qingfeng gave her his cell phone number and said, Qingtong needs to rest. If you have anything today, call me first. After all, Lu Qingtong is still unable to adapt to this new identity change. Yi Qingfeng is worried that something might go wrong, so he needs to give her time to adapt. Besides, they actually had sex last night. As expected, once Sister Yun left, when only Yi Qingfeng and Lu Qingtong were left in the room, the expression she had kept in check all the way suddenly dimmed. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes once again. My first time was taken away by this man in front of me. And he became my fiancé inexplicably. But, this is a lie after all, what should I do next? Asshole. Lu Qingtong stared at Yi Qingfeng with tears in her eyes and couldn't help cursing. Yi Qingfeng, however, appeared extremely calm and said, it's no use scolding me. Right now, we can only make the best of this. Let us make the best of a bad situation? What does that mean? Lu Qingtong couldn't help but open her beautiful eyes wide and stare at him in surprise. Yi Qingfeng pondered for a moment and said, there are some things I can't explain to you right now. But don't worry, I won't harm you. Next, I will pretend to be your fiancé and make the media believe this. How can I pretend? This lie will be exposed one day. Lu Qingtong couldn't help but say. I can make 3 rules with you. During the period of pretending to be your fiancé, I will not offend your life. As for the future, I will find a perfect reason to break up. Of course, during this period, this matter is a secret between us, and must not be known to a third person. Do you understand? Yi Qingfeng looked at Lu Qingtong seriously. As for what happened last night, if you need me to take responsibility, I will not shirk my responsibility. But I hope you can be more open-minded. You and I were both drugged. Yi Qingfeng wanted to say that Lu Qingtong had taken the initiative to kiss him, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. In this kind of situation, the woman always suffers. What happened last night was like a movie and could not be erased from Lu Qingtong's mind at all, but she knew that she was the one who took the initiative first. Later, he became even crazier than Yi Qingfeng. The bite marks on Yi Qingfeng's shoulder in the early morning were enough to prove it all. I hope you really won't hurt me. Seeing Lu Qingtong's agreement, Yi Qingfeng smiled slightly and said, then you should have a good rest. To avoid the media's suspicion, I will appear in public with you as much as possible during this period. I hope you can get used to this as soon as possible. I will try my best. Lu Qingtong nodded hesitantly, then watched Yi Qingfeng leave the villa. After leaving Lu Qingtong's Seaview villa, Yi Qingfeng took a deep breath while looking at the boundless sea. Although, he was once a top agent with countless crisis public relations response experiences. But it must be said that this time was the most difficult one. Not only did he have to pretend to be Lu Qingtong's fiancé, but he also had to deal with his own wife, Yang Qianluo. Besides, he has a 5-year-old daughter. Wanwan's existence is like a time bomb. Standing on the beach, Yi Qingfeng pondered for a long time before taking out his cell phone and calling his wife, who was dead in name only. Yang Qianluo naturally saw the news, and never dreamed that Yi Qingfeng would help Lu Qingtong overcome the difficulties in this way. At this moment, she was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Let's meet. Yi Qingfeng said coldly after answering the phone. The voice on the other end was equally cold, saying, okay, I'll wait for you in the private club. Led by a Cheongsam girl, Yi Qingfeng arrived at the Sky Garden on the top floor of the club. Yang Qianluo, wearing a long dress and with flowing hair, was sitting at a tea table overlooking the entire sea city. Although Yang Qianluo was born in poverty, she is indeed gifted and beautiful, especially with the exquisite packaging now, she is even more stunning. Sit down and talk. Seeing Yi Qingfeng arrive, Yang Qianluo waved her hand casually like an arrogant queen, motioning him to sit down. Looking at the charming woman in front of him, Yi Qingfeng could only sigh in his heart. You really don't need to do this to completely sever ties with me. It won't do you any good. After sitting down, Yi Qingfeng looked at young Chen Luo indifferently and said. The love he once had for this woman was now gone from his eyes. What? Do you think I lose just like that? Yang Chen Luo narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Chapter 4 You don't deserve it. Facing Yang Chen Luo's words, Yi Qingfeng sighed and said, I know you did this because you were afraid. You were afraid that one day in the future, I would bring Wan to haunt you and ruin your reputation. But you are wrong. Ever since the day you left Wan for fame and fortune before she was weaned, I swear that I don't want to have anything to do with you in this life. Remember, you are not worthy of being Wan's mother. Yi Qingfeng, do you know how cruel the entertainment industry is? You know how much effort I have put in to get everything I have today. So, I will not allow any factors that are unfavorable to me to exist. I will not trust anyone, including you. I must use this method to clear away any troubles in front of me. Yang Qianluo's emotions finally became excited. This statement was even more outrageous. Even his own daughter had become a problem? Yi Qingfeng was not angry, his expression remained calm. This was because he knew that the woman in front of him was hopeless, and he did not want to have any attachment to a love that could never be redeemed. Looking at the bustling traffic in High City, Yi Qingfeng said, I came here today only hoping that you would agree to one request of mine. What request? Yang Qianluo asked immediately. From now on, don't disturb Wan and me anymore. Wan doesn't have a mother, she only has a father. Yi Qingfeng stared at Yang Qianluo's eyes and said word by word. Yang Qianluo's eyes were still cold, and he answered without hesitation, Don't worry, I have already treated all this as non-existent. And I also hope that you will act like a man and not come to me again even if you are at the end of your rope. Deal. Yi Qingfeng nodded coldly. Even so, this deal is extremely ruthless. After saying that, Yi Qingfeng stood up, but before leaving, he turned his back to Yang Qianluo and said, Now, you are the only one who knows that I am Lu Qingtong's fiancée. I hope you can keep this secret. Otherwise, how could I make you famous back then? Now, I can pull you down from the sky. Looking at Yi Qingfeng's leaving back, Yang Qianluo couldn't help but clench his fists. In the past few years, Yi Qingfeng has paid too much for Wan. Otherwise, with Yi Qingfeng's abilities and the countless classic songs from another parallel world, he might have become famous throughout the entertainment industry long ago. But in order to accompany Wan in her growth, Yi Qingfeng gave up 5 years of his own time. But now, perhaps it is time for him to take action. Since Wan had not returned home all night, Yi Qingfeng couldn't help but worry about her, so he rushed home as quickly as possible. After arriving home and opening the door, Yi Qingfeng found that Wan was lying on the sofa with her head resting on the pillow. She was still wearing her clothes and was sleeping soundly. There was a small pool of saliva on the pillow. Although she was soundly asleep, looking at the way Wan's 2 little hands were tightly holding the pillow, Yi Qingfeng knew that she must have been extremely scared last night, and a wave of guilt and heartache surged in his heart. He wanted to go up and pick up Wan, but as soon as he moved her body, she woke up with a start. However, when she saw that it was her father, she immediately hugged Yi Qingfeng's neck happily and said in a baby voice, Dad, you are back. I'm sorry, Dad had some problems yesterday and couldn't come home. Was Wan scared? Wan, don't be afraid. I have Da Wan to accompany me. Wan pointed at the orange cat leaning against the coffee table and smiled with squinted eyes. Afraid that Wan would be lonely, Yi Qingfeng bought this orange cat. Over the past year, it has become Wan's best friend. Da Wan looked at Yi Qingfeng and meowed. Although Wan is only 5 years old, she is really very sensible. What do you want to eat in the morning, Wan? Yi Qingfeng picked up Wan and couldn't help but kiss her on the face. Egg fried rice, Dad. Okay, Dad will make you egg fried rice. During the years of accompanying Wan, Yi Qingfeng has become a house husband. Not only is he familiar with changing diapers and making milk powder, but his cooking skills have also improved greatly. After all, Wan is innocent, and Yi Qingfeng has the responsibility to give her a good life. Yi Qingfeng stayed at home with Wan the whole morning, while also thinking about the next strategy. Until, she suddenly received a call from Sister Yun. Mr. Yi, excuse me, could you please come to Qingtong's house? Hearing this, Yi Qingfeng frowned, wondering if something had gone wrong. So, he rushed to Lu Qingtong's sea view villa again. When Yi Qingfeng arrived, Lu Qingtong was sitting in a rocking chair on the first-floor terrace, looking at the sea. There seemed to be no light in her eyes, and they looked very dim. When Sister Yun saw Yi Qingfeng arrive, she immediately came forward excitedly and said anxiously, "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, I really have no choice but to call you. As you know, Qingtong has been in a very low mood recently because of the plagiarism scandal. Look, Qingtong didn't eat a single bite of her lunch. I thought about it and thought that maybe you are the only one who can persuade her to eat something. Besides, in a few days, she will be recording The Voice of China. I am really worried about Qingtong's condition. Although The Voice of China is now a top music variety show, it is also a sharp-tongued show. If Lu Qingtong participates in this state, I am afraid that those sharp-tongued judges will be merciless in their words." Looking at the untouched food on the table, Yi Qingfeng nodded and said, "Okay, leave it to me." After that, he walked into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. There are a lot of ingredients in the refrigerator. It can be seen that Sister Yun has taken great pains to help Lu Qingtong restore her appetite during this period. Yi Qingfeng didn't think much about it. He picked out a few tomatoes and a black fish from the refrigerator and started cooking. At the beginning, Sister Yun didn't feel anything, she just felt that Yi Qingfeng's knife skills in slicing fish were indeed extraordinary. The fish fillets are sliced into crystal clear pieces, as thin as cicada wings, slightly curled up and wavy. But soon, when Yi Qingfeng sprinkled hot oil on the cooked tomato fish, the captivating aroma that emanated from it made Sister Yun drool instantly. "This might not be too fragrant, right? I want to eat it." Sister Yun couldn't help but lick her sexy red lips with her tongue, and there was a hint of light in her eyes when she looked at Yi Qingfeng. This fiancé that Lu Qingtong had hidden for many years was indeed a little different. Chapter 5 Men are all liars. Lu Qingtong, who was sitting on the terrace, naturally smelled the fragrance. She couldn't help but get up, smell the fragrance, and walked into the house. "Did you make this tomato fish?" When Lu Qingtong walked into the living room, she happened to see Yi Qingfeng carrying tomato fish and placing it on the dining table. The black fish fillets curl up slightly under the high temperature of the hot oil, and with the embellishment of red tomatoes and the dipping of golden soup, it looks very appetizing. She originally had no appetite, but suddenly she felt saliva secreted from her mouth. Her belly, which had no fat at all, seemed to be rebelling and became extremely hungry. Seeing Lu Qingtong like this, Yi Qingfeng picked up the chopsticks, handed them to her, smiled slightly, and said, "Try it." Then let me try it." Lu Qingtong picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of crystal clear fish fillet that curled slightly like a wave, and put it into her mouth. What a divine taste! What to do? I can't stop. Because Lu Qingtong's body was already in a state of hunger, and now that she had tasted the sweetness, there was no way she could stop. Just like that, from being a little reserved at the beginning to the end, Lu Qingtong couldn't wait to drink the full bowl of golden soup. Sister Yun, who was watching from the side, was stunned. "I was thinking, is it not okay to give myself a bite?" "Finished eating?" Seeing that she had eaten all the green onions in the bowl, Lu Qingtong came to her senses and her originally fair face suddenly turned red. "I feel a little embarrassed about eating." Licking her red lips that still had a lingering taste, Lu Qingtong raised her head, smiled awkwardly, and said, "Maybe I'm a little hungry." "It's good to be hungry, Mr. Yi, you really have a solution." Sister Yun smiled excitedly. "Mr. Yi, I know you must be very busy, but Qingtong has not been in good condition recently, so you should spend more time with her. Why don't you just move in? Qingtong's Sea View Villa is so big anyway, and your relationship has been made public, so it doesn't matter. Especially, feed our Qingtong well and don't let her go hungry again." Sister Yun smiled happily, and couldn't help patting Yi Qingfeng on the shoulder, and actually took the initiative to propose living together. Yi Qingfeng smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, Qingtong will be well taken care of." After Sister Yun left, the atmosphere became quiet again. Feeling a little awkward, Lu Qingtong sat on the sofa for a while before getting up and saying to Yi Qingfeng, "Mr. Yi." Before Lu Qingtong could finish, Yi Qingfeng interrupted and said, "Call me Qingfeng, so that I won't let anything slip in public later." Lu Qingtong was still uncomfortable in her heart, but after hesitating for a moment, she changed her address and said, "Qingfeng, please sit in the living room for a while. I'll go to the karaoke room to practice singing." "Okay." Yi Qingfeng nodded. Soon, Lu Qingtong's moving singing voice was heard in the practice room, but she suddenly stopped singing. During this period, due to the plagiarism scandal, she became less confident, and her creative inspiration seemed to be suddenly sucked out of her body, becoming somewhat exhausted. She has been revising this song for nearly a month, but is still not satisfied with it. So, every time she sang, she would stop because she was not satisfied, but every time, she could not find a suitable solution. This also became a cause of exacerbating her anxiety and depression. However, after Yi Qingfeng listened to it several times, he found some wrong details. So he took a piece of paper, wrote down the music score while listening, and found a few not so good transition details and made changes on them. Just like that, several hours passed unknowingly and the sky gradually darkened. Suddenly a rainstorm came, and the sky over the distant sea became thunderous and lightning-filled. Hearing the thunder, Yi Qingfeng suddenly came back to his senses from Lu Qingtong's new song and thought of Wan Wan. Since being called to Lu Qingtong's house was rather sudden, Yi Qingfeng was worried. It was thundering and raining suddenly at this time, and Wan Wan would definitely be scared again when she was alone at home. However, Lu Qingtong was still in the practice room and didn't seem to want to come out. She was in a creative state at this moment, and Yi Qingfeng didn't want to disturb her. So he quickly got up and went to the kitchen to make a simple fried rice with eggs, then left a note and rushed back without stopping. Not long after Yi Qingfeng left, Lu Qingtong also came out of the practice room because of thunder. At times like this, thinking that there was a man at home, she inexplicably felt more secure. However, when she walked into the living room, she found that Yi Qingfeng was not in the room. Where are the people? Suddenly, another thunder fell from the sky, and Lu Qingtong's delicate body trembled violently. Where did that guy go? Seeing that Yi Qingfeng was really not in the room, Lu Qingtong couldn't help but feel a little angry. You promised to spend more time with me, how come you're gone in the blink of an eye? Shouldn't this thunder and lightning accompany me? But soon, she saw the steaming egg fried rice on the dining table. When you smell it up close, it smells quite fragrant. There's something urgent at home, so I have to go back first. Next to the fried rice was a note left by Yi Qingfeng. And the sheet of music that he had forgotten to take back and had made some modifications to. Chapter 6 Let's Have a Daughter. When she saw the music score for the first time, there was no strange expression on Lu Qingtong's face, she just picked it up subconsciously. But soon, her beautiful eyes widened. How is this possible? In this new song, she used relatively complex techniques. Unlike those popular online songs on the market today, which always use a single simple chord, she added a variety of chords to this song. The most complex measure used 4 chords. The reason for this is to be completely innovative and thus reflect my own creative talent. At the same time, it will not be like those single chord internet celebrity songs on the market, which give people the same feeling after listening to them. When there are many chords, it is extremely difficult for a singer to accurately hear all the notes simply by listening. Even many big names who have become music instructors today may not have this ability. But all the notes in this music sheet are correct. This alone is enough to prove Yi Qingfeng's ability. The key point is that Yi Qingfeng also made several adjustments to the transitions. According to the music score he left behind, Lu Qingtong subconsciously hummed it and found that the transitions and connections of the whole song became much more reasonable. This made Lu Qingtong extremely happy. She didn't even care about the bowl of fragrant fried rice on the table. She grabbed the music sheet and rushed into the practice room again. Apartment. The sudden thunder and lightning really scared Wan Wan. At this moment, she hugged De Huang and hid in the quilt, her tears falling uncontrollably. Crash! Another burst of thunder struck, and even De Huang cried out in anxiety. Fortunately, at this moment, she heard the sound of a door opening in the living room outside. Dad is back. Wan Wan. Yi Qingfeng subconsciously called out when he didn't see Wan Wan in the living room. When Wan Wan heard her father's voice, she was no longer afraid. She then poked out her little head from the quilt, her hair wet with sweat. Tears were still hanging in the corners of her eyes, making her look so pitiful. Dad. Seeing Yi Qingfeng walk into the bedroom, Wan Wan immediately rushed over and hugged Yi Qingfeng tightly. Yi Qingfeng also hugged Wan Wan tightly, his heart filled with guilt. He said sadly, Wan Wan, I'm sorry. Were you scared? After saying that, Yi Qingfeng gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Wan Wan's eyes. Wan Wan shook her head firmly and said, Wan Wan is not afraid anymore as long as she hides in the quilt. Yi Qingfeng knew that she said this just to stop him from worrying. Ever since Wan Wan became sensible, every time she got sick, it was when she was at her best. Yi Qingfeng didn't know why Wan Wan was like this, as if it was all God's will. Innate. However, this also made Yi Qingfeng realize an extremely realistic problem that was before him. What should I do after I start working? In the past 5 years, for Wan Wan, he has completely transformed himself into a dad, and has taken care of Wan Wan in every possible way. What about later? He can't stay at home all the time, it's not realistic. Dad, are you working? However, just when Yi Qingfeng was thinking about this problem, Wan Wan suddenly spoke, Dad, Wan will take good care of herself in the future.
Don't worry about Wan. Wan, do you want your dad to go to work?
Yi Qingfeng asked subconsciously. Wan nodded vigorously. Dad has to work to make money, and only with the money he makes can he support Wan.
You little brat, how do you know so much?
Since Yi Qingfeng never mentioned the concept of work in the past 5 years, Wan didn't know how he knew that working can make money, and making money can support the family.
Soon, Wan's answer resolved Yi Qingfeng's doubts. Dad, I have a lot of good friends in preschool. Lulu, Chen, and Xuan's parents are all very busy.
They all work, so usually their grandparents come to pick them up.
Only Dad picks me up. So their grandparents always ask why Wan's dad doesn't work, whether Wan's dad found a rich wife, and what does he eat? Dad, I forgot what we eat.
Wan said it in a baby voice, but these words were so heartbreaking. It turned out that the parents of the preschool class had always been criticizing Yi Qingfeng behind his back, calling him a gigolo. In this society, men who don't work and women who don't have children seem to always be looked down upon by the older generation. With Yi Qingfeng's company, Wan quickly fell asleep sweetly. The rain outside still didn't stop, hitting the glass windows, making Yi Qingfeng feel a little confused for a moment. The 3 words living off a gigolo always lingered in his mind. The music score left by Yi Qingfeng perfectly solved all the problems that had troubled Lu Qingtong during this period. Looking at the final music score and the perfect result after the recording, Lu Qingtong felt refreshed. But at the same time, she became more curious about this man.
Who is he?
At this time, Lu Qingtong suddenly heard the doorbell. When she went out, it was Yi Qingfeng. Since the rain had not stopped yet, most of his clothes were wet and his face was also covered with rain. Seeing Yi Qingfeng like this, Lu Qingtong subconsciously thought that he was worried about her, so she rushed back despite the heavy rain.
It's not thundering anymore, why are you back?
Lu Qingtong pursed her lips at Yi Qingfeng's expression.
Besides, don't you even bring an umbrella? There is something I want to discuss with you.
Yi Qingfeng stared at Lu Qingtong's eyes, as if he had just made an important decision. Seeing him like this, Lu Qingtong suddenly became nervous.
Then she nodded quickly and said, let's go inside and talk. Sitting down on the sofa, Yi Qingfeng took a deep breath and said, I have a daughter. What? Lu Qingtong didn't react and looked dull.
Yi Qingfeng said solemnly again, I said, I have a daughter, she is 5 years old this year, her name is Wan. Lu Qingtong continued to stare at him blankly.
After a while, she finally spoke and asked, what does this have to do with me?
Yi Qingfeng took another deep breath and said, I know you left the company 3 years ago, so the company doesn't know your situation 5 years ago.
So, since I'm going to pretend to be your fiancée this time, why not let us have another daughter? What? This is crazy. Chapter 7 died. Lu Qingtong once suspected that there was something wrong with her ears.
Not only did he force her to become his fiancée, but in the blink of an eye, he also gave her a daughter. Or is it his child with someone else?
Isn't this a bit too much?
Seeing that Lu Qingtong didn't say anything, Yi Qingfeng knew that she would definitely not be able to accept it for a while.
I know that my request is a bit excessive. But I have thought about this decision carefully. It is a fact that I have a daughter, and this matter will be exposed sooner or later.
So, instead of waiting until it is exposed to explain, you might as well go with the flow and recognize her first.
In this way, the next things will be easier to handle.
Yi Qingfeng explained, looking into Lu Qingtong's beautiful eyes.
Lu Qingtong still didn't say anything. Who can bear to suddenly have more daughters? After another long silence, she asked, where is the child's mother?
Mentioning Wan's mother, Yi Qingfeng thought for a moment and replied, she passed away. Hearing that the child's mother had passed away, Lu Qingtong felt a trace of sympathy in her heart.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked this question.
Lu Qingtong pursed her lips apologetically, just think about how you're going to explain this lie once it's exposed. Faced with this question, Yi Qingfeng shook his head truthfully and said, I have to tell you frankly that I haven't made up my mind yet. But I can promise that in the short term, I will find a way to keep it secret from the media. I do this just so that we can be prepared in advance if it is exposed by the media in the future.
Lu Qingtong took a deep breath. So, just like before, I still don't have the right to refuse? Do I have to accept it?
After all, this was an unavoidable problem.
Yi Qingfeng nodded and said apologetically, yes, accepting Wan is the best solution right now.
You hurried back just now because it suddenly thundered and rained, and you were worried about your daughter? Lu Qingtong realized this and confirmed that at least, this was the behavior of a good father. Yi Qingfeng nodded and said, "In the past 5 years, Wan has rarely left me."
Do you understand music theory?
Unexpectedly, Lu Qingtong suddenly changed the subject. This made Yi Qingfeng stunned for a moment, but he quickly remembered the sheet music he had placed on the table earlier and replied, "Yeah, I understand a little."
You only know a little?
The music score you left on the table just now solved a problem that has been bothering me for nearly a month.
I have to thank you for this, so let's just consider it a deal.
Lu Qingtong tugged at the edge of her skirt and said,
Trade? Are you stupid?
"What I mean is, to express my gratitude to you, I can accept you giving your daughter to me. However, you must think of countermeasures before this matter is exposed by the media." Lu Qingtong glared at Yi Qingfeng with some coquettishness. Seeing Lu Qingtong agreed, Yi Qingfeng smiled knowingly. "Okay, thank you.
In that case, why don't you just bring your daughter over to live with you?
My house is empty anyway, so it won't take more than just the two of you." When saying this, Lu Qingtong herself was a little dazed.
Why did she suddenly make this decision?
But deep down, he did feel a little sympathy for Yi Qingfeng's daughter. As for moving in, it was actually Yi Qingfeng's idea. After all, now that he was pretending to be Lu Qingtong's fiancée, living together would cause less trouble, and it would be easier to explain to the media, and it would also help her better.
Thank you. I'll pick Wan up tomorrow.
Yi Qingfeng smiled gratefully.
Okay. Lu Qingtong nodded, then glanced at the quartz clock on the wall and said, "If nothing else, I'll go upstairs first." Wait, there's something else I want to talk to you about.
Unexpectedly, Yi Qingfeng stopped her again. This made Lu Qingtong's heart tighten again, and she subconsciously thought that Yi Qingfeng was going to make some excessive demands that she could not refuse.
Isn't this a bit too much? Is there anything else? Lu Qingtong asked nervously. Do you remember how you got to the hotel last night?
Yi Qingfeng looked at her seriously and asked. Although this trap was set up by Yang Qianluo, Yi Qingfeng believed that Yang Qianluo alone could not make Lu Qingtong lie down next to him. This means that among the people around Lu Qingtong now, there should be a traitor of Yang Qianluo.
I can't remember clearly.
But logically speaking, it should have been arranged by Sister Yun.
At this point, Lu Qingtong suddenly realized this and asked, "Do you suspect Sister Yun? Everyone around you now is worthy of suspicion."
Yi Qingfeng nodded seriously. Sister Yun isn't that kind of person, Lu Qingtong said subconsciously. After all, Lu Qingtong remembered all the kindness Sister Yun had shown her over the years.
Now that something has happened, we must be on guard.
I suggest that for the next period of time, I will take care of your daily life.
Your assistant and agent should not come to your house. I will think about it.
All this happened too suddenly, and Lu Qingtong was unable to adapt for a while.
Private club.
A fashionable musician was sitting in front of Yang Qianluo, who was wearing a black long dress, drinking and chatting. It was obvious that they were having a very happy chat.
Ms. Yang, don't worry. Leave this matter to me.
When the show starts, I'll teach Lu Qingtong a lesson. It's a pity that the man she checked into a hotel with couldn't be her fiancé. It would be interesting if he was a wealthy tycoon who was supporting her. The person Yang Qianluo found this time was Xiao He, a judge of The Voice of China. He also relied on his sharp tongue to rise in popularity and captured a large number of black fans of popular stars.
It can only be said that the internet today has made too many people successful who should not have been successful. Unlike the Earth plane where Yi Qingfeng once lived, this world's God-given good voice was not a music collaboration program.
Instead, it was a music competition variety show that incorporated the attributes of venomous speech. It was not only venomous, but also tense. As for Tianyan Media, where Lu Qingtong works, the reason they asked her to participate in this program was to let her sing her new song for the first time on the program, so that the new song could slap the faces of those black fans who questioned her plagiarism and her lack of talent. Therefore, Lu Qingtong prepared this new song for a month, just to sing it for the first time on the stage of The Voice of China, with the aim of achieving a stunning effect.
Chapter 8 Encounter.
In addition to helping Lu Qingtong out of her current predicament, Yi Qingfeng also began to think about his own packaging plan. With so many memories and abilities from the former Earth dimension, it would be a waste not to utilize them. What's more, Wan is already 5 years old now. What he needs is no longer meticulous care, but a strong father. After returning home, looking at Wan still sleeping soundly in bed, Yi Qingfeng recalled the golden songs he had sung on Earth.
Which one is more suitable for me now?
Soon, a melody echoed in Yi Qingfeng's mind.
Hearing the departure of winter. I woke up in a certain year and month. I think, I wait, I look forward to. The future cannot be arranged in this way.
Yi Qingfeng suddenly remembered the classic song Meeting by Stephanie Sun, the queen of the music world, which was very popular in the Earth plane at that time, but was later said to be an unpopular singer by those black fans. The artistic conception of this song expresses the feeling of a person waking up from a cold winter and regretfully discovering that the person who once was by his side is no longer there. At the same time, looking forward to the future, although it is still uncertain, but perhaps
who I meet and what kind of conversation we will have. The person I am waiting for, how far away in the future is she?
This song immediately resonated with Yi Qingfeng's heart. Picking up the guitar, Yi Qingfeng perfectly interpreted the song with just one play. Even De Huang, who was lying next to him, couldn't help but let out a cry.
Could it be that even it resonates?
After recording the song, Yi Qingfeng opened the now popular music platform, which fans call S-Station. But when he was about to upload the video, Yi Qingfeng suddenly stopped.
With his many years of experience as an agent, he realized that direct uploading was not the best way. Even if the song is popular, the artist may not be as popular. After all, the situation of the song being popular but the artist not being popular is everywhere in the music industry. You must have a marketing plan for yourself. Or maybe it's a gimmick.
What's more, now that his affair with Lu Ching has been exposed, if he releases a song with his real self at this time, he will instantly attract negative fans, and his identity as the mysterious fiancé will also be devalued.
At that time, the black fans will definitely say that Lu Qing's fiancé is just an internet beggar.
Simply let your mysterious persona become popular first. Only when you have enough loyal fans can you fight against those black fans. Thinking of this, Yi Qingfeng added a panda special effect to his avatar without hesitation to cover his face.
Then, click upload.
After uploading, Yi Qingfeng did not pay attention to any updates. After turning off all devices, he gently hugged the sleeping Wan Wan and lay down. Thinking about tomorrow, when Lu Qingtong sees Wan Wan, she wonders if she will like her.
The next day, Tianyan Media.
Sister Yun, wearing a slim-fitting professional suit and a pair of high heels, hurried into President Lu Xiao's office.
Mr. Lu, when did you come back? Why didn't you let me pick you up at the airport?
Seeing Lu Xiao, Sister Yun grinned nervously and said,
with something this serious happening, how could I not come back? What's going on with Lu Qingtong's fiancé? Have you investigated his background?
Sure enough, as soon as Lu Xiao saw Sister Yun, he started questioning her.
Sister Yun swallowed nervously and said, I've already sent someone to investigate.
However, Mr. Ye's identity is a bit mysterious, so I can't find anything for the time being.
Can't find out?
This Yi guy dares to make such a bold statement in front of the media.
How can he be an ordinary person? As long as there is capital and a company behind him, we can find out.
In short, find out quickly which capital is behind him and supports him.
We must also find a way to find out the information from abroad. Lu Xiao said, gritting his teeth. Lu Qingtong was trained by him. In fact, he had already regarded Lu Qingtong as his woman.
It's just because Lu Qingtong is still in the rising stage of her career, so he has been sitting on the sidelines, waiting for Lu Qingtong to become the top star in the entertainment industry, and then announce his love with Lu Qingtong. For many capital tycoons, the entertainment industry is actually a development game. Lu Xiao is a child of destiny, so if you want to raise a child, you have to raise the best one. Early in the morning, after sending Wan Wan to preschool, Yi Qingfeng came to Lu Qingtong's home. Fortunately, due to the flu in the past 2 years, Yi Qingfeng almost always wore a black mask when going out, and the teachers and parents of the preschool class had never seen Yi Qingfeng's true face. When Yi Qingfeng arrived, Lu Qingtong was sitting on the sofa, watching videos on S-Station. Today, she was wearing a light blue bohemian long dress with thin straps draped over her snow-white shoulders, revealing her delicate collarbone. It is as white and flawless as a jade carving. Although most of the videos on S-Station are of very low quality, they are meaningless to Lu Qingtong. Just like some internet celebrities, no matter what song it is, through deliberately creating a hoarse throat and sad expression, they can always make a simple breakup love song express the feeling of parents getting divorced, son being seriously ill, wife being a mistress, and daughter entering the Red Mansion. But Lu Qingtong has always been aware of the latest music trends through S-Station. In her opinion, a singer can never be separated from the market, which is also the concept that the company has been instilling in her over the years. Until she saw the song meeting uploaded by Yi Qingfeng, although at that time she could not have imagined that the man with the panda avatar was Yi Qingfeng.
No screaming high notes. No complicated techniques. There are no colorful lyrics.
But as she listened, it suddenly caught Lu Qingtong's heart.
This song gives people a quiet feeling, but unknowingly, you are deeply immersed in it. It was not until the doorbell rang that Lu Qingtong was pulled out.
Seeing that it was Yi Qingfeng, Lu Qingtong quickly got up and opened the door, but seeing that he was the only one there, she immediately asked curiously, "Where is your daughter?"
"She goes to preschool. I'll bring her here in the evening."
Yi Qingfeng smiled slightly and replied,
"Oh, I've thought about it.
During this period of time, I will try my best to prevent Sister Yun and the assistant from coming to our house." After thinking about it all night, Lu Qingtong finally made a decision.
However,
just as she finished speaking, the cheerful voice of her assistant Xiaoya was heard at the door.
"Sister Qingtong, you're up. Mr. Yi is here too.
Sister Yun said he's moving in with us, so she asked me to come over and ask if there's anything I can help with." After saying that, Xiaoya turned her gaze to Yi Qingfeng again, extended her hand and smiled sweetly. "Mr. Yi, I am Xiaoya, Sister Qingtong's assistant.
Sister Yun said that I will take care of your daily life from now on.
Please take good care of me."
Chapter 9, A Show of Power. Xiaoya has a sweet appearance.
She wears a JK-style suit with white mid-calf socks wrapping her slender calves. With 2 short braids, she looks harmless. But Yi Qingfeng has a very accurate eye for people.
Behind Xiaoya's sweet appearance, there is a lot of scheming.
Yi Qingfeng shook hands with Xiaoya, smiled faintly, and said, "I appreciate your kindness, but I came back recently just to spend some time with Qingtong and enjoy some more private time. Therefore, I will take good care of Qingtong during this period, so you don't have to come here on purpose."
Sure enough, as soon as these words were spoken, Xiaoya's expression changed immediately. Then, she revealed a trace of grievance, looked at Lu Qingtong pitifully, and said with a sob, "Sister Qingtong, it's my usual work, is there anything wrong?
I'm your assistant, I should take good care of your daily life." Pretending to be weak is her usual trick, just to win Lu Qingtong's sympathy. After spending these few days together, Yi Qingfeng discovered that despite Lu Qingtong's cold appearance, she was actually very soft-hearted.
He couldn't help but worry that Lu Qingtong would fall for Xiaoya's tricks.
However, to Yi Qingfeng's surprise, Lu Qingtong patted Xiaoya on the shoulder and said, "I'll explain to the company for you. It's not that your work is not up to par, but I really want more private time with Qingfeng." Yi Qingfeng really didn't expect Lu Qingtong to say that. Since even Lu Qingtong said so, Xiaoya had no words to refute. She could only wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes and agree.
After Xiaoya left, Yi Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh and said, "I thought you would fall for her tricks. Am I that stupid in your eyes? You handed your daughter to me, so shouldn't I protect myself? The fewer people who know about this, the better." Lu Qingtong rolled her eyes at Yi Qingfeng, then sat down on the sofa. But soon, Lu Qingtong sighed again and pursed her lips, saying, "Honestly, I feel like I've been kidnapped by you. I'm not familiar with you at all, and but now I don't even have the chance to resist. I can only be led by the nose by you." It was obvious that there was a hint of resentment in her tone. However, when thinking of the madness of that night, Lu Qingtong felt her face getting a little hot again. She only remembered that feeling, which was magical. "We are now grasshoppers on the same rope,"
Yi Qingfeng said with a smile.
"You are the grasshopper."
Lu Qingtong pouted subconsciously, looking even more cute. She rarely acts like this in front of her fans. "Don't worry, I won't bother you for too long. I also hope that things can be resolved as soon as possible.
That way, it will be good for everyone."
Yi Qingfeng shrugged and said,
"I hope so.
Anyway, I've prepared for the worst."
"Very good. Good for you. Xiaoya, why are you back? Didn't I ask you to take care of Qingtong and Mr. Yi?"
Seeing Xiaoya return to the company early, Sister Yun became curious. Seeing Sister Yun, Xiaoya immediately pretended to be aggrieved and said with a sob, "Sister Yun,
Mr. Yi drove me back.
He said that they wanted to spend some time together and didn't need my care.
Time for the two of us."
Hearing this, Sister Yun felt a headache coming on, vaguely worried that this matter would become a big deal sooner or later. After all, Sister Yun knew very well what Lu Xiao felt towards Lu Qingtong. After pondering for a moment, Sister Yun said, "You're the assistant, and you're supposed to take care of Qingtong's life.
She told you not to go, so you won't go? Learn to make excuses, understand?
Go back later and ask Qingtong to come to the company this afternoon to discuss tomorrow's recording of the third season of The Voice of China. By the way, keep an eye on what's going on between Mr. Yi and Qingtong. Xiaodia was stunned for a moment, then she leaned closer to Sister Yun and whispered, Sister Yun, why do I feel like you seem to suspect that Mr. Yi is not Sister Qingtong's fiancé at all? This possibility cannot be ruled out. In short, just be careful. Sister Yun patted Xiaoya's head and whispered in the same voice. At Sister Yun's request, Xiaoya came to Lu Qingtong's luxurious villa on the seaside again. However, when Xiaoya entered the password to open the door, she was prompted that the password had been changed. Xiaoya has been with Lu Qingtong for more than a year and has never encountered such a situation. Why change your password? Could it be that Sister Qingtong and Mr. Yi were inside in broad daylight? Inappropriate scenes for children quickly emerged in Xiaoya's mind. Thinking about it this way, it seems like I have disturbed their lives a bit. So, should I press the doorbell or not? What a headache! At this time, Yi Qingfeng suddenly appeared behind Xiaoya, carrying vegetables. Do you have something to do with Qingtong? Yi Qingfeng's voice scared Xiaoya. Mr. Yi, why are you so elusive? Then, Xiaoya saw Yi Qingfeng carrying vegetables and asked in surprise, Mr. Yi, are you buying vegetables yourself? No. Yi Qingfeng asked back. Xiaoya immediately smiled awkwardly and said, that's not what I meant. It's just that this is the first time I've seen a boss like you actually go to the market to buy vegetables in person. Which vegetable market has a rule that prohibits the boss from buying vegetables? Yi Qingfeng said lightly. In his previous life, Yi Qingfeng had his own top-tier agency, so he could easily play the role of a domineering CEO. Forehead. After just a few words, Xiaoya felt suffocated by Yi Qingfeng's aura. This time, it's really a tough one. Is there something wrong? Yi Qingfeng asked again. Xiaoya scratched her forehead awkwardly and said, It's nothing. Don't come over here if you have nothing to do. What I said this morning was not a joke. Yi Qingfeng said coldly, then picked up the vegetables and was about to walk inside. It wasn't until he was almost inside that Xiaoya hurriedly called out, Mr. Yi, it's not all bad. Sister Yun asked me to tell Sister Qingtong to come to the company this afternoon to discuss the program recording. Okay, I got it. Yi Qingfeng nodded. However, just as Xiaoya was about to leave with a sense of relief, Yi Qingfeng's voice rang out again. Wait a moment. Hearing these three words, Xiaoya's delicate body stiffened again. She turned her head angrily and looked at Yi Qingfeng, and asked cautiously, Mr. Yi, what do you want me to do? Go back and ask the company to buy you a cell phone. What era is this? You have to go there in person just to ask for something. Isn't that ridiculous? If the company won't reimburse you, I'll pay for it for you. After saying that, Yi Qingfeng turned around and closed the door. Regardless of whether Xiaoya is related to the previous situation, this warning must be given. Otherwise, he will come here day after day, endlessly. Chapter 10 Silly White Sweet. Mr. Yi, are you so domineering? After all, Yi Qingfeng had been quite polite to Sister Yun before, so Sister Yun was very surprised when Xiaoya came back to report the situation. Yes, Sister Yun, this Mr. Yi is definitely not easy to deal with. Even after returning to the company, Xiaoya was still frightened. Sister Yun's head has become even bigger. If we can't monitor Lu Qingtong and Yi Qingfeng's daily lives, how will we explain this to Lu Xiao? But, if you really see Lu Qingtong and Yi Qingfeng kissing at home or something, wouldn't it be even more difficult to explain? It's a headache. What a headache. Sister Yun, what should we do next? You ask me, who should I ask? Just don't go yet. I'll think of a solution. Lu Qingtong really had no resistance to Yi Qingfeng's cooking skills. I clearly wanted to eat more reservedly and like a goddess. But once she picked up the chopsticks, her goddess image instantly disappeared. Why are you pointing your phone at me? After finishing the last piece of braised pork, Lu Qingtong raised her head and suddenly found that the phone in Yi Qingfeng's hand was pointing at her. Don't tell me, I'm taking pictures. You're not going to take a picture of me wolfing down my food, are you? Lu Qingtong immediately widened her beautiful eyes and then grabbed Yi Qingfeng's cell phone. Yi Qingfeng, on the other hand, looked at Lu Qingtong, who suddenly went berserk with an innocent look on his face. I'm just watching a short video, why are you so excited? Only then did Lu Qingtong realize that Yi Qingfeng was indeed watching short videos and was not taking pictures at all. Do I have PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder? Only.
What does it mean to post a picture of a dancing girl with long legs in front of you? Aren't my legs enough for you to see? This is really a bit too much. A national goddess is right in front of you, but you have to use a mobile phone and such a small screen to look at those women whose legs are stretched so much by the beauty camera that the dog behind them is almost turned into a dachshund? You men are all the same. What's so good about this?
Lu Ching threw the phone back to Yi Qingfeng, not forgetting to look at him with contempt. Yi Qingfeng looked helpless. In this short video, it's all butts or legs during the day, and it's all food or ghosts at night.
Is it my fault?
Facing Lu Qingtong's words, Yi Qingfeng immediately replied, "It's indeed far inferior to yours." As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Qingtong's face immediately turned red, and then she quickly pulled up the hem of her skirt.
Sadder.
Seeing Lu Qingtong like this, Yi Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh and said, "Do you want me to look at what's on the screen, or at you?"
No one is allowed to look. Lu Qingtong gritted her teeth and then stood up.
However, just as she was about to go to the living room, Yi Qingfeng suddenly stood up and said, "Wait a moment."
Immediately afterwards, Yi Qingfeng's body moved a little closer to Lu Qingtong.
Seeing Yi Qingfeng suddenly approaching her, Lu Qingtong suddenly felt her heartbeat quicken.
She looked at Yi Qingfeng nervously and said, "What do you want to do?"
"That night was an accident, don't do anything rash."
Yi Qingfeng took a tissue and wiped the corner of Lu Qingtong's mouth before she could react.
He said, "You're so old, but you're not as good as my daughter at eating." After saying that, he picked up the dishes and went into the kitchen.
Only Lu Qingtong was left standing there in a daze. Who is this person? Why is your mouth so poisonous?
When Lu Qingtong came out of the kitchen, she had changed her clothes and was carrying a bag, looking like she was getting ready to go out.
Are you going out?
Yi Qingfeng asked subconsciously.
Lu Qingtong rolled her eyes at him speechlessly and said, "Didn't you say that Xiaoya asked me to go to the company this afternoon? So you're going alone? What else? You've already driven my assistant away. If I call her back, won't I have any dignity?" Lu Qingtong pursed her lips. "Let me take you there," Yi Qingfeng said. Lu Qingtong looked at him in surprise and asked, "You're going to take me there? What's the problem? Are you doubting my driving skills, or are you worried that I might do something bad to you in the car?"
"Don't worry, I haven't done anything bad to you at home."
"What's the meaning? You really want to do that again?"
Yi Qingfeng looked around and asked, "Where are the car keys?"
"In the cabinet."
Lu Qingtong pointed to an exquisite side cabinet and said. When he opened the side cabinet and saw the car keys inside, Yi Qingfeng couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. She is indeed a small rich woman.
At least 10 car keys, including Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Porsche, and even a Koenigsegg.
Tasteful. For a moment, Yi Qingfeng had difficulty making a decision.
Lu Qingtong stepped forward and took out the key to the Koenigsegg from the cabinet. "You can drive this car from now on. I just bought it and no one in the company has ever seen it."
She handed the key to Yi Qingfeng and said.
The meaning behind this statement is very clear.
No one in the company has seen it, so when Yi Qingfeng drives it away, outsiders will think that this car might be his.
A car worth 20 or 30 million is enough to show Yi Qingfeng's status. If there's a collision, I don't need to pay for it, right? Yi Qingfeng joked. Just throw it away if it's hit.
Lu Qingtong said, turned and walked towards the garage. Previously, the outside world speculated that Lu Qingtong was kept by some capital tycoon. Now it seems that she is clearly keeping a gigolo.
But I have to say one thing.
The feeling of being kept by a rich woman is indeed quite good. The song you were accused of plagiarizing this time is also quite niche overseas.
It's normal that you didn't notice it beforehand.
The atmosphere in the car was a bit depressing, so Yi Qingfeng brought up the issue of plagiarism. Originally, Lu Qingtong didn't want to mention the plagiarism issue, but she realized that Yi Qingfeng's words had hidden meaning.
What do you mean?
She was originally looking at the scenery outside the window, but she couldn't help but turn her head to look at Yi Qingfeng.
Yi Qingfeng's eyes were still fixed on the road.
He said, "I don't believe you plagiarized.
That song doesn't sound like your style. Someone must have given it to you, right? You hit the nail on the head."
That song was indeed not written by Lu Qingtong herself, but was written for her by a good friend of hers. Originally, Lu Qingtong had written her best friend's name as the composer of that song. But somehow, when the album came out, it became Lu Qingtong's own song.
This detail was a review by the company, so Lu Ching didn't notice it. The album became a hit on the day it was released, and the plagiarism incident was exposed shortly afterwards. When Lu Ching wanted to suppress it, it was too late. Yi Qingfeng actually judged this directly. You've been set up for a series of traps. Have you ever thought about who wants to harm you like this? Although, Yi Qingfeng felt that all this should still be related to young Qianluo. But the reason why he asked this was that he felt that the naive girl beside him might not know who was dealing with her until now. Chapter 11. If you don't make a sound, you'll be a big hit. As expected, when asked this question, Lu Qingtong blinked and said, "The entertainment industry is so deep, how can I know who is trying to bite me? I only know that in the entertainment industry, as long as you fall into the water, everyone will be unable to resist pulling you down again so that they can float to the surface. So in your opinion, everyone in the entertainment industry is a bad person?" Yi Qingfeng asked back. Lu Qingtong nodded without hesitation. "There aren't many good people anyway." "Then why do you still want to be in the entertainment industry?" Yi Qingfeng asked subconsciously. "If I don't work in the entertainment industry, will I go to a nunnery to sing? Music is my dream." "When you ask this, do you mean that you know who is behind my harm?" Lu Qingtong pursed her lips and asked. Because Yang Qianluo's matter was too complicated, Yi Qingfeng still didn't know how to explain it, so he could only say, "Are you asking me this question?" As the person involved, "You don't know, how can I know?" "Then could you please stop acting like you know everything?" Lu Qingtong couldn't help but give Yi Qingfeng another blank look, then turned her gaze back to the window. "Where is your best friend now?" Lu Qingtong brushed her hair, looked at him impatiently, and said, "How would I know where she is now? I didn't install a camera on her." Now it was Yi Qingfeng's turn to roll his eyes. "I'm talking about where she works now. It seems that he signed with Huangji as a trainee and recently went to Korea for further studies." Lu Qingtong said lightly. "Signed Huangji?" When Yi Qingfeng heard the word Huangji, he felt happy in his heart. Because of Huangji, and an old friend of his. "Yes, is there any problem?" Lu Qingtong looked at Yi Qingfeng curiously. Yi Qingfeng smiled faintly and said, "Nothing, just asking casually." The car arrived at Tianyan Media's underground parking garage. After Yi Qingfeng parked the car, he showed no intention of getting out. Seeing that Yi Qingfeng didn't get out of the car, Lu Qingtong sat in the passenger seat, motionless, and the atmosphere became inexplicably weird. "We're here, why don't you get off the car?" Finally, seeing that Lu Qingtong still didn't open the door, Yi Qingfeng couldn't help but speak. Lu Qingtong looked at Yi Qingfeng doubtfully. "Aren't you going to open the door for me?" "Open the door? What's wrong with your hand? Is it injured?" Yi Qingfeng also looked puzzled and looked at Lu Qingtong's hand. Hearing this, Lu Qingtong was completely speechless. "This is the company. Can't you be like those gentlemen in TV dramas and open the door for me? You think that's gentlemanly? Don't you think it's a bit of a bootlicker?" Yi Qingfeng shrugged. "Besides, this is an underground garage with no spectators. God knows how you got out of the car." Finally, Lu Qingtong couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth, and then with a click, she opened the car door with great force, and walked into the elevator angrily with her bag slung over her shoulder and high heels on. Straight man. A straight man of steel. After Lu Qingtong entered the company, Yi Qingfeng stepped on the accelerator again and drove quickly towards Huangji Media. The person he was looking for was named Bei Hongfei, who was now a well-known musician in the entire Chinese entertainment industry and a true veteran in the industry. 5 years ago, when Yang Qianluo first debuted, Yi Qingfeng had approached him. Bei Hongfei was also one of the few people who had truly witnessed Yi Qingfeng's talent. However, after making Yang Qianluo famous, Yi Qingfeng disappeared. Bei Hongfei hadn't heard from him in the past 5 years until the news of him and Lu Qingtong renting a hotel room was exposed. Looking at the scene on the screen where Yi Qingfeng hugged Lu Qingtong and angrily scolded those unscrupulous reporters, Bei Hongfei almost burst into tears. This man is not only talented, but he also made Yang Qianluo, a girl from the countryside, famous and helped her achieve her current success. Moreover, his background is unfathomable. He is actually the fiancé of Queen Lu Qingtong. The 5th year of Jingjia. If you don't make a sound, you will be a surprise. When Bei Hongfei learned that Yi Qingfeng was looking for him, he was so excited that he stopped the meeting and rushed to the company lobby. This also surprised everyone in the company. Who could make Bei Hongfei so excited? "Qingfeng, long time no see, long time no see." Although Yi Qingfeng habitually wore a black mask,
Bei Hongfei still recognized him at a glance, walked quickly forward and shook his hand tightly. Only then did Yi Qingfeng take off his black mask. As the masks were taken off, the Huangji employees who were originally in the company lobby were all shocked. Isn't this Lu Qingtong's fiancée? The point is, Mr. Bei, who is usually very serious, actually held Mr. Ye's hands with both hands.
He looked so excited that it's rare to see him like that.
Mr. Bei attaches so much importance to Mr. Yi.
It seems that Mr. Ye's background is really terrifying.
Yi Qingfeng ignored the whispered discussions and followed Bei Hongfei to the office. Bei Hongfei personally poured coffee for Yi Qingfeng and brought it to him, saying, "Qingfeng, I never thought that after disappearing for 5 years, you would give me such a big surprise when you appeared.
When are you planning to marry Qingtong?"
"When the time comes, I will definitely give you a big red envelope." Facing this, Yi Qingfeng smiled slightly and said, "This was also an accident. Qingtong's career is on the rise now, and I didn't want to expose it so early. However, Qingtong was framed, so I had no choice but to expose it." Originally, before he knew that Yi Qingfeng was Lu Qingtong's fiancé, when he saw the news about Lu Qingtong checking into a hotel with a mysterious man, Bei Hongfei subconsciously thought that Lu Qingtong was set up. But later, when he learned that the mysterious man who checked into the hotel was Yi Qingfeng, and also her fiancé, Bei Hongfei dispelled his suspicion that Lu Qingtong was framed. But now, Yi Qingfeng actually admitted in person that this was a frame-up. This made Bei Hongfei unable to help but ask, who dared to frame Qingtong behind her back? Yi Qingfeng tapped his fingers lightly on the coffee table a few times, then raised his head, met Bei Hongfei's gaze, and said, "This person is now in your Huangji."
Chapter 12: The Power of Love.
When Bei Hongfei learned that the person who framed Lu Qingtong was Huangji, his face changed drastically.
"Who is it?"
Bei Hongfei asked impatiently. Since he had come to see Bei Hongfei, Yi Qingfeng naturally had enough trust in him and answered truthfully, "Zhao Lu, the trainee you just sent to Korea for special training."
"Zhao Lu? That girl is just a trainee. How could she have the courage to provoke Lu Qingtong?"
Bei Hongfei was shocked. If he were asked to guess, he would never guess Zhao Lu. Yi Qingfeng smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, it's impossible for her to harm Qingtong.
So there must be someone behind Zhao Lu. You mean, Zhao Lu is just a chess piece?"
Bei Hongfei understood. "That's right. But right now, we need to help Qingtong clarify that the song plagiarism has nothing to do with her.
This is also the purpose of Yi Qingfeng's trip.
Then Zhao Lu must come forward and clarify this matter. However, if Zhao Lu intended to harm Lu Qingtong, she would definitely not stand up. And to be honest, I saw from this girl Zhao Lu."
Bei Hongfei hesitated to speak. Yi Qingfeng helped him add, "Did you see the shadow of young Chen Luo back then?"
Since Yi Qingfeng brought it up himself, Bei Hongfei couldn't help but sigh and said, "Yeah, to be honest, after Yang Qianluo became famous, she kicked you, Qingfeng, away and even jumped out of her contract with our Huangji to sign with Meiyu. This series of actions is like crossing the river and destroying the bridge. Not only did she step on you, she stepped on me too. Now that I think about it, I regret why I helped her back then.
Given her personality, signing with Meiyu is inevitable. After all, Meiyu now controls Meiyu TV and has huge traffic.
Several top variety shows come from Meiyu. If she signs with Meiyu, she will be Meiyu's leading actress, and her traffic will naturally increase." Yi Qingfeng narrowed his eyes and said,
"Qingfeng, honestly, I'm not particularly angry about Yang Qianluo leaving Huangji.
After all, she paid the penalty for breach of contract, and she also made a lot of money for our company in the past few years. But the fact that she kicked you away like that, as her eldest brother, I really can't stand it. Those songs that made her famous back then were all written by you. Moreover, I really can't understand why you had to give the songs to her in the name of the company. This way, she may still not know how great your talent is and how much you have helped her."
Bei Hongfei felt very sorry for Yi Qingfeng.
Yi Qingfeng smiled indifferently and said, "Since I'm Qingtong's fiancé, I naturally can't invest too much emotion in young Qianluo. Back then, I just felt sorry for her because she came from the countryside, so I wanted to help her.
I just didn't expect her ambition to be so big."
"Oh, yes, young Qianluo's ambition is really too big. To be honest, I even suspect that Lu Qingtong's recent continuous suppression may be related to young Qianluo."
As a veteran in the entertainment industry, Bei Hongfei has a very keen sense of smell. "It's okay. No matter if it's her or not, I won't let anyone hurt Qingtong,"
Yi Qingfeng said lightly. Bei Hongfei's expression suddenly became somewhat awkward, and he lowered his voice and said, "Qingfeng, since you're here today, as your elder brother, I need to remind you.
Xingtong's participation in The Voice of China is actually a trick by Mayu Media to take advantage of her misfortune.
As one of the judges, I overheard that day that the production team will not give Xingtong too many shots this time.
The purpose is to create a sharp contrast with Yang Qianluo. After the show, Yang Qianluo's fame will completely overshadow Xingtong. They may even eliminate Lu Ching within 3 episodes. Don't give too many shots.
Eliminated within 3 rounds. If these are all true, then this The Voice of China is really a hangman banquet for Lu Ching.
Tianyan Media, outside the recording studio.
Sister Yun, wearing a white lace shirt, was standing next to the tuner with her arms folded across her chest. There was a satisfied smile on her face. As Lu Chingtong's tuner, the workload was really very small.
Throughout the whole process, I only adjusted a few notes. Lu Chingtong's singing is almost perfect.
Especially a few days ago, when she was singing this new song, her condition was not very good, and there were many problems with the details and transitions in the new song. Unexpectedly, all these problems were overcome in just a few days. Could this be the power of love? These words popped up in Sister Yun's mind involuntarily.
Xingtong, it's perfect. The recording of this new song is really good, especially the transitions. The connection is very natural and it will easily catch the audience's ears. As soon as Lu Chingtong came out of the recording studio, Sister Yun couldn't help but praise her.
Facing Sister Yun's recognition, Lu Chingtong was very satisfied in her heart.
She smiled knowingly and said, "This is all thanks to Qingfeng."
Yes, the power of love is really powerful. Sister Yun said involuntarily. Lu Chingtong blushed instantly. What I'm saying is that Qingfeng helped me with these details of the transitions. Without him, I probably wouldn't have been able to achieve such a perfect effect in such a short time. After hearing this, Sister Yun was stunned again.
She looked at Lu Chingtong hesitantly and asked, "You said that these transpositions were changed by Mr. Yi? Mr. Yi also understands music theory? He was very good at it.
He just listened to me singing a few times outside the practice room and was able to accurately hear the music sheet containing multiple chords and made some changes."
Apart from anything else, Lu Chingtong admired Yi Qingfeng's musical accomplishment from the bottom of her heart. That's amazing. Mr. Yi is really unfathomable.
Sister Yun couldn't help but praise him, but at the same time she felt a little uneasy inside.
How can I deal with such a powerful master? By the way, Xingtong, there's something I need to discuss with you.
I think that in the first recording of The Voice of China, we should not sing old songs, but just sing this new song.
Sister Yun said. This surprised Lu Chingtong. She said, "Sister Yun, isn't it a bad idea to start singing a new song right away? What if the new song doesn't receive as good a response as we expected? We'll be in a very passive position in the next competition. What if you become a blockbuster? Today's audiences want something new and exciting. If you sing an old song on your first episode, you won't surprise them, and their expectations will be low.
Then, those sharp-tongued judges won't let you off the hook. So, either don't make a splash, or if you do, it has to be a sensation."
In Sister Yun's opinion, a stunning success is more effective than a desperate counterattack. Chapter 13, War Between Men. Lu Chingtong was quite nervous because she had to sing a new song in the first episode.
Even though she now has extensive stage experience, she still can't help but feel nervous and even sweaty when it comes to this kind of competitive variety show.
Lu Chingtong practiced the new song several more times until the evening.
Her assistant Xiaoya took the opportunity to come up to her and smiled with narrowed eyes. "Sister Qingtong, it's getting late today.
Let me take you home first." "No need, Qingfeng will come to pick me up,"
Lu Chingtong said subconsciously, but at the same time she was a little angry in her heart.
This guy sent his assistant agent away and didn't come to pick me up in time. What does that mean? Could it be that he is going to let me wait for him in the company in front of so many people? Doesn't this girl have any face? Countless monologues flashed through Lu Chingtong's mind. Until,
with a ding, a notification sound came from Lu Chingtong's cell phone.
"I'm downstairs, come on down."
When Lu Chingtong saw the message sent by Yi Qingfeng, her beautiful eyes almost popped out.
"It would have been fine if you had just let yourself come up. Now, you let me go down? Sister Qingtong, what's wrong with you? You look a little weird." Xiaoya couldn't help but ask as she looked at Lu Chingtong's changing expression.
Lu Chingtong finally came back to her senses, clutching her phone tightly, and said, "Nothing.
Qingfeng is already here.
I'll go wait for him in the underground garage."
Mr. Yi isn't coming up? Don't bring up anything that is not related to the topic. Lu Qingtong took a deep breath and said stubbornly, I'm going home, why is he coming up here? It's unnecessary.
After saying that, she came to the elevator and pressed the elevator button.
The elevator door opened.
But what Lu Qingtong had not expected was that in the elevator stood the figure she was most worried about seeing.
It was Lu Xiao. Qingtong, are you going back? I was just planning to invite you to dinner. Although, Lu Xiao was now very angry because of Lu Qingtong, the fiancée who suddenly appeared.
But when facing Lu Qingtong, his expression was calm, without any emotional fluctuation.
Well,
Lu Qingtong looked at Lu Xiao awkwardly, thinking quickly in her mind how to refuse appropriately. At this time, there was another ding sound. The elevator opposite also reached the floor where Lu Qingtong and others were, and then the elevator door slowly opened.
The one who came out was Yi Qingfeng.
Seeing Lu Qingtong standing at the elevator entrance and in front of Lu Xiao with an awkward expression, Yi Qingfeng immediately understood what was going on.
Hello, Mr. Lu.
Faced with such a situation, Yi Qingfeng pondered for a moment, then stepped forward and extended his hand towards Lu Xiao with a smile. Although the man in front of him was a potential enemy, he still had to have a basic understanding when facing an enemy. Little did they know that Lu Xiao's vision was too narrow. Facing Yi Qingfeng's extended hand gesture, Lu Xiao did not return the handshake. Instead, he looked at Yi Qingfeng coldly and said, I don't care whether you are Qingtong's real fiancé or not, but Qingtong is mine, and I will never. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiao declared war on Yi Qingfeng right from the start, which made Xiaoya and others excited.
The war between men is so direct. As soon as you come up, declare war. However,
before Lu Xiao could finish his words, Yi Qingfeng retracted his right hand that was about to shake hands with Lu Xiao, and then very naturally took Lu Qingtong's hand in public.
Qingtong, let's go home.
Yi Qingfeng looked at Lu Qingtong gently, completely ignoring Lu Xiao who was standing beside him with an angry face. In an instant, the declaration of war process was over before it was even completed.
And judging from the situation, Lu Xiao has already lost.
Yi Qingfeng ignored Lu Xiao and took Lu Qingtong into the elevator. However, when Yi Qingfeng held her hand in public, Lu Qingtong's heartbeat accelerated unconsciously. Just like that, Yi Qingfeng took Lu Qingtong to the underground garage in front of Lu Xiao, and then took the initiative to open the car door for Lu Qingtong.
Seeing Yi Qingfeng's action, Lu Qingtong couldn't help but ask, didn't you just say that opening the car door for a girl is very licking the dog?
Yes, it's very licking the dog. Yi Qingfeng nodded without denying it, but quickly added, however, if you add one action, this behavior will definitely not be licking the dog.
What action? Lu Qingtong was stunned and asked subconsciously.
Yi Qingfeng picked up Lu Qingtong like a princess before she could even react. Lu Qingtong's delicate body immediately lost balance, and she reflexively hugged Yi Qingfeng's neck. At the same time, with a ding, the elevator door opened again, and Lu Xiao, who also came to the garage, had a handful of extremely sweet dog food forced into his mouth.
I couldn't vomit even if I wanted to. Will you appear less of a bootlicker if you do one more action?
Yi Qingfeng asked with a smile after carrying Lu Qingtong to the passenger seat. Lu Qingtong's face was still red, and her heartbeat was chaotic and without rhythm.
This is not to show that I am not a bootlicker.
This is clearly hooliganism. It's okay for you to hold my hand in front of everyone, but can you please not touch other parts of my body? We are not that familiar with each other yet. After getting in the car, Lu Qingtong bit her red lips and said with a stiff upper lip.
Yi Qingfeng smiled faintly, we are not familiar with each other? Don't mention that night. Actually, I don't want to either. But I definitely can't stand you calling me a lickspittle, right? Etc. What do you mean you don't want to do it either? With such a beautiful woman in front of you, don't you want to touch her?
Lu Qingtong suddenly found that her heart had become extremely complicated again. Being touched by Yi Qingfeng on her legs and body, she felt like she had been wronged. Not letting Yi Qingfeng touch her legs, her dignity, and her feelings of being wronged were compromised.
Why is it so difficult to be a woman?
Half an hour later, Yi Qingfeng and Lu Qingtong returned to the Sea View Villa. As soon as they entered the house, the sweet and lovely Wan Wan ran to Lu Qingtong with 3 little red flowers that she had folded by herself in her hand.
Sister Qingtong, this is for you. Wan Wan gave Lu Qingtong a sweet smile. Seeing Wan Wan like this, Lu Qingtong's heart melted instantly.
She couldn't help but take the little red flower and said, wow, it's so beautiful.
Did Wan Wan fold it herself? Yes, Sister Qingtong, you can use these 3 little red flowers to ask my dad for 3 wishes. My dad will definitely agree to all of them.
It turned out that after coming out of Huangji, Yi Qingfeng took Wanwan over and deliberately taught Wanwan to do this. After all, Yi Qingfeng knew very well how difficult it was for Lu Qingtong to suddenly have another child. So, these 3 little flowers can be regarded as 3 promises to Lu Qingtong. I hope Lu Qingtong can make good use of it.
However. Okay, then my first wish is for your father to learn how a pig sounds.
Lu Qingtong happily took out a small red flower and smiled with squinted eyes.
Chapter 14. I don't really want to cry. Looking at Lu Qingtong's bright smile, Yi Qingfeng was speechless for a moment and couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure you want to use this little red flower like this?" Lu Qingtong thought without hesitation, "What else? Don't you think it's a bit wasteful?" Waste? A little red flower, what's so wasteful about that?
Lu Qingtong disapproved and urged, "Hurry up."
What, can't you afford to have fun? It's just like squealing like a pig. It seems that the woman in front of him really didn't realize Yi Qingfeng's good intentions at all. Dad, you are not allowed to cheat.
Wanwan joined in the fun and stared at Yi Qingfeng excitedly. Yi Qingfeng was completely helpless and said with a smile, "Okay, it's just like a pig's squeal, listen carefully."
Goo goo.
Yi Qingfeng made a goo goo sound through his nasal sound. Seeing Yi Qingfeng like this, Lu Qingtong couldn't hold it in any more than Wanwan, and burst out laughing, her body shaking in the blink of an eye.
Dad is so silly.
Wanwan clapped her hands excitedly, and even put her hand against Yi Qingfeng's nose, laughing happily. "Sister Qingtong, does Dad look more like a pig like this?"
Ha ha, your dad is a pighead. I think Dad is a pighead too. If I am a pig, then you are a piglet.
Seeing Wanwan's happy look, Yi Qingfeng hugged her and pressed her nose.
Ah! Sister Qingtong, save me! Wanwan struggled to break free from Yi Qingfeng's hand and threw herself to Lu Qingtong's side.
However, she never expected that as soon as Lu Qingtong held her in her arms, Wanwan pressed her fingers against her nose with lightning speed.
Ah! Help! Wanwan, you are so bad. Sister Qingtong! Don't run! Don't come over here! I don't want to be a pighead.
Soon, Wanwan and Lu Qingtong started chasing each other in the house. Looking at the two of them laughing and talking happily, Yi Qingfeng smiled knowingly. At least, the first meeting was not as bad as he had imagined. After all, he was worried at first that Lu Qingtong would not like children. However, seeing them happily chasing each other, Yi Qingfeng felt more guilty.
If Lu Qingtong knew in the future that Wanwan was young Qianluo's child, she didn't know what she would think. But now that we have come up with this expedient plan, we can only stick with it for now.
In the evening, Yi Qingfeng took out the ingredients from the refrigerator and prepared to make a sumptuous dinner. Seeing Yi Qingfeng picking vegetables, Wanwan quickly ran over, moved a small chair and sat next to him, rolling up her sleeves. "Dad, let me help you." Yi Qingfeng has always been pleased with this. Since she was over 3 years old, Wanwan would help him with some simple housework, although she was often clumsy. But now, Wanwan has become an expert in picking vegetables. Whether it is shelling beans or washing vegetables, she is familiar with it and moves skillfully. At this time, Lu Qingtong came down from upstairs with a cup of coffee in her hand. Seeing Wanwan lifting her sleeves to help Yi Qingfeng peel edamame, she was stunned, and then a complex emotion surged in her heart. I remembered that Yi Qingfeng had said before that Wanwan's mother had passed away.
Is this how they have been living over the years? Do you need help? Lu Qingtong put down the cup.
Seeing Wanwan doing housework at such a young age, she felt a little distressed.
No need, just go to the living room and wait for dinner. These will be done early in the evening.
Yi Qingfeng raised his eyes to look at Lu Qingtong and said with a smile. Lu Qingtong immediately rolled her eyes at him and said, "Don't make me act like a loser." After saying that, she moved a small chair and sat next to Wanwan, praising her. "I didn't expect Wanwan to be so amazing."
Wanwan giggled and said, "This is very simple." After that, her two little hands skillfully peeled the edamame and put the green beans into a bowl beside her. Lu Qingtong picked up the vine and pulled the edamame off the vine with force.
However, when she was about to shell the beans, she suddenly felt a little messy. Because her nails were carefully done, although beautiful and delicate, they were useless. Peeling a soybean became a burden instead. Seeing Lu Qingtong holding the edamame but not making a move, Wanwan subconsciously assumed she didn't know how to do it, and squinted her eyes and smiled. "Sister Qingtong, pinch the end, press lightly, and tear it off along the grain."
Lu Qingtong. Sister, is there a problem with me?
Fortunately, Yi Qingfeng realized this and said with a smile, just go sit in the living room and don't ruin your carefully done nails. Lu Qingtong looked at him unconvincedly, as if to say, don't treat me like trash. Then, she stood up, walked to Yi Qingfeng, and said, is there any vegetable you want to cut?
I can do it. Okay, then cut some onion into shreds.
Yi Qingfeng handed her an onion.
Lu Qingtong took the onion hesitantly, and suddenly her brain went blank. Shredded onions? How do you cut it?
But in order to show that she was not a loser, not even as good as a 5-year-old child, she still picked up the kitchen knife.
I thought, let us cut it first.
However, after 2 cuts, her movements came to an abrupt halt.
Why do you want me to chop onions? You must have done it on purpose.
Lu Qingtong only felt a sour and spicy feeling in her eyes, and then tears welled up in her eyes uncontrollably. She didn't expect that cutting onions would make her cry, it was real.
What's wrong?
Seeing Lu Qingtong's movements suddenly stop, Yi Qingfeng subconsciously looked at her. Lu Qingtong's eyes were filled with tears.
She didn't even want to look up at this moment.
She just wanted to roar at Yi Qingfeng, I don't really want to cry.
Sister Qingtong, why are you crying? Wanwan was surprised and stared at Lu Qingtong intently. Onions, they sting my eyes.
Lu Qingtong emphasized, subconsciously wanting to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes with her hands.
Fortunately, Yi Qingfeng caught her, are you stupid? You can't use your hands.
After Lu Qingtong finished washing her hands, Yi Qingfeng tore off 2 pieces of paper towels and handed them to her, you can't cut onions like this.
I think you did it on purpose. How should the onion be cut? Lu Qingtong took the tissue and glared at Yi Qingfeng. Soak it in water first.
Yi Qingfeng picked up the onion and soaked it in water for a while.
A film of water will form on the surface, so it will be easier to cut.
Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, Yi Qingfeng felt a sting in his eyes, there's something wrong with this onion.
Ah, I thought you were so awesome. Seeing the tears in Yi Qingfeng's eyes, Lu Qingtong couldn't help but laugh. Wanwan also laughed foolishly, Dad is so silly.
At this time, the doorbell rang. Wanwan ran to the video phone in the living room and shouted, Sister Qingtong, there's an uncle outside. Lu Qingtong frowned immediately, took a closer look, and found that the person standing outside the door was Lu Xiao.
Why is he here? Chapter 15, A Golden House Hiding a Beauty, One Big and One Small.
Seeing that the person coming was Lu Xiao, Lu Qingtong felt a little nervous and didn't know how to face it for a moment. In short, he must not be allowed into this room.
It's Lu Xiao.
Lu Qingtong looked at Yi Qingfeng, her face a little pale. Although Yi Qingfeng knew that some things could not be concealed, he had to make corresponding preparations before exposing them.
Now is not the time.
Why don't you go upstairs first and I'll deal with him? Lu Qingtong said after thinking for a moment, but she looked obviously a little flustered.
There are 2 beauties hidden in a golden house, one big and one small. I'll go.
Yi Qingfeng stopped her, you take Wanwan upstairs.
Okay.
Lu Qingtong quickly took Wanwan's hand, but she felt a little strange inside. She was obviously the mistress of this house, so why did she act like she was having an affair with someone?
I have to hide myself.
After Lu Qingtong and Wanwan came upstairs, Yi Qingfeng came to the yard and opened the door. As soon as Lu Xiao saw Yi Qingfeng, his face suddenly became a little ugly, and he stared nervously at the kitchen knife in Yi Qingfeng's hand.
What do you mean?
Facing Yi Qingfeng holding a kitchen knife, Lu Xiao subconsciously took a step back.
Yi Qingfeng was holding the kitchen knife on purpose. He looked at Lu Xiao calmly and said, what do you want to talk to Qingtong about? Can you put the kitchen knife down and talk? Lu Xiao was speechless.
Especially facing the kitchen knife, he didn't dare to rush in directly. Yi Qingfeng glanced at the kitchen knife in his hand and said, if you have something to say, just tell me directly.
If not, I will go in.
Yi Qingfeng, I am the boss of Qingtong after all.
Is it appropriate for you to behave like this?
Lu Xiao was furious, with a ferocious look on his face.
Yi Qingfeng remained calm and said without hesitation, is there a problem with cutting some vegetables? Please let me in. Why should I let you in? Lu Xiao gritted his teeth and said, as the boss, can't I come to Qingtong's house and sit for a while? No.
You. Lu Xiao was completely confused.
I was talking to Qingtong about work. Can't talk on the phone?
I don't care what your relationship with Qingtong is.
What you are doing will not benefit Qingtong at all. Do you know what the consequences will be if you offend me? Lu Xiao finally made a harsh statement. Facing Lu Xiao's harsh words, Yi Qingfeng's expression turned a bit colder. If I don't do this, won't that offend you? What? Do you think I still have to please you? I will never let you take Qingtong away. Lu Xiao stared at Yi Qingfeng with gritted teeth and declared war again. Yi Qingfeng couldn't help but smile. Rob? Do you think this word is appropriate? Qingtong is my fiancée. I really don't understand what you are yelling about. Otherwise, I will give you a word as well? What? Lu Xiao asked subconsciously. Roll. After saying that, Yi Qingfeng closed the door and turned to go into the house. Lu Xiao stood at the door, so angry that the veins on his forehead were about to burst. After returning to the house, Lu Qingtong took Wan and carefully came down from upstairs. Lu Xiao, are you gone? Leave. Yi Qingfeng continued to cut vegetables. Although Yi Qingfeng didn't want to have an enemy so soon, Lu Xiao couldn't wait to declare war in the company before, so this trouble would have to be faced sooner or later. It is really difficult to be Lu Qingtong's fiancé. He left so easily? I didn't let him go. Then why did he leave? Because I told him to get lost. The corners of Lu Qingtong's mouth twitched fiercely. He is the president of Tianyan after all. If you do this, he will not let you go. If I don't do this, will he let me go? On the contrary, if I act more assertively, he might have some concerns. Yi Qingfeng said while cutting vegetables. Lu Qingtong nodded in agreement. Actually, I know he's always liked me. But his private life is messy. I can't possibly like a man like that. It's just. Are you worried that he will target you at work next time? Yi Qingfeng expressed her concerns on her behalf. Lu Qingtong sighed. Forget it, it's already bad enough now, I'm not afraid of it getting any worse. At worst, I can just quit the entertainment industry. Can you really let it go? So what if I can't let go? The entertainment industry is so chaotic. Lu Qingtong revealed a dejected expression. Actually, it's really tiring in the entertainment industry. As long as my songs can be heard by my fans, even if I have to be a resident singer in a bar, I can accept it. Compared with Yang Qianluo's ambition, Lu Qingtong is really Buddhist. Yi Qingfeng joked, if you think so, then the problem is much simpler. Can't I just open a bar? I need you to open it. Can't I open it myself? Lu Qingtong immediately rolled her eyes. Is the food ready? I'm hungry. In the center of High City, in a large flat overlooking the entire night view of High City, a beautiful figure in a black suspender dress was sitting in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. She had a pair of expensive earplugs in her ears and was listening to a song quietly with her eyes closed, enjoying herself. Hearing the departure of winter. I woke up in a certain year and month. I look forward to. The future cannot be arranged in this way. Yang Shenluo was pleasantly surprised when he accidentally heard the song meeting on S Station. She hadn't heard such a soothing song in a long time. The voice sounds plain, but it has an indescribable magnetism. He presents the song quietly, but firmly captures one's heart. Especially the lyrics. Although the wording is simple, every sentence is gripping and has a strong sense of immersion. After listening to it for more than 10 times, Yang Qianluo reluctantly took off his earplugs and stared blankly at the man with the panda head in the video. This man must be someone with a story. Yang Qianluo murmured to himself, then clicked on the gift option of the video, and couldn't help but give a reward of 100,000, and then clicked on the share button and shared the song on his Weibo. After doing all this, she still stared at the video in a daze, as if thinking about something. After a long time, she clicked on the private message page and sent a private message. I'm Yang Qianluo. I really like your song meeting. I'd like to meet you to discuss collaboration. In her opinion, if a top female singer like her left a message to a small internet celebrity, the other party would probably be so excited that he would not be able to sleep. Chapter 16. You are about to marry him. After dinner, Lu Qingtong sat contentedly on the terrace, looking at the blazing sunset in the distance. The reason she bought this house was that she liked facing the sea, listening to the ebb and flow of the tide, and watching the sun rise and set. This tranquility can eliminate her worries and fatigue of the day. Wow, the sunset is so beautiful. At this time, Wan's exclamation sounded behind her. Lu Qingtong turned around with a smile and held Wan in her arms. Although this little girl had just suddenly appeared in her life,
she felt particularly adapted to her, as if she really had a child.
From now on, you can see it every day. Lu Ching looked at Wanwan gently.
Thinking of Wanwan, who had been without a mother since childhood, a hint of pampering appeared in her eyes.
Wanwan leaned in Lu Qingtong's arms. Sister Qingtong, I feel like I'm dreaming. Lu Qingtong realized something, then looked at Wanwan curiously and asked, Wanwan, what did your father tell you about moving here?
Dad said you're going to marry him soon.
Lu Qingtong.
Thinking back, Lu Qingtong felt relieved. After all, Wanwan was just a child. If Yi Qingfeng told her the truth, not only would she not be able to understand it, but it would also be easier for her to be exposed. But after this incident, I don't know if she can accept it.
Wanwan, go to the living room and watch TV first.
I have something to say to Sister Qingtong. Yi Qingfeng, who came to the terrace, just heard Wanwan's words.
Okay, Dad.
Although she was reluctant to leave the sunset in the distance, Wanwan still nodded obediently and ran into the house. Yi Qingfeng looked at Lu Qingtong apologetically. I was afraid that the child might say anything she wanted to, so I didn't tell her the truth.
I can understand. But when Wanwan knows the truth, will she be unable to accept it?
Lu Qingtong said worriedly. Yi Qingfeng sighed, so I want to ask you for a favor.
Here we go again.
Now, whenever Yi Qingfeng said this, Lu Qingtong's heart would tighten reflexively.
Go ahead. Lu Qingtong pursed her lips. If Wanwan and I leave here, can you still visit her occasionally? I feel that Wanwan likes you very much.
Besides, I don't want to tell her the truth. There was a hint of pleading in Yi Qingfeng's tone. Seeing this request, Lu Qingtong breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, of course, even if you leave, Wanwan can stay here.
That's fine.
Yi Qingfeng smiled awkwardly.
By the way, what song are you going to sing for your first performance on The Voice of China? Thinking of the conversation with Bei Hongfei during the day, Yi Qingfeng couldn't help but ask.
After all, if it was true as Bei Hongfei said that the program team deliberately targeted Lu Qingtong, then the first song she sang in the program would be particularly important. It has to be a song that can directly impress fans and make the judges shut up. Only the power of fans can deal with those vicious tongues.
A trace of dejection appeared on Lu Qingtong's face.
The company asked me to sing a new song, but I don't have any emotional connection with fans, and I don't know how they will react after listening to it, so I'm a little worried. In addition, new songs are easily criticized by the judges, Yi Qingfeng added.
Lu Qingtong nodded.
Plus, I've been embroiled in a plagiarism scandal lately, and I'm worried my fans won't approve. The plagiarism scandal did hit her confidence to a great extent.
Yi Qingfeng did not rush to express his opinion, but asked, what do you think?
I don't want to sing my own songs. I want to cover some difficult songs that are widely praised by fans, so that fans can see a different side of me. Every singer has his or her own vocal range. It is not difficult to sing your own songs well, but singing other people's songs well really reflects one's skills. Lu Qingtong said a little excitedly.
But doing so is also very risky.
After all, the original singer will leave a deep-rooted musical memory in the hearts of fans. It is very difficult to surpass the emotional attachment that the original singer has accumulated in the hearts of fans. Truly good music has extremely strong emotional appeal and can plant an indestructible seed in the hearts of fans. It is conceivable how difficult it is to pry this seed apart. I understand, but because of this, I want to challenge myself and push myself further. Many fans have said before that I can only sing happy songs and can't sing tear-jerking love songs.
I don't want to be like this forever. I like singing love songs and I want to sing love songs.
Lu Qingtong's music style has always been packaged by the company, and many of the things she likes and insists on have never been presented to her fans. Even when she was in a bad mood, she could only sing sweet and cheerful songs on the stage. That sense of disconnection once made her very painful.
So which song do you want to cover?
In Yi Qingfeng's opinion, there is very little good music in this parallel world, and there are even fewer tear-jerking love songs that can arouse strong emotional resonance among fans. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingtong gave him an unexpected answer. Lu Qingtong excitedly picked up her phone, opened S Station, and played the song Meeting. This is a song I heard on S Station these past 2 days. Every word of the lyrics is deeply touching, and the singer's voice is very magnetic. In just 2 days, the popularity of this song has almost exceeded 3 million. After uploading the song, Yi Qingfeng had not paid attention to the backstage. He did not expect that Meeting would become so popular in such a short time. In the comments section, fans were collectively overwhelmed, with countless crying.
I stood in line, holding the number plate of love. Meeting you is the most beautiful accident. One day, my mystery will be revealed.
Yi Qingfeng chose this song because he felt that the lyrics were very suitable for his current self. But he forgot that in his previous world, the lyrics of this song resonated with many fans' expectations for love. Since the voice Yi Qingfeng used in this song was very different from the voice he used when he spoke normally, Lu Qingtong would never have dreamed that the original singer of this song was standing next to her at this moment.
Do you want to sing this song?
Yi Qingfeng asked. Lu Qingtong nodded vigorously, but soon a look of disappointment surfaced.
Yes, I really want to sing this song.
Unfortunately, I sent a private message to the creator yesterday, but he never replied.
I don't know if he will agree to grant me the copyright.
After all, without authorization, Lu Qingtong couldn't sing even if she wanted to.
Chapter 17. Are all rich ladies so willful?
Originally, Yi Qingfeng did not agree with Lu Qingtong singing this song. This song did not seem to have difficult high notes and the melody was relatively gentle, but in fact it required extremely high control of pitch and breath. Songs that tell a story are often the most difficult to sing. But Lu Qingtong's words touched him. As a singer, daring to change and challenge oneself is something that many singers today cannot do. Many singers seem to have a lifetime of success with one hit song, but in fact they are just constantly exploiting the feelings of their fans.
Let's wait and see. The popularity of this song has skyrocketed.
The creator's private messages backstage may have exploded.
It's normal that they didn't see your message in time.
Yi Qingfeng said this, but in fact he didn't even read it. However, there are tens of thousands of private messages in the background, so it is normal that you can't see them. However, Lu Qingtong's next move caught him off guard. She patted her legs excitedly, her eyebrows raised as she said, "Yeah, you reminded me."
This song went viral in just 2 days. The creator's private messages backstage must have exploded. I have to make sure he sees me right away. So what are you going to do?
Yi Qingfeng looked at her curiously.
Lu Qingtong's fingers were gesturing rapidly on the screen, opening the song's reward interface.
I've made myself a chart topper, he's sure to see it.
Yi Qingfeng. Are all young rich ladies so willful?
But soon, Lu Qingtong's brows furrowed as she stared at the screen and muttered to herself, Yang Qianluo actually gave a tip too, and it became number 1 on the list.
Does she like this song too?
Yi Qingfeng was stunned and looked at the screen, and found that Yang Qianluo's name was prominently listed on the reward list.
No. How can I let her take my place? The number 1 spot is mine. Lu Qingtong pouts, and then countless gift effects float on the screen.
Her fingers press the screen quickly, as if she wants to poke the screen into pieces.
Is it necessary to do this? Yi Qingfeng was speechless watching from the side.
Oh my, I've reached almost 1 million without realizing it.
I should be ahead by a huge margin now, right?
After more than 10 minutes, Lu Qingtong stopped panting and looked at herself who had become the number 1 on the list with a look of satisfaction on her face. Yi Qingfeng had the illusion that he was being kept by a rich woman. Lu Qingtong put down her phone contentedly. I hope this EZ person can reply to me soon.
The first live broadcast recording is only a week away. Time waits for no one.
After returning to his room and waiting for Wan Wan to fall asleep, Yi Qingfeng gently hugged her and opened the backstage of S Station. Meeting was uploaded exactly 48 hours ago, and it has received 4.23 million views, 1.5 million likes, 180,000 comments, and a cumulative reward amount of 1.2 million. Among them, Lu Qingtong contributed 1 million. This girl also has obsessive-compulsive disorder. I guess she secretly swiped the money again after she went back to make the amount an integer. There are more than 25,000 private messages.
If I have to read them one by one, it will take me forever.
Of course, according to the amount of the reward, the private messages of the rewarders are ranked at the top, and the first one is from Lu Qingtong. Below her was a message from Yang Qianluo.
Hey Yi, I'm Lu Qingtong.
I love your songs so much and would love to cover them on the show.
Could you please meet with me and give me the rights to the song? I'm looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you so much. I'm waiting for your reply. Lu Qingtong's message was very sincere.
Under the dim light, Yi Qingfeng looked at her message, pondered for a moment, and replied, Thank you for your approval.
Just send me a copy of the authorization agreement online. After closing Lu Qingtong's message, Yi Qingfeng opened Yang Qianluo's message. I'm Yang Qianluo. I really like your song meeting. I'd like to meet you to discuss collaboration. I have no intention of cooperating.
Yi Qingfeng didn't think much about it and quickly typed this line of words on the screen.
Click and send.
For the remaining private messages, Yi Qingfeng picked out some with longer words, replied with a unified thank you, turned off his phone, gently hugged Wanwan, and fell asleep. The next morning, Lu Qingtong rubbed her sleepy eyes and went downstairs, and found that Wanwan was already carrying her school bag, ready to go to school.
You're going to school so early?
Lu Qingtong glanced at the quartz clock on the wall in surprise, but her smile soon turned awkward.
Oh, it's already 8:30.
I made some porridge for breakfast.
It's in the rice cooker. You can help yourself.
Yi Qingfeng helped Wanwan tie her shoelaces and stood up and said.
Wait a minute.
Lu Qingtong stretched out her hand.
I'll go with you. You want to go together?
Yi Qingfeng was surprised.
Lu Qingtong smiled and nodded. Isn't it possible? I'll find out where Wanwan goes to school. If you're busy one day, I can pick her up for you. Can I be busier than you?
Yi Qingfeng said with a smile.
Lu Qingtong pouted again. What if? Just wait for me, it will be there soon.
After that, she ran upstairs in her slippers and quickly changed her clothes.
Don't you want to put on makeup?
Seeing her coming down without makeup, Yi Qingfeng asked subconsciously.
Lu Qingtong immediately rolled her eyes. Am I ugly without makeup?
It's beautiful.
Sister Qingtong is the most beautiful. Wanwan has such a sweet mouth.
She must have inherited it from her mother. Your father's mouth can make people angry to death. Lu Qingtong pinched Wanwan's little face happily, then took her hand and walked towards the garage happily. When they arrived at school, just as Yi Qingfeng was about to get off the car, Lu Qingtong had already put on a pair of large sunglasses and said, Wait in the car, I'll take Wanwan there.
Aren't you afraid of the paparazzi?
Yi Qingfeng looked at Lu Qingtong, who looked a little abnormal. Lu Qingtong raised her eyebrows and said, What you fear will come to you.
If you are not afraid, it will not come to you. Invincible theory.
Yi Qingfeng couldn't help but give a thumbs up, but when he thought about it, some things seemed sneaky if they were kept hidden, and Wanwan's existence would inevitably be exposed. It would be more justified if there were more clues before the exposure.
Then go ahead. Wanwan, let's go.
Lu Qingtong opened the car door and walked towards the school gate with Wanwan in her hand. Sure enough, when she stood at the school gate, many students' fathers looked over, although they might never have dreamed that this mother with a great figure and wearing sunglasses was the big star Lu Qingtong. Only after watching Wanwan's back disappear around the corner of the corridor did Lu Qingtong reluctantly return. How does it feel to be a mom?
It's fine.
Lu Qingtong answered subconsciously, but soon she glared at Yi Qingfeng. Don't take advantage of me. I can be Wanwan's mother, but it has nothing to do with you.
I remember it seemed to be related.
Lu Qingtong instantly realized the hidden meaning behind Yi Qingfeng's words, and her face suddenly flushed.
Don't mention what happened that day. Just pretend it never happened. Okay, you decide. Where to go next? I'll take you there. Yi Qingfeng shrugged. I'm hungry. Chapter 18. I can't live without a woman? Want to eat something different?
Seeing Lu Qingtong covering her flat belly, Yi Qingfeng smiled slightly and asked.
Lu Qingtong took off her sunglasses and showed an expectant expression. What are you eating? Is it delicious? What's different? You'll know when you get there.
I hate people who keep things in suspense the most.
Are you still going? Go! Go! Go!
Soon, Yi Qingfeng drove to the downstairs of the community where he used to live.
Where is this?
Lu Qingtong asked, looking at the house outside the window that was full of urban atmosphere. Yi Qingfeng answered truthfully, This is where I used to live.
It's an old neighborhood. Doesn't it look shabby? No, it's quite lively.
Seeing Lu Qingtong answer without hesitation, it didn't seem like she was pretending. This reminded him of young Chen Luo. After becoming famous, she didn't even want to set foot in this community. Come on, I'll take you to eat the famous tsiwu noodles from my hometown. This is the only restaurant in the entire high city, and I think it's the most authentic. Soon, Yi Qingfeng brought Lu Qingtong into an old noodle shop.
The house was bustling with people and almost full. So many people?
Lu Qingtong subconsciously poked his sunglasses. Yi Qingfeng ordered her a bowl of signature 3 fresh noodles and took her to sit in a corner.
Will you feel uncomfortable eating here? Lu Qingtong shook her head.
It's just a little more crowded, but otherwise, nothing unusual. I actually quite like places like this, full of the atmosphere of the city. That's what life is all about. Plus, a lot of delicious food is often hidden in the streets and alleys. It's just that my company is too strict with me and never lets me go to places like this. Celebrities often lack freedom. Wearing huge sunglasses, it was very inconvenient for Lu Ching to eat noodles, and a thin layer of white mist soon floated on the black mirror surface. At this time, Yi Qingfeng reached out and took off her sunglasses.
What are you doing? How can I eat noodles if I am recognized?
Seeing Yi Qingfeng take off his sunglasses without saying a word, Lu Qingtong suddenly became nervous.
Although I am not afraid of paparazzi taking pictures, I am afraid of being blocked by fans.
Yi Qingfeng still looked relaxed and said, "Don't worry, just look at yourself.
The people who come here to eat noodles are all uncles and aunts. Who cares who you are?"
Lu Qingtong was surprised to find that few people seemed to be looking at her.
After taking off her sunglasses, Lu Qingtong immediately found ease in eating noodles, slurping them up happily.
Soon, her forehead was covered with sweat, and a few strands of her bangs were wet and stuck to her temples.
Is it tasty? Tasty. Would you like another bowl? You treat me like a pig.
Although Lu Qingtong felt full after eating half of the food, she did not waste any food and ate the entire bowl of noodles. Then, she covered her still flat belly and said, "I want to give this restaurant a bad review."
Why? That's too much. I'm dying of stuffiness. Yi Qingfeng couldn't help laughing.
Looking at her, he felt that the gap between her and Yang Qianluo was too big. They are both big stars, why is there such a big gap between them?
Qingfeng, I want to see where you and Wanwan used to live.
Since they were downstairs of Yi Qingfeng's residential complex, Lu Qingtong suddenly wanted to go and take a look.
Are you sure? What's so uncertain about this?
Hurry up, just take a few steps, I'm so full that I'm dying.
Lu Qingtong wiped the corner of her mouth with a tissue and stood up first. Since she wanted to see it, Yi Qingfeng naturally would not refuse. He stood up and paid the boss.
Although the community where Yi Qingfeng lives is old, the community has good greenery and the trees on the roadside are lush and green, which makes Lu Qingtong feel as if she is back on campus. Although she was the school belle at that time and always had a group of suitors following her, she was still much freer than she is now.
I feel your community is pretty good.
Lu Qingtong closed her eyes and breathed in the fragrance of grass and trees in the air. Seeing her like this, Yi Qingfeng thought of Yang Qianluo. When he and Yang Qianluo first met, Yang Qianluo had also walked happily along this tree-lined path.
Qingfeng, let's rent this place. I love this forest so much. We can come down for a walk every night and get a puppy. Just thinking about it makes me happy.
Who knew she would change so quickly? In fact, at the beginning, Yi Qingfeng was considerate of her because not long after Wanwan was born, she suffered from severe postpartum depression.
The child seemed to be God's punishment for her.
Many nights, she cried in front of Yi Qingfeng, saying that what she wanted was not a child, but a career. But the child ruined her career.
Now that she has given birth to a child, which company would be willing to sign her?
That's why Yi Qingfeng used his abilities to help her create a perfect packaging plan not long after she came out of confinement. In just 1 year, she became famous in the music industry.
But in just 1 year, her ambition has expanded greatly. I've already found someone to erase all the information on our marriage system. The child is yours. I don't want her to become a burden to me.
On the day of their breakup, Yang Qianluo wore a pair of huge sunglasses and resolutely left from this tree-lined path.
Hey! What are you daydreaming about? There is no way out. Where should we go?
Yi Qingfeng didn't come back to his senses until Lu Qingtong waved her hand in front of his eyes.
Here.
Yi Qingfeng turned right and led her into an apartment building.
Are you thinking about Wanwan's mother? Women's intuition is terrifyingly strong. No.
Yi Qingfeng lied because he didn't want to mention Yang Qianluo in front of Lu Qingtong.
She must not be allowed to know about my relationship with Yang Qianluo.
Soon, they arrived at the 3rd floor. Yi Qingfeng took out the key and opened the door. The house is not big, only 90 square meters in total, which is smaller than one bedroom in Lu Qingtong's sea view villa. But it was tidy inside, not like the home of a man with a child.
It's quite neat. I thought it would be messy. Lu Qingtong was a little surprised and couldn't help but admire it. Only. Aren't you going to let me in? Lu Qingtong put on an angry look. I thought your curiosity would be satisfied by taking a look.
Lu Ching narrowed her eyes.
My curiosity isn't easily satisfied. She then opened the shoe cabinet, glanced around, and looked up again. How come there's not even a pair of women's slippers? How have you been getting by these past 5 years? Yi Qingfeng was speechless for a moment. I can't live without a woman?
Then how are you going to solve it by yourself? Lu Qingtong blurted out, and only then realized what a vicious word she had said.
Chapter 19. She is determined to win this song.
Solve what? Yi Qingfeng asked knowingly. Lu Qingtong's face flushed. She looked away and said, nothing. Then how are you going to solve it by yourself?
Unexpectedly, Yi Qingfeng dared to ask back. Lu Qingtong's face turned even redder.
Solve what?
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Thinking of the scarlet on the bed that day, Yi Qingfeng shrugged and said, I don't understand, it's fine.
What's good?
Lu Qingtong only felt her face burning, and her mind couldn't help but recall the hazy, dreamlike scene of that night. Although the memory was not so clear, it was still memorable.
Somewhat nostalgic.
No need to change shoes, just come in. Yi Qingfeng put on his shoes and walked into the room.
Although this house was originally rented, Yi Qingfeng bought it not long after Yang Qianluo left.
At first, he still held a trace of nostalgia in his heart, but now it seems like a joke.
Some people will only get farther and farther away.
The house is in a retro log style, and the black walnut decoration makes the whole house look very textured. In addition, Yi Qingfeng has taken good care of it, and the green plants in the house are still very lush. After entering the house, Yi Qingfeng added some water to the watering can. Lu Qingtong took a spray bottle and helped him water all the green plants, big and small, in the house.
Would you like to move these green plants to my place? No need, they belong here.
I will come back to water them from time to time. Yi Qingfeng smiled slightly. At this moment, Lu Qingtong saw a guitar on the sofa and couldn't help but pick it up.
She asked, were you also a music major when you were in school? No, I studied economics. Yi Qingfeng replied.
In his previous dimension, although he studied economics, he was the president of the school music club.
Not long after graduation, he founded an agency and cultivated many superstars. Then how come you have such a professional understanding of music theory?
Thinking of the music score Yi Qingfeng left behind that night, Lu Qingtong couldn't help but become curious again.
Because I like it, I taught myself a lot of it.
Yi Qingfeng answered truthfully, and his strong musical sense is his innate talent. Lu Qingtong nodded, then gently plucked the strings, but soon noticed that there were 2 letters at the bottom of the sound.
Why?
The letters have been specially treated to look like 2 newly grown saplings. So Lu Qingtong didn't realize that these were 2 letters, and thought they were saplings.
She laughed and said, why are there 2 saplings carved on the body of the zither? What do they mean?
Yi Qingfeng was silent for a while before answering, I just carved it casually.
Really? There is no special meaning?
There was a hint of doubt in Lu Qingtong's eyes. Yi Qingfeng took the guitar from her hand and put it in the cabinet.
I said, no. Why are you still angry? If there is no information, then there is no information.
Lu Qingtong pursed her lips, then took out her mobile phone and subconsciously opened S-Station. When she saw the small red icon with a private message below, she immediately became excited, clicked it quickly, and then let out a scream. Yi Qingfeng looked at her speechlessly, what's wrong?
Yi Zi replied to me. She said she can authorize me. That's great.
Come on, take me to the company, I want to discuss this matter with the company. Lu Qingtong stood up suddenly, her face full of excitement.
Is there a need to be so anxious?
Of course.
I haven't practiced this song yet, and time is tight.
On the other side, a woman with a beautiful figure was lying lazily on the bed. Her long, beautiful legs were pressed against the quilt, and her soft, long hair fell on the pillow like a waterfall. After waking up, she let out a soft moan and then sat up in bed. But soon, she seemed to wake up instantly and excitedly grabbed the phone beside her pillow. When she opened S-Station and saw a private message, her lips were filled with smile.
I have no intention of cooperating.
However, when she saw the content of the message, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened and her face was full of disbelief.
I'll go.
Yang Qianluo scratched her hair, her eyes fixed on the screen.
Who is this person? He rejected me? Wasn't I clear enough? Doesn't he know who Yang Qianluo is?
For a moment, her inner competitive spirit was suddenly aroused, and her breath became disordered.
I'm singer Yang Chen Luo. You won't suffer any loss if you work with me.
After editing the message, she quickly clicked send.
My good mood in the morning was completely destroyed by this message.
Soon, she dialed another number.
Xiao, help me find the leaf at Station S. Leaf? What leaf?
Assistant Xiaoqing's tone was full of horror.
Looking for a leaf on the entire internet, is that crazy?
The author of the song meeting.
Now. Dig deep to find him.
After saying that, Yang Shenluo hung up the phone angrily and went to the living room, only to remember that his aunt had taken 3 days off because her son got married yesterday. Feeling a slight pain in his stomach, Yang Shenluo gritted his teeth, found a piece of toast from the cabinet, and stuffed it into his mouth. But she spit it out soon. She has a very picky taste now and ordinary things are not acceptable to her. So she called her assistant again and asked her to send breakfast over immediately. When she arrived at the company, Lu Ching couldn't wait to go to Sister Yun's office. When she saw Sister Yun, she excitedly said, "Sister Yun, I've decided that I won't sing a new song for the first song on The Voice of China."
Not singing new songs? Then what are you going to sing?
Sister Yun, who was drinking coffee, was surprised, and the cup in her hand was hanging in the air. Meeting, the song that topped the new song chart on S Station these past 2 days. Sister Yun had naturally also listened to Meeting, but she was still incredulous about Lu Ching's decision.
This is too risky. This is just a song written by a minor internet celebrity. While the quality is okay, don't you think it's cheapening to sing this song with your status? Good music shouldn't lose its value. Anyway, I want to sing it. No, it's too risky. This show is already bad for you. If you fail, the company's stock price may plummet.
After all, Lu Ching is now the face of the company, and her development determines the trend of Tianyan's stock price to a certain extent.
This is also the reason why all of Lu Ching's actions need to be controlled by the company and reported to the company. Freedom doesn't exist. Then I'll go find Mr. Lu.
Seeing that Sister Yun didn't agree, Lu Ching turned around and walked out of her office with an angry look. She is determined to win this song.
Chapter 20, You can only get candy if you cry and make a fuss.
Lu Xiao was playing simulated golf in his office, and he hit a hole-in-one. Before he could celebrate, Lu Ching rushed in aggressively. Seeing Lu Ching huffing and puffing with anger, and her white breasts rising and falling, Lu Xiao immediately put down the pole, with a hint of doting on his face. "What's wrong?
Who bullied you? Your fiancé? I'll help you teach him a lesson." Lu Ching.
Mr. Lu, I don't want to sing a new song on the first stage of The Voice of China.
I want to cover Meeting.
Sister Yun doesn't agree, so I have no choice but to come to you.
Lu Xiao narrowed his eyes. Meeting? I've never heard of this song. Who sings it? Lu Ching. It feels like playing the lute to a cow.
In fact, Lu Xiao knows nothing about music, he only knows how to play with capital. Therefore, Lu Ching has regretted it over the years. It would have been great if she had signed with Huangji.
At least Bei Honfei would be a real musician. She chose to sign with Tianyan.
Although Tianyan gave her almost half of its resources, she was not happy here at all. What's more, in the past few years, she has already made a lot of money for Tianyan.
Unfortunately, the contract still has 2 years left. Anyway, this is my decision, I hope you can agree.
Lu Ching didn't want to explain what the song Meeting was. It would be like playing the lute to a cow, and he would never understand it no matter how hard he tried.
Tang Yun is a professional, just listen to her. No.
Lu Ching looked aggrieved.
I always follow the company's arrangements. Have you ever respected my feelings? Who knows my musical path better than me? Besides, if the company hadn't arranged everything every time, would plagiarism have happened? If I were in control myself, would I make such a stupid mistake? Lu Ching was already full of resentment towards the company regarding the plagiarism scandal.
If she had been allowed to confirm the record again before it was released, such a misunderstanding would not have happened.
Ching, your behavior determines the company's stock price. Can you mess around?
Lu Xiao said seriously.
Don't mention the stock price to me.
The company's stock was issued at 27, and now it's 81.
Isn't my contribution enough?
Lu Xiao stared at Lu Ching in a daze. He had never seen her so tough before. This made him worry about how much confidence the appearance of her fiancé gave her, causing her to become so disobedient. And until now, his people have not been able to find out Yi Qingfeng's true background. Foreign capital has checked everything they could, but Yi Qingfeng's name is not on the list. But it is precisely those things that cannot be checked that are the most terrifying.
Lu Xiao dare not gamble. If he offends an international giant, his small Tianyan entertainment will not be enough. Even if he has the Lu family's support, so what? Lu Xiao gently touched his nose and turned around twice.
In the end, he didn't want to break up over such a small matter, so he compromised and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll tell Tang Yun about this." Lu Qingtong didn't expect Lu Xiao to agree suddenly. She said thank you and was about to leave when Lu Xiao called her again.
"Qingtong, I want to have a meal with your fiancé. Would you like to arrange it?"
Since he couldn't find any information about Yi Qingfeng, Lu Xiao thought of trying to find out what Yi Qingfeng was saying by having a meal and chatting with him. Whether a person belongs to the upper class can be seen from his words and actions. "I can't make the decision on this matter.
I need his consent." Fortunately, Lu Qingtong is not stupid. These words fully reflect Yi Qingfeng's status. "Okay, then go back and discuss it with him." Hello. I've finished my work here. Come and pick me up."
Unable to contain her inner excitement, Lu Qingtong sent a message to Yi Qingfeng as soon as she left Lu Xiao's office.
"You go back by yourself, I have something to do." Lu Qingtong?
She thought Yi Qingfeng would be waiting for her downstairs, but she didn't expect this guy to just leave without her.
"And let yourself go back?"
Lu Qingtong stared at the screen, her mouth slightly open.
"How do you want me to go back? Take a taxi? It's not impossible." "Is that possible? I'm a big star, and you want me to take a taxi back? What should I do if the driver abducts me?"
On the other side, seeing Yi Qingfeng constantly replying to messages, Bei Hongfei couldn't help but smile. "Qingtong is looking for you? I really didn't realize that this girl, who is usually quite aloof, is so clingy with you." Yi Qingfeng smiled and said, "I've recently sent her agent and assistant away, and she's having trouble taking care of herself."
"Ha, then you go find her first. I'm very interested in what you said. I'll be responsible for the funds.
As long as you manage it, I'll have confidence.
I made a lot of money relying on you back then. I admire your talent the most."
Bei Hongfei laughed, especially for what Yi Qingfeng was going to do next. He was looking forward to it. "Okay, this is a big deal. If you can't handle it alone, brother Hongfei, you can find a few more investors, people you trust."
200 million, I can afford it. I won't give away such a good dish." Bei Hongfei stood up and personally escorted Yi Qingfeng out of the company.
Although Yang Qianluo has terminated her contract with Huangji, the copyrights of the songs that Yi Qingfeng wrote for her in the early days are still in the hands of Huangji, and Huangji has earned 600 to 700 million yuan in copyright fees in the past few years. So as for what Yi Qingfeng was going to do next, Bei Hongfei agreed to the investment of only 200 million yuan without saying a word. While waiting for Yi Qingfeng, Lu Qingtong practiced the song meeting several times in the company's recording studio. Just as Yi Qingfeng said, although the melody of this song is gentle, it requires a lot of breath, and the changes in pitch are even more difficult to control because there are no big ups and downs. Fortunately, she has a solid foundation. After singing it several times, she basically mastered the pronunciation and breathing points of the song. However, I always feel that the feeling is a little different from Yi Zi's singing. But Lu Qingtong herself couldn't tell what was different. At this time, the mobile phone placed aside rang. It was a message from Yi Qingfeng, asking her to come downstairs. Grabbing her handbag, Lu Qingtong ran downstairs like a rabbit. Only after getting into the car did she realize that she seemed a little excited.
"You seem to be in a good mood."
Yi Qingfeng smiled as he looked at Lu Qingtong, whose lips curled up. Lu Qingtong put away her smile and glared at him. "Not good at all. You're not a responsible driver at all."
"I'm not your driver."
"Then what are you?"
"Fiancé." "Shameless."
But soon, she couldn't hold back her joy and smiled brightly. The company agreed. "I can sing meeting on the first stage."
"Is this what makes you so happy? What do you mean by just this? This is the first time I've disobeyed the company's arrangements."
"You were too obedient before. There's a simple truth, don't you understand?"
"What?"
"Children who cry and make a fuss will get candy."
Yi Qingfeng's words may seem like a joke, but they are actually the truth. Chapter 21, the explanation is over.
If a person only knows how to obey and never resists, he will definitely be controlled by the other party. This was what Lu Ching used to be like.
I think what you said makes sense.
Lu Ching looked at Yi Qingfeng and nodded in agreement. I used to be too obedient to the company's arrangements and let them make the final decision on everything. That's why I got caught up in the plagiarism scandal. If I had been more careful, this wouldn't have happened. You must remember that as an artist, especially as the face of the company, the relationship between you and the company must be mutually involved, and you must be strong. After all, if you quit, the company's losses will be greater than yours.
As a former top agent in the country, Yi Qingfeng was very familiar with these principles. I will never let the company control me in the future. At worst, I will just say I quit.
Lu Qingtong giggled, as if she had suddenly become a rebellious child. Yi Qingfeng liked her like this. With this mentality, this woman can finally live for herself.
By the way, Lu Xiao just said that he wanted to have dinner and chat with you. Thinking of Lu Xiao's words, Lu Qingtong couldn't help but look at Yi Qingfeng and watch his reaction. She thought Yi Qingfeng would refuse because this kind of dinner party was a scam.
Little did he know, Yi Qingfeng smiled calmly and said, "Okay, but don't rush to agree.
Just say I'm busy recently. I'll set a time after the first stage of The Voice of China is over." Are you really going to the appointment? He's obviously investigating your identity.
Lu Qingtong stared at Yi Qingfeng in surprise. Once he finds out you're just an ordinary person, he'll definitely take action against you.
Especially since the Lu family behind him is very powerful in High City. I'm afraid of him.
Lu Qingtong suddenly became a little worried about Yi Qingfeng. After spending some time together, she was convinced that Yi Qingfeng was indeed framed in the incident that night. He lied about being her fiancé to help her get through the difficult times temporarily, but in fact, he was facing more crises than herself.
How many people can afford to be Lu Qingtong's fiancé?
Seeing that Lu Qingtong was worried about him, Yi Qingfeng smiled with relief and said, "Don't worry, I can handle it." These 8 short words inexplicably gave Lu Qingtong a great sense of security. Ever since Yi Qingfeng appeared, every time she encountered a problem, he seemed to be able to solve it easily.
Life seems to be more interesting than before.
Yi Qingfeng did not drive home directly, but parked the car in front of a farmer's market. "Wait for me in the car for a while, I'll go buy some vegetables."
Lu Qingtong couldn't remember the last time she had set foot in a place like a farmer's market.
It seemed like she had walked there holding her father's hand when she was young.
"I'm going too."
"Okay." Yi Qingfeng did not refuse. Lu Qingtong put on her sunglasses and followed Yi Qingfeng out of the car. The environment of the farmer's market is relatively dirty and messy, but Lu Qingtong does not mind it.
Following Yi Qingfeng, she feels inexplicably comfortable. What do you want to eat? I'm fine with anything. I'm not picky about food.
Lu Qingtong smiled faintly.
She just wanted to feel this kind of urban atmosphere.
Yi Qingfeng is very meticulous when buying vegetables and carefully selects each vegetable.
This is a habit he has formed over the years.
"Please buy me some cucumbers." At this time, Lu Qingtong saw the cucumbers on the side and couldn't help but point. Yi Qingfeng squatted on the ground, looked up at her, and asked, "Eat or use?"
"Ah." Lu Qingtong was stunned and didn't react. "Use? How to use it? Do you want it thicker or thinner?"
Yi Qingfeng's voice came again. Now, Lu Qingtong was even more confused.
"Thicker? Or a little thinner?"
"Forget it, let's just get something coarser that can be eaten and used." Yi Qingfeng muttered to himself as he picked.
Lu Qingtong was completely disheveled in the breeze. "I was thinking, what a wicked thing you are saying."
Soon, Yi Qingfeng picked out 3 cucumbers, stood up, looked at Lu Qingtong calmly, and asked, "3 is enough, right?" He found that Lu Qingtong not only did not react, but her face was also a little red.
"What's wrong? Not enough? 2 more? Enough. I can't eat that much." "Oh, why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought you were going to use it."
Yi Qingfeng handed the cucumber to the boss.
"Actually, if you want to eat it, it's better to have thinner ones. Thinner ones are crisper.
Thicker ones are easier to use and can be sliced larger. A few slices are enough for your face."
"You are right. You are right."
Lu Qingtong realized that she was overthinking, but she must not explain it this time, because if she explained, it would be over.
"It's a bit hot."
Lu Ching fanned her face with her hands and tactically avoided it.
Let's buy a few more crabs and then go back.
Yi Qingfeng looked at Lu Ching in confusion, thinking, how can it be hot when there is such a gentle breeze? Soon, he took Lu Ching to the seafood area. The environment here was even dirtier and messier, with water stains all over the ground, making it difficult for Lu Ching to step on it for a while. But she didn't care about these things. She just lifted up her trouser legs slightly, and then followed Yi Qingfeng to squat beside a seafood pool.
How do you choose these swimming crabs? What kind of crabs are considered fat? Lu Qingtong looked at Yi Qingfeng curiously and asked.
Yi Qingfeng casually picked up a crab and said with a smile, turn it over and look at this part of its abdomen.
If you press it and it feels hard and bulgy, it's fat. Lu Qingtong. Pick a crab, how can your choice of words be so inappropriate?
Whoosh, Lu Qingtong felt her face, which had just calmed down, become hot again.
You try it.
Yi Qingfeng still didn't agree and asked her to try it herself. Lu Qingtong reached out her hand hesitantly and then touched the belly of the swimming crab.
Hard and raised. The key points are easy to grasp. Ah!
However, at this moment, she suddenly screamed and then shook off the crab. It turned out that the rubber band on the crab's claws fell off and clamped her delicate skin. Her hand was so tender that blood immediately flowed out when she pinched it. Yi Qingfeng quickly grabbed her hand and subconsciously covered the wound with his mouth. The air was somewhat stagnant at this moment.
This guy, isn't the way he sucks it too naturally? Chapter 22 Isn't this too exciting?
Yi Qingfeng's reaction was indeed a conditioned reflex, because this kind of thing had happened to Wan Wan before. If it happened to Wan Wan today, she would probably rush to hold her wound in her mouth before Yi Qingfeng could. Yi Qingfeng also realized that the person in front of him was not his daughter after he held the wound in his mouth.
However, he did not let go immediately.
After holding it for a while and seeing that the bleeding had stopped, he said seriously, saliva can disinfect.
Thank you.
Lu Qingtong only felt that her face was red and hot.
Does it hurt? Fine.
There was a convenience store nearby, so Yi Qingfeng immediately bought a box of band-aids and carefully applied them to her wound. Fortunately, your hands aren't of much use to you.
Lu Qingtong? What does it mean? What do you mean it's not very useful?
Lu Qingtong looked at Yi Qingfeng speechlessly.
If you can't speak, then don't speak. It's a little bit inaccurate. To be exact, it's useless. Lu Qingtong.
Yi Qingfeng smiled first, pay attention to the wound later. If it swells or turns purple, be sure to tell me immediately.
Although most of the time, seafood stings are not serious, bacterial infections do occur occasionally.
Especially someone like Lu Qingtong, who has delicate skin and tender flesh, and has been protected in a greenhouse for too long.
It's all your fault. Why blame me? It's all your fault. Lu Qingtong wanted to say, if it weren't for his vicious words, would she be distracted? But when I think about it, maybe I am overthinking it?
At this moment, Yi Qingfeng suddenly grabbed her hand and held her uninjured hand tightly in his palm.
What is he going to do?
Lu Qingtong stared at Yi Qingfeng in a daze, and was led by him towards the direction of the car. Make your expression more natural and show that you love me very much. Yi Qingfeng looked ahead and said lightly. Lu Qingtong didn't react, she just felt her heart beating wildly.
What's the meaning? Is this really asking for so much to take advantage of others?
But soon, Lu Qingtong understood what was going on. It turned out that Yi Qingfeng had discovered a paparazzi. And he just walked in front of the paparazzi with Lu Qingtong in his hand.
Take it out. Yi Qingfeng looked at the paparazzi indifferently and pointed at his cell phone.
The other party didn't expect that even though he took the photo so covertly, he was still caught by Yi Qingfeng. The other party looked at Yi Qingfeng awkwardly and took out his cell phone tremblingly. Yi Qingfeng took the phone, opened the album, looked at the photos and videos taken by the other party, and then returned the phone to him. The other party was shocked.
Is it just a token of your appreciation if you don't smash it? It's a great shot, keep it up.
After saying that, Yi Qingfeng took the bewildered Lu Qingtong's hand and turned away. The other party stood there in a daze, looking at Yi Qingfeng blankly, somewhat doubting his life.
Is this the end?
Now, Yi Qingfeng has already announced to the public that he is Lu Qingtong's fiancée. When he was photographed by the other party showing their affection in this way, he really wanted her to post it everywhere. It is beneficial to yourself and harmless. Lu Qingtong, on the other hand, was somewhat amazed at Yi Qingfeng's anti-reconnaissance ability. After getting into the car, she couldn't help but ask, "How did you find him?" Intuition. In fact, this is an ability left by Yi Qingfeng from his previous life. He can almost recognize paparazzi at a glance. "So you just let him go?" "We didn't do anything." "Can you let go of my hand now?" "Oh, I thought it was the gear lever." After lunch, Lu Qingtong returned to the practice room and sang meeting again. Yi Qingfeng sat in the living room, listening quietly, but his brows were always slightly furrowed. An hour later, Lu Qingtong came out of the practice room with her brows slightly furrowed, and it was obvious that she was not very satisfied with her performance. This song is indeed difficult. The flat melody makes it difficult to get the pitch right. If you're not careful, you might go off tune. It's subtle, and the audience might not even hear it, but I don't want that to happen. "Qingfeng, do you think I should continue adjusting my breathing point? Isn't the current one a bit unreasonable?" Having witnessed Yi Qingfeng's strength, Lu Qingtong subconsciously asked for his advice after coming out. There's no problem with the breathing point, and there's no problem with the pitch. However, Yi Qingfeng gave her an unexpected answer. Lu Qingtong looked at him in surprise. "No problem? I think so. Otherwise, why does it always feel a little off?" "That's the problem." "Ah? I don't quite understand." Lu Qingtong blinked, looking even more confused. "You're using too many techniques, and it comes off as a bit of a showmanship, which is a common mistake many singers make. Some songs aren't written with much thought, they simply want to express their inner feelings through music. But often, covers overdo it, embellishing the song too much, changing the flavor. For some songs, you have to experience them, not imitate them. Experience, not imitate. Calm down first, read the lyrics of this song carefully, try to understand its artistic conception, and see if you can empathize with it." Yi Qingfeng had already written the lyrics on a piece of paper and handed it to her. Lu Qingtong took the lyrics and looked at the words on it. "Hearing the departure of winter. I woke up in a certain year and month. I think, I wait, I look forward to. The future cannot be arranged in this way. Cloudy day, evening, outside the car window. There is someone waiting in the future." In fact, the lyrics of this song are also very suitable for Lu Qingtong's current situation. Over the years, she has been unable to arrange her own future. Now is her winter. But she might have woken up. There are less than 3 days left until the live recording of The Voice of China, and the day after tomorrow is the final deadline for song arrangement. Next, the program team will arrange a series of matters such as stage lighting based on the songs provided by the singers. After a few days of practice, Lu Qingtong knew the song very well, but she still couldn't sing it with the feeling she wanted. That point is like a hurdle that I can never get over. This also caused her psychological pressure to increase sharply. She sat on the terrace several times, looking at the sea, feeling sad. Yi Qingfeng did not disturb her or give her any advice. In other words, he could not give any advice. Whether a song can be truly understood depends solely on the singer himself. But at the same time, this also made Yi Qingfeng realize a problem, so he went to the room and called Bei Hongfei, who was also a judge of The Voice of China. "Brother Hongfei, according to the rules of the Voice of China competition, can two singers sing the same song?" "Sing the same song?" There's no rule in the competition rules that prohibits singing the same song, but this situation has never happened in the 2 seasons of the show. Think about it, if two singers sing the same song, isn't it clearly a battle with each other? Isn't that too exciting? Bei Hongfei couldn't help but say. Chapter 23, Severing Relationship. Indeed, if two singers choose the same song to participate in the competition, what is the difference between this and a duel? "Qingfeng, what do you mean by asking this? Don't tell me that Lu Qingtong is going to sing the same song with Yang Qianluo." Thinking of this, Bei Hongfei got excited. "Oh my god, if that's the case, the show will be a hit. The deadline for song arrangement is the day after tomorrow, right?" Yi Qingfeng confirmed. Bei Hongfei nodded. "Yes, time is so tight. Don't let Qingtong take any risks. Changing the song at the last minute is too risky." Yi Qingfeng naturally understood this risk. The one who can be changed is not Lu Qingtong, but Yang Qianluo. Although, he was not sure that he could influence Yang Qianluo's decision. But for now, you can give it a try. After all, there is a characteristic of Yang Qianluo that Yi Qingfeng knows too well. She is too competitive. Although her singing skills are very strong, being too strong is sometimes not an advantage. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, young Chen Luo, wearing a white long dress, held a cup of coffee in her hand, but her face was very gloomy. Behind her stood her assistant Xiao Qin, with her head lowered, seemingly afraid to even breathe.
Sister Chen Luo, the other party changed the IP address before uploading the video. The IP address is completely virtual, so it's really hard to find it.
You piece of crap.
Can't you think of any other way besides checking the IP? The deadline for song arrangement is the day after tomorrow. Do you want me to wait? Will time wait for me?
Yang Chen Luo put the coffee cup on the island counter with force, making a dull sound. The assistant was frightened and shuddered.
Sister Chen Luo, I will continue looking, but you don't have to be so anxious. You can sing the original song on the first stage first. The recording period of the program is 3 months, and you won't be eliminated, so you can take your time. I need you to teach me? Go check it out quickly. Yang Chen Luo shouted.
The assistant stood before her trembling with fear, but Sister Chen Luo, I don't think there's much point in doing this.
I learned. What did you learn? Don't hesitate, just speak directly.
The assistant said stiffly, I heard from a friend at Tianyan that Lu Ching will also be singing meeting on her debut performance, and Yi Zi has already given her the authorization.
Yang Chen Luo's eyes suddenly became sharp. That guy gave the authorization to Lu Ching? Is the information accurate? It should be accurate.
Yang Chen Luo pinched his nose lightly, frowning. At this time, the doorbell rang. The assistant hurried to open the door and found that the person standing outside was Yang Chen Luo's father. Seeing that it was his father, Yang Chen Luo's eyebrows were locked even tighter, and then he waved to the assistant, you can go first, you don't need to come again today. After the assistant left, she turned her gaze to her father and asked coldly, why are you here?
I'm your dad, can't I come?
Tell me, how much more do you want?
20 million, take it and I'll leave.
Over the years, his father has taken at least 100 million from her.
You went to Macau to gamble again? Isn't the money I earned enough for you to spend? How long are you going to gamble? Is gambling really that fun?
Seeing his father asking for another 20 million, Yang Chen Luo became completely furious and his voice became extremely sharp.
Is it a problem that my daughter earns money and spends it on me? I raised you, shouldn't you respect me? Support your mother. Yang Chen Luo was completely desperate about his father. You damn girl, how can you talk to me like that?
Yang Chen Luo tried hard to calm himself down, but his chest was still heaving violently. After a long while, he finally spoke, I can give you 20 million. But you have to sign an agreement. What agreement? Sever the father-daughter relationship. I've had enough of this endless life. However, her father smiled and spread his hands, okay, as long as you give me money, you can do whatever you want. After her father left, Yang Chen Luo looked at the agreement on the table and smiled bitterly. Then she crumpled the ridiculous agreement into a ball and threw it into the trash can. Her relationship with Yi Qingfeng can be severed. Is it possible to sever the relationship with your father? In fact, her parents didn't know about Yi Qingfeng's existence, let alone Wan's existence. When she was with Yi Qingfeng, it was one of the few times when she was completely free from her parents. But later, as her popularity exploded, her parents naturally came to her again. The ones he can't get rid of are his parents. Yang Chen Luo stared out the window in a daze, but there was a hint of hatred in her eyes. She wanted to solve this trouble completely. She thought of some extreme methods, but was afraid of damaging the wings she had worked so hard to grow over the years. At this time, she saw a private message from S Station on the mobile phone interface. How would you like to discuss cooperation? It was sent by Yi Zi. After seeing this information, Yang Chen Luo's frown relaxed a little. I heard that you have already given the authorization to Lu Ching? Right. Then why are you talking to me? Do you think I would want what she wants? That's fine. Yi Qingfeng did not close the interface, but put it aside. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Yang Chen Luo sent another message. How much money do you want? I just want to see you and Lu Qingtong sing this song together on the first stage. Do you want to see us battle? Right. Why did you do this? Because it's interesting. Seeing the last reply, Yang Chen Luo laughed. It was indeed interesting. Very interesting. Yang Chen Luo has always believed that her singing skills are far superior to Lu Qingtong's, and in terms of strength, Lu Qingtong cannot compare with her. Lu Qingtong is more like a vase.
In addition, the Voice of China is a program of Mayu Radio, her home court. I admire your personality and I can satisfy you. Okay, I'll send you the authorization certificate later.
Yang Chenluo never thought much about Yi Zi's identity, because she had no idea that Yi Qingfeng had such creative ability. The songs she sang when she debuted were all given to her in the name of the company, and she still doesn't know the truth about this. In her eyes, Yi Qingfeng was just helping her get in touch with Huang Ji. Later, she jumped out of the contract and signed with Meiyu instead, which was a smart choice.
What does all this have to do with Yi Qingfeng?
Everything is what she deserves.
Chapter 24. Lu Qingtong was shocked.
After sending the authorization certificate to Yang Chenluo, Yi Qingfeng just put down his phone and felt dizzy at the scene in front of him.
This is his old problem. When Wan was 4 years old, Yi Qingfeng was diagnosed with a primary brain tumor.
At that time, the doctor suggested that he undergo surgery to remove it, but considering that he was raising Wan alone, he knew that once he had the surgery, Wan would have no one to take care of her.
Moreover, surgery carries great risks.
This illness has been delayed for more than a year. Fortunately, the primary brain tumor did not progress rapidly. Apart from occasional dizziness and headaches, it did not have much impact on his life. After sitting on the sofa for a while, Yi Qingfeng felt that the scene in front of him became clear again. It had been almost half a year since this happened last time.
There shouldn't be any problem.
Ah! Dad, there's a fire. There's a fire. At this moment, Wan's scream suddenly came from downstairs. Yi Qingfeng immediately got up and rushed out of the room, then smelled a strong burnt smell. He rushed downstairs and found that Lu Qingtong and Wan were standing at the kitchen door. Both of them had dust on their faces and looked at him innocently. Lu Qingtong was still holding a spatula in her hand. Her hair, which was originally tied in a ponytail, was a little scattered and draped wetly over her shoulders. She had a pout, like a child who had done something wrong. Wan looked at Yi Qingfeng with her eyes wide open, her hair was also wet, and then she smacked her lips.
What did you do to the kitchen?
Yi Qingfeng glanced at the kitchen. The range hood was working hard, making a rumbling sound. Lu Qingtong scratched her forehead awkwardly and said, I almost burned the house down.
Are you not hurt?
Yi Qingfeng hurried forward to check on the two. Fortunately, they ran fast enough. Fortunately, the kitchen's fire protection system was not faulty and triggered the sensor device in time. A bucket of water put out the fire. It almost put out the fire for both of them.
I'm fine. Are you okay, Wan? Lu Qingtong hurriedly checked on Wan. Fortunately, Wan smiled and said, I'm fine, Sister Qingtong. Did I scare you?
I'm sorry. Lu Qingtong quickly hugged Wan in her arms, with a guilty look on her face. I'm really fine, Dad.
Don't blame Sister Qingtong.
Sister Qingtong just wanted to try frying an egg by herself and said she wanted Dad to taste her cooking skills.
Wan hurriedly explained for Lu Qingtong. It's fried very well.
Yi Qingfeng smiled bitterly, then walked into the kitchen and began to clean up the battlefield. Especially seeing the salad oil left in the pot, Yi Qingfeng couldn't help but look back at Lu Qingtong. How did you put out this fire? He was a little shocked because if the oil pan caught fire, using water to put out the fire would likely cause a more dangerous fire. Lu Qingtong pointed to the oil bottle beside her and said, I quickly poured in cold oil and the fire was out. I just didn't expect the fire protection system to be so sensitive. After saying that, she glared at the sensor. If it weren't for the fire protection system, she wouldn't have been soaked like a drowned rat. You scared me. I thought you were frying an egg and needed so much oil.
Do you think I'm a fool?
I still have some basic common sense, okay? Lu Qingtong pouted and glared at Yi Qingfeng fiercely. In fact, Yi Qingfeng was a little scared. Many people didn't know the common sense of using cold oil to put out fire. When they saw the pot on fire, they were probably scared to death on the spot.
Go and wash up first, and don't do such dangerous things next time.
Yi Qingfeng said seriously. He couldn't afford such an accident.
Don't worry, I'm not scared.
I'm scared.
Lu Qingtong.
When Lu Qingtong and Wan finished their showers and went downstairs, Yi Qingfeng had already finished cleaning the kitchen. Looking at the brand new kitchen, Lu Qingtong smiled with satisfaction and said, very efficient.
You are such a nice person. You forced me to find something to do.
Yi Qingfeng rolled his eyes. At this time, Lu Qingtong came up with a bowl in hand. Here's a reward for you. I still have a successful case.
What is this? Fried eggs. Yi Qingfeng, are you serious? What else?
I took such a big risk to fry 2 eggs for you, don't you give me face?
Lu Qingtong looked at him righteously. Can I not eat it? Cannot. Then eat some? I have to finish it. I never waste anything you cook. How can this be compared?
Where does the confidence come from? Yi Qingfeng gritted his teeth and took the bowl from Lu Qingtong, then picked up the chopsticks and took a bite.
What's wrong? Is it not tasty? Don't say it if it's not tasty. Just keep it in your heart. Lu Qingtong smiled. Didn't you add salt?
Yi Qingfeng took another bite and it was bland.
Hearing this, Lu Qingtong was shocked and looked at him in disbelief. Impossible. I put salt in it, quite a lot. Could it be a mistake? Did I put MSG in it?
After saying that, she couldn't help but take a bite, but she immediately spat it out, spitting it out a few times and saying, "This is too salty."
Yi Qingfeng, you did this on purpose. Salty?
Yi Qingfeng took another bite, but it was really bland. This suddenly reminded him of what the doctor had said before: brain tumors may compress the nerves and cause problems with sensory organs such as vision and smell.
Well done, keep it up.
Yi Qingfeng ate the remaining fried eggs in a few bites.
An hour later, at the hospital.
Yi Qingfeng sat in front of the doctor, watching him gesture with the mouse with a frown on his face.
Xiao Yi, I really don't know what to say to you.
Dr. Wang looked away from the screen and looked at Yi Qingfeng with a hint of blame in his eyes.
Has it compressed the nerves? Yi Qingfeng asked. What do you think? To be honest, there's no need for an X-ray.
You should know that if you lose your sense of taste, it won't be long before your sense of smell, vision, and hearing will disappear as well.
The tumor must be removed surgically immediately. Dr. Wang warned.
Yi Qingfeng frowned slightly. I can't get away.
You said the same thing a year ago. Xiaoya, what kind of job do you do? How can you be so busy?
Dr. Wang was very puzzled.
Last time you said that the location of my brain tumor is not good and there is a 50% chance of failure in the operation, right?
Dr. Wang sighed. The risk does exist, but given your current condition, even if there is a risk, we have to do it.
If I fail, my sensory nerves might be damaged, right?
Yes, because your brain tumor is right next to these nerves, and it is difficult to remove it without damaging them. Then please prescribe me some more medicine.
I won't have the surgery.
At this point, Dr. Wang's eyes widened.
Xiao Yi, don't you understand?
If you don't do this, you'll die if you delay.
It was my decision.
He didn't want to become a burden to Wan in the future.
If you die, you may only suffer for a short time. If you live like a waste, you may suffer for the rest of your life. Chapter 25, Can ordinary people afford Lu Qingtong's gigolo life?
After coming out of the hospital, Yi Qingfeng felt that the sky outside was a little gray. It wasn't raining, but it was uncomfortable.
He drove the car to the downstairs of Tianyan building and sent a message to Lu Qingtong. I'm downstairs. Wait a moment, I'll be right down.
A few minutes later, Lu Qingtong happily got into the car, bag in hand.
I've just submitted the repertoire. The production team will prepare the stage tomorrow and ask me for any lighting requirements. I haven't responded yet, so I'd like to hear your opinion. Let's use a gray-blue lighting tone.
It's best not to use strong light for the whole song, just like the weather today. There's no sunshine, but no rain either. Yi Qingfeng thought of the MV of the song meeting in his mind, and the overall tone was exactly like this.
That's pretty much what I was thinking.
I'll talk to the production team about it later.
Lu Qingtong nodded with a smile.
Actually, I was thinking the same thing just now, but Sister Yun disagreed, saying the tone was too bland and wouldn't excite the audience.
It's really strange. Do singers nowadays have to hit high notes to impress the audience? You have your own decision to make. Don't worry about what others say. Yi Qingfeng nodded, agreeing with her. Well, don't listen to her. Go pick up Wan. It's almost time for her to get out of school.
Lu Qingtong glanced at the time and reached out to fasten her seatbelt. However, Yi Qingfeng unbuckled his seatbelt, glanced at her, and said, "Why don't you drive?"
I drive? Lu Qingtong pointed at her nose. How can I, a famous star, be your driver? Feel it, this car drives pretty well.
Yi Qingfeng smiled slightly.
Okay, luckily I'm wearing flat shoes today, so I'll be your driver again. Besides, I haven't driven this car since I bought it.
Lu Qingtong unbuckled her seatbelt again, and then exchanged positions with Yi Qingfeng. She likes cars, otherwise there wouldn't be more than a dozen luxury cars in her garage.
Are you nervous?
After fastening her seatbelt again, Lu Qingtong gave Yi Qingfeng a wicked smile.
She drives very fiercely.
Yi Qingfeng had just fastened his seatbelt, but upon hearing this, he tightened it even more and said, "Why should I be nervous?
You're a girl driving, how could you possibly throw me out?"
However, before he could finish his words, Yi Qingfeng felt a strong push on his back, and then his whole body tilted over. The reason why he suggested that Lu Qingtong drive was that he felt a little dizzy and was afraid that a sudden dizziness while driving might lead to an accident.
Who would have thought? I feel even more dizzy now. Hey! How can you start like this?
Yi Qingfeng put his right hand against his forehead, speechless.
Lu Qingtong chuckled, "My idol, you asked me to drive.
I always drive like this, without any hesitation."
When he arrived at Wanwan's school, Yi Qingfeng's face turned pale. Are you okay? Why do you look a little weird?
After stopping the car, Lu Qingtong looked at the pale-faced Yi Qingfeng and was speechless. Apart from the fact that I started off a little too fast, I drove quite smoothly afterwards.
I'm a little carsick, I'll take it easy.
As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qingfeng felt nauseous, then quickly opened the car door and rushed under a tree. Seeing him like this, Lu Qingtong was stunned and wondered if this was the right thing to do. She quickly grabbed 2 tissues and, without even bothering to put on her sunglasses, trotted over to Yi Qingfeng.
Are you really carsick? And you're so dizzy? Are you okay? Do you want me to take you to the hospital? It's okay.
Seeing that Lu Qingtong was not wearing sunglasses, Yi Qingfeng quickly looked around. Fortunately, there were no suspicious paparazzi. Get in the car, don't let the paparazzi take pictures of you.
Oh, you should get in the car.
I'll pick you up Wanwan and you wait for us in the car. Lu Qingtong helped Yi Qingfeng into the car, then put on a black mask and walked towards the school gate. After sitting in the car and relaxing for a while, Yi Qingfeng finally felt a little more comfortable.
Looking out the window, he couldn't help but clench his fists. He was still far from the time to fall down. However, after waiting in the car for 10 minutes, Lu Qingtong and Wanwan did not come back.
This made him feel a little uneasy, so he put on a black mask and walked quickly towards the school gate. At the school gate, a middle-aged woman in her 50s was protecting her grandson and looking at Lu Qingtong angrily.
How do you discipline your child? How can a little girl hit someone?
Lu Qingtong held Wanwan's hand tightly, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. Your grandson is still a child, and he said such harsh words.
Shouldn't you take care of him first?
It turned out that the little boy in front of him pointed at Wanwan on the way out of the school gate and said that her father was a gigolo.
Wanwan was so angry that she hit the little boy. Your father is a gigolo. I'm not wrong.
At this time, the little boy was still stubborn.
My dad is not a gigolo. My dad is awesome. My dad is the best dad in the world.
Wanwan had tears in her eyes. Ever since she knew what it meant to be a gigolo, she would never allow anyone to say that about her dad again.
Your father is a gigolo. Then I'm going to hit you.
Wanwan raised her little fist and was about to hit the little boy again, but fortunately Lu Qingtong held her back tightly.
Look at your child, what kind of character is he?
You should take care of your child's quality first. After saying that, Lu Qingtong picked up Wanwan and wanted to leave. But the other party refused to give in and tried to pull Lu Qingtong's clothes. At this time, Yi Qingfeng appeared and grabbed the other party's wrist. Because of the quarrel, many parents gathered at the school gate.
Fortunately, Lu Qingtong was wearing a mask, so they couldn't imagine for a while that the woman in front of them was Lu Qingtong.
I just feel that Wanwan's mother has a beautiful figure and an extraordinary temperament.
Can an ordinary person afford to eat the gigolo food of a woman like this?
Yi Qingfeng stood in front of Lu Qingtong and Wanwan and said gently, "Take Wanwan to the car first, I'll take care of it."
Yeah. Lu Qingtong nodded, knowing that staying here would cause more unnecessary trouble.
After they walked away, Yi Qingfeng looked at the middle-aged woman with a stern expression and said coldly, "Come with me." The middle-aged woman followed Yi Qingfeng hesitantly to an ATM machine near the school.
Wait me a moment.
Soon, Yi Qingfeng handed a stack of cash to the middle-aged woman. When she saw the money, her eyes lit up.
Use this money to treat your grandson's mouth.
Yi Qingfeng really didn't want to waste his breath on things that could be solved with money.
Don't try to reason with idiots. Chapter 26. A family of 3, how nice.
Lu Qingtong and Wan Wan were waiting in the car. Both the big and the small still looked angry. Seeing Yi Qingfeng coming back, Lu Qingtong immediately looked at him with a pout and said, "That kid is really too uncultured. How can he talk like that at such a young age?" Seeing Lu Qingtong like this, Yi Qingfeng was a little moved. After all, she was so angry because she cared about Wan Wan.
Don't be angry. It's not worth it to make yourself hurt.
Yi Qingfeng smiled slightly.
There's really no need to be angry with that kind of person. I'm just worried that Wan Wan's self-esteem will be affected.
Wan Wan held Lu Qingtong's hand and said, "Sister Qingtong, I'm not angry anymore, because I know that my father is the best father in the world."
After saying that, Wan Wan gave Lu Qingtong a big smile.
Lu Qingtong gently stroked Wan Wan's face and felt a little distressed for a moment. She understood that it was precisely because Wan Wan had no mother and needed her father to take care of her in everything, so those parents would criticize her like this behind her back.
Wan Wan is the best.
Lu Qingtong sorted out her emotions and said, "Let's go home.
Your father bought some big crabs today. Let's go home and eat crabs."
Yeah.
There are big crabs to eat. Looking at the two of them happy, Yi Qingfeng was a little dazed for a moment. A family of 3, how nice. Mei Yu. President's office.
A man in a black suit looked at the beauty in front of him in a white dress with some surprise.
Qian Luo, are you serious? You're going to cover a song by a small internet celebrity on your first stage?
The man in the black suit was none other than He Bang, the president of Mei Yu Media.
Yang Qianluo nodded firmly and said, "Well, this song is very good, and the other party has already authorized it to me." Most importantly, he also gave the authorization to Lu Qingtong. He Bang's expression was even more surprised. You want to sing the same song as Lu Qingtong? Are you going to compete directly with Lu Qingtong on the first stage? The confidence on Yang Qianluo's face became more obvious.
In terms of singing skills, Lu Qingtong is not as good as me. This song is especially difficult to control the breath. I believe that if we compete on the same stage, the audience will be able to tell who is stronger. He Bang held his chin, lost in thought.
After a long moment, he spoke, "That's fine.
Aside from Bei Hanfei, you can handle all the other 5 judges this time.
This will be very advantageous for you.
As long as you win this first stage, your status in the music industry will definitely be higher than Lu Qingtong's." Seeing He Bang agreed, Yang Qianluo smiled knowingly. "Mr. He, I have another idea."
You say.
After the song is submitted, I think we can release the news immediately to stir up public opinion. I think that if Lu Qingtong and I compete on the same stage for the same song, it will definitely be a hot topic. If I win, Mei Yu's stock price will also rise. He Bang had always admired Yang Qianluo's confidence and said, "Okay, I'll follow your advice." Once this news gets out, it will probably become a hot topic. I'm just worried that Lu Qingtong won't dare to accept the challenge.
She has already submitted the repertoire.
If I back down at this moment, I will be shooting myself in the foot.
If I just admit defeat, it won't do me any harm.
Yang Qianluo raised his eyebrows and smiled. It's really strange that a song by a small internet celebrity is liked by both of you. Why don't you bring this person to the company sometime and I'll see if I can sign him? Although He Bang hadn't had time to listen to the song Meet, he was naturally interested since Lu Qingtong and Yang Qianluo liked it at the same time. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Yang Qianluo's eyes became a little dim, and he sighed and said, "I guess this person is not good looking and doesn't want to show up." He Bang opened his phone and found that the song Meet had gained over 7 million views, a frighteningly strong momentum. Even if Yang Qianluo released a new song, it might not be so popular. It would be a shame not to sign such a potential stock. Although appearance is important, this person is indeed very talented. Let's find a way to find him and sign him first. He Bang said after thinking for a moment. Yang Qianluo naturally understood He Bang's purpose, nodded, and said, "Don't worry, Mr. He, I will find a way to meet him as soon as possible and bring him to see you then." Just as Yang Qianluo judged, after the topic of her and Lu Qingtong singing the song Meeting Together was released on Weibo, the topic became popular without the need to mobilize too many resources. The showdown between the two divas on the same stage already made fans very excited, not to mention that they sang the same song.
Oh my god! Lu Qingtong and Yang Qianluo's debut performance is actually a cover of Yeezy's Encounter. Doesn't this mean they're going to fight to the death right from the start? Who is Master Yi? I've never heard the song meaning. Isn't the above post too out of date? This song is already topping the charts on S Station. It's over. I feel like Lu Ching is in big trouble. Yang Qianluo's singing skills are much better than Lu Ching's. If they compete on the same song, I'm afraid Lu Ching will die miserably.
How can Lu Ching, a singer who only knows how to plagiarize, compare with Yang Qianluo? After the news was released, most people were pessimistic about Lu Ching, especially affected by the plagiarism scandal. During this period of time, Lu Ching has been criticized by fans. Especially the black fans, they are always leading the trend. Sister Yun quickly noticed the situation online, which made her very uneasy. She had a head-on battle with Yang Qianluo on the first stage. If she lost, it would not only affect Lu Ching's reputation, but also Tianyin's stock price. Because of the plagiarism scandal, Tianyin's stock price has been very weak in recent times. If there is another blow, it may cause a large-scale sell-off among retail investors.
The capital market is cruel. Any disturbance will cause stock price fluctuations. From the moment Yang Qianluo's first stage repertoire was released, Tianyin's stock price has been going down. Soon, Sister Yun called Lu Ching to Lu Xiao's office. She frowned tightly, placing her hopes on Lu Xiao. In front of Lu Xiao, she advised Lu Ching, originally you wanted to sing the song meeting, and I agreed, but now Yang Qianluo has also applied for this song. In this situation, a head-on battle with her will not do you any good. While there is still time, let's quickly change the song. I'll go and coordinate with the production team. Lu Ching was indeed surprised that Yang Qianluo could sing meeting, and she even felt a little resentful towards this great god Yi Zi. It was clearly authorized to me, why did I give it to Yang Qianluo? Could it be that this great master Yi Zi was originally Yang Qianluo's man and deliberately set such a trap for himself? At this point, whether she changes the song or not, the situation is very unfavorable for her. Chapter 27, Riding a Tiger. Lu Xiao's brows were also furrowed. He sat in front of the computer, watching the stock price of Tianyin on the screen continue to fall. By the closing time, there is a possibility of hitting the limit down. But he also knew that if Lu Ching changed the song at this time, it would be tantamount to admitting defeat. It's difficult to get off the tiger. Ching, what do you think? Lu Xiao looked at Lu Ching with a cold expression. Her life has not been easy since her fiancé appeared. He was not angry at Lu Ching, but at Yi Qingfeng. Just when Lu Ching was about to reply to Lu Xiao, her cell phone rang. It was Yi Qingfeng calling. This call is crucial. Lu Ching glanced at Lu Xiao apologetically and said, I'll take a call first. Then she went to the corridor and answered the phone. Are you in the company? Lu Xiao should be looking for you, right? Yi Qingfeng's deep voice came from the phone. Lu Ching said in a low voice, well, I was discussing changing the song. Yang Qianluo also sang the song meeting, which made me too passive. There's nothing passive about it. This is an opportunity. Opportunity? Lu Ching was puzzled, and a hint of doubt appeared in her beautiful eyes. In short, don't change the song. Changing the song will be more disadvantageous to you. Besides, this is also an opportunity to prove yourself. Yi Qingfeng said firmly. But Lu Ching couldn't be confident, she knew that her singing skills were not as good as Yang Qianluo's. But Yi Qingfeng interrupted, I know what you're worried about. Anyway, don't change the song. I'll take you somewhere tonight. After saying that, Yi Qingfeng hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone, Lu Ching was a little confused. What was the connection between changing the song and taking her to a place in the evening? Baffling. But for some reason, facing Yi Qingfeng's firm attitude, Lu Ching's originally wavering heart seemed to suddenly have direction. She took a deep breath and walked into Lu Xiao's office again. Mr. Lu, Sister Yun, I don't plan to change the song. I'm singing meeting not because it's difficult or popular, but because I like it. I don't want to give up my love for it just because Yang Qianluo also sings it. I just want to sing it. Qingtong, now is not the time to be willful. If you like it, you can sing it next time. There is no need to make the situation so unfavorable to yourself. Seeing Lu Qingtong so stubborn, Sister Yin became even more anxious. Lu Xiao didn't speak immediately, but just looked at Lu Qingtong coldly. After a long time, he spoke, was it Yi Qingfeng who called you just now? Yes. Lu Qingtong nodded in acknowledgement. He asked you not to change? What's the reason?
Lu Ching gritted her teeth and said, Qingfeng told me not to change, but he didn't give a reason. This made Lu Xiao even angrier.
Are all women in love so brainless? Aren't you afraid that he will ruin you? Lu Xiao said, gritting his teeth. Lu Qingtong couldn't help but grab the hem of her clothes. He is my fiancé.
I have no reason not to trust him.
You. Lu Xiao's anger was on the verge of exploding. What did Yi Qingfeng say about the dinner I mentioned that day? He agreed.
Lu Qingtong looked into Lu Xiao's eyes, but Qingfeng said that he is busy recently.
He will set a time after the first stage is over. So arrogant? And he still wants me to wait?
This thought immediately flashed through Lu Xiao's mind.
Qingtong, there's one thing you must understand.
This time, I'm gambling with the fate of Tianyan. If you lose the battle between you and Yang Qianluo, Tianyan's stock price will most likely weaken for a long time, and the company will continue to be suppressed by Meiyu. This will have a huge impact on me.
However, I still have my family behind me.
If you listen to your fiancé this time and make me lose miserably, I will also make your fiancé lose miserably. At this time, Yi Qingfeng was sitting opposite Bei Hongfei. He looked at the stock price trend of Tianyan on the mobile phone screen, which had already hit the lower limit. With a gentle slide of his fingers, Yi Qingfeng bought all his savings.
You buy Tianyan stocks at this time? Bei Hongfei was a little surprised by Yi Qingfeng's operation. Yi Qingfeng smiled faintly. Do you want to buy some too? Bei Hongfei held his chin and looked at Yi Qingfeng meaningfully. Are you sure that Lu Qingtong can win this time? After all, if Lu Qingtong wins, Tianyan's stock price will definitely rebound strongly. She is my fiancée. There is no reason for me to bet on her to lose, right?
Yi Qingfeng's eyes were filled with confidence.
Then I'll buy some too. Bei Hongfei immediately took out his phone. 30 million, is that enough?
Yi Qingfeng glanced at the selling pressure and said, Don't worry, the price will hit the lower limit soon.
After the price hits the lower limit, you can use up all the funds that blocked the lower limit during the closing call auction. It is obvious that there is a dealer behind Tianyan Media's stock. And the banker is most likely Lu Xiao's man. When the stock price hits the limit down, all the money he has thrown out at a loss will be eaten up, and then he will not be able to buy it back. The time soon came to 2:50 in the afternoon, and Tianyan's stock price was successfully pushed to the lower limit.
Subsequently, 100,000 lower limit orders were placed.
Seeing the 100,000 lot limit down order, Yi Qingfeng looked at Bei Hongfei and said, Brother Hongfei, 80 million, can you handle it? That's more than I thought.
It looks like this market swindler is taking advantage of the situation to suppress the stock price and force retail investors to sell their shares.
It's also possible they're really selling off. After all, Tianyan's stock price is quite high.
If they think Qingtong will lose, they might sell at a loss at this point.
Okay, I believe in your judgment, then I'll take it.
Bei Hongfei quickly gestured on the screen, and before the closing, he took all the 100,000 orders.
However, Yi Qingfeng's next words made the corners of his mouth twitch. The first stage will be tomorrow night.
Brother Hongfei, if you have sufficient funds, after tomorrow's market opens, if Tianyan's stock price falls below 5 points, you can take as many chips as you have.
You want me to become the major shareholder? Tianyan's circulating shares total 3 billion. If he continues to acquire them, Bei Hongfei will soon become one of Tianyan's top 10 shareholders. Lu Xiao still holds 21% of Tianyan's shares. It would be good to put some pressure on him. Bei Hongfei suddenly understood Yi Qingfeng's intention.
He wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to change the owner of Tianyan.
If Lu Qingtong wins this time, Tianyan's stock price will definitely rebound, and Bei Hongfei will make a profit.
If Lu Qingtong really lost, it would be a great opportunity to join Tianyan.
Of course, Yi Qingfeng was confident that Lu Qingtong would win this duel. Chapter 28 The Truth, Should I Tell It or Not?
After the market closed, Yi Qingfeng and Bei Hongfei put down their phones at the same time.
Bei Hongfei smiled and said, Qingfeng, if I'm not mistaken, Master Yi Zi, that's you, right?
Now, the person who understands Yi Qingfeng's talent best is the man in front of him. In front of Bei Hongfei, Yi Qingfeng had no reason to hide anything.
He smiled slightly and said, Yes.
Beautiful. Bei Hongfei patted his leg excitedly.
I knew it was you.
That move of yours was so beautiful. When you called me the other day to ask about the competition system, I had a vague idea that Master Yi Zi was you.
It's all thanks to your trust, Brother Hongfei. Bei Hongfei laughed, Don't say that.
5 years ago, when Huangji was in its most difficult time, the songs you wrote helped Yang Qianluo's first album become a huge hit and pulled my Huangji back from the brink.
Bei Hongfei always remembered this kindness deeply. At this time, Bei Hongfei's secretary knocked on the door.
Boss Bei, Zhao Lu has arrived at the company.
Let her in. Soon, a girl came in from outside, led by the secretary.
She was wearing a miniskirt with a white short-sleeve top with a low neckline, revealing her charming cleavage.
Boss Bei.
After entering the room, Zhao Lu subconsciously glanced at Yi Qingfeng, and then her beautiful eyes widened.
Although she was abroad during this period, she was always paying attention to the hot topics in the domestic entertainment industry, especially those about Lu Ching. She could never forget Yi Qingfeng's face. Lu Qingtong's fiancée who suddenly appeared left a deep impression on her. Like Cheng Yaojin who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. You are Qingtong's fiancée?
Yi Qingfeng looked at Zhao Lu calmly, then pointed to a chair beside him and said, "Sit down and talk." Zhao Lu was urgently recalled by the company this time. She thought the company had new arrangements for her, but she never expected that the person she met when she returned to the company was Lu Qingtong's fiancé.
This made her feel vaguely uneasy.
After all, Yi Qingfeng once said in front of reporters that he would help Lu Qingtong investigate the issue of song plagiarism.
Bei Hongfei's face looked a little gloomy. Zhao Lu, I asked you to come back this time because I wanted to find out what's going on with the song you wrote for Lu Qingtong.
Bei Hongfei said coldly. Zhao Lu was on pins and needles, nervously tugging at the hem of her skirt. I wrote the song, Qingtong liked it very much, so I gave it to her.
Is it really like that?
Yi Qingfeng asked. Zhao Lu looked at Yi Qingfeng nervously. Qingtong and I have been best friends for many years.
Of course I'm willing to give her something she likes. Is there anything wrong with this?
You are really a good friend, but before you gave the song to Qingtong, you should have known that the melody of this song was copied from the new song of Korean singer Lee Ji-sim, right? And the timing is so coincidental. Lee Ji-sim's new album was released only one day earlier than Qingtong's new album. Yi Qingfeng stared at Zhao Lu, not missing any trace of her dodging gaze. Zhao Lu pulled her skirt tighter, but she was determined not to admit it. She placed her hopes on Bei Hongfei. As an artist of Huangji, her interests were integrated with the company's, and the boss should protect her. Zhao Lu then turned her gaze towards Bei Hongfei and pleaded in her tone, saying, "Mr. Bei, you know, I don't even know Li Jixin, and it's impossible for me to have known her songs before her album was released. This is completely a coincidence, and I've been wrongly accused."
Bei Hongfei's expression remained gloomy. You're right, so this makes me trust Qingfeng's judgment even more. Is there someone else behind this? Someone else taught you to do this, right?
Zhao Lu's heart skipped a beat and her face turned even paler.
Zhao Lu, you are my Huangji artist.
Any decision I make can influence your development for at least the next 5 years. So, regarding this matter, I advise you to tell us the truth honestly.
This will minimize your losses.
Zhao Lu didn't expect that Bei Hongfei would completely stand on Yi Qingfeng's side.
What kind of identity does Lu Qingtong's fiancé have that Bei Hongfei trusts him so much? This made Zhao Lu even more conflicted.
For doing this, she received a reward of 2 million from Yang Qianluo, but compared with her 5-year career, these 2 million were not worth it.
The truth, should I tell it or not?
However, just when Zhao Lu was struggling, Yi Qingfeng's words shocked her.
The person who instigated you to do this was Yang Qianluo, right?
I'm looking for you today, but I don't really care whether you're willing to tell the truth. You can leave this office now and go find Yang Qianluo and ask her if she's willing to offer you a higher stake to keep this secret and get you out of Huangji. It can be said that Yi Qingfeng's words have already put Zhao Lu under control. After saying that, Yi Qingfeng stood up and said, "I have something else to do, so I'll leave first."
You have 2 days to think about it.
There is a cocktail party before each season of The Voice of China starts. After all, the participants of the program are all well-known artists in the industry. This cocktail party before the broadcast can be regarded as a social gathering, allowing the artists to get to know each other better. Yi Qingfeng drove the car to the downstairs of the hotel and looked at Lu Qingtong, who was wearing a black evening dress and had a graceful figure, with a doting smile on his face. "I'll wait for you downstairs.
Call me when you're done."
"I'll come down after the formalities are over."
Lu Qingtong didn't like this kind of cocktail party and usually just dealt with it.
Although it was just a small cocktail party, there were still many reporters gathered in front of the banquet hall, and many of them came for Lu Qingtong and Yang Qianluo. They were competing on the same song on the first stage, and they really wanted to know what the two parties were thinking at the time.
Sure enough, as soon as Lu Ching walked to the door, a group of reporters came to greet her.
Ms. Lu, you chose to sing the same song as Yang Qianluo on your first stage.
Do you want to challenge Yang Qianluo head-on?
These words made Lu Qingtong feel very uncomfortable.
Challenge Yang Qianluo? When do we need to use the word challenge? Challenge? Just as Lu Qingtong was thinking about how to respond, a familiar voice sounded in her ears.
She couldn't help but turn her head and found that it was Bei Hongfei in a tang suit.
If I remember correctly, Qingtong's status in the music industry is higher than Yang Qianluo, right? Do you think the word challenge is appropriate?
As a veteran musician in the circle, Bei Hongfei never gives a good face to reporters.
Say what you have. Faced with Bei Hongfei's cold expression, the group of reporters were instantly silenced.
Bei Hongfei smiled at Lu Qingtong and said softly, Qingfeng really guessed it.
These unscrupulous reporters came here to intimidate you.
Lu Qingtong's beautiful eyes flashed at these words.
She looked at Bei Hongfei in surprise and asked in a low voice, Boss Bei, do you know Qingfeng? Chapter 29. How many secrets does this guy have?
Qingfeng and I are old friends.
He is my best brother. Bei Hongfei smiled heartily.
Lu Qingtong stared at Bei Hongfei in a daze. She could never have imagined that Yi Qingfeng and Bei Hongfei had such a good relationship.
All along, Lu Qingtong thought that Yi Qingfeng was just an ordinary person. No background. Now it seems that I was wrong.
Being able to be good friends with Bei Hongfei, his background is really not simple.
How many secrets does this guy have? Mr. Bei, thank you for helping me out.
Lu Qingtong said gratefully. Bei Hongfei laughed heartily, you are Qingfeng's fiancée, and will be his sister-in-law in the future.
It would be awkward to say thank you.
These words made Lu Qingtong blush.
By the way, Qingtong, when are you planning to have your wedding? Bei Hongfei couldn't help but gossip. This requires asking Qingfeng. Lu Qingtong's face turned even redder. What on earth did Yi Qingfeng say about her and him outside? If this continued, she would have to marry him even if she didn't want to. You two are really tight-lipped. Okay, I won't ask any more questions.
Just arrange a good position for me after we get married.
Bei Hongfei smiled and pointed at Lu Qingtong. I have some old friends over there. Let's go over and chat for a while. Okay, Mr. Bei, you go ahead and get busy.
Lu Qingtong didn't breathe a sigh of relief until Bei Hongfei left, and at the same time, Yi Qingfeng's face appeared in her mind. I must ask him when I get home how he knows Bei Hongfei. At this time, the reporters at the door became noisy again.
Yang Qianluo was wearing a red evening dress, like a blooming rose, gorgeous and charming.
Her appearance made the reporters crazy, and they started taking pictures of her randomly. From the smile on Yang Qianluo's face, it can be seen that she enjoys this feeling very much.
In terms of current popularity, Yang Qianluo is indeed more popular than Lu Qingtong. This is also the cruel part of the entertainment industry.
If a star is criticized at all, his or her popularity will be greatly affected.
There are too many people who take advantage of others' misfortunes.
Fortunately, Lu Qingtong didn't care about these things. After glancing at Yang Qianluo, she asked the waiter for a glass of juice and planned to leave after the opening ceremony of the meeting was over. She didn't want to stay in a place like this any longer, it was really boring.
Hello, Miss Lu.
At this time, another figure appeared behind her. She turned around and her beautiful eyes flashed again.
It turned out to be the Korean female singer, Lee Ji-sim.
According to the competition rules of the first 2 seasons, there are usually 7 singers at the beginning of the show, but starting from the 3rd episode, after the initial singers are eliminated, singers will come in to fill their places, for a total of 3. So when she saw Li Jixin at this time, Lu Qingtong immediately realized that she was most likely the replacement singer.
The program crew is really crazy for the sake of traffic.
Lu Qingtong was already caught up in a plagiarism scandal between her and Li Jixin, and the program team specially invited Li Jixin to participate in the program. Their intention was obvious. They really don't mind making trouble and squeeze the value of artists to death.
For traffic, do whatever it takes.
Even though she was wrongly accused, Lu Qingtong still felt awkward seeing Li Jixin. She forced a smile and said, "Hello, Miss Li."
"Hi, Jixin, I didn't expect you to come here so soon."
At this time, Yang Qianluo came over and saw Li Jixin, and the two hugged each other.
It seems like they have a good relationship. Qingtong, this is your first time meeting Jixin.
This time the program team invited Jixin to be a guest.
Jixin's strength should not be underestimated.
Yang Qianluo looked at Lu Qingtong with a smile, his words full of hidden meaning and innuendo. Lu Qingtong pretended to be calm, as such a scene really made her feel at a loss. Then you guys chat. Lu Qingtong was holding a glass of juice and wanted to find an old friend to chat with to ease the awkwardness, but she found that the people around her were in groups of 2 or 3, chatting enthusiastically. A year ago, wherever she went, she would be surrounded by all kinds of capital. Who would have thought that the situation would become so embarrassing in just 1 year? At this moment, the reporters at the door started to make noise again. Lu Qingtong subconsciously looked up and found that the person who appeared at the door was Yi Qingfeng. Facing the camera of the reporter, he didn't even look at it, and walked straight towards the direction where Lu Qingtong was.
I'm late, don't blame me, right?
Yi Qingfeng said gently in front of Lu Qingtong. Lu Qingtong wanted to ask him why he came, but realized that it was inappropriate to ask this question in this situation.
It's okay, I'm glad you're here.
Lu Qingtong smiled slightly, then reached out and held his arm. Yang Qianluo, who was standing aside, suddenly had a sharp look in his eyes.
Mr. Yi, I've long heard of your name.
Although Yang Qianluo was unhappy with Yi Qingfeng's appearance, she still stretched out her hand and pretended that she was meeting Yi Qingfeng for the first time. At the same time, she also wanted to see how Yi Qingfeng would face her in front of Lu Qingtong. Yi Qingfeng glanced at Yang Qianluo indifferently, but did not extend his hand to shake his hand back.
Thank you for the compliment. I'm just a nobody, not worth mentioning. A nobody? Mr. Yi, you've been making quite a splash in the entertainment industry lately.
Yang Qianluo retracted his hand.
Qingtong's fiancée can't be a nobody, right? Mr. Yi, your identity is so mysterious. Could you tell me what you do today?
Yang Qianluo deliberately raised his voice, attracting the attention of several people nearby.
He Bang and Lu Xiao, who were originally chatting, couldn't help but come over. This is a good opportunity to get to know Yi Qingfeng.
Faced with this malicious question, Yi Qingfeng's expression remained calm, but he did not rush to answer. Seeing Yi Qingfeng remain silent, Lu Xiao took the opportunity to speak. Yes, Mr. Yi, your identity has always been quite mysterious.
Today, taking this opportunity, could you tell us what you do? You said you were abroad for the past few years, so your overseas business must be quite big, right? Lu Qingtong couldn't help but worry for Yi Qingfeng.
If I had known this would happen, Yi Qingfeng would have better not come up. However, Yi Qingfeng's next answer was beyond her expectations. Yi Qingfeng still looked at Yang Qianluo calmly, and slowly said, Miss Yang, you should know what I do. Yang Qianluo naturally didn't expect Yi Qingfeng to answer like this.
The secret between him and me must not be known to anyone. Yi Qingfeng's answer was equivalent to throwing the difficult problem back to Yang Qianluo. You're shooting yourself in the foot.
In an instant, Yang Qianluo's face became a little ugly, and Lu Xiao and He Bang looked at her curiously.
Qianluo, do you know Mr. Yi? He Bang couldn't help but ask.
Lu Xiao was even more surprised and stared at Yang Qianluo closely. Miss Yang, quickly tell me how you and Mr. Yi met.
Chapter 30, Tough Guy, Really Tough Guy.
Not to mention Lu Xiao and He Bang's curiosity, Lu Qingtong was also surprised at this moment that Yi Qingfeng actually knew Yang Qianluo.
And the relationship seems to be extraordinary. Everyone was waiting for Yang Qianluo's answer.
Yang Qianluo's face looked a little ugly, and she was at a loss for a moment. After all, the relationship between her and Yi Qingfeng must not be exposed.
This melon is even bigger than Lu Qingtong's. Ex-husband, pregnant, divorced, abandoned.
Any one of these words could bring her to ruin. Fortunately, at this time, Bei Hongfei came up, with a smile on his face, looking at young Qianluo, and said, All right, there is nothing to hide about this matter.
Qianluo's debut was all packaged by Qingfeng.
I, Huangji, was able to get out of the difficult situation 5 years ago, thanks to Qingfeng. Bei Hongfei's words caused an uproar at the scene. It turns out that 5 years ago, it was Yi Qingfeng who created Yang Qianluo personally. It was he who pulled Huangji, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, back from the edge of the cliff.
That was 5 years ago.
At that time, Tianyan was just a small company that had been established not long ago.
Mei Yu was not even born. Yi Qingfeng has already become a powerful figure in the extremely complex business circle of the entertainment industry.
Given Bei Hongfei's status in the industry, his words cannot be questioned.
Lu Xiao couldn't help but take a breath. He didn't expect that Yi Qingfeng was really an invisible boss.
Although Yang Qianluo didn't want to admit that she was packaged and created by Yi Qingfeng, she had to admit it all given the current situation.
It's better than exposing the truth.
Yang Qianluo forced a smile and could only bite the bullet and admit, although there were some unpleasant things later, my debut was indeed thanks to Mr. Yi. Everyone knew that she had switched from Huangji to Meiyu, so this answer was reasonable. Yi Qingfeng smiled faintly, it's okay, I don't care about what happened back then.
I just hope, Miss Yang, you don't mention it again. What's done is done.
After saying that, he turned his gaze to Lu Xiao and said, Mr. Lu, I'm a bit busy these days.
I can arrange the dinner you asked me to have later when I'm free.
Okay, Mr. Yi. Lu Xiao nodded hesitantly, and for a moment, he didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Yi Qingfeng.
This background is really not simple.
Qingfeng, come on, let's go over there and have a few drinks. Bei Hongfei patted Yi Qingfeng's shoulder with a smile, and walked towards the terrace on the side under the gaze of a group of people.
No one dared to approach her anymore.
Until they walked away, he Bang approached Yang Qianluo and asked in a low voice, what's going on between you and Mr. Yi?
Why didn't you mention him to me when you first came to Meiyu?
At this moment, Yang Qianluo felt very complicated. Although Yang Qianluo knew that it was Yi Qingfeng who helped her get in touch with Huangji, she never expected that Yi Qingfeng and Bei Hongfei had such a close relationship. She just thought that Yi Qingfeng had gone through a lot of trouble to persuade Bei Hongfei to give her this opportunity. Later on, she relied on herself. It now appears that this is not the case.
My ex-husband actually has so many secrets that I don't know about.
Yang Qianluo sorted out his turbulent heart and replied, Mr. Yi is a low-key person and is elusive.
If he doesn't let me say it, then I naturally didn't say it.
I see.
He Bang nodded meaningfully. Then how much do you know about this Mr. Yi?
Mr. Yi, I really don't know much. Yang Qianluo grinned, and his originally happy mood had disappeared at this moment. He Bang no longer had any suspicions and was just glad in his heart that he didn't seem to have offended Yi Qingfeng in any way. As for Lu Xiao, it was different. Looking at Yi Qingfeng sitting on the terrace and chatting happily with Bei Hongfei, he felt mixed emotions.
But how could he be willing to hand Lu Qingtong over to someone else? What a tough guy. Yi Qingfeng was not interested in the opening ceremony that followed.
He just stayed with Lu Qingtong throughout the whole process. During this period, Lu Qingtong held Yi Qingfeng's arm from time to time, which was a show of affection in front of the media.
After the ceremony, Yi Qingfeng looked at Lu Qingtong tenderly and asked, would you like to stay a little longer? Lu Qingtong shook her head and said, let's go back. I don't really like this kind of occasion.
Okay, let's go home. Yi Qingfeng took her hand and left the cocktail party under the spotlight of the media. Sitting in the car, Lu Qingtong stared at Yi Qingfeng in a daze. After a moment of silence, she asked, I would never have guessed that you actually knew Mr. Bei, and that you two have such a good relationship.
Is what Mr. Bei said just now true?
I have helped him with some small favors, but not as exaggerated as he said. However, Brother Hongfei is a genuine and loyal person, and I am very grateful to him. Yi Qingfeng knew that Lu Qingtong would definitely ask these questions.
Tonight had a great psychological impact on her. I'm sorry.
Lu Qingtong said suddenly. This surprised Yi Qingfeng. He looked at her doubtfully and asked, why are you saying sorry to me? During this period of time, I really treated you as an ordinary person and thought you really had no background. Lu Qingtong stuck out her tongue, and her expression became more cute.
Yi Qingfeng smiled knowingly, aren't ordinary people good enough?
Okay, very good. Lu Qingtong felt her face getting slightly hot. Indeed, even if she didn't know Yi Qingfeng's true background, through spending time with him, she felt from the bottom of her heart that Yi Qingfeng was indeed a pretty good person.
That's fine, just treat me as an ordinary person.
In short, I will not break my promise to you and I will help you get out of the predicament you are in during this period. There was a hint of sincerity in Yi Qingfeng's eyes. To be honest, Lu Qingtong didn't have much hope that day when he pretended to be her fiancé, and was even worried about the embarrassment after his lie was exposed. But at this moment, looking at Yi Qingfeng's eyes that were as firm as ever, Lu Qingtong suddenly felt that he might really be the man sent by God to save her.
Qingfeng, thank you. Yi Qingfeng's appearance made Yang Qianluo's mood gloomy throughout the entire cocktail party. As soon as the ceremony ended, she didn't care about the investors, grabbed her bag and wanted to leave.
She wanted to be quiet. However, just as she got into the nanny car, her cell phone rang. When she saw the other party's name, her brows furrowed even more tightly.
Chapter 31. She was really scared. The call was from Zhao Lu.
Logically speaking, after taking the money, she shouldn't contact Yang Qianluo again. So when Yang Qianluo saw her call, he felt a little uneasy.
What's wrong? Yang Qianluo answered the phone in a low voice.
Zhao Lu's voice was a little nervous, and she stammered, Sister Qianluo, I'm back home.
Do you need to report to me even after you return to China?
Yang Qianluo was speechless, but he knew in his heart that it was definitely not that simple.
Sister Qianluo, can we meet? The current situation is a bit complicated.
Yang Qianluo looked at the road, hesitated for a moment, and said, Come to my house in half an hour. When Yang Qianluo returned home, Zhao Lu was already waiting at the door.
Sister Qianluo, come in and talk. Only after the door was slammed shut did Yang Qianluo look back at her and ask, What happened? Today, Lu Ching's fiancé, Mr. Yi, came to see me.
Although he guessed that Zhao Lu returned to China because of the plagiarism scandal, the fact that Yi Qingfeng had contacted her still made Yang Qianluo's pupils dilate suddenly.
Why did he look for you?
Zhao Lu looked at Yang Qianluo nervously, clutching her hands tightly, and said, He wants me to admit that Lu Qingtong plagiarized.
The responsibility lies with me. Then do you admit it? Yang Qianluo asked.
Zhao Lu quickly shook her head.
Of course I won't admit it. If I do, my career will be ruined. Then just deny it. Why did you come to me?
Yang Qianluo said coldly. In her opinion, the best way to solve this matter is to deny it until death. However, Zhao Lu's next answer made her heart skip a beat.
Yi. Mr. Yi mentioned you, and I guessed that it was you who was behind it, instigating me to do this.
When saying this, Zhao Lu's tone became obviously more nervous, even with panic.
Yang Qianluo's face turned pale as he stared into Zhao Lu's eyes. Are you sure that he was the one who guessed it? And it wasn't you who betrayed me?
Yang Qianluo suddenly got furious, staring Zhao Lu so much that she trembled.
Zhao Lu quickly waved her hands in denial. No, Sister Qianluo, I really didn't betray you.
Throughout this entire process, I never mentioned your name, nor did I dare to mention your name.
I really don't know how Mr. Yi guessed it was you. Yang Qianluo covered his forehead. Headache. Does Yi Qingfeng really want to fight to the death with me? So what did he say? Yi. Mr. Yi has me in his control.
If I don't admit it, I will definitely not be able to stay in Huangji in the future.
Sister Qianluo, you must help me.
As long as you help me pay Huangji's liquidated damages and then arrange for me to join Meiyu, I promise that I will keep this matter to myself forever and will never involve you. At this point, Zhao Lu could only say this reluctantly.
Are you threatening me? The coldness in Yang Qianluo's eyes seemed to make the air stagnant. Sister Qianluo, I dare not threaten you. But now, I really have no choice.
As she spoke, tears couldn't help but fall from the corners of her eyes. She was really scared.
Seeing Zhao Lu crying, Yang Qianluo became even more irritated and said angrily, Stop crying all the time. Is 10 million enough?
When Zhao Lu heard the 10 million, she was immediately delighted. With her status, 5 million was enough to compensate for the breach of contract.
Enough. Enough.
The 10 million I'm referring to is for you to admit in front of the media that you did it, not for you to pay Huangji's breach of contract fee, Lai Meiyu.
Yang Qianluo explained coldly.
She knew very well that with Yi Qingfeng's style, if she really helped Zhao Lu, he would definitely hold her accountable.
Instead, if Zhao Lu took the responsibility for everything and cleared Lu Qingtong's name, the matter might just pass.
But Zhao Lu never expected this answer.
Sister Qianluo, do you mean that I should take all the blame?
Zhao Lu looked at her in panic and asked.
Yang Qianluo's expression remained stern. This is the best solution at the moment.
10 million to buy out my career, I can't accept that. Zhao Lu knew that once she admitted this, she would definitely not be able to survive in the entertainment industry.
Do you think it's so easy to get into the entertainment industry?
If you take 10 million and admit that you are the one who caused the plagiarism scandal, Huangji will only be more anxious than you.
They will be eager to terminate the contract with you. At that time, you don't even have to pay the penalty.
The 10 million will be all yours.
Yang Qianluo has already helped her think of a way out. 15 million.
If you still don't agree, I can guarantee that once I am involved in this matter, not only will you not get a penny, but your future life will be miserable.
Yang Qianluo finally lost his patience and said something harsh.
Zhao Lu's delicate body was trembling violently. She had no choice. After returning to the Sea View Villa, Lu Qingtong entered the practice room again. Although, after several days of continuous practice, she has mastered the song meaning. But she could never be completely satisfied with her performance.
I always feel like something is missing.
Yi Qingfeng sat on the terrace holding Wan Wan in his arms and did not rush to interrupt her. Only when the singing stopped did Yi Qingfeng stand up, walk to the door of the practice room, and gently knock on the glass door.
It's almost time.
I'll take you somewhere. As he said this, Lu Qingtong remembered that he had said during the day that he would take her somewhere.
Where are you going? You'll know when you get there. Half an hour later, Yi Qingfeng parked the car at the entrance of a small amusement park.
This surprised Lu Qingtong, and she couldn't understand why he brought her to this place. Wan Wan, on the other hand, looked at the carousel at the entrance of the amusement park and seemed very excited.
Dad, can we go ride the carousel? Certainly.
After buying the tickets, Wan Wan happily rushed to the carousel and picked a blue pony. Dad, come on. Perhaps it was a little late and there were not many people in the amusement park, but Lu Qingtong still put on a black mask. However, just as she was about to pick a nice wooden horse to sit on next to Wan Wan, Yi Qingfeng suddenly stopped her and said, "Wait a minute, I'll pick one for you."
Ah?
Why? Lu Qingtong was puzzled.
You'll understand then. Chapter 32. Are you treating yourself as an outsider?
Yi Qingfeng helped Lu Qingtong pick a wooden horse behind Wan Wan and said with a smile, "You sit here." Lu Qingtong climbed onto the wooden horse hesitantly, her expression full of confusion. At this time, Yi Qingfeng took out another pair of headphones and handed them to Lu Qingtong. "Put on the headphones."
What on earth are you going to do? Put it on first.
Yi Qingfeng said gently. Lu Qingtong took the headphones and put them on her delicate and fair ears.
Then what? What else do I need to do?
Yi Qingfeng took out his phone and opened an audio file. He then handed the phone to her and said, "Wait a moment for the Trojan to start spinning, then open this file."
Oh.
Lu Qingtong put on her headphones again hesitantly. Since she couldn't figure it out, she just obeyed first. However, what was infuriating was that Yi Qingfeng was not allowed to sit next to Wan Wan, but he sat next to her by himself, and the father and son looked very happy.
Are you treating yourself as an outsider?
After the three of them sat down, Yi Qingfeng made an okay gesture to the staff, and then the carousel started slowly. Lu Qingtong glanced at the screen of her mobile phone and opened the audio file according to Yi Qingfeng's previous instructions. It turned out to be the version of meeting she sang in the karaoke room.
Unexpectedly, Yi Qingfeng recorded it.
Soon, Lu Qingtong's own voice came from the headphones. The sound effect of the headphones was very good, almost blocking out the sound of the carousel itself. She could only see Yi Qingfeng and Wan Wan laughing and talking in front of her, but she couldn't hear what they were talking about.
I just think they look very happy.
In Lu Qingtong's ears, there was only the sound of her own singing. In the first half, Lu Qingtong didn't feel much, but in the second half, seeing Yi Qingfeng and Wan Wan laughing and talking happily, she couldn't help but envy them.
This kind of life is pretty good.
As the song ended, the carousel slowly stopped. Lu Qingtong watched Yi Qingfeng jump off the carousel and walk towards her.
It's over, why are you still standing there?
Yi Qingfeng smiled and helped her take off her headphones.
Do you want me to appreciate the artistic conception of this song?
Lu Qingtong seemed to understand Yi Qingfeng's intention.
Then do you understand?
Yi Qingfeng asked with a smile.
Lu Qingtong pouted, all I could see was you and Wan Wan laughing happily over there. I didn't get the meaning of this song at all. It's okay, don't worry.
Yi Qingfeng raised his eyebrows and smiled, this is just our first destination tonight.
This made Lu Qingtong look forward to it and asked, where are we going next? A secret.
Yi Qingfeng kept it a secret. Soon, Yi Qingfeng took her to a bus stop.
Huh? Don't tell me that next, where you want to take me, we are going to take a bus? Lu Qingtong asked in confusion. Yi Qingfeng nodded without hesitation, it's been a while since you've taken a bus, right? It's good to experience it.
Soon, a bus stopped in front of the platform. Yi Qingfeng pulled her and Wan Wan into the car.
There were not many people on the bus.
After Lu Qingtong sat down, Yi Qingfeng pulled Wan Wan and sat behind her.
What are you doing sitting in the back? In order not to disturb you.
Yi Qingfeng handed her the headphones again. This time, Lu Qingtong put on the headphones obediently. She had completely understood the purpose of Yi Qingfeng's doing this. As the bus slowly started, her own singing began to ring in her ears again.
Cloudy day, evening, outside the car window. There is someone waiting in the future. Look left, right, and forward. Love has to go through many twists and turns before it comes.
This time, looking out the window with her head leaning against the glass of the bus, Lu Ching vaguely felt that she seemed to understand the lyrics a little better.
Who will I meet and what kind of conversation will we have? The person I am waiting for, how far away in the future is he?
I hear the wind, coming from the subway and the crowd.
I stood in line, holding the number plate of love.
As the bus arrived at the next stop, Lu Ching saw a girl standing dejectedly on the platform, seemingly waiting for something.
Is she also waiting for love?
In fact, this girl, this bus, and even the carousel were all deliberately arranged by Yi Qingfeng.
His purpose was to recreate the scenes from the meeting MV so that Lu Qingtong could experience it in person.
The MV of a song can best reflect the artistic conception of the song. He hoped that this would be helpful to Lu Qingtong. And it can be seen that her immersion in this song is becoming stronger and stronger.
We've arrived.
Yi Qingfeng patted Lu Qingtong on the shoulder before pulling her out of the song. He wanted to take her to the next scene. This is a spacious office with only a small desk.
There is a notebook on top. A pen. Wan and I are waiting for you at the door.
You should listen to the lyrics of this song carefully. When they arrived at the door, Yi Qingfeng looked at Lu Qingtong gently and said, "This is also the area where the original singer Stephanie Sun spends the longest time in the entire MV. Staying here alone and quietly may allow Lu Qingtong to recall her experiences of the past few years.
This song is suitable for her. Although, these arrangements are a bit more deliberate. But recreating the scene is always helpful. Whether it can succeed or not ultimately depends on Lu Qingtong herself.
She is a girl with a story, she is different from many artists."
Walking into the office and looking at the empty environment, a feeling of loneliness quickly hit me. This kind of environment makes people sad. Makes people lonely. I want to find someone to accompany me. Makes people want to have love. Don't be alone anymore, hugging your knees and curling up in a corner alone. Chapter 33. Are you really in love with that woman?
The empty room seemed to isolate Lu Qingtong from this noisy world. The whole world became quiet. The lights in the room were light blue, similar to the stage lights at that time.
Light blue often represents a hint of sadness.
Lu Qingtong sat down in front of the desk.
On the desk was a blank piece of paper. There is also a pen with the cap unscrewed.
She picked up a pen and slowly wrote down the lyrics of meeting which she had already memorized on the snow-white paper. As she wrote, her experiences over the years flashed through her mind. She has been a beauty since childhood. From elementary school to junior high school to college, she was the undisputed school beauty, and there was always a group of suitors behind her. But she has never had a boyfriend. In her most beautiful years, she had never tasted the taste of love. Although she is a national goddess, her emotional life is a blank sheet of paper, so white that most of the time, she is left with only loneliness. It's not that she doesn't want to love, but that she can't find it.
Until Yi Qingfeng's face suddenly appeared in her mind.
That night, she drank a lot of wine and felt dazed, as if the whole world was spinning.
That night, her loneliness seemed to be magnified infinitely.
Although she didn't know how she appeared in the room, when she opened her eyes and saw the man's face in front of her, she was not afraid. Instead, her heartbeat suddenly became disordered. She would never forget that night. She was the one who initiated the kiss. It was she who released the lonely beast within herself. It was her, hugging that tall body tightly. It was she who ran her nails across that perfectly muscular back. It was she who excitedly bit his shoulder, leaving teeth marks the next day. This is also why everything that happened that night was so outrageous, but she accepted it so quickly the next day.
Meeting you is the most beautiful accident. When writing this line of lyrics, Lu Qingtong's heart trembled violently. Time passed by unknowingly.
Wan sat next to Yi Qingfeng, looking at the glass door of the office, and asked cautiously, "Dad, Sister Qingtong has been in for a long time.
When will she come out?" "Dad doesn't know either, we just have to wait."
Yi Qingfeng gently touched Wan's hair.
Wan rested her little head on his knees.
After waiting for about half an hour, Lu Qingtong opened the glass door and walked out slowly. Yi Qingfeng didn't ask her how she felt inside, but pulled Wan to her side and said gently, "The car is parked downstairs, let's go home."
"Okay."
Lu Qingtong looked up at Yi Qingfeng, but there was some emotion in her eyes that she had never had before.
Since it was already late, after returning to the Sea View Villa, Wan quickly took a shower and went to bed, while Lu Qingtong sat on the terrace the whole time. Yi Qingfeng walked out of the room and saw Lu Qingtong still sitting, so he came to her side and said, "Actually, I don't know if this approach of mine is right or if it can help you better appreciate this song. But don't feel too much pressure on tomorrow's stage. Regardless of whether you win or lose, as long as you can sing the song you like, that's all that matters. I think you are annoying." Unexpectedly, Lu Qingtong turned around, looked at Yi Qingfeng, and said this. This made Yi Qingfeng stunned, and he asked in confusion, "Why do I hate it?" In fact, at this moment, Lu Qingtong really wanted to ask, "Do you like me?" But she had never been in love, so she couldn't ask. That's why she said, "You are annoying." Lu Qingtong stood up and said, "Anyway, it's really annoying. I'm going to sleep and I won't pay any attention to you." Looking at Lu Qingtong like this, Yi Qingfeng was a little amused and helpless. For a moment, he really couldn't understand her mood at the moment. After Lu Qingtong returned to the room, Yi Qingfeng also got up and returned to the room. Only then did he realize that his cell phone, which had been placed on the bedside table, was vibrating. Someone called. When he saw the caller ID, his brows subconsciously frowned. It's Yang Qianluo. Yi Qingfeng knew that what happened at the party today must have made her very unhappy. But, so what if I'm unhappy? If she hadn't taken the initiative to make things difficult for Lu Qingtong, Yi Qingfeng wouldn't have stepped forward to save the situation. It's all your own fault. Soon, Yi Qingfeng hung up the phone. Too lazy to answer. Seeing Yi Qingfeng hung up the phone, Yang Qianluo, who was sitting on the bed, clenched his fists in anger. She stared at the phone screen fiercely and called again. Still rejected. Yi Qingfeng, don't force me. We have 3 rules. If you do this, it won't do you any good. After editing the message, Yang Qianluo clicked send without hesitation. A minute later, as his phone vibrated, Yi Qingfeng replied. You forgot, when I left that day, I told you not to pick on Qingtong anymore. So, remember, don't pick on Qingtong anymore. Otherwise, just like I made you famous back then, I can pull you down from the altar now. You better take care of yourself. Although he was angry, Yang Qianluo tried to calm himself down and then edited another message. I just want to ask you, how did you and Bei Hongfei meet? Why didn't you tell me all this back then? However, after the message was sent, a red exclamation mark popped up in front of the message box. The message failed to send. Yi Qingfeng actually blocked her. Seeing that Yi Qingfeng had blocked her, Yang Qianluo's beautiful eyes widened. Yi Qingfeng. She sat on the bed and frantically called Yi Qingfeng's name. Are you really in love with that woman? Online, the topic about Lu Qingtong and Yang Qianluo's upcoming head-to-head battle on the first stage of The Voice of China is still in full swing. Even fans from both sides started arguing about it. However, the next day, another piece of news overshadowed this one. The news is about Yi Qingfeng. The invisible boss, the one who made Yang Qianluo famous back then, turned out to be him. Lu Qingtong's fiancée is actually the one who saved Huangji. Lu Qingtong's fiancé reveals his identity again, and unexpectedly has a secret past with Yang Qianluo. The headlines of the news are more eye-catching than the other. The popularity is getting higher and higher. Ever since Yi Qingfeng admitted in front of the media that he was Lu Qingtong's fiancé, fans have been discussing Yi Qingfeng's identity, and some of them have doubts about Yi Qingfeng. These pieces of news made those who questioned Yi Qingfeng shut up. Save Huangji. He single-handedly made Yang Qianluo famous. Could this man be simple? Chapter 34 Why should I care about another man's feelings? Although news about Yi Qingfeng has flooded the internet, Yi Qingfeng himself is unaware of it. As usual, after getting up, he was too lazy to look at his mobile phone, but went downstairs to make breakfast for Lu Qingtong and Wan. Fried eggs, white porridge, and a few slices of toast. The life he pursues is a simple one. He just wants to live a good life, an ordinary life. However, Lu Qingtong was woken up by a call from Sister Yun. As soon as the call was connected, Sister Yun excitedly said on the other end, Qingtong, have you seen today's trending searches? Mr. Yi is on the trending searches. This woke Lu Qingtong up from her sleep. Yi Qingfeng became a hot topic, which made her subconsciously think that the fact that Yi Qingfeng pretended to be her fiancé was exposed. Fortunately, after seeing the trending headlines, she breathed a sigh of relief. But she was still curious about who had hyped up this topic. Although Yi Qingfeng now had a lot of attention on the internet because of Lu Qingtong, it was impossible for him to reach the top of the hot search list without hype. What is the intention of the person behind this? Sister Yun, who is behind this?
Lu Ching asked subconsciously.
Sister Yun was even more confused. Could it not be Mr. Yi himself?
With this trending search, Mr. Ye's identity, which was originally somewhat suspicious, is now completely clear. Indeed, this hot search is a good thing for Yi Qingfeng.
Could it be that Yi Qingfeng really did it on purpose? Okay, as long as it's not negative news,
Lu Qingtong said lightly. However, Sister Yun on the other end of the phone was clearly worried about something. After hesitating for a moment, she said, Qingtong, I'm calling to remind Mr. Yi that he needs to be more restrained in his actions. You don't know how furious Mr. Lu got this morning after seeing the news. He even smashed all the dishes on the table during breakfast. It is easy to imagine how angry Lu Xiao would be when he saw this hot search.
But what does this have to do with Yi Qingfeng?
Not sure if she was influenced by Yi Qingfeng during this period, but in response to Sister Yun's reminder, Lu Qingtong replied calmly, if he wants to smash it, I can't do anything about it.
Besides, Qingfeng is my fiancé, why should I care about another man's feelings? Oh, Qingtong, no matter what, you are Tianyan's person. If President Lu really explodes one day, the situation will be difficult to control. Sister Yun advised earnestly.
She was worried that she would lose her job because of this. However, this kind of scene was not what Lu Qingtong wanted to see. But because of this, does she still have to comfort Lu Xiao? This is even more impossible.
Sister Yun, please persuade Mr. Lu.
He has no shortage of women. After saying that, Lu Qingtong hung up the phone, then stretched herself, and just in time heard Wanwan calling her downstairs for breakfast.
Here I come. Lu Qingtong responded happily, then walked downstairs happily. In another luxurious villa, Lu Xiao, wearing pajamas and with messy hair, lay on the sofa in a decadent manner. The nanny was still cleaning up the mess in the restaurant.
This was the first time she saw Lu Xiao so angry. She was so scared that she didn't dare to speak the whole time, not even to breathe. Lu Xiao lay on the sofa, tapping his fingers on it.
Seems to be thinking about something.
Suddenly, he sat up excitedly, grabbed the cell phone on the coffee table, and made a call. The call was connected quickly and a smile appeared on his face.
Hello, Auntie.
Hey, Xiao Lu, why did you think of calling me? A middle-aged woman's voice came from the other end of the phone, sounding a little surprised. This woman was Lu Qingtong's mother, Zhao Yu.
Lu Xiao asked tentatively, Auntie, have you heard about Qingtong's recent affairs? Qingtong? What happened to Qingtong?
Zhao Yu suddenly became nervous, thinking that something had happened to Lu Qingtong.
Since Lu Qingtong's parents have been doing business abroad for many years, they don't know much about some things in China.
In the first few years when Lu Qingtong became popular, they would still pay attention to the news about Lu Qingtong.
But now, it has become commonplace and we are used to it. After getting used to it, they actually pay less attention to it.
Auntie, Qingtong suddenly has a fiancée recently.
Don't tell me you don't know about this? Lu Xiao was a little happy.
It would be outrageous if Lu Qingtong's mother didn't know about this.
Or, it's fake.
Or, Lu Qingtong hid this matter from her parents and didn't dare let them know. The reason why Lu Xiao thought of calling Lu Qingtong's mother was because Zhao Yu had always had a good impression of Lu Xiao. Even in a previous meeting, Zhao Yu privately asked Lu Xiao whether he liked his daughter Qingtong, and if so, he should boldly pursue her.
Fiancé? What fiancé? Where did Qingtong get a fiancé?
Zhao Yu was extremely surprised.
Lu Xiao was ecstatic. Auntie, you really don't know.
This is really strange. Qingtong's fiancé suddenly appeared, and I was worried that Qingtong was deceived.
Lu Xiao took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Zhao Yu only had one precious daughter, so how could she not be worried? She said excitedly, what the hell is going on? Qingtong, that silly girl, must have been deceived. As her mother, how could I not know whether she has a fiancé or not? Auntie, you have to come over and take a look. That man has been living in Qingtong's house recently.
Living in Qingtong's house?
Doesn't that man even have his own house? Qingtong found a man who lives off her? He must be a liar.
Qingtong, this silly girl, has never suffered any hardship since she was a child.
She must have been deceived by that man.
Zhao Yu was so anxious that he wanted to fly back on the spot. Auntie, Qingtong is deeply in love with that man. I'm worried that she's been cheated, so I had no choice but to call you.
Then you should come back quickly to see her. If Qingtong has a child by then, it will be really troublesome. Her career may be ruined.
Lu Xiao continued to fan the flames.
Okay.
I'll buy a plane ticket right away and fly to High City with her dad today.
Did you ask someone to get on the hot search this time?
After eating a piece of toast, Lu Qingtong looked at Yi Qingfeng and asked about the hot search. Yi Qingfeng looked bewildered.
Trending search? What trending search? You don't know?
Lu Qingtong opened her mouth slightly, her face full of surprise.
Open Weibo and see for yourself.
Yi Qingfeng then took out his cell phone, but soon his brows furrowed. Although this trending search seems to be positive for his image, he, who has rich experience in public relations, knows very well that this trending search is not a good thing.
Praising someone to death is one of the most brilliant strategies.
The other party's methods are becoming more advanced.
Chapter 35. Is this your real mother? Seeing Yi Qingfeng frown after seeing the trending searches, Lu Qingtong also became a little uneasy and asked, "Is there something wrong with these trending searches?"
Yi Qingfeng put down his phone and said, "Someone is definitely behind this.
But all this news is positive for you, so there shouldn't be any problem, right?"
Lu Qingtong was puzzled.
"Let me make a call first."
Yi Qingfeng stood up, walked to the stage, and then called Bei Hongfei.
But he believed that Bei Hongfei would not be so stupid. He should understand the principle of flattery. Sure enough, as soon as the call was connected, Bei Hongfei brought up the matter first and asked Yi Qingfeng, "Qingfeng, what's going on with today's trending search?" "I don't know either." "Who do you think might have done it?"
Bei Hongfei's words made Yi Qingfeng realize that it was impossible that he was helping him out of kindness and did something bad. Bei Hongfei also frowned and said, "After seeing these trending searches this morning, I've been thinking about this issue.
But I don't think it's Lu Xiao.
I know Lu Xiao well, and he wouldn't resort to such sophisticated tactics to deal with you."
Could it be Yang Qianluo? She must have been very upset at the party yesterday.
Yi Qingfeng naturally suspected Yang Qianluo, especially after he blocked her last night, which was equivalent to breaking off with her completely.
But not everyone can use the method of flattery well.
Moreover, if it was really Yang Qianluo who did it, she would never have brought herself along and admitted in front of the media that the person who made her famous back then was Yi Qingfeng.
So Yi Qingfeng temporarily ruled out this possibility. It shouldn't be her. The news this time is basically true.
Unless the other party is very clever and can coordinate with other things, this flattery will work.
Yi Qingfeng pondered.
Bei Hongfei smiled and said, "Yes, for the praise to kill tactic to work, it usually has to elevate you to a level that doesn't belong to you. But these pieces of news are all true, and they're not flattery at all. Maybe there are people who really appreciate you and speak up for you."
In the past 5 years, Yi Qingfeng's entire attention has been on Wanwan. He has not made any new acquaintances with any big shots.
So who else would speak up for him? In short, these hot searches made Yi Qingfeng feel somewhat strange. On the other side, not long after Yi Qingfeng got up and went to the terrace, Lu Qingtong's cell phone rang. When Lu Qingtong saw that it was her mother calling, her heart skipped a beat. During this period, what she was most worried about was that her family would find out that she had a fiancé.
What is meant to come will come. As soon as he picked up the phone, Zhao Yu asked excitedly, "Qingtong, what's going on with your fiancé?"
If Xiao Lu hadn't called me, I wouldn't have known about this.
Why didn't you tell me about such an important thing?
Lu Qingtong held the phone tightly, feeling sweat on her palms.
Mom, I thought you would see the news yourself. Lu Qingtong answered stiffly. I'm already at the airport. I'll arrive in High City at 10 o'clock in the evening.
By then, you must give me a reasonable explanation. After saying that, Zhao Yu hung up the phone directly.
Listening to the busy tone, Lu Qingtong felt overwhelmed.
One lie often requires countless lies to cover it up.
Sister Qingtong, are you okay? Wanwan couldn't help but ask with concern as she looked at Lu Qingtong, whose face was a little pale.
Looking at Wanwan with a confused look on her face, Lu Qingtong felt her head was even bigger.
My fiancé has a baby. This is such a huge lie that even a god can't explain it.
Especially since Wanwan was innocent, Lu Qingtong didn't want to hurt Wanwan because of her lies. At this time, Yi Qingfeng came back after making a phone call and saw that Lu Qingtong looked very unnatural.
What's wrong? He asked gently and concernedly.
This matter couldn't be hidden, but she couldn't say it in front of Wanwan, so she stood up and pulled Yi Qingfeng to the terrace again.
My mother is here. Your mother is here?
Yi Qingfeng was also caught off guard. It arrived at 10 o'clock in the evening, and Lu Xiao told her about us.
My mother has a strong personality, and she will definitely expose you completely.
Lu Qingtong rubbed her hands nervously.
Pick it clean?
Yi Qingfeng was also shocked.
Lu Qingtong.
What I mean is that she will definitely investigate you thoroughly.
Especially Wan, how can I explain this to her? How can my mother not know whether I have given birth to a child or not? Lu Qingtong was so anxious that she was spinning around.
However, seeing her like this, Yi Qingfeng actually smiled.
Your biological mother, right? Nonsense. Of course it's my real mother.
What are you afraid of, my dear mother?
She's not a stranger.
Yi Qingfeng smiled and shrugged, then I'll take you to the airport to pick her up. Lu Qingtong's beautiful eyes widened involuntarily as she looked at Yi Qingfeng in disbelief. I told you, my mother is very strong-willed.
She can't accept a fiancé who suddenly appeared. Besides, how are you going to explain it, Wan? Don't be nervous.
This lie was caused by me. I will help you solve all the problems that arise.
Believe me. Yi Qingfeng comforted. What are you going to do? Lu Qingtong asked impatiently. I haven't decided yet. Lu Qingtong.
Yi Qingfeng took her hand and said, have breakfast first.
The most important thing for you right now is to complete your first performance tonight. Leave everything else to me. It seems that this is the only way.
The breakfast was full of twists and turns. Although Yi Qingfeng comforted her, even a child could see that Lu Qingtong was still absent-minded. For example, at this moment, seeing Lu Qingtong eating breakfast numbly, Wan was shocked.
She stared at her intently, her mouth slightly open, and said, Sister Qingtong, are you okay?
Huh?
What's wrong with me?
You're holding your chopsticks the wrong way around.
Sister Qingtong, you can't eat eggshells. Lu Qingtong was restless all day long.
She would sit on the sofa for 5 minutes and then run to the terrace. Before I could even sit down on the terrace, I went to the karaoke room. After singing 2 lines, I found that there was no sound and realized that I was holding the microphone upside down. After sending Wan to school, Yi Qingfeng was a little amused and helpless when he saw Lu Qingtong in such a state. It seemed that the arrival of her biological mother really made her nervous. Seeing that she sat on the sofa for a few minutes and then stood up again, Yi Qingfeng stepped forward and blocked her way to the terrace.
Are you nervous? No.
You drank 5 glasses of water and went to the bathroom 3 times this morning.
Then I just drank too much. Lu Qingtong said stubbornly.
I'll teach you a way to help you relieve your anxiety.
What solution? Lu Qingtong's beautiful eyes flashed, as if she saw a life-saving straw.
If she continued to be so anxious, she would really worry about tonight's performance. Yi Qingfeng turned around and took a mop from the utility room.
Let's do a thorough cleaning today and keep ourselves busy. Lu Qingtong? You want me to clean up?
Chapter 36 I regret. Lu Qingtong never expected that cleaning could relieve her anxiety. When she was little, her father was reluctant to let her do housework.
This man is crazy.
However, when I think about it, recently, after sending away the nanny, assistant, and agent, it seems that Yi Qingfeng is the one who does all the cleaning at home. And many times, Lu Qingtong had already fallen asleep before Yi Qingfeng would clean the house alone. An incompetent man who does housework every day may seem cowardly.
And a capable man is still willing to do housework, which is inexplicably cool. He really loves life.
Thinking of this, Lu Qingtong took the mop from Yi Qingfeng, puffed her lips, and said, just do it, I'm not that pretentious.
Just like Wan, great. Lu Qingtong. If you don't know how to praise, don't praise.
Soon, Lu Qingtong began to mop the floor with a grunt, and soon, her body was covered in sweat. I didn't expect doing housework to be so tiring.
Better than fitness.
After just mopping the living room, Lu Qingtong's face was already flushed, and sweat appeared on her temples.
She held the mop and panted, why is mopping the floor so tiring? It feels like I ran 1,000 meters. Isn't this great? Why don't you try it later and replace fitness with housework?
Yi Qingfeng said with a smile as he sat on the sofa, holding a cup of coffee in his hand. Lu Qingtong looked at Yi Qingfeng, who looked very contented, and her beautiful eyes suddenly widened.
What do you mean? Are you just going to watch me work myself to death here? I'm afraid that if I help you, you won't be able to do this job for long. There are still more than 3 hours before you go to the program crew. Yi Qingfeng glanced at the quartz clock on the wall and said righteously. Lu Qingtong. So, I have to mop the floor for 3 hours? If this gets out, will I still have face in the future?
However, this method did work. During the period of mopping the floor, Lu Qingtong felt only resentment in her heart, and no anxiety at all. Finally, after mopping the entire house, Lu Qingtong collapsed on the sofa, looking half dead, and said, I regret it.
What do you regret?
Yi Qingfeng asked curiously. Lu Qingtong replied weakly, I regret buying such a big house.
Cleaning it is so tiring.
It just started, why did it fall down?
Lu Qingtong sat up suddenly and stared at Yi Qingfeng in horror. Anything else? Mopping the floor is just the basics. You can also wipe the furniture and clean the glass. Stop. Stop talking. I just want to ask you for one thing.
Lu Qingtong interrupted Yi Qingfeng excitedly, then looked at him pitifully. Tomorrow, can you find a reliable housekeeper?
I can triple her salary. Do it yourself and you'll have enough food and clothing.
Yi Qingfeng pulled her up from the sofa.
Do some effective exercises before singing to help open your vocal cavity? Ah. No. If you keep going on like this, my pelvis will burst. Yi Qingfeng. May you.
There were quite a few people sitting in He Bang's office at this time.
Apart from He Bang, the remaining 4 were all judges of The Voice of China,
including the sharp-tongued Xiao He.
I didn't expect that Lu Qingtong's fiancé actually has some background.
In this case, we will definitely not be able to get Bei Hongfei's vote,
Liao Na said, touching her chin. She is an early well-known singer in China.
She has been in the industry for almost 30 years and has several classic songs. Although she has hardly released any new albums in recent years, she has been appearing on various music variety shows and talent shows for a long time, and still has a considerable say in the domestic music scene.
However, she herself is also very controversial, especially in the early talent shows.
The contestants she selected have almost disappeared, while the singers she eliminated are now very popular. This also earned her the title of a brilliant eye for the Miss Gem. Facing Liao Na's concerns, Xiao Yi smiled nonchalantly and said, as long as the 4 of us stick together, it doesn't matter if Bei Hongfei doesn't get the vote.
After 3 episodes, we can still eliminate Lu Qingtong.
Besides, her singing skills are indeed far inferior to Qian Luo's.
I really don't know where she gets the courage to compete on the same stage with the same song. Just look at Tianyan's stock price. It's almost hitting the lower limit again today.
At this time, He Bang was staring at the stock interface. Although Tianyan's stock price was approaching the lower limit again, he found that there were people who were buying up the stock.
It's strange. Why are some people buying up Tianyan's stocks at this time?
He Bang said with a pout, supporting his chin. Lu Qingtong has a pretty large fan base. I guess it's those fans who blindly believe in her and are paying for her.
Xiao Yi sneered, Mr. He, don't worry.
Even if Yi Qingfeng has connections, he can't influence this competition.
We have the final say. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Qingfeng drove Lu Qingtong to the program recording site, the headquarters building of Meiyu TV.
There are still 2 hours of rehearsal time before the competition starts. Agent Yun Jie and assistant Xiaoya had been waiting at the door for a long time. During this period, all of Lu Qingtong's affairs were arranged by Yi Qingfeng, making them feel insignificant.
But there is nothing I can do.
After the car stopped, Lu Qingtong was about to get out when Yi Qingfeng called her.
What's wrong? Lu Qingtong turned around and looked at him curiously.
Yi Qingfeng took out a candy and handed it to Lu Qingtong, smiling slightly. If you still feel nervous, eat a candy when the time comes.
Will this work?
Anyway, it's quite effective for Wan Wan.
Wan Wan was even more nervous than you when she went on stage to sing in preschool. After eating the candy, she wasn't nervous anymore.
Yi Qingfeng said with a smile.
Lu Qingtong. I wondered if you treated me as your fiancée or as your daughter.
But Lu Qingtong still obediently took the candy from his hand. No matter what, 2 hours of cleaning did relieve her anxiety a lot. After getting off the bus, Xiaoya and Sister Yun came up to greet him. Sister Yun looked at Yi Qingfeng and asked, Mr. Yi, I still have a few tickets for the auditorium.
Do you want me to keep them for you? No need, I've already made arrangements. When the performance starts, I'll be watching Qingtong from the audience.
Yi Qingfeng knew the purpose of Sister Yun's actions. It seemed like she was being attentive, but in fact, she was trying to test him. The seats in the audience seats are divided into different levels, which even determines the shots of the audience. He had already asked Bei Hongfei to arrange this matter. You take Qingtong upstairs first. I'll come over after I take care of some things. Yi Qingfeng smiled faintly, then stepped on the accelerator and the car drove away.
Chapter 37. Have you seen Yi Zi in person?
When she arrived at the program crew, Lu Qingtong went to the dressing room to put on her makeup first, but Sister Yun seemed very dissatisfied when she saw her outfit.
Qingtong, why are you dressed so simply for today's stage? Shouldn't you change into a new outfit? I'll ask Xiaoya to go back and get it right away.
Sister Yun looked Lu Qingtong up and down, with a look of surprise on her face. For such an important stage today, she was only wearing a simple white shirt and a pair of loose light blue jeans.
No need, this is good, and it was chosen by Qingfeng.
Lu Qingtong waved her hand and rejected Sister Yun's request. And with just one sentence, Sister Yun was silenced. But she did not lie.
This dress was indeed chosen by Yi Qingfeng.
He felt that this feeling was most suitable for singing meeting and made people feel the most comfortable. At the same time, Yang Qianluo, wearing a light yellow long dress, entered the dressing room, followed by an assistant makeup artist and a group of people. Her appearance formed a sharp contrast with Lu Qingtong. In particular, the neckline of Yang Qianluo's skirt is very low, and her charming career line is eye-catching, making her look very elegant and luxurious.
Qingtong, I didn't expect you to come so early.
Seeing Lu Qingtong, Yang Qianluo smiled charmingly, with a strong sense of superiority in his smile.
Lu Qingtong smiled slightly and replied, I just arrived not long ago.
Qianluo, the clothes you wear today are very sexy.
Isn't this dress nice?
It was specially tailored for me by the famous French designer Victor.
I like it very much. Yang Qianluo turned around in front of the mirror, obviously very satisfied with his outfit. What are you going to wear today? After admiring himself, Yang Qianluo subconsciously asked Lu Qingtong. Her reaction was similar to Sister Yun's.
Seeing Lu Qingtong's outfit, she thought she hadn't changed her clothes yet.
This one.
Lu Qingtong answered without hesitation.
This surprised Yang Qianluo.
Are you dressed so plainly for today's stage? It would easily create a sharp contrast with the stage, making the stage lights overwhelm your aura. This is also the reason why so many singers wear gorgeous clothes every time they perform on stage, so that their aura can suppress the light brought by the stage itself.
This is the most basic principle. Unless, the stage itself is very low-key.
It's okay, I like this dress very much and it's comfortable to wear. Lu Qingtong glanced at Yang Qianluo and smiled faintly. She didn't care about these things. Yang Qianluo sat down at the dressing table next to Lu Qingtong, and the stylist immediately took out a huge suitcase and took out all kinds of tools. This once again formed a sharp contrast with Lu Qingtong's side. Because Lu Qingtong's makeup was very light, the makeup artist had no chance to use her skills and the makeup was finalized in just a few minutes. It's also thanks to Lu Qingtong's natural beauty that she is still very good at fighting even without makeup.
Qingtong, I have a question. I'm curious, why did you choose the song meeting? Yang Qianluo closed his eyes and let the makeup artist draw complicated eyeliner. Lu Qingtong looked at her and asked, then why did you choose this song? Because you chose this song.
Yang Qianluo suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Lu Qingtong through the mirror, with a hint of sharpness in his eyes. Faced with the answer, Lu Qingtong just smiled faintly and said, the reason why I chose this song is actually very simple, because I really think it is very beautiful and I like it very much.
Then have you seen Yi Zi in person? Yang Qianluo closed his eyes again and asked. Lu Qingtong answered truthfully, no, he is very low-key. He just gave me the authorization. We have never met. Really? Do you really think he's very low-key? Yang Qianluo's mouth showed a hint of superiority, and he deliberately lied, I have seen him, and he took the initiative to find me.
It has to be said that this lie did have a certain degree of lethality to Lu Qingtong.
No matter who you are, you might feel a little unbalanced inside. Why can he see Yang Qianluo but not himself? Fortunately, Lu Qingtong did not show this dissatisfaction on her face, but asked with a little curiosity, Master Yi, am I good looking?
It's okay, just average.
But Qingtong, aren't you curious why he came to me on his own initiative, and even gave it to me when he had already given you the authorization?
Yang Qianluo looked at Lu Qingtong with a hint of provocation in his eyes.
Lu Qingtong shook her head, I don't know. Because he just wanted to see us battle.
Yang Qianluo answered word by word, he said that your choice of this song was unwise. Your singing skills are simply not enough to support this song. If an ordinary person heard such words, he would probably lose his mind on the spot. However, after hearing these words, Lu Ching suddenly felt relieved. She was certain that young Chen Luo was lying and making things up. Although she had never met Yi Zi, sometimes it was not necessary to meet a person in order to understand him. In fact, one can roughly imagine what a person looks like from the words between the lines of his works. At least Yi Zi couldn't be the kind of mean and cunning person that young Chen Luo was talking about at this moment. Such a person cannot write such a song, let alone sing with such a feeling. Lu Qingtong smiled slightly. Chen Luo, stop making it up, it's fake. After saying that, she stood up and added before leaving, also, I sing this song simply because I like it. Battle, winning or losing, is not important to me at all. After Lu Qingtong left, young Chen Luo clenched his fists again in anger. There were 3 figures sitting in a coffee shop not far from Meiyu TV. In addition to Yi Qingfeng and Bei Hongfei, there is another face that the public is very familiar with. Well-known director, Su Xiao. He was a well-known actor in China and had starred in many box office hits. After he became a director 3 years ago, the 2 films he directed also achieved considerable success. It's a pity that he has always been a comedian, and all his representative works are mainly funny, and have always lacked depth. It has always been his dream to make a film with international influence and become a classic in global film history. But after several years of exploration, cultivation, and even his own conception, he still couldn't find a truly groundbreaking script. Until this time, he got the script called I Am Not the God of Medicine from Bei Hongfei. This script made him stay at home for 3 whole days. He was immersed in the story and couldn't extricate himself. So when he saw Yi Qingfeng at this time, he was so excited that he was a little incoherent. Mr. Yi, this script was actually written by you. It's such an honor to meet you. Yi Qingfeng just smiled faintly. After all, this was not his own work. He was just a porter from another parallel universe. It is all worth it if we can allow this parallel universe, which is lacking in literature and art, to see these works that have epoch-making significance in another universe. He didn't want to take all these honors for himself, but he just couldn't tell the truth to the world. Moreover, from the very beginning, he did not have a strong desire to make money from this, otherwise he would not have remained silent for 5 years and stayed with his daughter day and night. The copyright revenue from the songs he wrote for Yang Chen Luo was hundreds of millions, but he only took a few million from Bei Hongfei to support his life. For him, the most important thing is the people around him. Chapter 38 The Hanging Heart finally died. The total investment of this movie is about 300 million yuan. Originally, Yi Qingfeng planned to find a few more investors to jointly invest, but he didn't expect that Bei Hongfei trusted him too much and took the whole deal alone. Yi Qingfeng didn't care about these things. As long as the movie could be released and the other party was someone he could trust, that would be enough. The planning of this movie is quite urgent. I hope to finish it within 2 months. Yi Qingfeng made this suggestion when Su Xiao asked about the shooting requirements. Although a 2-month shooting period for a movie is not short, after all, even the actors have not been selected yet, so 2 months is inevitably a bit rushed. Bei Hongfei was also curious about why Yi Qingfeng was so anxious, and subconsciously said, 2 months, isn't it a bit hasty? I know time is tight, but... Yi Qingfeng hesitated to speak. He wanted to say that he didn't know how much time he had. In fact, there is another very important reason why Yi Qingfeng is in a hurry to make this movie, which is to accumulate a sum of money for Wan that she may not be able to spend in her lifetime. What if one day, his brain tumor makes him lose everything? At least Wan can live her life without worries about food and clothing. After thinking for a moment, Yi Qingfeng still didn't tell Bei Hongfei the truth. He changed his answer and said, 2 months is enough time, in my opinion. Besides, I will supervise the casting and filming of this drama, so we can definitely achieve the expected results in a short period of time. Upon learning that Yi Qingfeng would personally supervise the production, Su Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, okay. Mr. Yi, since you said so, I promise that I will finish filming this movie within 2 months. Okay, happy cooperation. Yi Qingfeng smiled and stretched out his hand, shaking hands with Su Xiao. At 6:30 in the evening, at the live recording site of the 3rd season of The Voice of China, almost all the invited audiences and major music media people had entered the venue. Under the instigation of the Atmosphere Group, the atmosphere on the scene began to become hot. Off stage, every singer is ready, and the next step is the exciting drawing of lots. This is the most important part at the beginning of each season. The order of appearance is determined by drawing lots. Often a good appearance position can bring a better experience to the audience. Although this does not play a decisive role, under normal circumstances, no one wants to be the first to appear or the last to appear. The first singer to perform will have a hard time arousing the audience's emotions immediately unless he or she has a strong appeal. Otherwise, the atmosphere will not be very hot. As for the finale, since the audience has already enjoyed many exciting performances, the requirements for the finale program are definitely higher. If it fails to ignite the audience's emotions, it will appear particularly mediocre. Lu Ching didn't expect to draw the best third or fourth position, as long as she wasn't the first or the last. Soon, the program team brought the prop box for drawing lots, and the camera on the scene was also aimed at Lu Ching. These scenes have begun to be broadcast live in real time. The audience was a little surprised to see Lu Ching. Our Tong is wearing something very simple today, but this outfit looks very comfortable. A white shirt is a real man killer. Ching looks great in this one. What brand is this? This outfit is perfect for us ordinary people. Although many people were surprised by Lu Ching's outfit, more were attracted by the simple and tranquil feeling she exuded. Facing the prop box brought by the program crew, Lu Ching took a deep breath, then reached in with her fair hand and took out a note. When I opened it, my heart finally died. The seventh pick is the last to appear. Oh, why is it number 7? The song meeting has a slow rhythm, and the most unsuitable ones are number 1 and number 7. They can't warm up the audience and can't end the song. The camera quickly cut to Sister Yun, and her subconscious complaints were all captured by the camera. On the other hand, Yang Shenluo drew number 4, which was a very good lot for her. And, most importantly, the 3 singers before her are all singing and dancing contestants, especially the first one to perform, Alinda, who is from the United States and is an extremely talented rock singer. She is the first to perform, and she is bound to set the whole stage on fire with one song. The audience has enjoyed 3 exciting dance songs in a row, and the 4th song, Meeting by Yang Shenluo, will definitely bring a strong contrast to the audience. It is easy to imagine how good this effect will be. It can be said to be the right time and place. The situation was very unfavorable for Lu Ching. At this time, Yi Qingfeng was already sitting in the audience. His seat was behind the judges' seats. Basically, whenever the camera was focused on the judges, he could be seen. He also hoped that Lu Ching would be able to see him after she came on stage. Seeing through the screen on sight that Lu Ching drew number 7, Yi Qingfeng frowned slightly. He was worried that this signing would make Lu Ching nervous. After all, this girl has been nervous all day. As soon as the recording of the program is over, she has to rush to the airport to pick up her mother. This series of things will definitely affect her mentality. Come on. Looking at Lu Ching on the screen, Yi Qingfeng secretly encouraged her. Although he has been famous for a long time, it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous when facing such a competition. At this time, Lu Ching was waiting in the lounge that belonged to her, trying hard to appear calm. After all, there are camera positions in the lounge, and shots will cut in from time to time. It can be said that her every move is exposed under the eyes of the audience. Call. Lu Ching took another deep breath, and then suddenly touched her pocket and found the candy that Yi Qingfeng had given her when she got off the bus. After all, the first singer, Alinda, had not yet gone on stage, so there was still plenty of time. Lu Ching didn't think much about it, took out the candy, tore off the candy coating, and then put it in her mouth. However, as soon as she put the candy into her mouth, she, who had been sitting upright, suddenly narrowed her eyes tightly, looking very sour. Sister Yun, who was sitting next to her, was startled by her sudden reaction. When the staff in the director's room saw the scene, they immediately cut in the camera. Now that's better. Everyone saw Lu Ching squinting their eyes, feeling extremely jealous. Chapter 39. I must beat him up. This guy, why didn't he tell me that this candy is actually so sour? You must have done it on purpose. Lu Ching face turned red with jealousy, and the key shot was right in her face. How embarrassing. The audience was also amused by Lu Ching scene, and the barrage of comments was flooded. Ha ha ha, what did our Tong eat? She looks so cute. When did Ching become a conspicuous bag? Does a woman in love change so much? Seeing Lu Ching like this on the big screen, Yi Qingfeng, who was sitting in the audience, couldn't help but laugh. Bei Honfei turned around curiously and looked at him, and couldn't help asking, what did Ching eat? Sugar. Yi Qingfeng replied with a smile, I forgot to tell her that this candy is very sour when it enters the mouth. You, how could you forget such an important thing? Look at Ching, she's kind of cute.
Bei Hongfei laughed. After all, this scene is harmless, but it allows fans to see the cute and funny side of Lu Ching. Although it tasted sour at first, the sweetness of the candy soon emanated from it, and Lu Qingtong's expression returned to normal. But her little face was still red. This Yi Qingfeng. After I finish singing, I will beat him up. However, this candy did have a good effect. Lu Qingtong's originally nervous mood was relaxed because of this change. Perhaps this is a diversion of attention. At this time, Elena walked onto the stage after a brief introduction by the host, and the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became lively. She sang her famous song. Although it was an old song that had been released for more than 10 years, it still had an unshakable position in the hearts of fans. As the prelude sounded, the long-dormant memories in the audience immediately became agitated, and the entire scene seemed to have turned into a large DJ bar. Cheers rang out one after another. The effect of this opening show was extremely explosive, and it also brought invisible pressure to the contestants who followed. Sure enough, the performance of the last two singers, although both were powerful singers who had debuted for many years, was obviously inferior to Elena's. The audience's reaction was the most real, and the pitch was visibly not as excited as when Elena performed. This situation gave young Qianluo a great opportunity. The next singer to perform debuted 5 years ago and reached peak popularity right after her debut. Her first album sold a whopping 10 million copies, and every song on it is amazing. Furthermore, the song she's performing today is truly unique. Although it was written by an amateur internet celebrity, it dominated the S-station charts in just 1 week and moved countless fans to tears. Next, let's enjoy Yang Qianluo's rendition of Meeting and look forward to what surprises the Divas version will bring us. As the host finished introducing Yang Qianluo, the audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. It can be seen how popular Yang Qianluo is now. The lights on the stage slowly dimmed, leaving only a spotlight at the end of the stage. Then, a figure like a queen slowly walked out from inside. Yang Qianluo. Yang Qianluo. Yang Qianluo, I love you. Some fans were shouting at the top of their lungs. Yang Qianluo was already accustomed to such cheers. With a confident smile on her lips, she walked to the center of the stage, turned to the band teacher, and nodded with a smile. The prelude to Meeting slowly sounded. When Yi Qingfeng uploaded the song Meeting, the accompaniment was only a guitar. Although it sounded very good, now with the support of the entire band and various instruments, the prelude still brought a brand new experience to the audience and instantly made them excited. It feels refreshing. If we say that Yi Zi's Meeting is simple. Now, Yang Qianluo's Meeting is luxurious. Hearing the departure of winter. I woke up in a certain year and month. I look forward to it. The future cannot be arranged in this way. Whether it was breath or pitch, Yang Qianluo handled it with ease, and because Yi Qingfeng's version was a male voice, switching to a female voice at this time once again gave the audience a considerable auditory impact. Some audience members with higher musical literacy have even felt that this song seems more suitable for female singing. The feeling is completely different. After all, women who look forward to love are more pitiful and distressing. Yang Qianluo's singing is really great. Her singing skills have made great progress in recent years. Yi Qingfeng sat in the audience, watching Yang Qianluo immersed in the song, and acknowledged this in his heart. In terms of singing skills, Yang Qianluo is indeed better than Lu Qingtong. If she had put this song in her first album 5 years ago, it is estimated that her album would have become a century-old classic in the Chinese music scene. However, soon, as he listened, Yi Qingfeng's brows began to frown. What is coming will eventually come. She really can't change this bad habit. It turned out that when singing to the end, Yang Qianluo indeed made a change in the pitch of the song. It seemed that it was to be different from Yi Qingfeng's version, but in fact it was just to show off his skills, and he forcibly increased the difficulty of the song. I fly forward, across a sea of time. We have been hurt in love too. It was this line of lyrics that Yang Qianluo sang with all her might, as if the hurt of love had shattered her. Especially the word hurt, which gives people a feeling of gnashing teeth. This changes the mood of the entire song. She is not like a young girl who, although hurt, still yearns for and looks forward to beautiful love. Instead, it sounds like the cry of a young woman who has been deeply hurt by love. Although, in terms of musical performance, this last cry of love does have a strong impact, giving many audiences goosebumps. But there were indeed many viewers who felt that this shout made the whole song weird. As the last note ended, the audience still erupted in applause. That's awesome. It sounds great. Yang Qianluo is the best. Oh who? First place. First place. Liana, I have to say that Qian Luo's meeting gave us a brand new auditory feast.
Although the melody of this song is gentle, it is actually very difficult and requires extremely high breath control. But it can be seen that Qian Luo's breath is very stable, especially the arrangement of the last part, which made me empathize with it.
It's great.
I've listened to Yizi's version of Meeting several times, but obviously, there's a clear gap compared to Qian Luo's version.
This song is obviously more suitable for a female singer.
The appeal brought by women's desire for love is far greater than that of men.
Brother Hongfei, what do you think? After expressing his opinion, Xiao deliberately turned his gaze to Bei Hongfei, wanting to hear Bei Hongfei's opinion on young Qian Luo's performance.
After all, several judges expressed their appreciation. If Bei Hongfei expressed different opinions or even made disparaging remarks at this time, it would definitely cause strong dissatisfaction among Yang Qianluo's fans.
Chapter 40. She is satisfied.
Bei Hongfei naturally understood Xiaohe's intentions.
He glanced at Xiaohe with a smile and said, Qian Luo's meeting really gave me a brand new feeling. The pitch and breath are impeccable.
But due to the special circumstances today, I would like to wait until Cheng Tong finishes singing the song before expressing my opinion. As a veteran in the martial arts world, Bei Hongfei can master this kind of Tai Chi with ease. Just one sentence made the audience start looking forward to Lu Qingtong's performance. Yang Qianluo has taken the song to a new level, and Lu Qingtong must bring an even more shocking performance to defeat her.
But the audience often has preconceived ideas.
Unless Lu Qingtong can bring a subversive performance, it will be difficult for her to defeat Yang Qianluo. At this moment, many of Lu Qingtong's fans were worried for her. Especially the two singers after Yang Qianluo, their performances were mediocre and failed to bring much impact to the audience.
As a result, by the time Lu Qingtong came on stage, the audience's mood was already a little low. Next up is today's final singer.
Furthermore, she and Yang Qianluo are singing the same song, a first on our God-given voiced stage. Of course, this also makes our competition even more intense. Next, let's enjoy Lu Qingtong's version of Meeting and look forward to what surprises her version will bring us with warm applause. Off the court, there was another burst of intense cheering. In terms of the number of fans, even though Lu Qingtong is now caught up in public opinion, she is still not inferior to Yang Qianluo.
Cheering is also the best encouragement for her.
However, when Lu Qingtong, wearing a white shirt, slowly appeared from the end of the stage, everyone was still surprised.
She was actually holding a guitar.
As a singing and dancing singer who debuted with a sweet image, fans have never seen her walk towards the stage holding a guitar.
Even many fans don't know that she can play the guitar. Oh my god, is our Tongtong going to play the guitar this time? I've never seen her play the guitar before. I have to say, Xingtong looks so girly in her outfit today. She exudes a youthful vibe. At this moment, I feel like the school beauty in my dream is slowly walking towards me. Her outfit was completely different from her usual style, which caught the eyes of many fans who knew her well. Walking to the center of the stage, Lu Qingtong took a deep breath.
It was obvious that she was still a little nervous. It felt like the first time I was on such a big stage. Then she sat down on the chair, and the light blue light shone on her body, as if she was the only one left in the whole scene. She didn't hire a band. She planned to complete this song with just a guitar, just like EZ. This was not Yi Qingfeng's decision, but Lu Qingtong's own decision in that empty room that day.
A song expresses a person's inner thoughts.
All stage effects are just auxiliary and cannot change the most essential thing about a song. This is also the only performance on the stage of The Voice of China without a band accompaniment.
Moreover, this decision was very sudden for the program team.
It was only before going on stage that Lu Qingtong told the band that she did not want accompaniment and she wanted to sing a guitar solo. It is impossible for Sister Yun and Xiaoya to know about it in advance, otherwise they would definitely oppose it with all their might. Lu Qingtong just didn't want to argue with Sister Yun anymore, so she didn't tell her everything until before going on stage.
What is Qingtong doing? She's not even using the band. How is this different from admitting defeat? Is Lu Qingtong trying to copy Yizi's version? But on such a large stage, how can she possibly achieve the desired effect with just a guitar? Copying means losing.
A veteran singer imitating an internet celebrity on such a big stage, I really don't know what Lu Qingtong was thinking. Several judges couldn't help but whisper to each other in the audience. At this time, Lu Qingtong's fingertips gently plucked the strings. The familiar prelude sounded again. Since the lighting was arranged by Lu Ching in advance, it was pitch black under the stage and she could not see any audience. But this is the effect she wants. Regardless of winning or losing, she just wants to sing a love song she loves on the stage. Hearing the departure of winter. I woke up in a certain year and month. I think, I wait, I look forward to it. The future cannot be arranged in this way. Cloudy day, evening, outside the car window. There is someone waiting in the future. Look left, right and forward. Love has to go through many twists and turns before it comes. In terms of breath, Lu Ching is indeed not as good as Yang Qianluo. There is even a slight tremor when she speaks the first note. Although it is very subtle, experienced musicians can still hear it. Liao Na and Xiao He even shook their heads in the audience. How can such performance compare with Yang Qianluo? To be honest, Bei Hanfei was also a little worried about Lu Ching at this time. Judging from the audio-visual effects brought by the prelude alone, he was afraid that he would lose. The support of the band can still play a big role. But gradually, the situation changed. Although there was no shouting at the top of one's lungs, there are no complex and varied inflections. But the sense of immersion in Lu Ching singing is getting stronger and stronger. Gradually, the audience seemed to only see Lu Ching. She was holding a guitar, sitting quietly on the stage, singing a song gently. Even at the end, Lu Ching seemed to have disappeared, and countless fans seemed to see themselves sitting there, holding a guitar, singing meeting. I fly forward across a sea of time. We have also been hurt in love. I saw that the entrance to Lemon was a little narrow. Meeting you is the most beautiful accident. One day my mystery will be revealed. Lu Ching didn't know when she started crying while singing, and the memory of the whole process seemed to have disappeared. She forgot how she finished singing the song. She only remembered that as she sang, she seemed to see the girl waiting at the bus stop again, looking forward to something. She seemed to be back in the empty room and sitting at the desk again. It was not until the stage lights came on that she came to her senses, stood up, and bowed to all the audience. There was no applause from the audience, and the silence was frightening. What she didn't know was that many viewers had tears in their eyes at this moment. She was standing on the stage, invisible. But she was already satisfied to be able to sing the song on stage. Chapter 41. The script shouldn't be like this. Emotions are the most destructive. It also has the greatest staying power. Although Lu Ching has some flaws in this song technically, does it matter now? It doesn't matter anymore. She has expressed what she wanted to express. It was several dozen seconds later that the host returned to the stage. It was obvious that he was crying as well. I don't know how to describe my mood at the moment. Anyway, Ching, you sang so well. The host gave Lu Ching a thumbs up, then wiped the corner of his eyes. Ching, you are the best. We will always believe in you. Ching, we will always love you. Finally, at this moment, the fans began to cheer loudly. This performance touched them from the bottom of their hearts. Next, let's hear what the judges have to say about Ching performance. The host looked towards the judges' panel. As a fellow member of Meiyu, he actually wanted to know what the venomous Xiao He thought of Lu Ching. In an instant, the nervous person became Xiao He. He subconsciously looked at Liao Na and said, "Sister Na, what do you think of Ching performance?" Throwing the problem onto herself at this time made Liao Na want to kill Xiao He. It was obvious that she was being made the bad guy. So the two of them started to blame each other. Teacher Xiao, you should speak first. Your comments are always the most sharp. Liao Na smiled bitterly. To be honest, if she hadn't taken He Bang's money, Liao Na would have just wanted to praise Lu Ching. The emotional expression of this version of the encounter is so perfect. And because this song is more suitable for women, it has surpassed the original singer to some extent. Sister Na, you are a veteran in the Chinese music scene, so you should speak first. You say it. Liao Na waved her hands quickly. At this time, Xiao He noticed that He Bang was staring at him with a grim face in the guest seats in the distance. You have to take money to do the job, so no matter what, you have to bite the bullet and do it. He took a deep breath and said, clearly, Ching pitch in this song is significantly different from Qianluo's. Especially in the first sentence, there is a noticeable vibrato. As a professional singer, this is really not right. As he spoke, Xiao He himself lost his confidence. Because he found that the scene was extremely quiet and the audience were all staring at him with death stares. If it gets any darker, I might not be able to walk out of here.
This is the only place where I think Qingtong's singing has flaws. Sister Na, would you like to add a few more points?
Xiao He grinned, looking very embarrassed.
Hearing this, Liao Na wanted to curse on the spot. What do you mean by adding a few points? What else can I add? You don't want to die, do I want to die? Well, that.
Facing the microphone, Liao Na really didn't know what to say, her mind was blank. It turns out that to criticize someone, you don't just need to have a mouth.
Okay, you are too embarrassed to praise me, so I will do it.
Seeing Liao Na humming and unable to organize her words, Bei Hongfei, who was sitting next to her, couldn't stand it anymore. Qingtong's performance this time, I dare say, was a groundbreaking one in the 3 seasons of The Voice of China. Qingtong demonstrated with her actions that on this stage, you don't have to hit high notes or show off your skills to win the audience's approval.
The most important thing about a song is to express emotion and resonate with the audience.
That's what a singer should truly strive for. Clearly, Qingtong achieved this time. Bei Hongfei's voice was impassioned. I'm a straightforward person, so what I'm going to say next might be a little harsh, but I still have to say it. Although Qianluo's singing is indeed better than Qingtong's, in terms of emotional expression, Qianluo is far behind Qingtong in this song. Qingtong sang out the fear and longing of a young girl who wants to pursue love but is afraid of being hurt by love. Qianluo actually sang quite well at the beginning, but to be honest, I can't appreciate the final arrangement.
Bei Hongfei has never been afraid of offending people.
What's more, if Lu Qingtong's song had not conquered most of the audience today, it would have been Lu Qingtong who was subjected to personal attacks.
This is my opinion, so I will give my vote to Qingtong today.
Bei Hongfei raised his hand. As soon as Bei Hongfei finished speaking, thunderous applause broke out from the audience. Yang Qianluo was in the lounge, his face turning green.
The script shouldn't be like this. Bei Hongfei's evaluation was actually very clever.
He stepped on Yang Qianluo on the spot and magnified Yang Qianluo's shortcomings, which was invisibly putting pressure on the other 4 judges. If that's the case, they still give the ticket to Yang Qianluo.
How will the audience buy it? As soon as the show ends, their Weibo accounts will probably be flooded with comments.
What is more terrifying than capital is the power of tens of millions of fans. Helplessly, under this pressure, Xiao He and others also voted for Lu Qingtong. It's better to offend He Bang or offend tens of millions of fans. They have no choice in this multiple choice question.
The first stage is finally over.
Lu Qingtong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she returned to the lounge. After the audience left, Yi Qingfeng immediately headed backstage. However, when passing through the corridor, he happened to find Yang Qianluo standing by the guardrail, looking out the window. He paused slightly, but did not greet her, trying to walk past her quietly. Just then, hearing the footsteps, Yang Qianluo subconsciously turned around. When she saw that it was Yi Qingfeng, her pupil suddenly dilated, and then she quickly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes.
Are you here to laugh at me? Yang Qianluo stared at Yi Qingfeng coldly and asked.
Yi Qingfeng looked at her calmly. I'm not that bored, I just happened to be passing by. After saying that, Yi Qingfeng and her passed by each other.
Yi Qingfeng.
However, after taking only 2 steps, Yang Qianluo called him again viciously. Yi Qingfeng stopped and turned his back to her.
Are you really in love with Lu Qingtong? Yang Qianluo asked, looking at Yi Qingfeng's back. None of your business. After giving this answer, Yi Qingfeng disappeared at the end of the corridor. Chapter 42, Some Things You'd Better Not Touch.
Qingtong, congratulations, your performance this time was very good.
Lu Xiao was naturally very happy that Lu Qingtong won the championship in the first episode. Tianyin's stock price is bound to rebound and may even reach a new high.
Lu Qingtong sorted her bag and smiled faintly, as long as Mr. Lu is satisfied.
Qingtong, why do I feel like you're being a little awkward when talking to me now? Come on, I'll take you to the airport now. Your mother should be there soon. Lu Xiao said enthusiastically.
He was looking forward to Zhao Yu's arrival.
Perhaps soon, this fiancé will reveal his true colors. After all, Lu Xiao had seen how powerful Zhao Yu was. Hearing this, Lu Qingtong's eyes suddenly turned cold, and she asked, Did you call my mother on purpose? Lu Xiao pretended to be innocent and lied. How is that possible?
Your mother saw the news, so she called me.
Besides, it's such a big deal, you really should tell your family, right? This is my private matter, please don't interfere, okay? There was a hint of anger in Lu Qingtong's tone.
After all, she didn't know what the situation would be like tonight. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but become nervous again.
Perhaps noticing Lu Chingtong's nervousness, Lu Xiao narrowed his eyes and said, "To be honest, I'm really curious. If Yi Qingfeng is your real fiancé, why did you hide this from your parents? What's so taboo about it? Is it your business?"
Lu Qingtong snorted coldly, grabbed her bag and wanted to leave.
Lu Xiao grabbed her arm and said righteously, "Why can't I help you? Auntie entrusted me with taking good care of you. Auntie even said she wanted me to be her son-in-law. Now you suddenly have a fiancé. Have you considered my feelings? Let me go." Lu Qingtong tried to break free, but Lu Xiao held her tightly. "I won't let you go. Today I want to pull you over and ask Auntie in person what's going on." Lu Xiao.
Lu Qingtong's voice became sharp, but unfortunately the sound insulation in the lounge was too good and no sound could be heard from outside. Fortunately, Lu Xiao had not completely lost his mind and knew that if he lost control of his emotions here, the consequences would be very serious.
He reluctantly let go of Lu Qingtong.
Lu Qingtong opened the door immediately and happened to bump into the arms of Yi Qingfeng, who had just arrived at the door.
"What's wrong?"
Seeing her panic-stricken look, Yi Qingfeng immediately frowned.
Then he saw Lu Xiao in the room. Yi Qingfeng quickly understood what was going on.
Without saying a word, he raised his hand and punched Lu Xiao in the face, then grabbed his collar.
"What the hell did you do to Qingtong?" Lu Xiao felt that Yi Qingfeng was very strong. He wanted to break free, but he couldn't. "This is Mei Yu, what the hell can I do?"
Lu Xiao stared at Yi Qingfeng nervously, and the anger in his heart had been replaced by the pain on his face. Lu Qingtong didn't dare to make a big deal out of it, and quickly took Yi Qingfeng's arm. "Qingfeng, forget it, he didn't do anything to me. This is Mei Yu, don't let anyone see this scene." Yi Qingfeng then let go of Lu Xiao, his face cold as he said, "Lu Xiao, there are some things you'd better not touch, otherwise you won't be able to bear the consequences." After saying that, he took Lu Qingtong's hand and turned away with her.
"Yi Qingfeng."
Lu Xiao stared at their backs fiercely, then covered his already red and swollen face. With Yi Qingfeng holding her hand tightly, Lu Qingtong inexplicably felt a strong sense of security. Except for the feeling she had with her father when she was a child, she had never felt this feeling again after she grew up.
But why doesn't he speak? Are you angry? Or are you jealous? Are you angry?
Lu Qingtong looked at Yi Qingfeng cautiously and asked.
No. Then why don't you speak? Say what? Lu Qingtong. This man really doesn't understand romance. At least you can congratulate me.
As I walked into the elevator, when the door was about to close, a white hand suddenly blocked the gap in the door.
"Sorry."
A girl's voice sounded outside.
Immediately afterwards, a girl in a long skirt came jogging in from outside.
However, when she saw Lu Qingtong and Yi Qingfeng in the elevator, and their hands were holding together, the girl was stunned.
"Sorry, I'll wait for the next one,"
the girl said as she was about to exit the elevator.
"It's okay, come in,"
Lu Qingtong replied with a smile. She subconsciously wanted to let go of Yi Qingfeng, but found that he held her tighter.
"Is it the paparazzi again? Taking the opportunity to show affection in front of the paparazzi?"
Lu Qingtong recalled Yi Qingfeng's behavior when he last saw the paparazzi, and subconsciously thought that the girl in front of her was also a paparazzi. The girl finally entered the elevator, turned her back to Lu Qingtong and Yi Qingfeng, and stood in front of them.
The atmosphere in the elevator was a bit strange.
Yi Qingfeng looked calm and nonchalant, but he was always paying attention to the girl's actions.
There is nothing unusual.
When the elevator reached the underground garage, the girl turned around and gave Yi Qingfeng and Lu Qingtong an awkward smile, then quickly exited the elevator.
"Do you suspect she is a paparazzi?"
Lu Qingtong asked in a low voice after the girl walked away.
"No."
Yi Qingfeng shook his head.
"Then why are you holding me so tightly?" Lu Qingtong pouted. "Then why do you subconsciously let go when outsiders come?"
Yi Qingfeng asked back.
Lu Qingtong was suddenly speechless.
"Yes, why should we loosen it? Now in front of the media, she and Yi Qingfeng are a legal couple."
"Then I'll pay attention next time,"
Lu Qingtong said with a red face.
"Couples should act like a couple."
However, Yi Qingfeng actually had some doubts about the girl just now, because he felt that she looked a little familiar. "It seems like I've seen it somewhere before, but I can't remember where it is right now."
After getting in the car and fastening her seatbelt, Lu Qingtong subconsciously took a deep breath and said, "Are we going to the airport now?"
Well, your mother should be here soon. Yi Qingfeng started the car.
Are you getting nervous again? Aren't you nervous? My mother is very strong. When she sees you, she will definitely ask a lot of questions. Thinking of her mother, Lu Qingtong felt a headache. Then what do you have to say? What can I say and what can't I say? Yi Qingfeng asked, fully respecting Lu Qingtong's opinion. Only. At a time like this, what I want is respect.
What we want is to solve the problem.
How should I know? Didn't you say you would find a way to deal with it?
Anyway, if my mother finds out that we are fake, I'll be dead.
Lu Qingtong pulled at the hem of her clothes.
After all, the other party is Lu Qingtong's biological mother, so Yi Qingfeng naturally cannot deal with her using conventional means.
What if I really become a mother-in-law in the future? The only way out of this matter is sincerity. Tell Lu Qingtong's mother sincerely that this is a lie. Chapter 43 Yi Qingfeng, don't mess around. Mei Yu, He Bang's office. He was having a tantrum. You took the money. Is that how you're going to do things?
On the first stage, Chen Luo came in last.
What? You took my money, so you want to eliminate my people?
Xiao He lowered his head like a grandson.
Liao Na could only stand aside silently and wait for He Bang to vent his anger first.
Like Lu Qingtong, as the face of the same company, Yang Qianluo's loss means that Meiyu's stock price will plummet in the short term.
Did we lose the game? What you lose is money.
After He Bang finished venting, Xiao He dared to speak in a timid voice, saying, Mr. He, given the situation today, I really don't dare give the ticket to Chen Luo. If the fans attack us, our situation may become even worse. Lu Qingtong sang really well in this performance. She is completely different from her previous self.
Liao Na said with a stiff upper lip. At this time, young Chen Luo walked into the office. She learned from He Bang's secretary that he was angry. Mr. He, there's no need to be angry. It's interesting to start high and end low, isn't it?
Yang Qianluo had sorted out her emotions. There was no trace of loss on her face. Hearing Yang Qianluo's voice, He Bang's anger finally subsided a little.
Chen Luo, I'm glad you didn't get hurt.
He Bang smiled with relief.
Yang Qianluo gave him a touching smile and said, Don't be angry, I'll get back at you next time, right? The fun has just begun. Besides, is our enemy Lu Qingtong? It's not her at all.
These words made He Bang's eyes flicker slightly.
Yi Qingfeng's face also appeared in my mind. Are you referring to Yi Qingfeng? He Bang confirmed.
Yang Qianluo nodded and said, Lu Qingtong has undergone such a big change this time. Yi Qingfeng must have played a big role behind the scenes.
This man is more difficult to deal with than I thought. Mentioning Yi Qingfeng, Liao Na subconsciously asked, Chen Luo, was it really Yi Qingfeng who made you famous?
After the cocktail party, Yang Qianluo had already thought of an explanation for what happened that year.
She replied calmly, it's related to him.
He was the one who helped me contact Huangji.
However, I don't know what he did behind the scenes.
So, we have to explore his methods together.
I think, with your abilities, you can definitely find his weakness, right?
Yang Qianluo knew that he could not fight Yi Qingfeng head-on with swords and knives, so as to avoid mutual injuries.
But there's no problem in killing someone with a borrowed knife, right?
At the airport, waiting at the exit of the VIP channel, Lu Qingtong was once again feeling restless. Mother, you have never frightened her as much as you do today. What's more, when I got home, there was Wan at home. This is simply impossible to explain.
Why aren't you nervous at all?
Lu Qingtong couldn't help but say when she saw Yi Qingfeng standing calmly beside her.
Who told you I'm not nervous?
Yi Qingfeng asked back.
It's over, it's over.
Even you are nervous, so I am even more nervous. Lu Qingtong began to pace back and forth again.
Yi Qingfeng. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous.
After all, he had never met Lu Qingtong's mother, and he didn't know her personality or temper.
But you wouldn't come up and slap me first, right? Finally, what was supposed to come finally came.
Zhao Yu walked in front, wearing sunglasses, and two assistants followed behind her, helping her push the suitcase.
This aura is enough. Mom!
Seeing Zhao Yu, Lu Qingtong's delicate body trembled, and then she hurried to greet him. Yi Qingfeng followed closely behind, and when he reached Zhao Yu, he smiled politely and said, Hello, Auntie.
My name is Yi Qingfeng.
Zhao Yu probably didn't expect that Yi Qingfeng would come to pick her up.
She lowered her sunglasses slightly and glanced at Yi Qingfeng.
Compared with Lu Xiao, he seems to be more handsome.
She has a good figure too. Zhao deliberately cleared her throat and once again put on her mother-in-law's uniquely cool demeanor, saying, Yi Qingfeng? You're so bold, you even dared to flirt with my daughter. Yi Qingfeng. This tone is a bit wrong. Auntie, it's not flirting, it's a normal relationship. Yi Qingfeng explained. It's a normal relationship, and even a mother like me doesn't know about it? Okay, let's talk about it when we get home. I want to see how reasonable an explanation you can give me. After saying that, Zhao Yu walked forward with full aura. Until. Mom! Not over there, this way.
Zhao Yu's delicate body suddenly stopped, and the corners of her mouth twitched.
Why didn't you say it earlier? Zhao Yu turned around without even looking at Lu Ching.
At this time, the mother-in-law has to show her majesty. Otherwise, how can I control this son-in-law in the future?
Until. Mom, it's this way. This way. Lu Qingtong was speechless.
She had no choice but to step forward and hold Zhao Yu's arm.
You little stinky girl, can you please explain yourself clearly? Zhao Yujio was angry.
In this conversation, you, as a daughter, don't care about your mother's face at all.
It's my fault, it's my fault. Mom, please walk slower.
Lu Qingtong smiled awkwardly, then took Zhao Yu's arm and walked towards the underground parking lot. Along the way, Zhao Yu didn't know what else to find fault with, so he didn't say a word the whole time. It was not until I got into the car that I saw Yi Qingfeng sitting in the driver's seat.
Moreover, it's his daughter's Mercedes-Benz. Not only did he steal his daughter's house, but he even stole her car? Don't you even have a driver? Do you want to drive yourself? And, if I'm not mistaken, this car belongs to my daughter, right? It's a 5-seater. What are you going to do with my 2 assistants?
Zhao Yu sat in the back seat, took off his sunglasses, and stared at Yi Qingfeng coldly.
This one, I finally found it. It depends on how you explain it.
Yi Qingfeng turned around, looked at Zhao Yu with a smile, and said, Auntie, I will arrange for your 2 assistants, don't worry. As for why there is no driver, it is precisely because you are Qingtong's mother that I wanted to entertain you personally, so I didn't arrange for outsiders. Lu Qingtong quickly agreed, yes, Mom, it's precisely because we're a family that we don't want outsiders in the car. This reason seems a bit irrefutable. As the car started, Zhao Yu asked again, Xiao Yi, what do you do? How did you get to know our Qingtong? Originally, Yi Qingfeng wanted to confess all this after returning home, but he didn't expect Zhao Yu to be so impatient. Yi Qingfeng glanced at Zhao Yu in the rearview mirror and replied, Auntie, I think you might need to prepare yourself mentally for the answer to this question. I'll explain it to you slowly after we get home. Not only did Zhao Yu hum in confusion, but even Lu Qingtong couldn't help but hum. What does it mean? Be prepared, is this going to be magnified close to your face? Yi Qingfeng, please don't do anything rash. Don't give my mom a heart attack. Chapter 44. This mother-in-law is so tough. I thought Yi Qingfeng would calm his mother down by telling another lie. But judging from his tone now, he's not really going to confess, is he? Lu Qingtong suddenly felt a little regretful. If she had known this would happen, she should have asked clearly in advance. How should she prepare herself mentally? Now, it's really uncertain whether we will live or die next. Yi Qingfeng's words made Zhao Yu feel even more incredible. I just want to ask you about your job. You just want me to prepare myself mentally? What kind of job is this? It scares people to death just by telling them about it. This son-in-law is not simple. Zhao Yu looked at Yi Qingfeng, who was driving with hesitation, and some doubts began to arise in his heart. At this time, her cell phone rang. It was a message from Lu Qingtong's father. The remarks show that he is not serious. Old nonsense, have you met Qingtong's fiancée? What's up with that guy? Is he worthy of our Qingtong? Zhao Yu, I saw it, the situation is a bit complicated. A few seconds after the message was sent, Lu Qingtong's father called. Since they were in the car, Zhao Yu was a little hesitant to answer. After all, some things were difficult to say in front of Yi Qingfeng. So, he quickly cut it off. Seeing Zhao Yu's reaction, Lu Qingtong asked in confusion, why didn't you answer Dad's call? Children, stay out of your own way when it comes to adults' affairs. Lu Qingtong. Zhao Yu, don't call, chat on WeChat.
Lao Bujingjing, what's going on? Is this son-in-law difficult to deal with? Xiao Yu, now it seems like there's something to it. I asked him about his work, and he told me to be mentally prepared. Old nonsense, frightened expression. Xiao Yu, it's all your fault. I asked you to come back with me, but you didn't. I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed by this situation. Old nonsense, don't panic. No matter what, you're the mother-in-law, show your mother-in-law's dignity. Xiao Yu, I'll try my best to hold on. If you really can't handle it, fly back immediately. Old nonsense, you can't even hold it. What's the point of me coming back? Xiao Yu.
Along the way, Xiao Yu thought about all the possible jobs Yi Qingfeng might do, and finally came to a conclusion.
It doesn't matter what job it is. The important thing is the background. Could it be that this son-in-law has family members or leaders or something like that? Otherwise, how could any random person handle my daughter? Throughout the whole process, Xiao Yu didn't dare to ask another question.
Until the car drove into the luxurious community and slowly stopped in the parking lot in front of the Sea View Villa. Yi Qingfeng unbuckled his seatbelt, calmly got out of the car, and opened the door for Xiao Yu.
Auntie, we're here.
Lu Ching took Xiao Yu's arm and said, Mom, why do you look so pale?
Who's pale? I, your mother, am pale.
Yes. Lu Qingtong giggled, and then the three of them arrived at the door of the villa. At this moment, Yi Qingfeng stopped, turned to look at Xiao Yu, and asked, Auntie, are you mentally prepared?
Hiss. It's coming, it's finally coming.
Xiao Yu forced himself to appear calm and replied, I've seen everything. It's just a small matter, However, just as she was halfway through her words, Yi Qingfeng had already opened the door. Wan was already waiting inside. As soon as she saw Xiao Yu, she immediately shouted, Grandma!
Oh my God!
Hearing the word grandma, Xiao Yu was so scared that he almost jumped up. Then I felt my heart beating so fast that it almost reached my throat.
My own niece is already this big? What the hell? When did your daughter get pregnant? Damn, how come you don't know anything?
When Xiao Yu saw Wan, his reaction was so exaggerated that Wan was frightened and took a few steps back unconsciously. Seeing this, Lu Qingtong quickly stepped forward and hugged Wan. Mom, you scared Wan.
Why don't you care? I, your mother, am scared too. What's going on? Qingtong. When did you have such a big daughter? As a mother, how come I didn't know anything about it? What did I miss? When did this happen?
When did you give birth to the child? Where did you give birth to her? Xiao Yu was crazy, his mouth was like a machine gun, asking questions one after another, as if it would never stop.
Auntie, please listen to me and let me explain slowly.
Yi Qingfeng comforted her. Xiao Yu stared at Yi Qingfeng in horror. The child is yours, right?
When exactly did you get together with our Qingtong?
Lu Qingtong had no choice but to hold Xiao Yu's hand again and pulled her to sit on the sofa. However, just as Xiao Yu sat down, Lu Qingtong said something subconsciously that frightened her so much that she jumped up again.
Mom, the child is not mine.
No wonder I had to prepare myself mentally in advance. If I had a weaker mental state, I would have been scared to death.
Xiao Yu stared at Lu Qingtong in amazement. The child isn't yours? Are you crazy or am I? Tell me, is all this an illusion? It's fake, right? There's no little girl at all, right? It's fake, it must be fake. It's all an illusion.
Xiao Yu pinched her thigh hard, and the pain made her almost cry. Lu Qingtong was also speechless and looked at Yi Qingfeng helplessly.
I thought, what's the difference between this and zooming in on the face? This is the idea you came up with?
Yi Qingfeng hugged Wan with an apologetic look on his face and said sincerely, Auntie, I'm sorry for scaring you. But don't worry, the child is not Qingtong's, and I am not Qingtong's real fiancé.
None of the things you are worried about have happened. Wait, let me figure it out.
There was so much information that Xiao Yu couldn't process it for a while. The child is not her daughter's. The man in front of her was not her daughter's fiancé.
What does it mean? Then why do you all stay at your daughter's house?
Since Yi Qingfeng told the truth, Lu Qingtong had no choice but to answer truthfully, Mom, don't blame Qingfeng. During this period of time, Qingfeng and I pretended to be a couple to deal with the media.
What's going on? Xiao Yu frowned and looked at Lu Qingtong in confusion. Why are you pretending to be a couple?
Lu Ching dug up some previous news and handed the phone to Zhao Yu.
Some time ago, I was framed. The media thought I was being sponsored by a wealthy family. The hotel downstairs was full of reporters. If I hadn't done this, my reputation would have been completely ruined.
It was Qingfeng who helped me through this crisis. Zhao Yu stared blankly at the screen of his mobile phone. The headlines of the news were filled with shocking words such as mistress, lover, and second wife.
Bang!
Just as Yi Qingfeng and Lu Qingtong were waiting for Zhao Yu to react, she slammed her phone on the coffee table, startling everyone.
Who? Who dares to slander my daughter? Have you found him? Just wait and see how I kill him. Lu Qingtong. Yi Qingfeng. This mother-in-law is so tough.
Chapter 45. There is also such a trump card. Seeing Zhao Yu's reaction, Yi Qingfeng was quite pleased. It shows that she really loves her daughter. She is not allowed to be bullied at all. Presumably, this is why she dropped everything and rushed back without stopping as soon as she learned that Lu Qingtong had a fiancé. No matter how angry she is, her daughter is always her treasure.
Mom, that person hasn't been found yet.
Lu Qingtong grinned and said cautiously.
Zhao Yu immediately turned his gaze to Yi Qingfeng, his tone blaming. It's been so long, and you still haven't found the person behind this framing of our Qingtong?
I seriously doubt your ability to handle this. So, let Mom handle this matter. I'll find this person within 3 days. With Zhao Yu's ability, perhaps he could actually do it. But Yi Qingfeng knew very well that if he caught Yang Qianluo at this time, the other party would definitely fight to the death with Lu Qingtong. The situation will become even more unfavorable. This is also the reason why Yi Qingfeng did not mention this matter again during this period.
The current result is the best.
What's more, the frame-up did not cause any substantial harm to Lu Qingtong. Auntie, I think it's better to maintain the current situation than to fight to the death with the other party. Yi Qingfeng said after thinking for a moment. But Zhao Yu didn't like to hear this. She glared at him with her beautiful eyes, her gaze filled with anger.
You mean, my daughter was bullied, and I, as her mother, just did nothing? I just watched helplessly. That's not what I meant. I just think there can be a better way to solve this problem. Yi Qingfeng replied. Then tell me, what else can we do? We don't even know who the other party is, how can you handle it?
Okay, this is my daughter's business, it has nothing to do with you, you don't have to worry about it.
Tomorrow, you take your daughter away from here. Because he was angry, Zhao Yu didn't care about Yi Qingfeng's feelings at all. He didn't even care about Wanwan's feelings.
This made Lu Qingtong unable to bear it any longer.
Mom, please don't talk like that. It's so harsh.
Qingfeng has helped me a lot during this period. Without him, I would never have been able to get out of the trough. Besides, Wanwan is still a child. Your words will hurt her.
I like Wanwan very much. I asked her to stay here.
Although Wanwan is only 5 years old, this incident has actually caused harm to her. After all, before this, she didn't know the truth and thought Lu Qingtong was really going to marry her father. But now that things have come to this, Yi Qingfeng naturally can no longer hide it from her. He probably has confessed everything to her in private. In this situation, Wanwan can still call Zhao Yu grandma. She is really sensible.
He is so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. Wanwan lowered her head, holding back her tears, not daring to look at Zhao Yu.
She was really happy living here during this time.
Happier than ever.
But last night, after learning the truth, Yi Qingfeng hugged her while sleeping and said that in the worst-case scenario, they might have to leave here. Wanwan had already cried at that time, but she didn't make a fuss and accepted it all. Because she has to listen to her father. Yi Qingfeng hugged Wanwan, who lowered her head, and looked at Zhao Yu apologetically, saying, Auntie, I know it's going to be hard for you to accept this right away. I'll take Wanwan away with me, but please consider my advice carefully.
A fight to the death with them now won't do Qingtong any good.
Seeing Wanwan keep her head down and remain silent, her eyes red, Zhao Yu finally couldn't bear it anymore and said, My words were a bit harsh just now, but since you are not a real couple, it is really inappropriate for you to stay together. I will take care of Qingtong's matter from now on.
You can take your daughter and leave.
Okay. Yi Qingfeng nodded and stood up to go upstairs to pack his luggage. But at this moment, Lu Qingtong suddenly stood up, her eyes even a little red.
Did I agree? Did I agree to let you go? Lu Qingtong stared at Yi Qingfeng angrily. Did you ask for my opinion?
Yi Qingfeng really didn't expect that Lu Qingtong would get angry. He stared at Lu Qingtong in a daze. I didn't tell you to leave, so you can't leave. After saying that, she looked at Zhao Yu. Mom, I made it very clear just now. It was Qingfeng who helped me get out of the trough. I need him. Why do you let him go? But he is an outsider after all. Zhao Yu looked at Lu Qingtong speechlessly. Why keep an outsider at home? Who said he is an outsider? That night, I gave him my first time, so is he still an outsider? Lu Qingtong said this subconsciously because she was anxious. In an instant, Zhao Yu's beautiful eyes widened again, her eyes full of shock. What did you say? Say it again? I told you, I gave my first time to Qingfeng. He is destined to be inseparable from me in this life. Now that she had said it, Lu Qingtong became more confident and righteous. Even if that night was an accident, it's also a fact. I won't let him go. He has to be responsible for me. Zhao Yu sat on the sofa, motionless. She really didn't expect that there would be such a big bomb. After a long moment, Zhao Yu finally spoke, her tone filled with anger. Are you trying to piss me off to death? He already has a child with another woman. And you, the Chinese pop music queen. With millions of fans. Now you're being a stepmother. Lu Qingtong, I really don't know what's going on in your head. I think you've gone crazy. Lu Qingtong also felt that she was crazy. Because she felt that she really had different feelings for Yi Qingfeng. And Wan, even if she is Yi Qingfeng's child with another woman, so what? What mistake did the child make? Just because of this, I don't even deserve love? Lu Qingtong finally lost control of her emotions and hugged Wan and burst into tears. While crying, she said, Wan's mother passed away. This is already a big blow to her. I just want her to have someone who loves her in her life. What's wrong with that? Besides, Wan is really sensible. At the age of 3, she would help Qingfeng with housework. How could you bear to hurt a child like this? Sister Qingtong. Seeing Lu Qingtong crying inconsolably, Wan hugged her and finally started crying. Seeing Lu Qingtong like this, tears welled up in Yi Qingfeng's eyes. Although the meeting with Lu Qingtong was an accident. But this woman is truly worthy of all the kindness in the world. Aunt, I can't guarantee anything else, but there is one thing I can swear in front of you today. No matter what happens to Qingtong and I in the future, as long as I'm alive, I will never let Qingtong get hurt again. Staring at Zhao Yu, Yi Qingfeng's tone was particularly firm. He would do everything in his power to protect this woman. Chapter 46. I feel like I can't stop it. Looking at my own daughter, I feel so sorry for other people's daughters. Zhao Yu was overwhelmed. What's the matter? But right now, we can't chase the father and daughter away anymore. Otherwise, my own daughter would cry, make a fuss, and then try to hang herself. Isn't that unfair? Okay, that's it for today. I'm tired, so I'm going to my room to rest first. Zhao Yu looked at Lu Qingtong helplessly, then stood up and walked towards his room. Lu Qingtong quickly wiped the corners of her eyes and said, Mom, let me help you get the quilt. Is there no nanny at home? Zhao Yu was speechless. Let me do it. Yi Qingfeng stood up. Because Qingtong and I have a special relationship now, the rest of the family has been sent away for the time being. After saying that, he took Wan upstairs. Zhao Yu stared blankly at Yi Qingfeng's back, then looked at Lu Qingtong and said, even the nanny has been sent away, how are you going to live? Mom, we can live without a nanny. Qingfeng is very good at taking care of people. A man who doesn't focus on his career and only does housework? What kind of future can such a man have? Zhao Yu sneered. I really don't know what he has done to you, you little bitch. Anyway, I think Qingfeng is pretty good. Lu Qingtong murmured softly. After saying that, she also ran upstairs and walked into the guest room. She saw Yi Qingfeng putting on the quilt, while Wan was helping to put on the pillow. Especially when she saw Wan carefully putting on the pillow, Lu Qingtong felt a surge of heartache in her heart again. She didn't want to give them the sadness of living under someone else's roof. She hopes that they will regard this place as their home. Let me help you. Lu Qingtong stepped forward and grabbed a corner of the quilt. In her impression, putting on the quilt seems to require the cooperation of two people. Yi Qingfeng glanced at her gently and said, It's okay, I'll be there. You go and keep your mother company. I was inconsiderate about this matter, and it's had a huge psychological impact on her.
How dare you say that? Lu Qingtong glared at Yi Qingfeng coquettishly. Don't even mention scaring my mother to death. I was almost scared to death myself. But I know my mother well. She has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. I'll explain it to her later and she'll understand. Qingtong, thank you for defending Wan Wan for me. Wan Wan is 5 years old and already understands some things. She will definitely remember what you said just now. Yi Qingfeng looked at Lu Qingtong gratefully and said. Wan Wan smiled broadly at Lu Qingtong, even though there were tears in the corners of her eyes. I really like Wan Wan. Lu Qingtong looked at Wan Wan tenderly. Anyway, from now on, you and your daughter are not allowed to leave without my permission. Now that you're here, I won't let you go so easily. Yi Qingfeng smiled gratefully. I'll remember what you said. Next time you chase me away, I won't leave. By the way, how do I get this quilt? Grabbing a corner of the quilt core, Lu Qingtong couldn't find the corresponding corner of the quilt cover. Especially after trying repeatedly, the quilt cover was like a solid geometry problem, leaving her completely clueless. Yi Qingfeng smiled and said, I can do it. No. I can't even put on a quilt. I'll be laughed at if I tell others about it. Give me a minute, I can figure it out. Lu Qingtong carefully searched for the corresponding corner on the sheet. After a minute, she finally found it. Then, she and Yi Qingfeng stuffed the quilt core into the quilt cover. They each grabbed the 2 corners and shook the quilt flat. Just at this moment, Xiao Yu walked in and saw his daughter helping Yi Qingfeng shake the quilt. He was a little dazed for a moment. During this period of time, my daughter has changed a lot. A princess who has always had everything she wants is actually willing to do housework with the man in front of her? Auntie, after putting on the quilt, you can rest. Since Lu Qingtong had her back to the door, Yi Qingfeng was the first to see Xiao Yu. Lu Qingtong immediately turned around and said, Mom, then you should go to bed early. After saying that, she followed Yi Qingfeng and wanted to go out together, but when she reached the door, Xiao Yu stopped her. Xiao Yu closed the door, looked at Lu Qingtong, and said, Qingtong, tell me honestly, you are not really in love with this man, are you? In Xiao Yu's opinion, only love can make a woman undergo such a drastic change. Faced with this question, Lu Qingtong's face suddenly became hot. For a moment, she didn't know how to answer. After hesitating for a moment, she spoke, Mom, Qingfeng is really a good person. If you spend some time with him, you will like him too. Ha! Xiao Yu was shocked. Lu Qingtong quickly changed her words and explained, what I meant is that you will appreciate him. Qingfeng is really good. Mom just wants to tell you that men are not good things. It's very difficult to find a man who is truly good to you. Xiao Yu was still worried that Lu Qingtong would be deceived. Isn't Dad a good guy too? Lu Qingtong pouted. Your dad is always so dishonest. He didn't even come back with me this time. How can things be any better? Xiao Yu rolled his eyes. Anyway, during this time, I will keep a close eye on Yi Qingfeng for you. If I ever find out that this guy has other intentions towards you, don't blame me for turning on him. Even if you beg me, I won't let him stay in this house. Although in front of Yi Qingfeng, Xiao Yu tried his best to appear strong and tried hard to suppress Yi Qingfeng's aura. But when she was alone in the room, she instantly felt like a deflated ball. My heart is filled with little resentment. Soon, she took out her cell phone and called her husband. Hubby, please come quickly. I feel like I can't hold it anymore. As soon as the call was connected, Xiao Yu's tone was full of coquettishness and weakness, completely different from her previous tone. It was daytime in the United States at this time, and Lu Qingtong's father was leisurely fishing by the lake. What's going on? Is this son-in-law so difficult to deal with? Why did he scare you like this? Lu Qingtong's father asked hurriedly with concern. Xiao Yu sat on the bed and whispered, It's difficult. It's so difficult. The moment I walked into the room, I almost had a heart attack. You know what? As soon as I walked in, a 5-year-old girl called me grandma. What? With a loud snap, Lu Qingtong's father used too much force and broke the fishing rod. That boy already has a child with our Qingtong? 5 years old? I'll be back right now, right now. Originally, he could accept his daughter having a normal relationship. But now, have I been cheated by Huang Mao? Don't be anxious, the little girl is not Qingtong's. Xiao Yu deliberately didn't tell the truth in one breath, just wanting her husband to feel the roller coaster-like mood she had just experienced. Bang! On the other end of the phone, the sound of a broken fishing rod was heard again. This time, it was broken by Lu Ching's father. Qingtong is crazy. Find a man with a child. Zhao Yu was secretly happy, and wanted to make this old pervert anxious like him. It was not until Lu Ching's father was so anxious that he almost flew over that Zhao Yu explained everything in detail. After learning the truth, Lu Ching's father on the other end of the phone began to feel sorry for his fishing rod, as he had broken it too carelessly. Comparatively speaking, Lu Ching's father was more rational and quickly understood the interests behind Yi Qingfeng pretending to be Lu Ching's fiancée. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "This kid has some brains." He's right. It's indeed better to maintain the status quo. Do you really think so? But our daughter has been bullied. How do you think Qingtong feels about him? Asked Lu Ching's father. Zhao Yu couldn't help but sigh when he mentioned this. I feel like our daughter really likes that guy, but Yi Qingfeng already has a child with another woman. I can't accept this. Don't worry, I'll investigate him first. Lu Ching's father said with a frown. Okay. Zhao Yu nodded. However, 5 minutes later, Lu Ching's father sent a message. Seeing the message, the corners of Zhao Yu's mouth twitched fiercely. Chapter 47 Early Morning Anger. Zhao Yu originally thought that her husband would send someone to investigate Yi Qingfeng's background, but she didn't expect that 5 minutes later, he just sent a few news reports. These are the hot searches that Yi Qingfeng has been on recently. Lao Buzheng, this guy is quite something. I've met Bei Honfei, the president of Huangji Company, before. He's a very profound person. Not many people can be recognized by him. Zhao Yu looked at the trending searches carefully, and some doubts began to well up in his mind. This Yi Qingfeng doesn't look like a very capable person. Zhao Yu, what should I do next? Old nonsense, no matter what, your mother-in-law's prestige still needs to be maintained. Zhao Yu. Lao Fuzhen, the rest will wait until I come back. Zhao Yu, when will you come back? Lao Buzheng, wait until you can no longer bear it. Zhao Yu. This farce finally came to an end. Lying in the bed, looking at Wan nestled in his arms, Yi Qingfeng felt very guilty. She was the one who suffered the most in this incident. I thought Wan had fallen asleep, but as soon as Yi Qingfeng turned off the lights, Wan's little hand holding his arm tightened a little. Through the moonlight outside the window, Yi Qingfeng found that she was opening her eyes wide. What's wrong? Yi Qingfeng touched her hair gently. Wan raised her eyes to look at him, with a hint of fear in her voice, and asked, Dad, does Grandma really not like me? Silly girl, don't think like that. The person Grandma hates is not you, but Dad. Yi Qingfeng said, gently touching Wan's little face. Dad, but I really like Sister Qingtong and I don't want to leave her. Don't worry, didn't Sister Qingtong just say that she wouldn't let us go? Dad can see that Sister Qingtong likes you very much, too. Dad, then tell me, what should I do so that Grandma will accept us? It turned out that Wan couldn't sleep because of this problem. At such a young age, she actually wondered what she could do to make Zhao Yu accept her. This made Yi Qingfeng feel even more distressed. He hugged her, patted her back gently, and said, Wan, this matter has nothing to do with you. The one who should work hard is Dad. So the only thing you have to do is to cheer Dad on. Dad, then keep going. You are the best dad in the world. Wan giggled, hugged Yi Qingfeng, and finally fell asleep sweetly this time. Late at night, Yang Qianluo lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Finally, she turned on the light and sat up again. She didn't know what was wrong with her. As soon as she closed her eyes, the image of Yi Qingfeng standing with his back to her in the corridor today would appear in her mind. None of your business. These 4 words kept echoing in her mind. Ever since she became famous, she moved out of that dilapidated neighborhood and almost cut off all contact with Yi Qingfeng. In recent years, I rarely think of him. But why is it that this time, his figure can't be shaken off? Is it just because he is with Lu Qingtong? It's a bureau I set up myself. A man, you can do without him. But when it was taken away by someone else, I felt inexplicably unhappy. Perhaps this is Yang Qianluo's mood at this moment. Especially Yi Qingfeng's words "it's none of your business" before he left made her emotions even stronger. Even if you don't want it, others shouldn't want it either. I'd rather destroy it. Yang Qianluo scratched his messy hair, his eyes filled with malice. Although, she acted very calm in front of He Bang today, as if this defeat was nothing to her. But now that she was the only one left, the anger in her heart surged up uncontrollably.
At this moment, she thought of someone. Yang Chenluo quickly grabbed the phone beside his pillow, opened S Station, and sent a message to Yi. "Did you watch the duel between me and Lu Ching?" However, after waiting for more than 10 minutes, she still did not receive a reply. 2 o'clock in the morning. He might have already fallen asleep. Yang Chenluo sighed. Although she didn't get a reply, she sent another message. She just wanted to find someone to talk to, even if there was no response. "What do you think of my arrangement of meeting today? Was I really wrong? Should I have sung the ending part in the wrong way? I don't know why, but when I first heard the song Meet, I was particularly moved by the line 'We've all been hurt in love,' and I subconsciously wanted to change it that way. But it turns out the audience wasn't buying it at all. This time, I really lost. You should like Lu Qingtong's version better, right? But I won T lose next time. If you see this message, please reply to me. I admire your talent and I want to hear your new song." I don't know if it was because of loneliness, but Yang Chenluo sent a string of messages to Yi in one breath. After all, he was a stranger. The next morning, Zhao Yu woke up hungry. She put on her slippers and went downstairs sleepily, wanting the aunt at home to make breakfast for her. But when he went downstairs and looked at the empty living room, he realized that there was no housekeeper in his daughter's home at all. She has to make breakfast by herself. This made her angry early on. Lu Qingtong had been spoiled since childhood. Isn't she? She doesn't know anything. Zhao Yu walked into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and found that there was a rich variety of ingredients inside. But what if it's rich? You can't eat it raw, right? Looking at the still quiet scene upstairs, Zhao Yu covered his forehead with his hands and had to take out eggs from the refrigerator and try to fry a bowl of rice. I never thought that coming to my daughter's house would mean suffering. Chapter 48. Aren't you ashamed? Like Lu Qingtong, Zhao Yu was also spoiled since childhood. Born into a wealthy family, she was a young lady and had a nanny to serve her in everything. Self-survival ability is almost zero. At this moment, she was holding the egg, but because she didn't dare to hit the edge of the bowl too hard, she only made a small crack. So she subconsciously used her fingers to pick it, and the egg shattered instantly, and the egg liquid got all over her hands. Oops. Zhao Yu stared at the egg liquid on the ground with resentment, looking mad. I finally cracked the second egg perfectly, but accidentally mixed the eggshell into the egg liquid. The third one. The fourth one. The fifth one. Early in the morning, Zhao Yu started fighting with the eggs. He hit 5 eggs in a row, but failed to hit any of them. Will I die if I hire a nanny? Zhao Yu was almost driven crazy by beating an egg, and he didn't realize that Yi Qingfeng had appeared at the kitchen door. Auntie, let me do it. The sudden sound scared her again. Zhao Yu took the bowl and wanted to throw the egg liquid mixed with eggshells into the trash can, but was stopped by Yi Qingfeng. Auntie, there are only some eggshells mixed in. It would be a waste to throw them away. Please go to the living room and wait, I'll do it. Yi Qingfeng took the bowl, then took a pair of chopsticks and carefully picked out the eggshells mixed in. Zhao Yu stared at Yi Qingfeng with distrust. It's just an egg, is there any need to be so stingy? Yi Qingfeng smiled and said nothing. Zhao Yu didn't leave either, but stood aside. She wanted to see how delicious the food made by a grown man could be. But soon, when Zhao Yu saw Yi Qingfeng's method of making fried rice, he was still a little shocked. His movements were skillful, just like a hotel chef. 10 minutes later, a pot of delicious egg fried rice was ready. Lu Qingtong and Wan Wan also came down from upstairs at the right time. After spending some time with Yi Qingfeng, Lu Qingtong has become accustomed to getting up early and enjoying the breakfast made by Yi Qingfeng on time every day. Mom, try it quickly. Lu Qingtong said when she saw Zhao Yu sitting still. Zhao Yu said disdainfully, I won't eat it. How can something made by a grown man be delicious? Mom, Qingfeng's cooking skills are really amazing. Lu Qingtong praised. Seeing that Zhao Yu was still sitting there motionless, Lu Qingtong sniffed the egg fried rice and exclaimed with enjoyment, It smells so good, Mom, are you sure you don't want to eat it? No. Then I'll eat first. Lu Qingtong picked up the spoon and started eating in big mouthfuls. Seeing Lu Qingtong's unruly eating manners, Zhao Yu frowned and criticized, As a girl, can't you eat with better manners? Eat more gently. Mom, I will pay attention to it outside. At home, we are all family. Why should I care about these things? Lu Qingtong disagreed. The most important thing was to eat well. Seeing Lu Ching enjoying her meal so much, Xiao Yu finally couldn't hold it anymore. Try it. Even if it's to give Yi Qingfeng some face. She then picked up the spoon, scooped a spoonful and put it into her mouth.
This kid is something.
She was already hungry, and after taking the first bite, she was instantly hooked and started eating in big mouthfuls without realizing it. Mom, watch your eating manners and stop smacking your lips.
Mind your own business.
After finishing a whole bowl, Xiao Yu still felt a little unsatisfied. If you want to conquer a woman's heart, you must first conquer her stomach.
This is absolutely true.
Yi Qingfeng is a very clever guy, no wonder he has bewitched his daughter so much.
Xiao Yu wiped the corners of her mouth with a tissue, and then saw Wan finish eating and pick up the bowl and go into the kitchen. She felt a little embarrassed.
If Yi Qingfeng had to collect even the bowls, it would make him look uncultured and worse than a child. So she picked up the empty bowl and walked towards the kitchen. But just as she reached the kitchen door, her delicate body trembled suddenly.
Qingtong, don't worry. This matter requires cooperation. There is no rush. Just relax first.
Thinking that his daughter had already given her first time to Yi Qingfeng, could it be that after tasting the sweetness, she couldn't stop herself?
In broad daylight in the kitchen. This is crazy.
Xiao Yu recalled that when he was young, he had done such crazy things with the old pervert in his family.
From the kitchen to the living room. Almost the entire house was left with traces of their happiness.
But now, as her mother, she is right next to her.
Don't you feel ashamed?
Standing at the edge of the kitchen, she didn't know for a moment whether she should go in to stop it or quietly go back to her room and pretend she heard nothing.
Until.
Grandma, please give me the bowl and I'll put it in the kitchen.
Wan came out of the kitchen and looked at her innocently.
Only then did Xiao Yu realize that with children in the kitchen, they must be crazy to do that.
It's obvious that I was thinking in the wrong way.
Xiao Yu blushed with embarrassment, then walked into the kitchen and saw Lu Qingtong putting a bag of vegetables into the refrigerator. It turned out that in order to extend the shelf life of the vegetables, Yi Qingfeng packed them in vacuum bags. Since the air extraction machine was broken, he had to use a straw.
Mom, why is your face so red? Do you have a fever?
Lu Qingtong asked subconsciously when she saw Xiao Yu's blushing face. Then she stepped forward and touched her face.
It seems a little hot.
Xiao Yu was quite good at finding excuses for himself. He quickly feigned weakness and agreed, I do feel a little unwell.
I might have a fever. Come on, get me a thermometer and take my temperature. Mom, I'll get it right away. Lu Qingtong ran upstairs anxiously.
Xiao Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling lucky for his own wit. Yi Qingfeng quickly poured her a cup of hot water, thinking that Xiao Yu was feeling a little overwhelmed due to jet lag. At this moment, a life-saving phone call helped her relieve the embarrassment. It was Lu Xiao who called and said that she had arranged a welcoming banquet for her and would treat her well in the evening.
Mom, did Lu Xiao ask you to go eat?
Xiao Yu nodded and said, Xiao Lu said he arranged a welcoming banquet for me and insisted that I go. It's hard to refuse such a kind invitation. Xiao Yu has always been quite satisfied with Lu Xiao. After all, Lu Xiao pretended to be very nice in front of Xiao Yu and always made her happy.
Mom, don't go.
She will definitely tell you a lot of nonsense. Besides, I have kept the matter between Qingfeng and me a secret from him. If you accidentally let it slip, it will be very troublesome. Lu Qingtong advised carefully. Unexpectedly, Yi Qingfeng agreed with Xiao Yu's going to the banquet and said, Auntie, why don't Qingtong and I accompany you tonight? I'll take this opportunity to have a good chat with him.
Xiao Yu thought about it and quickly agreed, okay, then you guys come with me.
In her opinion, it was a good idea to have two men who might become her sons-in-law in the future sit together to create a comparison.
Chapter 49. Who else would think that he is not worthy of herself?
After sending Wan to school, Yi Qingfeng returned to his old house. It has been more than 10 days since the last release of Meeting on S Station.
It's time to release a new song.
Moreover, Yi Qingfeng has already decided what song to release. It was the words Lu Qingtong said in front of Xiao Yu last night that reminded Yi Qingfeng of a song that was once very popular in that dimension. Courage by Fish Leong.
Finally made this decision.
I don't care what others say.
As long as you are equally sure. I am willing to follow you to the ends of the earth. I know it's not easy.
My heart has been reviewing and convincing myself.
I am most afraid that you will suddenly say you want to give up. Every line of lyrics seems to be so appropriate.
Taking out the guitar from the cabinet, Yi Qingfeng sat on the sofa with it in his arms and adjusted the camera angle of his mobile phone. Originally, Yi Qingfeng wanted to adjust the shooting angle to avoid the painting on the wall. Although Lu Qingtong didn't notice this detail when she came last time, it doesn't mean that she won't notice it this time. But after thinking about it, Yi Qingfeng felt that it was unnecessary. So what if we discover it? He concealed his identity just to prevent his fans from knowing his true identity for the time being.
There is no need to deliberately hide anything from Lu Qingtong. It depends on when she will notice this detail.
As for Yang Qianluo, although she was once the hostess of this house, she never came here again after the house was renovated. She had no idea there was such a painting on the wall. However, Yi Qingfeng deliberately avoided the shot of the guitar. After all, this guitar carries many stories. It was given to Yang Qianluo by Yi Qingfeng on the day Wanwan was born.
It means that I have the same birthday as Wanwan. Wanwan is a gift from Yang Qianluo to Yi Qingfeng.
The guitar was a gift from Yi Qingfeng to Yang Qianluo. As a result, Wanwan and the guitar now belong only to him. Yang Qianluo threw away both of these things. Yi Qingfeng stayed in the old house for the entire morning, recording more than 10 times, and finally got the version he was most satisfied with.
Open S station and the background is full of messages.
Only then did he realize that both Lu Qingtong and Yang Qianluo had sent him messages.
Yang Qianluo's message was even longer.
But Yi Qingfeng didn't click it, he was too lazy to read it. He just clicked on Lu Qingtong's message.
Master Yi, did you watch your debut performance today? Thank you for your song.
It made me realize for the first time how joyful it is to sit on stage and quietly sing a love song. I wish you all the best and look forward to your new songs. Looking at Lu Qingtong's message, Yi Qingfeng smiled knowingly. I saw your performance, it was fantastic.
Thank you for giving this song a new soul.
I wish you all the best, let's keep going. After replying the message, Yi Qingfeng was just about to upload the song, but he didn't expect Lu Qingtong to reply so quickly.
I would like to introduce you to someone. Is it convenient for you?
This information made Yi Qingfeng a little confused.
Yi Qingfeng, who? Lu Qingtong, my fiancé. The success of my arrangement this time is entirely thanks to him. Honestly, I think he has a deep understanding of your song meeting. The night before our debut performance, he took me on a carousel and a bus. I saw a girl on the bus, and she embodied that feeling of longing and anticipation for love. Finally, he took me to a room where I truly felt the meaning of the song. Yi Qingfeng really didn't expect that Lu Qingtong would mention him in this way. Maybe she saw a mutual understanding.
A talented singer and a musician who can understand him, a good horse and a good horse trainer, should know each other. Perhaps seeing that Yi Qingfeng didn't reply, Lu Qingtong soon sent another message.
Lu Qingtong, my fiancé is truly amazing.
You can completely trust him. He was the one who made Yang Qianluo famous back then, and he has a very good relationship with Mr. Bei from Huangji. You can sign with Huangji. I believe that with your talent and his help, you can become the new generation of love song prince in the Chinese music scene. I haven't told him about this yet, but he's a very kind person, so I'm sure he'll agree.
Wait for my good news.
Yi Qingfeng, okay, I'll wait for your news. Seeing that Yi Zi agreed, Lu Qingtong, who was sitting on the terrace at this time, was very happy. Just as Yi Qingfeng guessed, it was such a happy thing for a talented creator to meet a musician who understood him and to bring together such a marriage. At this moment, Lu Qingtong was as happy as a matchmaker. And there was another reason why she was so happy. She knew that the reason why Yi Qingfeng disappeared from the business world in recent years was definitely to take care of Wanwan and put all his thoughts on Wanwan. But now, I can help him take care of Wanwan.
If he can package Yi Zi as a superstar in the music industry, his reputation will return to its peak. Yang Qianluo became famous 5 years ago.
5 years later, the Leaves became famous. There are very few musicians in the entire Chinese music scene who can achieve such an achievement. In this way, even if the matter of pretending to be a fiancé is exposed, who would have the qualifications to criticize and slander Yi Qingfeng behind his back?
Who else would think that he is not worthy of them?
In the evening, when Yi Qingfeng returned to the Sea View Villa, Lu Qingtong happily trotted towards him, wanting to discuss signing Yi Zi with him. However, when she arrived at the door and found that Yi Qingfeng was followed by a middle-aged woman with a kind face, Lu Qingtong was subconsciously stunned.
What's going on? Could this person be Yi Qingfeng's mother? Are the parents of both sides going to meet so soon?
Lu Qingtong thought so subconsciously, and her heartbeat unknowingly quickened.
This mother-in-law saw it, wasn't it a bit too sudden?
Fortunately, Yi Qingfeng explained in time, Qingtong, this is my neighbor, Aunt Zhang. When Wanwan was a child, Aunt Zhang helped me take care of Wanwan. Now that Aunt Zhang has just lost her job, I brought her here, thinking that she could help us. It turned out that when leaving the old house, Yi Qingfeng ran into Aunt Zhang and learned that she had just lost her job. Thinking that Aunt Zhang had helped him a lot over the years and was a trustworthy person, Yi Qingfeng brought her here. On the way here, Yi Qingfeng also told Aunt Zhang the general situation. Although he did not mention the matter of pretending to be her fiancée, Yi Qingfeng trusted Aunt Zhang's character. Having her help take care of Wanwan is the best choice. Since Yi Qingfeng was trustworthy, Lu Qingtong naturally had no objection and said with a happy smile, Aunt Zhang, thank you for your hard work. However, at this moment, a Maybach stopped in front of the villa. After Lu Xiao got out of the car, he took out various luxury items from the trunk, walked up to Lu Qingtong with a smile, and said, Qingtong, I'm here to visit my aunt.
I'd like to take you and her out for dinner. Chapter 50, Damn it, you're back.
Last time, Yi Qingfeng stopped him outside the door, and Lu Xiao was helpless.
Who made him hold a kitchen knife in his hand? But this time, it's finally justified.
As he said that, Lu Xiao was about to walk into the house, but unexpectedly, he was stopped by Yi Qingfeng.
Did I let you in?
Yi Qingfeng looked at Lu Xiao coldly.
Lu Xiao frowned immediately, staring at Yi Qingfeng angrily, and said, I came to see my aunt, is this any of your business? Do you really think you are the master of this house? Qingfeng is not the male host, could it be you?
Lu Qingtong immediately protected Yi Qingfeng. If she was a little hesitant and uneasy about stopping Lu Xiao last time, this time, she was as determined as iron. From now on, Lu Xiao will not be allowed to take another step through this door.
Not only did she have to keep the secret between herself and Yi Qingfeng. Moreover, she also has to protect Wanwan.
If Lu Xiao knew about Wanwan's existence, he would definitely make a big fuss about her and hurt her. Seeing that Lu Qingtong also had this attitude, Lu Xiao felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit.
He has been humble enough for this woman. Qingtong, you're like this, it makes me uncomfortable, you know that?
Lu Xiao looked at Lu Qingtong unwillingly, anyway, as long as you two haven't gotten married yet, I still have a chance.
I won't give up on you. You're the woman I nurtured. Lu Xiao, Qingfeng is already my fiancée. Do you think it's fun to continue like this?
Besides, you have no shortage of women around you, so many rich ladies.
Why do you have to hang yourself on a tree like me?
Lu Qingtong said helplessly. She really didn't want Lu Xiao to stick to her like a dogskin plaster anymore. I told you, as long as you two haven't gotten married, I won't give up.
I really love you.
I didn't tell you before because I was afraid of disturbing your work. After all, your career is at its peak, and falling in love will not do your career any good.
But you can't keep your love in your heart just because I gave you time, and you don't give me time and be with other men?
Lu Xiao said with a look of grievance, building up his own image very great, thinking to himself, shouldn't you be moved by a man like me who silently gives behind the scenes? In fact, he couldn't swallow this. Lu Qingtong was the ultimate beauty she had cultivated for many years. How could he accept giving her away like this? Seeing that Lu Qingtong stopped talking, Lu Xiao thought that his words really touched her. However, just as he was about to press on, Lu Qingtong suddenly spoke up, really? Then tell me, what is your relationship with Lulu? And that Selena, don't tell me you haven't slept together. Hearing this, Lu Xiao's eyes widened. How did Lu Qingtong know about these women who had a close relationship with her? But at the moment, Lu Xiao would never admit it. He pretended to be innocent and said, what Lulu? What's Selena? Qingtong, I don't even know who you are talking about. I admit that as the CEO of Tianyan, there are indeed many women around me, and I have been tempted many times, but I only have you in my heart. I don't even bother to look at these women. Since Lu Xiao didn't admit it, Lu Qingtong didn't bother to argue with him and said, okay, if you want to take my mother to dinner, go ahead. I won't stop you, but don't disturb Qingfeng and I, okay? No. I said, as long as you are not married yet, I have a chance. Auntie, I'm here to see you. Lu Xiao planned to force his way in, but was stopped by Yi Qingfeng. Put your hand down. Lu Xiao gritted his teeth as Yi Qingfeng blocked his arm. Yi Qingfeng's expression remained calm. He looked at him coldly and said, my patience is limited. You fucking. Lu Xiao still hasn't swallowed the anger he got from being punched by Yi Qingfeng in Meiyu last time.
It seems like he's going to take action today. Fortunately, Zhao Yu came out at this time.
Seeing Zhao Yu, Lu Xiao felt like she had found a savior and quickly asked for help. "Auntie, I came all the way to see you, but Yi Qingfeng blocked me from entering."
Isn't this a bit too much for the hospitality?
Zhao Yu has always had a good impression of Lu Xiao. What's more, tonight she wanted to see who was better and more suitable to be her son-in-law between Lu Xiao and Yi Qingfeng. Then, Zhao Yu looked at Yi Qingfeng and said, Xiao Lu is a guest at home, and you blocked him from entering."
That's really wrong.
These words made Yi Qingfeng think that Zhao Yu was going to stand on Lu Xiao's side. Little did we know that the reversal would come so quickly. Zhao Yu quickly said to Lu Xiao, "Since it's already dinner time, let's not stay at home. Let's go straight to the restaurant.
I'm already hungry."
Although Zhao Yu seemed to be being unreasonable from yesterday till now, he was still clear-headed about some things.
Wan was in the house, so how could he let Lu Xiao see her?
It seemed like he was blaming Yi Qingfeng, but in fact he was also shutting Lu Xiao out. And using this method, Lu Xiao would have to agree even if he didn't want to. Sure enough, Lu Xiao had no choice but to nod and said with a smile, Okay, auntie, let's go eat first. You and Qingtong can take my car."
"No need, I'll take Qingfeng's car."
Lu Qingtong responded immediately. Lu Xiao was about to speak when Zhao Yu opened the car door with a smile and said, "It's okay, Xiao Lu, I'll take your car, and Xiao Yu can drive Qingtong over." Lu Xiao was humiliated again, but he couldn't refute it.
Helplessly, Lu Xiao had to agree, and in order to express his sincerity, he deliberately asked the driver to go back first, saying that he would take Zhao Yu there personally.
In his opinion, as long as he can deal with his mother-in-law, he is at least half successful. Although, he still felt unhappy watching Lu Qingtong get into Yi Qingfeng's car. Since he rarely drives, Lu Xiao felt a little uncomfortable when he got in the car.
He couldn't even remember the route clearly.
So he had to open the navigation, but he never expected that the social demise would come so quickly.
"Damn it, you're back."
As soon as Lu Xiao turned on the navigation, a very sweet voice came from the voice.
Who the hell set the navigation voice to be like this? Lu Xiao was horrified and suddenly became at a loss.
Zhao Yu sat in the back, his face turning pale.
"Auntie, it must be my driver, he messed up. I will drive him away when I get back. Please wait for a moment, I will set it up."
Lu Xiao began to set up the navigation in a hurry, and kept defending himself. On the other side, Yi Qingfeng drove the car and took Lu Qingtong out of the community. In the car, Lu Qingtong's favorite songs were playing, which made her feel quite comfortable.
Chapter 51 Meeting with Yi Zi. "Qingfeng, there is something I want to discuss with you."
After the car drove out of the community, Lu Qingtong couldn't wait to discuss signing Yi Zi with Yi Qingfeng again.
"What's wrong?"
Yi Qingfeng asked. Lu Qingtong looked at him and said in a negotiating tone, "Today, I chatted with Yi Zi in private messages for a while. I suggested that he sign a contract with Huangji, and he agreed."
"That's good."
Yi Qingfeng smiled and thought to himself that this girl was so stupid. When would she find out that Yi Zi was actually him?
Lu Qingtong said excitedly, "You think this is a good thing too, right?" "Really?"
He signed to Huangji, and with Bei Hongfei as his boss, he's bound to become a huge star.
Besides, I mentioned you to him.
I think you understand his music very well, so I want you to support him and become his agent."
"No problem."
Yi Qingfeng agreed immediately.
"Really? That's great." Lu Qingtong was even more excited.
She hadn't expected everything to go so smoothly.
"Then I'll make an appointment with Yi Zi tomorrow. You two can meet first and discuss the details of the cooperation." "Tomorrow? Do you have anything to do tomorrow?" "A few days later is fine."
Lu Qingtong said subconsciously. Yi Qingfeng looked at Lu Qingtong and said, "Anytime you think is suitable is fine.
However, I have a request."
"You say."
"I'll decide the meeting place, okay?"
Since he had agreed to Lu Qingtong's request, it seemed like it was time to confess Yi Zi's identity to her.
"Of course, I'll make an appointment with him first, and you decide the place." "I'm very happy that you agree,"
Lu Qingtong said with a happy smile.
Yi Qingfeng couldn't help but ask, "Do you really have to be so happy about me working with Yi Zi?" "Of course I'm happy.
A brilliant horse meets a talented horse trainer, and I'm the one who made the connection.
I'm incredibly successful.
Besides, I know you've given up your career for Wan all these years. Seeing you make Yi Zi famous like you did Zhongqian Luo, I'm so proud of you."
These words touched Yi Qingfeng. He understood that Lu Qingtong did this to help him regain his former glory. Yi Qingfeng looked at her gratefully and said, "Okay, I'll do my best." "Yeah, come on, come on." Lu Qingtong clenched her fists happily, and the way she cheered Yi Qingfeng on was indescribably cute. This woman is becoming more and more interesting. At this time, they drove past a newly opened hot pot restaurant. The door was hung with lanterns, and it looked very festive and lively. Seeing the hot pot, Lu Qingtong couldn't help but lick her lips, but there was a hint of loneliness in her eyes. She couldn't help but say, "I really want to eat hot pot. Since I became a singer, I haven't eaten hot pot again. Sister Yun was worried that the chili would hurt my throat. Several times I wanted to eat it, but she refused to let me." "Is it so cruel?" Looking at Lu Qingtong, who was longing for hot pot, Yi Qingfeng turned around and drove back. This startled Lu Qingtong, and she couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing? Didn't you say you wanted to eat hot pot? Then let's eat hot pot." Who says singers can't eat hot pot? How can a person's voice be so fragile? Yi Qingfeng said without thinking. Lu Qingtong stared at Yi Qingfeng in surprise. Didn't Lu Xiao book a private room? Let him eat his own food. I only care about what you want to eat. Yi Qingfeng parked the car in front of the hot pot restaurant. I haven't eaten hot pot for a while. This restaurant looks good. Let's eat here. This is too awesome. Since Yi Qingfeng said so, Lu Qingtong had no more worries. She said happily, "Great. Let's eat hot pot. I'll tell my mom that if they want to come, they can come and eat together. If not, they can eat theirs and we'll eat ours." Originally, Lu Qingtong was not interested in tonight's dinner and just wanted to get it over with. On the contrary, now, this surprise is too wonderful. Everyone likes this kind of happiness that comes suddenly. After sending the location to Jiaoyu, Lu Qingtong put on a mask and followed Yi Qingfeng into the hot pot restaurant and asked for a private room. She hadn't eaten hot pot for many years, and she was almost dying of cravings for this bite. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao finally changed the navigation voice. Shortly after driving out, Jiaoyu, who was sitting in the back seat, spoke up. "Qingtong sent us a new address and told us to go there for dinner." Ah? Lu Xiao was stunned. "I've already booked a private room. It doesn't matter where we eat. Since Qingtong sent us the new address and they've already arrived, let's go over to their place first." Zhao Yu disagreed. Lu Xiao had no choice but to agree, thinking that all the delicacies and high-end wines he had prepared tonight would be wasted. When the car arrived at the destination, Lu Xiao was even more confused. He stared at the hot pot restaurant sign and said, "Auntie, is the address correct?" Zhao Yu was also a little confused. He never expected that it would be a hot pot restaurant. It's also an affordable hot pot restaurant. She hasn't set foot in a place like this for many years. Lu Xiao couldn't help but complain, "Isn't this Yi Qingfeng a bit too low? Is the food in this kind of place edible?" At this time, Lu Qingtong sent the box number, and Jiaoyu had no choice but to take Lu Xiao with him and go there first. When they entered the private room, they found that Lu Qingtong had already ordered a table full of hot pot dishes and was just waiting for the pot to boil. "Mom, come and sit down. This hot pot restaurant looks delicious." Lu Qingtong took Xiaoyu's arm and sat down. "This is the oil sauce I made especially for you." "Yi Qingfeng, you are fooling around. Don't you know Qingtong is a singer? You take her to eat such heavy-tasting food, do you want to ruin her voice?" Looking at the bottom of the pot full of red soup, Lu Xiao suddenly became furious and got angry at Yi Qingfeng. "Who told you that eating spicy food will definitely ruin your throat? Although eating spicy food will cause certain irritation to the throat in the short term, the human body is completely able to adapt to it. In everything, strive for moderation. Too much is as bad as too little. On the contrary, long-term excessive protection of the throat will make it more fragile and more vulnerable." As the former boss of an agency, Yi Qingfeng never restricted the lives of his artists. As long as it was not excessive, they were free to do anything. "I haven't eaten hot pot for 5 years. Just let me have a meal," Lu Qingtong said pitifully. Lu Xiao pointed at Yi Qingfeng and said, "If Qingtong's voice gets damaged, Yi Qingfeng, I won't forgive you. Stop talking so harshly. I'm almost getting calluses out of my ears from hearing you say that. If you want to eat, just sit down and eat. If you don't want to eat, just leave. No one is forcing you." Yi Qingfeng didn't want to argue with him anymore, like a fussy person.
Lu Qingtong no longer paid attention to Lu Xiao's obstruction, and happily picked up a piece of tripe and said to Yi Qingfeng happily, Qingfeng, I know how to shabu shabu tripe this way, right?
Um.
When they saw Lu Qingtong's actions, the three of them were shocked.
Is this what a woman in love is like?
Especially Lu Xiao, when he saw Lu Qingtong's actions, he felt like the top of his head was hit. During this period of time, she and Yi Qingfeng lived such a shameless life.
Chapter 52. Is there any need to compare?
Seeing Yi Qingfeng and the other two looking at her in surprise, Lu Qingtong was puzzled.
She picked up the tripe with chopsticks and asked curiously, Is there anything wrong with the way I cook it? I saw it online.
First, blanch it lightly 9 times, then dip the whole piece in the broth to coat it.
That way, it's crispy and flavorful.
Lu Qingtong picked up a piece of tripe and demonstrated it again seriously. Yi Qingfeng just wanted to ask, what kind of short video are you watching online?
But Lu Xiao wanted to ask, are you sure you didn't remember it wrong? Jiao Qian.
Lu Qingtong muttered the harsh words she had just said, and then said speechlessly, what's wrong with my way of shabu shabu?
Qingfeng, come and teach me, where did I go wrong?
In fact, Yi Qingfeng is not so familiar with this word. Lu Xiao may know more, after all, he has more practical experience. Yi Qingfeng picked up a piece of tripe and said, I haven't heard of your method, but I do know how to cook tripe up and down.
Ah? Nervous? Not Jiao Qian. After Yi Qingfeng's reminder, Lu Qingtong finally reacted. What the hell?
What did this girl just say? Suddenly, Lu Qingtong's face turned red, and she realized that she seemed to have made a real mistake.
It's all because of those short essays flying all over the internet. Every article is so dirty.
But Lu Qingtong just loves to watch it secretly.
Every time I watch it, my face turns red and I can't stop. This is really embarrassing. Lu Qingtong could only hide her embarrassment by eating.
She put the tripe into her mouth, showing an expression of enjoyment, and said, so crispy, so delicious.
Qingfeng, try it quickly.
After saying that, she personally blanched a piece of tripe and put it into Yi Qingfeng's bowl.
The beef can't be cooked too well, otherwise it will be hard to chew.
Yi Qingfeng took the beef out of the pot and put it into Lu Qingtong's bowl.
Delicious, so tender. Do you want to eat squid? Eat.
Here are the lobster balls.
Wipe your mouth. Red oil is dripping from the corner of your mouth. Help me wipe it.
Lu Qingtong held the bowl and ate happily. Lu Xiao, who was standing next to him, felt full even though he hadn't eaten a single bite.
I'm full of dog food. This meal was completely different from what he had imagined. Are you here to see the woman you like and show your affection with others? Waiter, bring me a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Lu Xiao yelled angrily and wanted to drink some wine to calm down.
After saying this, the waiter looked at Lu Xiao as if he was an idiot.
Who the hell orders 1982 Lafite in a hot pot restaurant? How about Erdwo?
The waiter rolled his eyes and asked. Only then did Lu Xiao realize that this was a hot pot restaurant, and an affordable hot pot restaurant at that.
Xiao Lu, why don't you eat?
Zhao Yu looked at Lu Xiao and asked. Lu Xiao smiled bitterly, I don't eat spicy food.
Then I'll ask the waiter to change to a Shuangyan hot pot. Is tomato soup base okay?
Zhao Yu asked, trying to accommodate Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao shook his head again, I don't eat tomatoes either.
What about the mushroom soup? I don't like it.
Lu Xiao was a picky eater to begin with, and on top of that he was angry, making him very difficult to please. However, he forgot that the person who asked him what he wanted to eat was not the nanny at home, but the woman who might become his mother-in-law in the future. Finally, after Lu Xiao rejected his question several times, Zhao Yu lost his patience and his face darkened. If this was her own son, she would at least want to ask him if he would eat the slap in the face. But on Lu Xiao's side, she still held back, and then changed the subject, saying, Xiao Lu, Auntie asks you a question, what do you think of love? Lu Xiao didn't expect Zhao Yu to ask this question so suddenly. He was obviously stunned for a moment, and thought for a moment before answering, Auntie, I am very loyal in love.
Once I set my mind on someone, I will never change. Besides, you know how I feel about Qingtong. As long as Qingtong is happy, I can do anything. My father once said that I am a deeply affectionate person. Once I fall in love, I can't extricate myself.
So, this time Qingtong suddenly got a fiancée, it really hit me hard. But as long as Qingtong is not married, I have a chance.
Auntie, I won't give up.
Taking the opportunity, Lu Xiao expressed his feelings to Zhao Yu, wanting to highlight how much he loved Lu Ching. Zhao Yu felt a little nauseous after hearing this. Then, Zhao Yu turned his gaze to Yi Qingfeng and asked, "Xiao Yi, do you think you are an affectionate person?" Yi Qingfeng knew that Zhao Yu was taking this opportunity to observe him and Lu Xiao. Yi Qingfeng actually feels deeply touched by the word affection. Wasn't he affectionate enough towards Yang Qianluo in the past? But what is the result? It is a ruthless abandonment. So now, Yi Qingfeng has a new understanding of deep affection. I used to think being affectionate was pretty good, but it wasn't until the term licking dog came out that I realized a lot of licking dogs call themselves affectionate. Lu Xiao. Are you calling yourself a bootlicker? Yi Qingfeng, what do you mean by this? As expected, Lu Xiao became anxious as soon as these words came out. Yi Qingfeng looked at him calmly. "I didn't say anything about you, why do you take it so personally?" Lu Qingtong took the opportunity to say, "Mom, I'm actually really afraid of people who are deeply affectionate. Many people use affection as an excuse and put themselves on the moral high ground, like a dogskin plaster that can't be shaken off." Lu Xiao felt that none of their words mentioned him, but every word pierced his heart. These days, being affectionate is against the law. The most infuriating thing was that Zhao Yu nodded in agreement and said, "Let's put it this way, your father, that old frivolous guy, does this quite well. Even though he's always so slick and unassuming and never mentions his affection, when things really get tough, he's quite courageous. A man should show his worth through action, words alone are useless." Zhao Yu was not stupid. She could see that her daughter really had no feelings for Lu Xiao. Is there any need to compare? It seems there is no need to compare anymore. Lu Xiao couldn't sit still for even a minute during this meal. He couldn't get angry in front of Zhao Yu, but his hatred for Yi Qingfeng increased a little more. He even began to resent Lu Qingtong. "I have raised this woman in vain. If you can't get it, then destroy it." This vicious idea finally emerged in Lu Xiao's heart. When going home, Zhao Yu took Yi Qingfeng's car. She knew what today's meal meant. "Xiao Yi, in order to keep your secret, I have offended Xiao Lu during this meal. I can see that Xiao Lu is a mean-spirited person, and Qingtong is an artist in his company. If Qingtong is bullied by him in the future and you can't protect him, I will not forgive you." Although, Zhao Yu could ensure his daughter's safety by taking action himself. But taking this opportunity, she wanted to see whether Yi Qingfeng had the ability to protect her daughter. Yi Qingfeng knew that this was a test from Zhao Yu. What's more, the breakup between Lu Qingtong and Lu Xiao was inevitable. Right now, the most troublesome thing is the remaining 2 years of her contract. A contract is like a shackle for an artist. Once it is put on, many artists will fall. However, Yi Qingfeng had already promised that as long as he was alive, he would definitely protect Lu Qingtong. This agreement was made by him to Lu Qingtong. It makes no difference whether there is a test or not. Chapter 53. What happened to this woman recently? Yi Qingfeng. Do you really think I don't have a temper? When Lu Xiao returned home, he acted like a madman and smashed his living room into a mess. Before, he had some concerns because he couldn't guess Yi Qingfeng's identity. But now, he doesn't care anymore. Even if Yi Qingfeng has the support of a financial group, so what? He couldn't possibly swallow this. At this time, a black Land Rover Defender stopped at the door of the villa, and a slim woman got out. She was wearing a black dress that looked very tight and outlined her perfect figure. Under her long red hair, she had a pair of extremely cold eyes, which made people feel a strong sense of oppression at first glance. She is Lu Xiao's sister, Lu Fei. Walking into the living room and looking at the mess in the room, Lu Fei's eyes became even colder and asked coldly, "What happened?" When Lu Xiao saw Lu Fei, his body trembled suddenly. From childhood to adulthood, the person he was most afraid of was his sister. Suppression from blood. Facing Lu Fei, Lu Xiao didn't even dare to say that he was bullied. For Lu Fei, this was too embarrassing for the Lu family. "Sister, why are you here?" Lu Xiao looked at Lu Fei nervously and asked. Lu Fei narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Xiao expressionlessly. "Can't I come? Tell me, what made you so angry?" "Sister, it's nothing." If she knew that she was forced into this state because of a woman, she would look down on her even more. Little did they know that Lu Fei had actually known it for a long time. Is it because of Lu Qingtong? Lu Fei sat down on the sofa, his arms folded across his chest, looking superior. "Sister, do you know everything?" Lu Xiao asked cautiously. "Waste." As expected, Lu Fei started to curse him.
Look at what you've become because of a woman. You're the only son of the Lu family. What kind of woman can't you get? Sister, the main reason is that I can't figure out Yi Qingfeng's background.
I'm worried that he has influence abroad and has offended foreign financial groups. I'm afraid that this will drag our Lu family into trouble.
Lu Xiao said confidently. Lu Fei sneered, you know nothing about your own family.
Yi Qingfeng is just an ant, and you're so timid about dealing with him.
You're such a loser. Sister, what do you mean? Lu Xiao was surprised. Lu Fei stood up and said coldly, when the time comes, strike. Don't bring shame to the Lu family. The Lu family is more powerful than you think.
After saying that, she turned and left the villa.
After returning home, Lu Qingtong went to the gym.
Although she enjoyed the hot pot, the calorie count was extremely high.
It must be consumed, otherwise you will gain excess fat.
Call. However, after running for only half an hour, she could no longer run, and she leaned her hands on the guardrail, breathing heavily,
sweating profusely.
Although she exercises regularly, Lu Qingtong's physical strength has always been her weakness, which has had a great impact on her. At every concert in recent years, she always feels physically exhausted at the end, and has difficulty controlling her breath when singing and dancing. This is also why her breath when singing has always been criticized. At this time, Yi Qingfeng walked in from outside.
Did you finish running so quickly?
Yi Qingfeng asked with a smile as he looked at the breathless Lu Qingtong.
Lu Qingtong subconsciously rolled her eyes at him and said, what do you mean by so fast? I've been running for half an hour, and I've already covered 5 kilometers. A pace of 5 kilometers in half an hour is already excellent for most people.
During this period, Yi Qingfeng watched the concert videos of Lu Qingtong in recent years, and he naturally discovered Lu Qingtong's physical problems. You can try to slow down your pace.
There's no use running fast. Instead, it will make your heart rate too high.
The main reason why you were exhausted in the second half of the concert was because your heart rate was too high,
Yi Qingfeng reminded.
However, what Yi Qingfeng said was completely opposite to what the fitness coaches she had hired before.
Who should I listen to?
Lu Qingtong was puzzled. My coaches all told me to increase my pace. After all, I'm exercising a lot when I sing and dance, so I need to raise my heart rate.
Well, you do a plank first and let me see.
Yi Qingfeng was not in a hurry to explain, but asked Lu Qingtong to do a plank first. Lu Qingtong rarely does plank exercises. Although it can make her sweat a lot, it doesn't help much in controlling her heart rate. However, she still followed Yi Qingfeng's instructions, supported her elbows on the yoga mat, and did a plank.
3 minutes shouldn't be a problem, right?
However, after only persisting for 2 minutes, Lu Qingtong felt severe pain all over her body, and her body could not help but tremble.
In less than 3 minutes, she could no longer hold on.
Finally, after 2 minutes and 40 seconds, Lu Qingtong could no longer bear it and fell directly on the yoga mat, her clothes soaked with sweat.
I'm so tired. My whole body is sore.
Lu Qingtong lay on the yoga mat, breathing heavily again. Yi Qingfeng confirmed her problem. However, just when Yi Qingfeng was about to express his thoughts, Lu Qingtong's words made him confused.
I finally understand my best friend's husband.
Yi Qingfeng was confused by this.
He looked at her blankly and asked, what does this have to do with your bestie's husband?
Lu Qingtong sat up from the ground and said, my best friend has complained to me several times, saying that her husband can only last 3 minutes.
Now that I think about it, 3 minutes is really not a short time. At first, Yi Qingfeng didn't react and answered seriously, for men, as long as they exercise regularly, 3 minutes is indeed a bit short.
Under normal circumstances, 10 minutes is not a problem.
I'm not talking about plank. Lu Qingtong exclaimed. Yi Qingfeng, huh? What do you mean? What do you think? Finally, Yi Qingfeng reacted. Can this also be associated? What on earth has this woman been thinking about all day and night lately? Chapter 54. It's not like I haven't tried before. What's wrong with this woman recently? Driving is always so unexpected. But thinking back, Lu Qingtong drives pretty aggressively.
Thinking back to the last time, a woman who stepped on the accelerator as soon as she started, how could she not be aggressive? All I can say is that Yi Qingfeng still knows nothing about women. If he saw the chat records between Lu Qingtong and her best friend, it would probably shatter his 3 views.
What happened to the goddess?
Even goddesses can be dirty sometimes, that's human nature.
No matter what, when it's dirty, it's happy.
After spending some time with Yi Qingfeng, her inner defenses have disappeared and her true nature has gradually been revealed. As a person, you must never pretend.
How boring is it to pretend to be pure and innocent like a saint? Looking at Lu Qingtong, Yi Qingfeng couldn't help but smile and said, "It's the same principle."
If you practice more, it will definitely take more than 3 minutes.
You can practice this?
Lu Qingtong was shocked and her beautiful eyes widened. Of course. Yi Qingfeng said without hesitation. This made Lu Qingtong recall her first time. It seemed that Yi Qingfeng's performance that night was indeed far beyond expectations.
Then how did you practice? Haven't you been alone for the past 5 years? Lu Qingtong couldn't help but ask. Yi Qingfeng. I answered casually, but I didn't expect that I would accidentally get myself into trouble. Well, let's go for a run.
Yi Qingfeng wanted to change the subject. Lu Qingtong kept pressing on. No, you have to answer me first, I'm really curious. Hiss. Yi Qingfeng took a breath of cold air.
Do you really want to know?
Yi Qingfeng asked back.
Lu Qingtong nodded vigorously. Yes, I'm always a little curious about the opposite sex.
Besides, if you tell me the method, I can tell my best friend, and then she will be saved.
My bestie, your demands are a bit too big.
Yi Qingfeng had no choice but to change his words and said, I was just talking nonsense.
This can't be practiced. It's innate. Then my best friend is doomed? Change your husband. Lu Qingtong.
Lu Qingtong had just finished exercising and her hormones were already surging. Talking about this topic made her very excited. Although I felt a little shy, I couldn't help but want to chat. Anyway, I have already had a relationship with the man in front of me.
At worst, we can talk until we are dry-mouthed and comfort each other.
However, at this time, Yi Qingfeng got on the treadmill.
Start running alone. What does it mean?
Seeing that Yi Qingfeng didn't care about her running, Lu Qingtong felt a little unhappy.
This is really a bummer. We are having a great chat.
In fact, Yi Qingfeng's heart was a little confused at this moment. After spending some time together, she discovered that Lu Qingtong was truly a treasure girl. She is beautiful, has a good personality, is kind, and is a top star. To be able to get a woman like this, your ancestors must have been blessed with such a blessing. But Yi Qingfeng dared not love. The doctor's words would always linger in his ears. Even if the surgery is successful, the compressed nerves may be damaged. By then, he might be deaf. Maybe he's blind. It is also possible to become a vegetable. By then, he will be a burden, a painful burden. Yi Qingfeng had already made a decision about his illness. After leaving Wanwan a sum of money that she could not spend in her lifetime, he left High City and found the best doctor in the country to perform surgery on him. If the operation is successful, he will come back. If the operation was unsuccessful, he planned to buy a small boat, let himself drift on the sea, and gradually be swallowed by the sea. Seeing that Yi Qingfeng allowed her to run, Lu Qingtong felt a little resentful in her heart, and then sat on the yoga mat and started practicing yoga. Ah! Suddenly, Lu Qingtong let out a cry, then covered her thigh in pain. What's wrong? Yi Qingfeng quickly rushed off the treadmill and rushed to her side. I have a cramp. Lu Qingtong clenched her teeth, her expression painful. Yi Qingfeng quickly grabbed her feet and said, try to straighten your legs. At the same time, Zhao Yu was applying a facial mask and happened to pass by the gym when he heard Lu Qingtong's cry of pain inside. Here we go again. And this time, the more it sounds, the more similar it is. Young people nowadays. So unrestrained. Zhao Yu grinned and quickly turned and left. It seems I have to book a plane ticket quickly, I can't stay here any longer. Are you feeling better? Seeing that Lu Qingtong's expression had relaxed a little, Yi Qingfeng asked gently. Lu Qingtong pouted, it's all your fault. Is this my fault? Yi Qingfeng was speechless. Yes, it's your fault. Lu Qingtong tried to stand up, thinking that if she hadn't talked about the previous topic, would her hormones be messed up? Cramps only occur when things are messy. After taking a shower, Lu Qingtong lay on the bed. My thoughts are a bit confused. At this moment, the cell phone on her pillow rang. It was a message from her best friend Yang Yuqing. Yang Yuqing, honey, what are you doing? Lu Qingtong just got into bed, getting ready for sleep. Yang Yuqing, you're in bed so early? Are you sure you're getting ready for sleep?
You're Yi Qingfeng, won't you pamper him?
Because Yi Qingfeng had instructed not to tell anyone about her pretending to be her fiancé, she kept this a secret from everyone. What's more, she has been cheated by her best friend.
Of course, Yang Yuqing is different from Zhao Lu.
Yang Yuqing grew up with her and they know each other very well. If such a best friend would also betray her, then this world would be too terrible.
Lu Qingtong, you dirty girl, all you think about all day long.
Yang Yuqing, hee, by the way, how's Yi Qingfeng in that area?
He's definitely better than my husband, right?
Lu Qingtong replied subconsciously. He said that this kind of thing can be practiced.
Yang Yuqing, what? Really? How do I practice?
You can guess from the text how excited Yang Yuqing is at this moment.
Lu Qingtong blamed herself for being too nosy and replied, he didn't say that. Yang Yuqing, I really want to know what to do. Qingtong, can you help me ask? My future happiness is counting on you. Lu Qingtong. Yang Yuqing, is Yi Qingfeng really that powerful? Qingtong, you're so lucky. I'm so envious. What the hell is happiness? Just a taste of sweetness.
Lu Qingtong couldn't help but put down her phone. She was a little confused. These days, she felt that she had been very proactive, and was just about to say that she liked Yi Qingfeng.
But why does that blockhead Yi Qingfeng always run away at the critical moment? Do you really have to pounce on him yourself? That's too much. But soon, Lu Qingtong changed her mind and wondered why she couldn't just pounce on him. Love is love, why hide it?
Flutter. It's not like I haven't tried before. Soon, the scene of that night reappeared in Lu Qingtong's mind like a movie, making her blush.
If you don't take the initiative, I will take the initiative. That's okay, right? Chapter 55. This girl is not normal.
From childhood to adulthood, Lu Qingtong has dared to love and hate.
What I dislike most is being timid. Just do what you say.
Lu Qingtong got up from the bed and planned to go to the bathroom door to block Yi Qingfeng, who was still taking a shower. A single man and a single woman live in the same room. It would be abnormal if nothing happened. However, just as she opened the door with great confidence and was about to put all her ideas into action, she ran into Zhao Yu.
Ah!
Lu Qingtong couldn't help but cry out, which scared Zhao Yu as well.
Why are you making such a fuss so late at night?
Zhao Yu looked at Lu Qingtong speechlessly and accused her.
Lu Qingtong's fiery enthusiasm was immediately extinguished by half.
I was so excited that I forgot that my mother was still at home. I came out to drink some water. Lu Qingtong quickly evaded the question.
Zhao Yu looked at her in confusion. Why is your face so red? It's hot.
Lu Qingtong raised her hand to fan herself, then quickly turned around and went into the room.
People really can't get too excited. I was so excited that I even forgot about my mom. Didn't you come out to drink some water?
Zhao Yu looked at Lu Qingtong's room in confusion and shouted.
This girl is abnormal. That night, Lu Qingtong couldn't sleep.
For the first time in my life, I couldn't sleep because I missed a man so much. She had never felt this way before.
It's amazing and exciting. Is this what it feels like to fall in love?
The next day, Lu Qingtong walked out of the room with dark circles under her eyes, looking a little tired.
Thinking about men is so tiring.
When she came downstairs, Yi Qingfeng had just finished cooking breakfast.
He turned around and saw that she looked very tired. What's going on? Didn't you sleep well?
Yi Qingfeng asked with concern.
Lu Qingtong narrowed her eyes angrily and said unhappily, I couldn't sleep all night. Yi Qingfeng was surprised. Why are you suffering from insomnia? Are you worried about something? Shut up. Lu Qingtong wanted to roar.
At this time, Zhao Yu also came down from the building and called to Yi Qingfeng, Xiao Yi, help me carry the suitcase down.
Mom, why are you carrying the suitcase? Lu Qingtong asked curiously.
Zhao Yu rolled his eyes at her and said, let's go back to America.
I know what's going on with you two anyway. I still have a lot of work to do in America.
Mom, I will miss you. Lu Qingtong said excitedly.
Zhao Yu. This reaction shows that he can't wait for me to leave. Auntie, it's rare for you to come here, please stay for a few more days.
Yi Qingfeng tried to persuade her to stay.
Shut up. Lu Qingtong couldn't help but glare at Yi Qingfeng, thinking, do you still want to make me lose sleep?
This girl has decided that she must get you in the next 2 days. Zhao Yu pursed his lips and said, Xiaoyi, I still say the same thing.
Don't let Qingtong be bullied. Got it? Don't worry, auntie.
After breakfast, Yi Qingfeng put the suitcase in the car and prepared to personally take Zhao Yu to the airport. Just as Zhao Yu was about to get into the car, Wan ran out. She was still a little scared when she saw Zhao Yu. But she still ran to Zhao Yu and nervously handed the box to him. Grandma, this is for you.
What is it?
Zhao Yu took it curiously, and after opening it, he was a little stunned. Inside the box was a painting of Zhao Yu sitting on the terrace earlier. Although it was a cartoon, Wan drew it very well, and Zhao Yu could tell at a glance that it was himself.
Did you draw this yourself?
Zhao Yu couldn't help but ask as he looked at the painting.
Wan nodded and said, Grandma looks very beautiful in red clothes, so I drew her. But the drawing may not be good, so don't be angry, Grandma.
Although I have only been with Wan for 2 days, she is really well behaved.
Very sensible.
Such a young child knows to clean up the dishes after dinner and helps Yi Qingfeng with housework.
He usually doesn't make any noise. There are really few children like this nowadays.
On the other hand, it also highlights that Yi Qingfeng's family education is really good.
Adults can pretend. Children can't pretend.
It was also this point that made Zhao Yu recognize Yi Qingfeng a little more. However, she still couldn't accept the fact that she had a child for a while. However, Zhao Yu also figured it out. His daughter was not a child, she was an adult with her own thoughts and judgments. If his daughter really fell in love with Yi Qingfeng,
as parents, trying to separate them will only backfire.
Besides, they have already had sex. Zhao Yu couldn't help but reach out and gently touch Wan's hair.
It's a very good painting. Grandma likes it very much.
Yeah.
That's great. Wan immediately laughed happily.
Children's happiness is always so pure and simple.
May you.
Yang Qianluo, wearing a black dress, took off her headphones irritably.
She looked at the music director angrily and said, Are these the songs you've selected? What kind of crap are they? Do you think they sound good?
They're all bullshit. The music director looked at her in horror. Qianluo, there are a few songs here, all written by well-known composers in the industry.
I think they are, okay. Not bad?
Then I suspect that hiring you was a wrong decision. If the work you submit next time is still of this level, you should resign on your own initiative. Yang Qianluo said impatiently. In recent years, she has fired at least 10 music directors. Although debuting is the peak of success, it is the dream of countless singers. But if you really reach the peak as soon as you debut, it will be very painful. This means that everything will go downhill from now on. In the past 5 years, Yang Qianluo has released a total of 4 albums, but the album's reputation ratings have been getting lower and lower. The first album had a score of 8.9 and became the 7th most popular album in the history of Chinese music. It was also this album that helped her gain a firm foothold in the Chinese music scene. However, the rating of her second album dropped to 7.1. The third one, 6.5. The fourth one released last year, 5.3. The fourth album was even ranked 10th from the bottom. If it weren't for the multiple variety shows and Meiyu's resources, Yang Qianluo's popularity would have plummeted long ago. Over the years, Yang Qianluo has written several songs himself, but the market response was very poor. 2 of them even received a lot of negative reviews, which was a key factor in lowering the album's rating. Yang Qianluo couldn't help but take out his first album, looked at the composer, and fell into deep thought. She wrote all the music and lyrics for her first album herself. So when her first album came out, many fans regarded her as a rare talent in a century. But only she and Bei Hongfei knew that these songs were not written by her at all. However, Huang Ji at that time decided to name all these songs after her. In this way, once she becomes famous, her personal charm will be brought to the extreme. All I can say is that Yi Qingfeng at that time had good intentions and gave Yang Qianluo everything he could. Even after being abandoned by Yang Qianluo, he did not let Bei Hongfei tell the secret, wanting it to rot in his heart. There's no point in destroying her. Just be strangers from now on. But at this moment, Yang Qianluo suddenly wanted to know who wrote these songs. Although she didn't want to face Bei Hongfei again, especially mentioning what happened in the past, after struggling for a long time, she still picked up her bag and headed to Huangji. In her opinion, money can solve all problems. As long as the money is in place, the mysterious composer will definitely be willing to help her write songs. Chapter 56, Stop it as soon as possible. This is the first time Yang Qianluo has returned to Huangji since she switched to Meiyu.
Compared with the past, the Huangji building now looks brand new.
Although Huangji has not cultivated any top-tier superstars in recent years, its artists have blossomed in many fields. Whether it is music, variety shows, or film and television, Huangji's artists have made good progress. It's just that the popularity of its artists is concentrated between the first and second-tier cities and is distributed more evenly.
Perhaps, this is also the lesson Bei Hongfei learned from Yang Qianluo.
At the beginning, Huangji put almost all its resources on Yang Qianluo, so when she jumped to Meiyu, Huangji almost collapsed. Fortunately, the copyrights of the songs Yi Qingfeng wrote for her were still in Huangji's hands, which allowed Huangji to survive this crisis.
This is also why Bei Hongfei is so grateful to Yi Qingfeng.
Facts have proven that Huangji's transformation and strategy over the years have been correct.
Today, Huangji has become the most coveted agency for the new generation of artists.
Because at Huangji, there are no top stars who consume resources, so newcomers can get more opportunities.
The competition is not that fierce. Huangji is also very open-minded about artists jumping ship. As long as the price offered by the other company is right, Huangji will let the artist go and earn a considerable transfer fee.
These operational ideas were what Yi Qingfeng told Bei Hongfei at the beginning. In that dimension in the past, the brokerage company managed by Yi Qingfeng was what it is today, Huangji. Bei Hongfei was a little surprised to learn that Yang Qianluo came to see him. He was curious about what could have happened to this woman.
As a veteran in the entertainment industry, Bei Hongfei is naturally very shrewd.
He asked his secretary to take Yang Qianluo to the viewing terrace on the top floor of Huangji.
It was here that Yang Qianluo told him about his decision to switch to Meiyu.
At that time, when he learned that she was going to change jobs, Bei Hongfei even called Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng only said one sentence.
Some people, if you can't keep them, then there's no need to keep them.
Bei Hongfei then let the man go, even though it was a very difficult decision for him at the time.
Why did you think of looking for me today? Bei Hongfei asked his assistant to make some good coffee.
He held the cup and looked at the hustle and bustle of Haishur City with a smile on his lips. Many years have passed, and he is too lazy to care about what happened back then. Yang Qianluo sat down in front of Bei Hongfei, his face always brimming with confidence, and said, "I came to see Mr. Bei today. Naturally, I want to discuss cooperation with Mr. Bei."
Cooperation? Is there any cooperation to talk about between us?
There was a hint of sarcasm in Bei Hongfei's smile.
A good horse will never turn back to the old stable. As long as everyone can make money, cooperation can naturally be discussed, right?
Yang Qianluo picked up the coffee, took a sip, and sighed. The taste of the coffee hasn't changed at all. You know, I'm a nostalgic person and I never get tired of the old and love the new. Bei Hongfei's words had hidden meaning, implying that Yang Qianluo was a person who got tired of the old and loved the new.
Yang Qianluo is no longer the little girl she was back then.
She can still hear the meaning behind some of the words, but she is not angry. Instead, she smiled faintly. "Boss Bei, I came here today because I want to spend a huge amount of money to ask the composer who helped me make my first album to write a few more songs for me."
A huge sum of money? Can I ask first, how much are you prepared to spend?
Bei Hongfei did not refuse immediately, but asked with interest. Yang Qianluo stretched out a finger and said, 10 million, 3 songs.
For the copyright of a new song, this price is already outrageous.
Generally speaking, even if the composer is famous in the industry, a song will only sell for 1 or 2 million.
Ha ha. Bei Hongfei couldn't help laughing. Seeing Bei Hongfei's reaction, Yang Qianluo couldn't help but narrow his eyes and said, "Boss Bei, are you not satisfied with this price?"
Bei Hongfei took another sip of coffee and said,
"Do you know how much the songs he wrote for you have sold for over the years?"
"Mr. Bei, this is not something I should worry about.
If it weren't for me making the first album so popular, would those songs have sold so much money?"
Yang Qianluo sneered, thinking that all this was her credit.
Ha, interesting, very interesting.
Bei Hongfei pointed at Yang Qianluo with a smile. "Yang Qianluo, Yang Qianluo, you really are an extremely conceited person. Honestly, the albums you released in the past few years are like piles of shit in my eyes."
Do you really think you are a rare talent?
Let me put it this way, your first album back then, even if you had hired a college student to sing it, it would have been a hit.
Do you think the most important thing for a singer is singing skills? The song is the soul. In fact, Yang Qianluo himself understands this principle.
Otherwise, she wouldn't have paid a large sum of money to invite songs, and she wouldn't have been so distressed because the reputation of her album was getting worse and worse.
She just didn't want to admit it. Yang Chenluo looked at Bei Hongfei's assertive attitude and finally suppressed his anger. He said, Boss Bei, I'm here today with the sincerity of inviting you to write a song. All you need to do is ask me if you can introduce me to that composing teacher from back then. If you can, I'll also give you a matchmaking fee of 10 million. What if I can't? Bei Hongfei immediately asked back, staring straight into Yang Chenluo's beautiful eyes. If not, Yang Chenluo would have no way to deal with him. Yang Chenluo thought for a moment and replied, Boss Bei, you may not care about these 10 million because Huangji is doing so well now. But you have to think about the composing teacher. For him, these 10 million is not a small amount of money. Then let me answer you on his behalf. Your 10 million is worthless compared to his talent. Originally, if you just came here to drink tea, I would have forgiven you and could have taken the time to chat with you and give you some advice on your future development. But now it seems unnecessary. Back then, you rejected my request here and decided to go to Meiyu. Today, I am also here to reject your request. Shouldn't that be fair? Bei Hongfei said, looking at Yang Chenluo coldly. Yang Chenluo was so angry that he clenched his fists. But she held back her outburst and instead said coldly, Bei Hongfei, don't be a mean-spirited person. Your decision doesn't represent that of the composition teacher. No matter how deeply you hide him, I will definitely find him. When the time comes, I'll let him know that it was you who cut off his source of income. Okay, then I wish you success. Bei Hongfei laughed. Yang Chenluo picked up the bag and had just taken 2 steps when Bei Hongfei's voice sounded again behind him. Yang Chenluo, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you put all your energy into this kind of intrigue, sooner or later, you will be finished. Chapter 57, For some things, be proactive. Airport, security checkpoint. Mom, then you should be careful on the road and spend more time with your husband. Don't worry about me here. I'll be fine with Qingfeng here. Lu Ching held Zhao Yu's hand, with a hint of coquettishness in her tone. Zhao Yu glared at her coquettishly and said, You little bitch, do you think I can't see that you're eager for me to go back? Lu Ching stuck out her tongue playfully. Her little thoughts were too obvious. At this time, Zhao Yu looked at Yi Qingfeng and said, Xiaoyi, Qingtong and I have a few words to say. Yi Qingfeng nodded tactfully, Okay, Qingtong, I'll wait for you at the elevator. After Yi Qingfeng walked away, Zhao Yu looked at Lu Qingtong seriously and said, Qingtong, Mom, to be honest, Qingfeng is a good kid. He's calm and steady, and he's good to you. But as a mother, I can never accept the fact that he has a daughter. After all, it's his child with someone else. So, think about it carefully. There are still good men in this world. Don't make yourself love brain just because you've never been in a relationship before. You'll suffer, you know? Look at me, your mother, back then. But before Zhao Yu could finish his words, Lu Qingtong interrupted him, Don't think I don't know. Back then, you almost gave Grandpa a heart attack in order to marry my dad. Zhao Yu. Who told this out? Zhao Yu pursed her lips awkwardly. Anyway, Mom, this is for your own good. Don't take my kindness for granted. Okay, I'm leaving now, but I'll keep an eye on you when I get back. If Yi Qingfeng dares to bully you, he's doomed. Okay, I get it. Mom, I will miss you and love you. Lu Qingtong hugged Zhao Yu and kissed her on the face. After seeing Zhao Yu off, Lu Qingtong returned to Yi Qingfeng's side. Yi Qingfeng didn't ask much, although he was a little curious about what Zhao Yu would tell him before leaving. However, Yi Qingfeng didn't ask, and Lu Qingtong became unhappy instead. Why don't you ask what my mother said to me? Lu Qingtong looked at Yi Qingfeng and said. Yi Qingfeng pressed the elevator button and replied, Your mother deliberately sent me away because she didn't want me to know. Why would I ask? Why are you so boring? Aren't you curious? If it were Lu Qingtong, her curiosity would have exploded a long time ago, and she would probably hide aside and eavesdrop. Then what did your mother say? Yi Qingfeng asked. After spending some time together, he also got to know Lu Qingtong's personality. This girl just likes to do this. As expected, Lu Qingtong giggled and replied, My mom said that you're actually a nice person, but you're a little too cold and indifferent to me. With such a good opportunity, she must take advantage of it to forge an imperial edict. Take this opportunity to ask Yi Qingfeng to be more enthusiastic in the future. For some things, be proactive. This is what your mother-in-law earnestly advised you before she left. Did your mother really say that? Yi Qingfeng looked at Lu Qingtong with suspicion.
Lu Ching tried to appear confident, saying with her head held high, "Of course. I'm a woman, and as a man, shouldn't you be a little more passionate towards me? Look, my mother noticed this after only 2 days of living here, which shows that you have a serious problem. Don't act so disillusioned all day long. To be able to live with a woman like me, you should be passionate every day, understand? Okay, I'll try my best." Although Yi Qingfeng could see that Lu Qingtong was talking nonsense, he still smiled and nodded. When they got to the car, Lu Qingtong stood there on purpose and didn't get in. It wasn't until Yi Qingfeng asked her what was wrong that she said proudly, "Princess, please get in the car." "Aren't you disgusting?" Yi Qingfeng showed a look of disgust. In fact, Lu Qingtong herself also felt that this was quite disgusting. She couldn't help but grin. Forget it, I'd better get on the bus myself. Some of the clips at S Station are so disgusting, I can't stand it." Yi Qingfeng. Disgusting imitation. Unexpectedly, when they got in the car, Yi Qingfeng suddenly said, "Princess, please fasten your seatbelt." Lu Qingtong's beautiful eyes widened upon hearing this. "Ah! So disgusting." Yi Qingfeng laughed heartily. "I just want to disgust you. From now on, stop doing these nonsense all day long." Lu Qingtong quickly fastened her seatbelt and said, "Then please drive, Prince." Yi Qingfeng had just stepped on the accelerator when he heard this. He reflexively slammed on the brakes and shuddered. "Ha ha 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 ha." Lu Qingtong stood aside, laughing unscrupulously, her body shaking. In the car, Lu Qingtong opened S Station. She wanted to send a message to Yi Zi to tell him that she had made an appointment with her fiancé. Who would have thought that there would be a surprise? Ah! Yi Zi released a new song. Lu Qingtong looked at the video that Yi Zi had just updated excitedly, and then quickly took out headphones from her bag. However, she did not listen to it alone, but put the earphone in her left ear into Yi Qingfeng's ear. "Qingfeng, you listen too." Finally made this decision. "I don't care what others say. As long as you are equally sure. I am willing to follow you to the ends of the earth. I know it's not easy." Because the lyrics of this song are so consistent with Lu Qingtong's current state, just a few sentences have deeply involved her. It seemed as if this song was written specifically for her. Even after the whole song was finished, she was still unable to extricate herself from the mood of the song. Compared with Meeting, she found the feeling for this song right away. Oh my god! How did Yi Zi do it? Why can the songs he wrote give me such a strong sense of immersion? This song feels like it was written about me. Lu Qingtong sighed from the bottom of her heart. Yi Qingfeng just smiled. After all, he had decided to tell her today that he was Yi Zi. However, he had not yet reached the point where he was going to confess. However, he also had struggles in his heart. Being good to Lu Qingtong was his promise. It's also the best way to make it up to her. He had no reason to treat her badly. But will this make her fall deeper and deeper? People are emotional animals. After being together for a long time, it is inevitable that they will fall in love. Why does God play such a joke on me? This is also the most contradictory point in Yi Qingfeng's heart right now. He couldn't be mean to Lu Qingtong. But he was also worried that Lu Qingtong would really fall in love with him. Besides, isn't he the same? He was falling deeper and deeper into this woman's trap. During this period of time, Yang Qianluo's heart, which had been sealed in the dust, has been pried open by Lu Qingtong. He could only pray to God to give him a chance. Half an hour later, Yi Qingfeng drove the car to the old neighborhood where he used to live. This surprised Lu Qingtong. She looked at him curiously and asked, "Why did you bring me here? Do you want to eat noodles?" "But I'm not hungry. Let me show you something." Yi Qingfeng looked at her gently and said. Chapter 58: The Legendary Secret Garden? Lu Qingtong followed Yi Qingfeng curiously and walked into the community. The tree-lined path, as always, exudes the faint fragrance of fruitwood, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. She likes this environment very much and feels particularly relaxed. When they reached the door, Lu Qingtong was about to go in, but Yi Qingfeng stopped her. Then, Yi Qingfeng took out a pair of newly bought women's slippers from the cabinet and placed them at her feet. Seeing the slippers, Lu Qingtong couldn't help but smile happily. "Wow, you even prepared slippers for me this time. Is this the treatment of a hostess?" The house is small, but she likes it very much. It's also nice to be the hostess of this house. Because this will be our secret base in the future. Yi Qingfeng smiled mysteriously. These words made Lu Ching think wildly.
The legendary secret garden? He can't be. Is it so ceremonial? In this kind of situation, you still choose your bed? What on earth do you want to do by bringing me here?
After a burst of random thoughts, Lu Ching felt her heartbeat quicken a little. Yi Qingfeng walked to the locker next to the living room and replied, "You'll know soon." After saying that, he took out the guitar from the cabinet.
Lu Qingtong looked at him and thought it would be nice to play a song to liven up the atmosphere. You're quite good at it.
Yi Qingfeng sat down on the sofa holding his guitar.
I thought that now that things had come to this girl should be able to see it. Unexpectedly. What are you standing there for? Why don't you play the guitar? I've never heard you play the guitar before.
Seeing Yi Qingfeng holding the guitar but not playing it, Lu Qingtong urged him.
Yi Qingfeng was speechless for a while. Why are you so slow? Then what do you want to hear?
Yi Qingfeng looked at her with a helpless smile and asked.
Lu Qingtong answered without hesitation, play a song I haven't heard before. Yi Qingfeng.
Yi Qingfeng realized that Lu Qingtong was standing at this time, probably because of the wrong perspective.
So he said, how about you move a chair and sit opposite me? Is that so much to ask? Or do you want me to be like a little fangirl, move a small stool, sit in front of you, hold my chin, and watch you play with admiration?
Lu Qingtong pouted, but still obediently moved a small stool and sat in front of Yi Qingfeng.
Now, you should be able to react, right?
However, Lu Qingtong held her chin with her eyes only on Yi Qingfeng, and didn't pay any attention to the mural behind him.
The atmosphere was a bit awkward. The two of them stared at each other. Play it, I'm ready.
Seeing that Yi Qingfeng still didn't play it, Lu Qingtong was speechless.
Why was he so hesitant? Does the preparation take so long? Yi Qingfeng was even more impressed. This girl's insensitivity was absolutely perfect.
Helplessly, he had to gently pluck the strings, and the prelude to courage slowly sounded.
Lu Qingtong's expression was suddenly surprised. Finally found it. It's really not easy. Unexpectedly. That's amazing. You were able to play the prelude after just listening to it once in the car?
Qingfeng, your musical talent is unmatched. Lu Qingtong said in surprise, her tone full of admiration.
Yi Qingfeng was almost speechless. All I can say is that she really never doubted any connection between Yi Zi and Yi Qingfeng. Such a naive girl is really rare.
Until Yi Qingfeng opened his mouth and sang the first sentence. Only then did Lu Qingtong suddenly widen her beautiful eyes. She was stunned, staring at Yi Qingfeng without blinking.
Wait!
Lu Qingtong suddenly shouted. Yi Qingfeng felt relieved.
However, your voice is like a leaf. Yi Qingfeng. It's me. Yi Qingfeng couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help shouting. Ah!
A few seconds later, Lu Qingtong hurriedly took out her cell phone, opened Yi Zi's video, and kept looking up and down, comparing them frantically.
Bang!
Then she slapped herself on the forehead.
Ah! How could I be so stupid? How could I not even see this? Yi Zi is you, and you are Yi Zi.
The last time I came to your house, I stared at the paintings on the wall for a long time, but I just thought they were quite tasteful.
Lu Qingtong was almost crying because of her own stupidity.
Seeing her like this, Yi Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh, and there was even more love in his eyes.
This woman is so cute. So cute and silly that it makes people feel distressed. I thought you would have noticed it a long time ago. Ah, why didn't you tell me earlier? Lu Qingtong danced with excitement. You didn't ask me either. It's crazy. I feel like it's a bit unreal. What should I do? I'm in a daze, like I'm dreaming.
Lu Qingtong covered her face, not knowing how to express her inner excitement for a moment. Looking at Lu Qingtong like this, Yi Qingfeng felt a little emotional in his heart.
This woman is actually too pure.
It is precisely because there is no calculation or intrigue in her heart that she has no doubts about this world.
This kind of person will not hurt anyone. But often, we get hurt by others. Good people are often bullied. This society is really unfair to kind people.
This also made Yi Qingfeng feel even more guilty towards her.
He couldn't tell Yang Qianluo about his relationship with her, and he didn't dare tell Lu Qingtong that Wan was Yang Qianluo's child.
The only thing he could do was to never have anything to do with that woman again.
Put all your energy on Lu Qingtong.
But if Yang Qianluo continues to plot against Lu Qingtong, an uncontrollable war between them is inevitable. At this time, Yi Qingfeng took out a music score from the drawer and handed it to Lu Qingtong. "This is for you." Lu Qingtong took the music score hesitantly. On it was a brand new song for the world, Invisible Wings. This song was also the one that won first place in the top 100 golden songs selection from 2000 to 2009 in the dimension where Yi Qingfeng once lived. The theme of this song is inspirational. Countless people have regarded this song as their spiritual pillar to help them get out of the trough of life. Moreover, this song also has a very special meaning to Yi Qingfeng. In 2008, he experienced the devastating disaster. His father passed away in that disaster. That was the most painful and darkest year for him. At that time, he was only 15 years old. His father used his own body to help him carry down the beam weighing hundreds of pounds. He watched his father, with blood in his eyes, holding on until the rescue team arrived. "Is this song for me?" Lu Qingtong looked at the music score and hummed a few lines. She felt that the melody of the song was catchy, pleasant to the ear, and easy to remember. Yi Qingfeng nodded and said sincerely, "I want to release an album for you. This is the first song for you." Chapter 59: The Best Way to Fight Back Against Yang Qianluo. "Release an album for me?" Lu Qingtong was a little unresponsive for a moment. Yi Qingfeng nodded vigorously. "Well, this album is my gratitude to you. Thank you for accepting Wan Wan and giving her another person who loves her." "I don't need gratitude. I love Wan Wan too. You don't have to thank me in this way." Lu Qingtong answered subconsciously. This was also what she thought in her heart. Wan Wan, she really likes it. There is no reason not to love such a well-behaved and lovely little girl. Besides thanking you, releasing an album for you is something I really want to do. It's also my ideal. Yi Qingfeng is confident that once this album is released, Lu Qingtong will become a century-old classic in the Chinese music scene of this dimension. No one can shake her position. By then, Yang Qianluo will be nothing compared to her. Perhaps, this is also the best way to fight back against Yang Qianluo. At this time, Lu Qingtong thought of Yang Qianluo's first album, which became a huge hit as soon as it was released, overshadowing all other singers of the time. He won so many awards. In fact, Lu Qingtong likes Yang Qianluo's first album very much. She can't put down every song in the album. Moreover, Yang Qianluo's first album was a big hit, and Lu Qingtong has always admired him. After all, Lu Qingtong was able to become the queen of pop by relying on half of Tianyan's resources. It is a huge investment. But Yang Qianluo became famous at that time entirely because of the incredible sales and reputation of his first album. He even revived Huangji, which was in danger at the time. If Huangji had not been in a financial crisis at the time and had been able to give half of its resources to Yang Qianluo to promote her album like Tianyan did, then Lu Qingtong probably wouldn't even be able to see Yang Qianluo's tail now. Instead, Yang Qianluo later switched to Mei Yu, and the quality of his new albums became worse and worse. In the end, his popularity was overtaken by Lu Qingtong, and he was always suppressed by Lu Qingtong. Thinking of this, Lu Qingtong finally realized something. She looked at Yi Qingfeng excitedly and said, "Qingfeng, you made Yang Qianluo famous. Are those songs in her first album actually written by you?" Because of this, after Yang Qianluo switched to Mei Yu, he never released high-quality songs like those in his first album. "Is it because you parted ways with Yi Qingfeng?" This time, Yi Qingfeng did not deny it. He nodded truthfully and said, "Yes, I gave her all the songs for her first album." "Then why don't you sign your name?" Yang Qianluo took all the credit for herself and was praised by her fans as a once-in-a-century talent. "But those songs were all written by you. Why are you so stupid?" After learning the truth, Lu Qingtong felt sorry for Yi Qingfeng. "Don't mention her, okay? I don't want to hear her name." Although, Lu Qingtong still has a lot of problems in her heart. She was even more curious about what had happened between Yi Qingfeng and Yang Qianluo back then. But seeing Yi Qingfeng's reaction, Lu Qingtong realized that Yi Qingfeng really didn't want to mention her now. No one can stand betrayal. Yang Qianluo must have done something particularly unfair to Yi Qingfeng back then. "Sorry, let's not mention her," Lu Qingtong said apologetically. Seeing Lu Qingtong's apologetic look, Yi Qingfeng felt mixed emotions. After a moment of silence, he spoke, "I just hope that my presence can make you happier than before." Lu Qingtong smiled knowingly, "I'd been very happy during this period. Compared to my life in the past few months, it's so much better."
Every day now, I'm so happy. Then promise me that you will let me release an album for you. Is this God chasing me and feeding me? Then do you want to eat it? Eat. I want to eat all of this, God.
Lu Qingtong stayed in the house with Yi Qingfeng the whole afternoon. It was the first time for her to hear Yi Qingfeng sing so many songs, and every one of them was so beautiful.
The most important thing is that she is really happy being with Yi Qingfeng.
It was not until the evening that her cell phone on the coffee table rang. It was a call from her best friend Yang Yuqing.
Honey, what are you doing? Yang Yuqing asked in a coquettish tone on the other end of the phone. Is there something wrong? If not, hang up.
Lu Qingtong didn't want to be disturbed in their world of two, so she answered decisively. Hey. Don't hang up, there's something important to tell you.
Yang Yuqing said quickly. Lu Qingtong asked curiously, what's the matter? Come out and tell me, it's urgent. Yang Yuqing pretended to be mysterious. I've sent you the address of the restaurant, come quickly. Oh, and bring your fiancé. He has a lot to do with this matter. What's going on? With Qingfeng. However, Yang Yuqing had already hung up the phone. Hello?
Lu Qingtong was speechless for a while, but was afraid that Yang Yuqing really had something important to say.
What's wrong?
Yi Qingfeng asked subconsciously when he heard Lu Qingtong mention him on the phone.
Yuqing asked me to go eat and insisted that I take you with me.
Lu Qingtong said truthfully.
Why bring me along? Let me take you there. I won't go.
Although the other party was Lu Qingtong's good friend, Yi Qingfeng was not interested in this kind of situation. At this moment, Lu Qingtong suddenly thought of a plan. She smiled at Yi Qingfeng and said, just come with me. Yuqing owns a film and television company that's been in a bit of a crisis lately.
Perhaps you can give her some advice.
Since Lu Qingtong said so, Yi Qingfeng agreed, then drove to the restaurant with her. Yang Yuqing had been waiting in the box for a long time. When she saw Yi Qingfeng and Lu Qingtong come in, she immediately stood up happily and gave Lu Qingtong a big hug.
I thought you'd forgotten about me, your best friend, now that you have a fiancé. You can't even invite me to dinner.
Then, Yang Yuqing looked at Yi Qingfeng and said with a proper smile, hello, Mr. Yi.
Hello.
Yi Qingfeng smiled slightly in response.
Please sit down.
Yang Yuqing asked them to sit down and then handed the menu to Lu Qingtong.
Lu Qingtong doesn't care what to eat. But for the sake of my plan, I have to drink a little tonight.
So, Lu Qingtong asked for a bottle of red wine in front of Yang Yuqing. This surprised Yang Yuqing. She looked at Lu Qingtong in surprise and said, Qingtong, did you order the wrong thing? You've never had a drink with me before. I want to drink today, is that not okay? Lu Qingtong raised an eyebrow and smiled, it's a rare occasion for us to get together, tonight, we have to get drunk.
What stimulated this girl?
Yi Qingfeng and Yang Yuqing looked at her in surprise at the same time.
Chapter 60 No. It's too big. Women really become different when they have a man.
Looking at Lu Qingtong, who couldn't wait to open the red wine, Yang Yuqing's eyes were full of unfamiliarity.
Is this still the Lu Qingtong I know? What does she experience every day when she falls in love? Yuqing, let me pour you a glass.
After decanting the red wine, Lu Qingtong took the glass in front of Yang Yuqing and poured her a small glass. Then she picked up Yi Qingfeng's cup again.
Poured a full glass. Yang Yuqing was stunned. Red wine, is this how you pour it?
Seeing that the wine was about to overflow from the glass, Yi Qingfeng couldn't help but speak.
Lu Qingtong chuckled, as a man, shouldn't you drink a little more? Yi Qingfeng.
Then she poured herself a small cup.
This is such obvious discrimination. I'll drive you back later.
Yi Qingfeng said, looking at Lu Qingtong, who was behaving abnormally. I'll ask the driver to come over later, just drink as much as you want. Lu Qingtong pushed the wineglass in front of Yi Qingfeng and raised the glass, come on, drink one first.
Yi Qingfeng. Seriously? Are you drinking beer?
Yi Qingfeng picked up the cup carefully, afraid that it would spill. This was also his first time drinking red wine like this.
Yang Yuqing couldn't help herself and burst out laughing. Qingtong, what are you doing? Are you planning to get Mr. Yi drunk? It's just a small amount of wine, he can't pour it out, right? Qingfeng.
Lu Qingtong gave Yi Qingfeng a bright smile, oh, no more ink, let's go first. Fortunately, Yi Qingfeng can drink quite a bit. He used to have a lot of social engagements, so this little bit of wine was nothing. Since Lu Ching was so interested, Yi Qingfeng cooperated with her and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp.
Mr. Yi, you have a good alcohol tolerance. Yan Yuqing couldn't help but admire.
Lu Qingtong immediately picked up the bottle and quickly filled Yi Qingfeng's glass again. If the feelings are deep, the drinking cannot stop. However, Lu Qingtong also understands the rhythm. After drinking a glass, she has to eat something first, otherwise her intentions will be too obvious. Although, it's already obvious. Yuqing, you said on the phone just now that there was something important.
What exactly is it?
Lu Qingtong briefly let go of Yi Qingfeng and turned her gaze to Yang Yuqing. Only then did Yang Yuqing take out a script from her bag and handed it to her.
Didn't you say last time that you wanted to act? I've read this script, it's pretty good, you can give it a try. Is there a kissing scene? Lu Qingtong asked immediately.
Don't worry, there isn't.
Just because you said there can't be any kissing scenes, it's not easy to choose a script for you.
In this script, at most you and the male lead can hold hands and hug each other.
Yang Yuqing replied. Unexpectedly. No. It's too bold. Lu Qingtong refused immediately. Yang Yuqing. Girl, are you kidding me? Holding hands is too much?
Lu Qingtong directly returned the script to Yang Yuqing and said, anyway, I won't act in any scenes involving physical contact with the male lead.
Then will you play a widow? Yang Yuqing said speechlessly. A widow is not a good choice either. It's unlucky.
Lu Qingtong said seriously.
Yang Yuqing was going crazy. What kind of acting is this? Then what role do you want to play? I can find a screenwriter to tailor it for you. Yang Yuqing compromised. For example, playing a single mother?
Lu Qingtong said tentatively.
Isn't this still a widow? Yang Yuqing was speechless. Lu Qingtong. That seems to be the case. Lu Qingtong chuckled, then let's put acting aside for now. If that doesn't work out, you can let me act in a war movie next time.
I can take up a gun and go to the battlefield, blast, blast, blast. Seeing Lu Qingtong's gesture of raising her hand to hold the gun, Yi Qingfeng was also amused and said, your acting range is quite wide.
Lu Qingtong immediately rolled her eyes at him and thought, would you be happy if I were to be affectionate with another man? This girl is not thinking about you.
Of course, even when acting, Lu Qingtong herself found it difficult to accept any physical contact with a strange male actor.
This kind of open exploitation made her feel sick. Come on, let's drink. We'll talk about acting next time.
Soon, Lu Qingtong raised her glass again.
The focus of today's meal is drinking. However, after 3 rounds of drinking, Lu Qingtong got herself drunk first.
The blush had spread to her neck, adding a bit of sexiness.
Yan Yuqing is not much better.
She can't drink so much even when she is with clients.
Qingtong, it feels like it's about time. Why don't we go home?
Yang Yuqing covered her throbbing temples and was a little restless to sit still. Lu Qingtong looked at Yi Qingfeng with a dazed look in her eyes, and was surprised to find that he still didn't look drunk at all.
Did you drink too little? The battle must continue. Waiter, another bottle of red wine.
Lu Qingtong immediately waved to the waiter and shouted.
I want more. Yan Yuqing widened her beautiful eyes. If she drank any more, she would die.
Yi Qingfeng quickly stopped him and said to the waiter, no, thank you.
Yes. I want it.
Lu Qingtong pressed Yi Qingfeng's hand down with all her strength, pouting and looking eager.
You've had almost enough to drink.
Yi Qingfeng said gently. I'm almost there, but you're not there yet.
Drunk, Lu Qingtong became even more brazen. Today, I want to get you drunk.
Soon, the waiter brought up another bottle of red wine.
Lu Qingtong took it personally and poured another full glass for Yi Qingfeng. Today, even if it is a bottomless pit, I will fill you up.
Although he had already drunk 2 bottles, this little bit of wine was nothing to Yi Qingfeng.
Judging from Lu Qingtong's attitude, if I don't pretend to be drunk tonight, I'm afraid I won't be able to go back.
So, after drinking another half bottle, Yi Qingfeng covered his forehead and begged for mercy, don't pour it for me, I can't drink it anymore.
Lu Qingtong was immediately overjoyed. Waiter, pay the bill.
When walking out of the restaurant, Lu Qingtong could hardly walk, stumbling and falling. But she liked this feeling so much that she was extremely happy. She couldn't help waving her hands and singing.
Mr. Yi, my driver is here. Please take Ching Tong back.
Yang Yuqing looked at the drunk Lu Qingtong with a smile and said to Yi Qingfeng.
Okay, then go home and be safe.
After Yang Yuqing got in the car, she lowered the window and said to Yi Qingfeng, this girl is not right today.
Mr. Yi, you should also pay attention to your safety tonight. Why does this sound a bit weird? What does it mean to pay attention to safety even at night? Chapter 61, Is this the time to be a gentleman? After Yang Yuqing left, Lu Qingtong still looked unsatisfied and walked on the road without any intention of calling the driver.
Call the driver.
Yi Qingfeng reminded.
Lu Qingtong waved her hand, no hurry, just walk with me. I rarely come to this ancient town, and I suddenly found it so beautiful. Looking at the night scene of the ancient town full of historical atmosphere, Lu Qingtong felt her body light as if she was about to fly. It turns out that being drunk feels so happy.
Lu Qingtong indeed seldom drinks, and only twice, like today. The last time was when he appeared in the hotel with Yi Qingfeng.
Of course, the last time she got drunk, Lu Qingtong forced herself to get drunk, hoping to drown her sorrows in alcohol, but she never expected that she would end up in Yi Qingfeng's bed. Although, behind this, it was young Shen Luo who did it. But now looking back, the result was good. She met Yi Qingfeng, the man who unexpectedly appeared in her life and brought her an unexpected surprise. I looked at the road, the entrance to the dream was a little narrow. Meeting you is the most beautiful accident. This line of lyrics in meeting seems more like Lu Qingtong's monologue. So this time, she wanted to get herself drunk, and also wanted to get Yi Qingfeng drunk.
She fell in love with the feeling. Be careful.
Seeing Lu Qingtong unknowingly walking to the riverside of the ancient town, Yi Qingfeng hurried forward and pulled her.
If this falls into the river, it will be on the news tomorrow. It's okay, I can walk steadily. I'm not drunk.
In order to show that she was not drunk, Lu Qingtong opened her arms and walked onto the stone pier on the side of the road. Yi Qingfeng was afraid that she would fall off the stone pier, so he always stayed by her side to protect her. Sure enough, the girl fell over, slipped, and fell directly towards Yi Qingfeng. Fortunately, Yi Qingfeng protected her all the way. When he saw her fall, he hugged her tightly.
Lu Qingtong fell into his arms in an instant.
The two faces were so close together that Lu Qingtong didn't move her eyes away and stared at him straight.
Instead, Yi Qingfeng hid and quickly straightened Lu Qingtong, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" Something happened.
Lu Qingtong was a little unhappy when she saw Yi Qingfeng avoid her like that.
Have you forgotten your mother-in-law's passionate instructions? Where are you hurt?
Seeing Lu Qingtong said something was wrong, Yi Qingfeng hurriedly looked her up and down.
I can't walk anymore, you carry me.
Lu Qingtong pursed her lips, with a hint of pride at the corners of her mouth. Yi Qingfeng didn't hesitate and immediately squatted down in front of her. Lu Qingtong put her arms around his neck, and Yi Qingfeng lifted her legs and carried her on his back easily.
Your movements are so skillful. Do you always carry girls on your back?
Lu Qingtong leaned her head on Yi Qingfeng's shoulder and asked deliberately.
Right.
Yi Qingfeng's answer made her beautiful eyes widen.
Who is it? This girl is going to kill her. But Yi Qingfeng's next words made the corners of her mouth twitch again.
When Wan was 3 years old, she loved me carrying her on my back, but now that she's grown up, I carry her less often.
What does it mean? Are you accusing me of being worse than a 3-year-old child? It's better than not. Lu Qingtong enjoyed this feeling very much. Leaning on Yi Qingfeng's shoulder, she felt an indescribable sense of security. She couldn't help but hug him tighter. You're about to strangle me to death. Yi Qingfeng murmured. Do you have to be so unromantic?
Hearing Yi Qingfeng say this, Lu Qingtong deliberately hugged him tighter, and then giggled on Yi Qingfeng's back. Hearing Lu Qingtong's laughter, Yi Qingfeng couldn't help but smile knowingly, and walked a long way with her on his back. Are you tired? Good. Then carry me straight home. When the driver arrived, Lu Qingtong was already on Yi Qingfeng's back, almost asleep. There was no way, this feeling made her feel too at ease. At the same time, it's strange that I seem to have drunk a little too much tonight. I can't resist the urge to sleep. Yi Qingfeng carefully placed her in the back seat of the car. Lu Qingtong then opened her eyes hazily. Seeing that Yi Qingfeng was still beside her, she hugged his arm with peace of mind and closed her eyes again. There are important things to do in the evening. Take a nap first and relax. Lu Qingtong did think so, but after drinking too much, she was too sleepy. She tried several times to open her eyes, but she just couldn't. She only vaguely felt that Yi Qingfeng was always by her side, and sometimes she heard the sound of a door being unlocked, and sometimes she heard the sound of a door being closed. Then she was thrown onto the bed. Click, the lights went out. What the hell? It was not until the lights went out that Lu Qingtong suddenly opened her eyes wide and looked at the dark room with shock in her eyes. I'm already like this, and that bastard just left like that. What kind of man is that? But just as I was thinking this, the light in the room was turned on again. Lu Qingtong quickly closed her eyes again. I thought, Yi Qingfeng, you still can't resist the temptation brought by this girl, right? It's okay, I can do whatever you want. However, what Lu Qingtong didn't expect was that Yi Qingfeng came in with a towel that had just been soaked in hot water and gently wiped her face. Then, he went out again. But this time the lights were not turned off. We'll definitely be back. Lu Qingtong responded to all changes with the same attitude, just wanting to see how long Yi Qingfeng could endure. Sure enough, after a few minutes, Yi Qingfeng came back again. Is it really necessary to be so entangled about this again and again? Unexpectedly, after returning, Yi Qingfeng lay down on the sofa at the end of the bed. He was actually worried about Lu Qingtong. After all, she had drunk so much alcohol, and if she vomited or something unexpected might happen. So tonight, he planned to sleep on the sofa and keep her company. Pretend to be asleep for a few minutes, it's relaxing. But Lu Qingtong couldn't stand having to keep pretending. This pighead. What on earth are you doing? Is this the time to be a gentleman? Is the temptation not enough? Thinking of this, another plan came to her mind. Lu Qingtong deliberately made a noise, then shouted incoherently, "It's hot, so hot." As she spoke, Lu Qingtong lifted her collar, revealing her sexy collarbone. Sure enough, hearing the noise, Yi Qingfeng opened his eyes, walked to her side, then pressed a few buttons on the air conditioner panel on the wall and turned on the air conditioner. Yi Qingfeng, are you a pig? Lu Qingtong was a little crazy, and then she increased her movements, pulling her collar hard, looking very hot. Yi Qingfeng approached her, bent his body slightly, and said softly, "Are you feeling uncomfortable? Do you want to drink some honey water?" "No!" Lu Qingtong shouted in her heart. "Who wants to drink your honey water?" Then, she deliberately turned over and hung her head on the edge of the bed. Yi Qingfeng then gently held her head again, trying to help her back, but at this moment, Lu Qingtong couldn't stand it anymore, so she hugged his neck and kissed him directly on the lips. If you can't wait for enthusiasm, then just be enthusiastic yourself, that's all. Chapter 62. They are the same kind of people. Lu Qingtong hugged Yi Qingfeng's neck tightly, feeling the warmth of his lips. It's a pity that her movements are very clumsy. Not much experience. But it would be strange if she had experience. Last time in the hotel, she had her first kiss and first night, and she was in a daze. No experience gained. This time, it was the first time she kissed a man seriously. But why is Yi Qingfeng also like a piece of wood? Since everyone has had a wife, shouldn't they have a lot of experience? Can't you give me some guidance? Or is it that, with things like this, practice makes perfect, and if you don't practice for a long time, you'll become rusty? Never mind, no experience means no experience. Learn from each other. Let us make progress together. Lu Qingtong no longer thought about it, but just as she was preparing for the next wave of attack, Yi Qingfeng's body seemed to suddenly lose strength and fell towards her. What's going on? Seeing Yi Qingfeng collapsed on the bed, Lu Qingtong was completely stunned and her mind went blank. It's just a kiss, is it necessary to do this? Fainted with excitement? Lu Qingtong looked at Yi Qingfeng lying on the bed with shock on her face and sobered up instantly. Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng. What's going on? Wake up. Don't scare me. I won't kiss you anymore, okay? Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng. After pushing him several times, Yi Qingfeng didn't wake up. This really scared Lu Qingtong. She was so anxious that tears suddenly burst out of her eyes. She looked like she had lost her soul. Aunt Jen. Aunt Jen. Late at night, Yi Qingfeng was rushed to the hospital. Lu Qingtong had no idea what had happened, let alone why he suddenly fainted. Everything happened too suddenly and she was not mentally prepared at all. In fact, on the way back, Yi Qingfeng already felt unwell. He shouldn't drink anymore. This is taboo. But he himself was still hoping for luck, and he didn't want to spoil Lu Chingtong's fun. It's rare that she is so happy tonight. However, a brain tumor is like a time bomb that can explode at any time. Outside the operating room, Lu Chingtong hugged Wan Wan tightly, crying bitterly. Even if it's Wan Wan, she shouldn't be here. But she no longer cared about so much. If something really happened to Yi Qingfeng, would all the secrets still matter? Even if the media criticizes her, she will resolutely tell everyone that Wan Wan is her and Yi Qingfeng's child. Yi Qingfeng is her fiancé. Now, she just hopes that Yi Qingfeng is okay. Nothing else matters. The waiting time outside the operating room is the longest. Lu Qingtong felt like she had gone from the scorching summer to the cold winter in just a second, without any psychological preparation. Sister Qingtong, what happened to Dad? Wan Wan knew nothing about all this. There was only fear and worry in her eyes. Lu Qingtong hugged her tightly, not daring to let go for even a second. She was afraid that Wan Wan couldn't bear it, and she was also afraid that she couldn't bear it. Wan Wan, I don't know what happened. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Sister Qingtong, Dad will be fine, Dad will definitely be fine. Wan Wan hugged Lu Qingtong's arm tightly, but her tears couldn't stop flowing down. After an unknown amount of time, the door of the operating room finally opened. Lu Qingtong and Wan Wan rushed towards the doctor like crazy. Who are the patient's family members? It's me. Lu Qingtong responded quickly. At this time, she was not wearing a mask, and the doctor was surprised to see her. Isn't this Lu Qingtong? However, the doctor didn't care about that at this time. He said to Lu Qingtong with a serious face, the patient has a large tumor in his brain, which is pressing on the nerves. It must be removed immediately. This is the consent form for surgery, which needs to be signed immediately. However, the surgery is risky because of the brain tumor and nerves. When Lu Qingtong heard the word brain tumor, she felt a loud bang in her ears, followed by a buzzing sound and severe tinnitus. She could no longer hear what the doctor was saying. She only knew that if Yi Qingfeng didn't have the surgery, he might die. Without thinking too much and without any choice, she immediately signed her name on the consent form for surgery. It wasn't until the doctor returned to the operating room that she collapsed onto the bench. The word brain tumor has been lingering in her mind. He clearly had such a huge tumor in his brain, and yet I made him drink so much tonight. Endless self-blame surged madly into Lu Qingtong's heart. Another long wait. Waited from late night to early morning. The door of the operating room finally opened again. Lu Qingtong, who was already exhausted, stumbled towards the doctor. She had never been so nervous in her life. Fortunately, she heard the answer she wanted to hear most. The operation was successful and the patient's brain tumor was successfully removed. Hearing that the operation was successful, Lu Qingtong finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the doctor's next words made her nervous again. However, the patient's nerves still have a certain degree of damage, and there is a high probability that he will become blind after the operation. Blindness? Will he see nothing? Doctor, can't this be restored? Lu Qingtong asked anxiously. For Yi Qingfeng, once he became blind, he would never be able to see this world again. He could no longer watch Wan Wan grow up. He could no longer see himself. It depends on the patient's recovery. If the recovery is good, they may be able to see again in a few months. But if the recovery is not good, they may not be able to see for several years, more than 10 years, or even their entire life. This situation is already a very good result for Yi Qingfeng. At least it was much better than he expected. In the afternoon, as the effect of the anesthetic wore off, Yi Qingfeng slowly opened his eyes. Just as the doctor said, the damage to his optic nerve caused everything in front of his eyes to go dark. I can't see anything. He had no idea where he was. Until he heard the surprised voices of Lu Qingtong and Wan Wan. Qingfeng. Dad. Hearing their voices, Yi Qingfeng realized that he was not dead. Am I in the hospital? His voice was trembling. Not being able to see the world made him a little scared. From now on, will I be blind? Everything happened too fast, and he didn't have time to prepare for all his expectations. The doctor said that the operation was successful and your blindness is temporary. As long as you recover well, you will be able to see again soon. Lu Qingtong held his hand tightly and explained impatiently. It was especially emphasized that he would be able to see again soon. Because she had already learned from the doctor why Yi Qingfeng did not undergo surgery.
If it were her, she might do the same. She also doesn't want to implicate the people around her because of herself. They are really the same kind of people. Chapter 63. Let us get married, okay? Lu Ching's words gave Yi Qingfeng the greatest hope. The brain tumor was removed, and he would soon be able to see again. The dark cloud that had shrouded him for so long finally dissipated. At the same time, his heart was filled with deep gratitude and strong apology. The woman in front of him, they are from two completely different worlds. They met and got to know each other because of an accident. He had wanted to protect her. Unexpectedly, it was she who saved herself in the end. In the next few days, Lu Qingtong put almost all her energy into Yi Qingfeng. Almost most of the time, she stayed in the hospital with Yi Qingfeng and rarely went to Tianyan. Even though the recording of the new episode is imminent. This made Sister Yun very anxious. Seeing Lu Qingtong leaving the practice room after just 1 hour, Sister Yun couldn't stand it anymore and asked, "Qingtong, how are you doing lately? The second performance is the day after tomorrow, and you haven't even decided on a song, and the production team has already called you to come. Let's talk about it tomorrow." Lu Qingtong looked at the time and said perfunctorily. She is going to the hospital to bring food to Yi Qingfeng. However, this time, Sister Yun stopped her. "Qingtong, I'm telling you something serious. The second performance is the day after tomorrow, and I'm worried about you. You defeated Yang Qianluo with an overwhelming advantage in the first performance. Are you going to lose the second performance with an absolute disadvantage? Tell me, what happened? I've noticed you've been distracted lately." Lu Qingtong naturally would not tell Sister Yun about Yi Qingfeng's hospitalization. There is no need and no need. It was Tianyan's decision to agree to participate in The Voice of China before. She wanted to take her popularity to a higher level through this popular variety show. At the same time, through this program, he will finally decide the winner with Yang Qianluo. But Lu Qingtong herself never cared about the outcome. She never thought about competing with Yang Qianluo. Singing is not about who is stronger or weaker, but just to let fans hear better music. For the latter, there are many other ways. She would rather spend more time polishing her album rather than rushing to attend various announcements and participating in various competitions. So, when Sister Yun said this, the dissatisfaction that she had been suppressing in her heart finally could no longer be suppressed. I don't care about winning or losing. If Yang Qianluo wants to win, let her win. So what if she wins? If she wins, will no one listen to my songs? Lu Qingtong looked at Sister Yun firmly and retorted. Sister Yun felt a little strange looking at Lu Qingtong like this. Ever since Yi Qingfeng appeared, Lu Qingtong has become more and more disobedient to Tianyan. "Qingtong, if you do this, the company will suffer huge losses. Then you ask Lu Xiao to come to me and I will compensate him for any losses. Is that okay? It's all about stock prices every day." After the first period ended, Tianyan's stock price rebounded by more than 30. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Okay, I have something to do, so I'm leaving first." Lu Qingtong carried her bag and ignored Sister Yun and went straight into the elevator. It wasn't until the elevator door closed that Sister Yun finally reacted. This girl really wants to push Tianyan into the fire pit. When she got home, Aunt Zhang had already packed a lunchbox for Lu Qingtong. "Miss Lu, you are so nice to Mr. Yi." Aunt Zhang couldn't help but say as she handed her the lunchbox. After all, in her eyes, Lu Qingtong was a high-ranking superstar, but now she had become a good wife and mother for Yi Qingfeng. Lu Qingtong narrowed her eyes and smiled, then replied, "Because Qingfeng has always been very good to me." In order to have some peace and quiet, Lu Qingtong booked the most luxurious ward in the hospital, where there were 7 nurses alone. But Lu Qingtong does everything in life by herself. "Qingfeng, does your head still hurt today?" Due to postoperative syndrome, Yi Qingfeng felt a headache almost every day in the days after the operation, sometimes mild, sometimes severe. "It doesn't hurt." But every time Lu Qingtong asked, he said it didn't hurt because he didn't want her to worry too much. Lu Qingtong carefully rocked the bed, then sat down beside Yi Qingfeng's pillow, looked at him gently, and said, "Come, it's time for your daily eye exercises. This is the doctor's instruction. Yi Qingfeng needs to press his temples every day because it helps the nerves recover." 3 times a day, Lu Qingtong never missed a single one. Lu Qingtong stretched out her fair and slender fingers, gently pressed against Yi Qingfeng's temple, and pressed softly. After a few days, she became very proficient. As she pressed on him, Yi Qingfeng soon felt his headache relieved a lot.
After pressing the buttons, Lu Ching opened the small table, placed the lunchboxes on it one by one, and opened the lids one by one. Because the diet was very strict after the operation, Yi Qingfeng ate very light food. Lu Qingtong accompanied him to eat light food. She just hopes Yi Qingfeng can get better soon. After dinner, Lu Qingtong began to clean up the dishes, but this time, Yi Qingfeng stopped her.
I'll do it.
When Lu Qingtong saw Yi Qingfeng pick up the lunchbox and fumble to cover it, she felt a little distressed.
She knew that he must want to get better quickly. Qingfeng, I want to discuss something with you.
After packing up the lunchboxes together, Lu Qingtong looked into Yi Qingfeng's eyes and said cautiously.
Because she knew that the next decision would be a little crazy. What's wrong?
Yi Qingfeng asked curiously.
I want to withdraw from the competition.
I don't want to participate in the subsequent performances of The Voice of China.
Lu Qingtong took a deep breath and said. After all, this decision will be sensational. Is it because of me?
Yi Qingfeng asked. Although she knew that Yi Qingfeng couldn't see her eyes at this moment, she still looked at him firmly, nodded vigorously, and said, yes, it's because of you. I can take care of myself. Don't make such a big sacrifice for me. Yi Qingfeng said subconsciously. He has felt very guilty during this period. Hearing this answer, Lu Qingtong revealed a knowing smile, then gently grasped Yi Qingfeng's hand and said, Qingfeng, I made this decision not because you were sick, but because you let me know what it means to truly love music. Over the years, I have been bound by the company and have never been my true self. So, this time, I want to be myself and only do what I like. So, I want to say goodbye to my past self and start a new life, a life with you by my side.
Let's get married, okay? Chapter 64. I look forward to our future. Get married? Are you serious?
For a moment, Yi Qingfeng doubted whether there was something wrong with his ears.
Lu Qingtong said she wanted to get married? Is it my own hallucination?
This came so suddenly.
Do you think I'm joking? Lu Qingtong looked sincere.
She just wanted to get married, to marry Yi Qingfeng.
She wasn't acting on impulse. Falling in love with Yi Qingfeng is a fact.
She has thought clearly about getting married in the past few days. Even if this man is really blind, she is willing to stay by his side.
I can't see what you look like now, Yi Qingfeng said. Lu Qingtong. I was so excited that I forgot about it.
So, Lu Qingtong grabbed Yi Qingfeng's hand and placed his hand on her fair face.
Yi Qingfeng, I'm in love with you. I really want to marry you, very much. Lu Qingtong's tone was extremely gentle. She is serious. More serious than ever before. But I'm blind. What if I can no longer see this world? Why would you marry someone like me?
Yi Qingfeng lowered his eyes and said somewhat dejectedly. After all, there is only a certain probability of restoring vision.
I don't care, not at all. Even if you really can't see anymore, I will be your eyes for the rest of your life.
Lu Qingtong said firmly without hesitation.
Qingtong, your parents won't agree to marry me. I'll convince them.
But this will also have an impact on your career. This time, before Yi Qingfeng could finish, Lu Qingtong interrupted him excitedly. Yi Qingfeng, you're really nagging.
I'm just asking you, do you love me? Are you willing to marry me? Love, how can I not love? Of course I am willing. Why wouldn't I be willing?
But Yi Qingfeng was still thinking too much. The most important thing was that getting married would be too unfair to her.
Lu Qingtong waited for his answer, staring at him without blinking.
Seeing that Yi Qingfeng had not answered for a long time, the disappointment in her eyes became more and more obvious.
Doesn't he want to marry me? Is it really just wishful thinking on my part? I'm sorry, maybe I was too impulsive.
After a long time, Lu Qingtong slowly let go of Yi Qingfeng with tears in her eyes.
She didn't want to force him.
The psychological pressure caused by forced marriage was too great for him. However, the moment she put down her hand, Yi Qingfeng suddenly put his arms around her neck and kissed her lips.
Why worry so much? What kind of man are you if you don't even have the courage to love someone?
Even in the future, we may face various difficulties.
So what? Since I didn't die this time, what else can I bear? Just because you are afraid, are you going to give up on this woman and hurt her first? That doesn't make sense. If you hesitate today, you will regret it for the rest of your life.
Facing Yi Qingfeng's kiss, Lu Qingtong quickly responded enthusiastically, hugged him tightly, and wanted to give him everything. As they kissed, Lu Qingtong felt that the corners of Yi Qingfeng's eyes seemed to be a little moist.
Qingfeng, why are you crying?
This was the first time she saw Yi Qingfeng cry.
After being betrayed by young Chen Luo, Yi Qingfeng's heart died.
He thought that he would never be able to meet the love he really wanted or the right person in his life. The appearance of Lu Qingtong was an accident, but it became his salvation. Young Chen Luo abandoned him and their daughter for the sake of his career. But Lu Qingtong would rather give up her career for him. A woman who throws herself into the fire of love is worth loving and cherishing for a lifetime.
She must not be allowed to get hurt again in this life.
As for the past with Yang Chen Luo, let it be the past forever. He would never tell Wanwan that Yang Chen Luo was her mother. That kind of woman is not worthy. But he had to confess this matter in front of Lu Qingtong. In front of her, he didn't want to hide any secrets from her. This is unfair to her. Yi Qingfeng held back his tears. Although he couldn't see Lu Qingtong's expression at the moment, he still cast his gaze in her direction and said seriously, "Qingtong, before I marry you, there's something I must tell you."
But you must never tell Wanwan.
Lu Qingtong looked at him with some confusion, but she had already guessed in her heart that it might be related to Wanwan's mother.
Is it about Wanwan's mother? Yi Qingfeng nodded and said, Wanwan's mother is young Chen Luo.
This answer was somewhat surprising to Lu Qingtong, but not that surprising. In fact, when she first learned that Yi Qingfeng was Yi Zi that day, she wanted to ask about the relationship between him and Yang Chen Luo. If it was just a cooperative relationship, Yi Qingfeng would not make such a big sacrifice.
Do such a stupid thing.
Next, Yi Qingfeng told Lu Qingtong everything that happened that year.
How could this woman be so cruel? Wanwan wasn't even weaned at that time. Lu Qingtong was shocked.
A woman abandoned her child when she wasn't even weaned.
Wouldn't her heart hurt?
She'd give up everything for her career. She was the one who orchestrated our meeting. That day, she came to me and said she missed Wanwan and wanted to see her.
I didn't agree and just drank that glass of wine.
I didn't expect that she would drug it. I didn't expect that her desire to see Wanwan was just a lie. Her goal was just that glass of wine.
Even at this time, she used Wanwan as an excuse.
She had someone erase all the information about her and me at the Civil Affairs Bureau a long time ago. But she was worried that I would use Wanwan to threaten her in the future and affect her career. So, she set up this trap to suppress you and restrain me, forcibly tying me to you. Hearing this, Lu Qingtong couldn't help but laugh. It's just that she didn't expect that I would really fall in love with you.
She didn't even know how outstanding her ex-husband was.
She was so foolish as to give you to me.
Aren't you angry?
You were almost hurt by her.
Yi Qingfeng asked. Lu Qingtong grabbed Yi Qingfeng's hand again. Why should I be angry? Without her, would I have met you? Although she wanted to hurt me, didn't she fail?
Besides, I never thought of competing with her for the first place. All I know now is that although our meeting was a trap set by her, the result was what I wanted.
Isn't that enough?
But Wanwan is her child, not ours. In Yi Qingfeng's opinion, any woman would care about this. It is difficult for anyone to accept raising someone else's child. But at this time, Lu Qingtong seemed exceptionally rational.
First of all, although Wanwan is young Chen Luo's child, can Wanwan choose? Can she not come into this world just because she knows she has such a mother? Wanwan is the most innocent.
She has been abandoned by her mother. She deserves to find someone who loves her like a mother and make up for the love she lacks.
Secondly, although Wanwan is not my child, I really like her. She is so cute, sensible, and obedient, like a little angel. Am I too selfish if I don't love her for this reason?
Finally, Yi Qingfeng, listen carefully.
I love you as you are now.
It has nothing to do with you in the past. I don't care who you were with in the past. Before I decided to marry you, I knew you were married and had children, but I still made this decision.
Why? Because I love you and I look forward to our future. From now on, we will live a life that belongs to us.
Chapter 65. This is what you deserve. Yi Qingfeng's tears had nothing to do with his past. He was truly moved by the woman in front of him.
How could there be such a silly woman in the world? He even caught me.
Yi Qingfeng once again hugged Lu Qingtong tightly in his arms.
How could he bear to let go of such a woman?
He will hold on to it tightly for the rest of his life.
Qingtong, meeting you is the luckiest thing in my life. I want to hear you say, love me. I love you, very much. Lu Ching kissed Yi Qingfeng again. Her love was so deep that even a kiss could not perfectly describe it. She wanted to integrate everything about herself into this man. However, at this moment, oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I'm sorry. I came at the wrong time. Why didn't you lock the door? This is a hospital, not a hotel room. I don't know. I just came to see Qingfeng.
Bei Hongfei, who was standing at the door with a fruit basket, was almost scared silly when he saw this scene.
Is this something you can see yourself?
It seems that next time, I can't just enter the hospital ward casually.
Bei Hongfei quickly retreated again, feeling even more nervous than Yi Qingfeng and Lu Qingtong. Lu Qingtong's face was as red as an apple.
Fortunately, she didn't forget to interpret her love, otherwise, it would be crazy. For things like this, you still have to be more reliable at home. Fortunately, we were caught kissing, so we weren't that embarrassed. We just let Bei Hongfei watch a kissing scene for nothing. Lu Qingtong blushed and reopened the door of the ward.
Bei Hongfei was still standing outside with an embarrassed look on his face. He apologized. Qingtong, I'm sorry. I'll be more careful next time. I was really presumptuous this time. Brother Hongfei, you guys chat first. I'll go talk to the doctor about my recovery.
After saying that, Lu Qingtong hurriedly left with a red face.
Bei Hongfei then walked into the ward awkwardly. Fortunately, Yi Qingfeng couldn't see him, otherwise he wouldn't dare to face him. However, Bei Hongfei was also very sad about Yi Qingfeng's blindness.
After placing the fruit next to his pillow, he said, Qingfeng, don't worry. I've contacted several well-known ophthalmologists in China in the past 2 days.
They said that your condition is very likely to be cured. This is already one of the best post-operative scenarios.
Yi Qingfeng smiled slightly. Well, I'm already very grateful to God for not dying.
Here, this is for you, you must keep it well.
At this time, Bei Hongfei put a black gold card in Yi Qingfeng's hand.
What is this?
Yi Qingfeng asked curiously.
There are 200 million on this card. This time, you must accept it.
Back then, when Yang Qianluo's album was a big hit, Bei Hongfei gave 20 million to Yi Qingfeng, but Yi Qingfeng only asked for 2 million.
It's enough for him to live with Wan.
Because Huangji was in a critical period at that time, Yi Qingfeng knew that money was more important to Bei Hongfei. When Wan was 2 years old, Bei Hongfei transferred another 80 million yuan into Yi Qingfeng's card, but Yi Qingfeng soon transferred it back. Because when Wan was 2 years old, Yang Qianluo jumped from Huangji to Meiyu, and Huangji almost collapsed because of this incident. At this time, Bei Hongfei was still willing to transfer 30% of the copyright income to himself. Yi Qingfeng understood that Bei Hongfei was a person worth making friends with for a lifetime. Yi Qingfeng returned the money to Bei Hongfei and helped Huangji out of his predicament again. Since the money was returned by Yi Qingfeng one after another, and each time, the money returned by Yi Qingfeng helped Bei Hongfei a lot and made the development of Huangji better, so since then, Bei Hongfei has put all his energy into the development of Huangji. Although Yi Qingfeng didn't say it, Bei Hongfei had already regarded Yi Qingfeng as the most important partner within Huangji. The crisis was overcome with Yi Qingfeng's money. Huangji's later development concept was also proposed by Yi Qingfeng. This time, Yi Qingfeng became blind. Bei Hongfei knew that this would definitely have a great impact on his life, so this time, he must hand the money to Yi Qingfeng.
Qingfeng, I have something important to tell you today. I will dilute my 20% stake in Huangji to you.
From today on, you will also be one of the core directors of Huangji.
Bei Hongfei looked at Yi Qingfeng and said sincerely.
However, this matter will definitely cause an uproar in Huangji's board of directors.
But it doesn't matter.
After all, Bei Hongfei had already made up his mind about this matter. This is what Yi Qingfeng deserves. Without him, Huangji would have collapsed long ago. There would be no possibility of today's development.
Brother Hongfei, I may be blind in the future. Do you still believe in me?
After a moment of silence, Yi Qingfeng asked Bei Hongfei seriously.
Bei Hongfei answered without hesitation, of course.
I, Bei Hongfei, am not an ungrateful person.
Huangji is what it is today because of you. I have no reason not to trust you. Then after a while, you should sign Qingtong.
Yi Qingfeng said seriously. Bei Hongfei was still shocked.
He looked at Yi Qingfeng in disbelief and said, sign Qingtong? If I remember correctly, Qingtong still has 2 years of contract with Tianyan, right? Xingtong is the face of Tianyan. How could Tianyan let her go?
I don't expect Lu Xiao to let her go, but I don't want Qingtong, who is still from Tianyan, to stay in Tianyan. It will not be beneficial to Qingtong's development. Yi Qingfeng said coldly.
From today on, Lu Qingtong is his woman, and he will not allow anyone to bully her anymore. You want to tear up the contract?
But Lu Xiao has the Lu family's support behind him. Even if you unilaterally tear up the contract, Lu Xiao won't let you go so easily.
The penalty for breach of contract alone is an astronomical figure. Lu Qingtong's penalty for breach of contract is likely to be over 10 billion.
Yi Qingfeng knew very well that in his previous world, an artist named Chen was sued to pay a penalty of 22.7 billion yuan for breach of contract. Moreover, he fell rapidly at that time and was hidden in the dark for a full 14 years.
However, the artist surnamed Chen only paid 6.5 million yuan in liquidated damages in the end.
Yi Qingfeng knew too well about the dark sides and unfair terms in the entertainment industry. Lu Xiao wants to use a contract to ban Lu Qingtong, but he has to ask Yi Qingfeng whether he agrees.
Chapter 66. The child is definitely not Lu Qingtong's. Tianyan, Lu Xiao's office. Has Qingtong's repertoire not been reported yet?
Lu Xiao called Tang Yun to his office and looked at her with some confusion. The program team called him.
After all, the performance is the day after tomorrow, and it's imminent. Tang Yun looked at Lu Xiao in horror, not knowing how to answer.
Lu Qingtong's willfulness had a lot to do with her as her agent. In the past, Tang Yun felt that her job was very easy. As long as she helped Lu Qingtong to receive a notice, Lu Qingtong would obey and carry out the instructions, and she didn't need to worry about it at all. But ever since Yi Qingfeng appeared, she has been unable to control Lu Qingtong at all.
Like a wild horse running free. Tang Yun took a deep breath and said, I just asked Qingtong, but she didn't answer me and then left in a hurry. She left again? Do you know where she went? Lu Xiao was speechless. No. I don't know.
Ever since Yi Qingfeng showed up, Qingtong's whereabouts have been a mystery to me.
After all, I can't be with her. If you can't accompany her, won't you send someone to follow her? Lu Xiao scolded harshly. It's already this late, and the repertoire hasn't even been decided. Is that Yi Qingfeng trying to ruin Qingtong? Lu Xiao has spent too many resources and energy on Lu Qingtong.
Even though he has been repeatedly defeated by Yi Qingfeng, he will never give up on Lu Qingtong. What's more, Lu Qingtong also affects Tianyan's stock price. After the first performance, Tianyan's stock price rebounded strongly, which is the best proof. She is not only the beauty that Lu Xiao has always kept, but also his tool to make money.
Go to Qingtong's house right now.
I don't care what method you use, get her to come back to the company and decide on the repertoire. Lu Xiao ordered, his tone brooking no room for argument. Tang Yun had no choice but to nod in agreement. When she turned around, Lu Xiao's voice came again. This time, bring a few more people and go into Qingtong's house. I want to see how many people Yi Qingfeng can stop by himself. There must be a ghost in Lu Qingtong's house.
This time, we must find out the truth.
According to Lu Xiao's instructions, Tang Yun took 5 people and went to Lu Qingtong's house. She was also curious about what secrets Lu Qingtong's home had, that was why she repeatedly stopped Lu Xiao from entering. If it were just the two of them, there would be no need to do this. Soon, the group arrived at the beach villa. Tang Yun was about to press the password lock directly, but was stopped by Xiaoya. Sister Yun, Yi Qingfeng changed the password last time. Tang Yun looked around and found no security guards, so she said to her accompanying men, well, you two go around the yard and see if you can get in.
Sister Yun, this isn't a good idea, is it?
After all, these followers were all employees of Tianyan, and they were a little nervous about doing such sneaky things.
This is what Mr. Lu meant. Do you still want to work in Tianyan?
Hurry up while the security guards are not here yet.
Tang Yun shouted.
The few of them had no choice but to observe the yard dejectedly, and then found a relatively low wall and climbed over it. Tang Yun and others waited on the side, waiting for them to come back and report the situation. Little did they know, there was soon movement in the villa.
Don't run! Catch the thief! Catch the thief quickly!
Aunt Zhang rushed out of the villa with a mop in her hand. Behind her was Wan Wan. Not only was she not afraid, she followed Aunt Zhang and rushed out of the villa holding a feather duster. Tang Yun's men had never seen such a scene before, and they stumbled towards the gate. They wanted to unlock the door and escape, but they were shocked to find that the gate of the yard also required a password to unlock.
There's no way to escape.
Aunt Zhang smashed the mop in her hand towards the few people without mercy. At the same time, the security guards heard the noise and rushed over with security batons. This frightened Tang Yin so much that she turned around and ran away. As expected, professional matters should be left to professionals. I am just an agent, and I really can't stand doing such shady things. Aunt Zhang was as fierce as a tiger. She confronted Tang Yin's men and beat them with a mop, making them hold their heads and beg for mercy. If the security guard had not arrived in time, the two men would have been beaten to the hospital. How dare you come to such a high-end residential area to steal things? Are you crazy? It was not until the security guard controlled the two people that Aunt Zhang leaned on her waist, panting, with a look of dissatisfaction on her face. Unfortunately, Tang Yun and Xiaoya ran fast, and they didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the car left the community. Then, who is that woman? Why is she so fierce? Xiaoya was still frightened and felt her heart beating wildly. Tang Yun's face turned pale. How was she going to explain this when she got back? Is this a nanny or a bodyguard? I told you I can't do this. How am I going to explain this when I get back? For a moment, Tang Yun didn't dare to go back and report to Lu Xiao. Wouldn't this deserve a scathing scolding? By the way, who was that little girl just now? At this time, Xiaoya remembered Wanwan, who was following Aunt Zhang, and asked curiously. Little girl? What little girl? Tang Yun was surprised. She was so focused on running away that she didn't notice Wanwan at all. Behind that nanny, there is a little girl of 5 or 6 years old. Sister Yun, didn't you see it? Xiaoya reminded. There's a little girl of 5 or 6. Tang Yun was shocked, but at the same time, she felt a surge of joy in her heart. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? No. He was wearing a blue short-sleeved shirt and looked a little like Yi Qingfeng. Xiaoya said firmly. Oh my god. Tang Yun suddenly realized. No wonder Yi Qingfeng didn't dare to let Lu Xiao into the house. It turned out that there was a little girl hiding in their house. They already have kids? This is a super big melon. But soon, Tang Yun realized something was wrong. Lu Qingtong made her debut, and I became her manager. How could I not know whether or not Lu Qingtong had given birth to a child? Xiaoya, are you sure that the child is only about 5 or 6 years old? Tang Yun looked at Xiaoya excitedly and asked. Xiaoya nodded vigorously. About the same age as my niece, definitely no older than 6. Tang Yun widened her beautiful eyes, and her inner excitement was hard to conceal. Tang Yun still couldn't confirm whether Yi Qingfeng was Lu Qingtong's real fiancé. After all, Lu Qingtong could indeed have a secret relationship without making any noise. But whether she has given birth to a child or not, how could she possibly hide this fact? That child is definitely not Lu Qingtong's. Tang Yin slapped her thigh excitedly and shouted to the driver, hurry back to Tianyan, hurry. Chapter 67 I am Wanwan's mother. Back in Tianyan, Tang Yin rushed into Lu Xiao's office like crazy. He was shocked to find that a graceful woman was sitting on Lu Xiao's legs, biting each other. Forehead. Tang Yin suddenly felt extremely embarrassed, but the noise she made was too loud and she couldn't retreat even if she wanted to. The woman quickly got off Lu Xiao and hurriedly tidied up her messy clothes. Only then did Tang Yun realize that it was Man, an artist who had just joined the company. Tang Yun was actually no longer surprised by the unspoken rules used against artists. What Lu Qingtong said about Lulu and Elena were all true. The number of artists who have been sexually exploited by Lu Xiao has already exceeded 100. But this is the first time that he has done it so blatantly in the company. It seems that Lu Xiao was really irritated by Lu Qingtong during this period, which is why he couldn't hold back and vented his inner anger. When Tang Yun saw this, Lu Xiao's face turned gloomy and he snorted coldly, "What do you want to do, you idiot?" "Mr. Lu, there is a major discovery," Tang Yun said hurriedly. Sure enough, when he heard this, Lu Xiao's eyes flashed, and then he waved his hand casually at Man and said, "You go first, come to my house tonight." "Okay, Mr. Lu." Man stood up and glanced at Tang Yun with obvious displeasure in her eyes. After Man left, Lu Xiao looked at Tang Yun and asked, "What major discovery?" "Qingtong has a child." In a hurry, Tang Yun said 2 less words. This almost frightened Lu Xiao so much that he lost his balance and fell off his chair. "What? Qingtong and that bastard have a fucking child." This news was like a bolt from the blue for Lu Xiao. It can smash the top of his head into pieces.
Tang Yun then realized that she was too excited and quickly corrected herself, saying, No, it's because Qingtong has a child at home, about 5 or 6 years old, who looks very similar to Yi Qingfeng. So, it's certain that the child is most likely Yi Qingfeng's. But Qingtong has been under my nose for the past 5 years, so it's impossible for her to have given birth to a child. Lu Xiao only felt his heart beating fast. Next time, can you finish your sentence in one breath? I almost had a heart attack. After learning the truth, Lu Xiao was also delighted. He looked at Tang Yun excitedly and confirmed, so, the child is not Qingtong's? Yes. It's definitely not Qingtong's. Tang Yun said firmly and resolutely. Lu Xiao held his chin, lost in thought. After a moment, he analyzed, so, the relationship between Qingtong and Yi Qingfeng is very likely fake. Yi Qingfeng is actually a single father. In order to take care of his own child, he also brought his child to Lu Qingtong's home? It's very likely. Tang Yun nodded vigorously. Ha ha. Lu Xiao slapped his thigh happily. This is the happiest news I've heard in a while. I was wondering why Qingtong would ever fall for such a country bumpkin. Turns out, it all boils down to hiding the truth from the media. So, Yi Qingfeng is truly a piece of trash with no connections, no skills, and only knows how to cheat and deceive. Mr. Lu, I think it's very likely. Yi Qingfeng might have some leverage over Qingtong, so she has no choice but to be so obedient and dare not resist. Tang Yun also laughed. That's easy. Yi Qingfeng, your doomsday has come. Lu Xiao's eyes revealed a sinister look. Get the car ready, I'll go to Qingtong's house now. Then, Lu Xiao made another call to a man named Lu Jia, asking him to prepare 10 thugs to go to the beach villa with him. Tonight, he will make Yi Qingfeng pay the price. Hospital. Lu Qingtong took a fruit knife and cut the apple carefully. I'll eat it with the skin on, so you don't cut your hand. Because he couldn't see, Yi Qingfeng was afraid that Lu Qingtong would accidentally cut his hand. After all, this girl is clumsy. It's okay. Although you are not proficient yet, you will be fine after practicing more. Lu Qingtong smiled charmingly. Now, she is willing to learn anything for Yi Qingfeng. This is the only way to take good care of him. After peeling the apple, Lu Qingtong carefully cut it into small pieces, then handed it to Yi Qingfeng's mouth and said, "Open your mouth and eat the apple." Yi Qingfeng opened his mouth obediently, but just as he touched the apple flesh, Lu Qingtong playfully retracted his hand. Call me wife before I can give you food. Are you sure? Yes, otherwise I wouldn't give it to you. Lu Qingtong raised her eyebrows and smiled. Then put your ear closer. Lu Qingtong obediently put her ear close to Yi Qingfeng's mouth. She wanted to hear Yi Qingfeng call her wife. Unexpectedly, Yi Qingfeng put his arms around her slender waist and kissed her lips. Lu Qingtong was caught off guard, but quickly surrendered, hugged Yi Qingfeng's neck and responded. Not enough kisses at all. Moreover, Lu Qingtong learned her lesson this time and locked the door before entering the ward. This kind of thing can't be shown to others in vain anymore. But at this moment, the phone rang, interrupting their passionate kiss. Since it was Aunt Zhang calling, Lu Qingtong was a little worried and had to let go of Yi Qingfeng reluctantly. Aunt Chang, what's wrong? Ms. Lu, 2 thieves broke into our house today, but they confessed that they were from Tianyan. Aunt Zhang was in the security room at this time. 2 employees of Tianyan were squatting by the wall with their hands tied in front of her. When Lu Qingtong learned that it was Tianyan's people, her heart suddenly hung in the air. Has Wan been discovered by them? Lu Qingtong asked hurriedly. Because Yi Qingfeng had explained this matter, Aunt Zhang seemed very nervous at this moment. She said apologetically, "They must have seen us. Miss Lu, I'm really sorry. I didn't hide Wan well." Lu Qingtong's heart sank, realizing that this time she might be in real trouble. If Lu Xiao knew about Wan's existence, the consequences would be unimaginable. I'll be back right away. Lu Qingtong replied immediately. What's wrong? Yi Qingfeng asked hurriedly after Lu Qingtong hung up the phone. Since she answered the call in front of Yi Qingfeng, Lu Qingtong couldn't lie, even if she didn't want Yi Qingfeng to know. The most important thing for him now is to take good care of his health. The people from Tianyan have discovered Wan's existence. Lu Qingtong had no choice but to say it. I'll go back with you. Yi Qingfeng answered without hesitation, then fumbled for his shoes. Lu Qingtong quickly supported Yi Qingfeng and said, "No. You haven't recovered yet, you must stay in the hospital."
I will take care of Wanwan's matter.
No, I must go back with you. I can't let them hurt you.
Yi Qingfeng answered without hesitation. But this time, Lu Qingtong still pressed his shoulders hard, and said with a firm look, "Be obedient. I am your wife now, and Wanwan's mother.
I can handle this matter." Chapter 68 Lu Qingtong, you hit me? Lu Xiao brought a group of people and rushed to the beach villa in a threatening manner. Yi Qingfeng, come out. Open the door.
Yi Qingfeng, if you have the guts, come out the fucking way. A group of people stood outside the villa's yard, like a group of mad dogs.
Barking.
Looking at the scene outside, Aunt Zhang was also panicked. She didn't know who Yi Qingfeng had offended.
She only knew that she must not let them in. Be sure to protect Wanwan. The violent commotion quickly attracted the security guards in the community.
6 or 7 security guards rushed over with security batons in their hands. It is their duty to protect the safety of the owners.
What's more, Lu Qingtong's villa is the most expensive in the community. What are you doing? What do you want from Miss Lu?
At this time, Lu Xiao was still sitting in the car. When he saw the security guard coming, he got out of the car with a gloomy expression. The security guards here naturally knew Lu Xiao and were a little at a loss for a moment.
Mr. Lu, what are you doing?
The security captain asked nervously. Lu Xiao walked up to the security captain with a gloomy face and said coldly, "I advise you to ignore what happened today and just pretend you didn't see anything."
Mr. Lu, this isn't good, is it? Then why don't you try to take care of it?
Lu Xiao suddenly became furious, scaring the security captain so much that he trembled. Seeing that the house was still quiet, Lu Xiao had lost his patience and shouted angrily, "Smash this broken door.
Break in."
Lu Xiao had long hated this broken door. This was the 3rd time he was shut out by this broken door. Only by smashing it can I relieve the hatred in my heart. Soon, under the violent destruction, the door was smashed open. Seeing Lu Xiao and others smashing the gate of the yard, Aunt Zhang's heart was in her throat. She had no choice but to quickly pick up Wanwan and carry her to the room upstairs. She said excitedly, "Wanwan, you stay in the room.
No matter what happens outside, you can't come out. Understand? Grandma Zhang." How could a child have ever seen such a scene?
He soon started crying. Aunt Zhang knew Wanwan was scared, but in order to protect her, she locked the door, then grabbed a mop from the storage room and rushed downstairs alone.
Ms. Lu and Mr. Yi are not at home. What are you doing? This is trespassing, do you know that?
Aunt Zhang held the mop tightly in both hands and looked at Lu Xiao and others in horror.
Yi Qingfeng is not at home, right? Then his daughter is here, right? Find that little girl and kick her out of here.
This is Qingtong's home. Yi Qingfeng is such a scoundrel that he brought his own daughter here.
He is so shameless.
Lu Xiao waved his hand, and several of his men rushed upstairs. Aunt Zhang quickly blocked the stairs with her body and angrily said, "A bunch of you come here to bully a child, do you have any shame?"
Bang!
Lu Xiao swung his hand and slapped Aunt Zhang hard in the face.
As a babysitter, do you have the right to speak here? Get out of here. I'm going to fight you.
Being slapped didn't make Aunt Zhang timid, but instead aroused her fighting spirit. She raised the mop and smashed it towards Lu Xiao. Unfortunately, Lu Xiao brought too many people this time, and they were all gangsters. Seeing that Aunt Zhang dared to resist, they raised their feet and kicked Aunt Zhang in the stomach. Aunt Zhang was over 50 years old after all, and she could not withstand such a kick. She immediately fell to the ground, her face pale and in pain.
Grandma Zhang! Don't hit Grandma Zhang!
Wanwan, who was in the room, couldn't see what happened downstairs, but she was so scared by Grandma Zhang's screams that she started crying hysterically. Then, there was a loud kick on the door. She was so scared that she huddled in the corner, hugging her knees in terror. Fortunately, at this time, Lu Qingtong rushed over and saw Aunt Zhang falling to the ground in pain. Anger instantly ignited in her beautiful eyes. Without saying a word, she rushed forward and slapped Lu Xiao hard.
You are bullying an old man and a child, are you human?
Lu Qingtong was so angry that her chest heaved violently. She took out her cell phone to call the police, but Lu Xiao snatched it away.
Lu Qingtong, you hit me? Lu Xiao looked at Lu Qingtong unwillingly.
After all, in his opinion, everything he did was for her. As soon as she came up, she slapped herself without saying anything. Lu Xiao covered his face and felt a burning pain.
Lu Xiao, this is a matter between you and me. What right do you have to bully the elderly and children? Get out of here now. I will settle our issues with you.
Lu Ching pointed at Lu Xiao angrily and then helped Anzhang up.
Lu Xiao suppressed his inner anger.
After all, the person he was dealing with this time was Yi Qingfeng, and he didn't want to completely fall out with Lu Qingtong because of this.
Qingtong, do you have any leverage over Yi Qingfeng?
Tell me and I'll help you solve it. Yi Qingfeng is such a bastard, he even forced his own daughter into your house.
People like him deserve to be beaten. Can you please stop being so sentimental? Wan is my daughter, my biological daughter.
Lu Qingtong answered without hesitation. With a buzzing sound, Lu Xiao felt a little dazed.
How is that possible? Qingtong, stop joking.
The little girl was only 5 or 6 years old. You had already come to Tianyan at that time.
How could I not know whether you had given birth to a child or not?
Lu Xiao smiled bitterly, because no matter whether what Lu Qingtong said was true or not, he had already lost. Lu Qingtong helped Anzhang sit on the sofa. Her expression was extremely cold. She then slowly walked up to Lu Xiao and said, Lu Xiao, listen carefully to every word I say next.
First of all, Wan is my daughter. Secondly, Yi Qingfeng is my fiancée. If you dare to touch them, I will not let you go.
Every word Lu Qingtong said was extremely firm and could not be questioned. And these words were like sharp knives, stabbing into Lu Xiao's heart one by one.
Lu Qingtong, do you know what you are saying? Lu Xiao said, gritting his teeth. Do you want me to say it again?
Okay, then I'll tell you one more thing. Lu Qingtong turned around, went upstairs, and took her contract out of the safe. This contract has been holding her hostage for 5 years. When she arrived in front of Lu Xiao, Lu Qingtong held up the contract and tore it to pieces without hesitation.
From today on, I am no longer a member of Tianyan. If you want to sue me, go ahead.
I, Lu Qingtong, can afford the penalty for breach of contract. After she finished speaking, she threw the torn contract directly at Lu Xiao's face. It was like snowflakes slowly falling in front of Lu Xiao's eyes.
Chapter 69. Can you go now?
Looking at the contract fragments falling like snowflakes in front of him, Lu Xiao's mind went blank.
Is it true that the woman he loves has fallen in love with Yi Qingfeng?
Everything is not a casual act.
It's not about dealing with the media. It's all true. She was really emotional. Lu Qingtong, you're crazy. You're fucking crazy. Get out.
Lu Qingtong pushed Lu Xiao hard on the chest again, trying to drive him out of her home.
Little did they know.
With a slap, the furious Lu Xiao raised his hand and slapped her in the face.
If you can't get it, then destroy it.
At this time, Lu Xiao's eyes were already bloodshot. He had never been so frustrated in his life.
Miss Lu.
Anzhang saw Lu Qingtong being beaten, and she endured the pain and rushed to Lu Qingtong.
Lu Qingtong covered her face but did not cry. Crying in front of a man like this makes you look too weak. Now, can you go away? Lu Qingtong's eyes were extremely cold.
Today, for Wan, she is no longer afraid of anything.
Smash it. Smash this place into ruins. Also, pull that little girl out of the room. Beat her too.
Lu Xiao went completely crazy and shouted at the top of his lungs. Seeing this, Lu Qingtong grabbed the ashtray on the coffee table and blocked the stairs with her body.
Today, she won't let anyone hurt Wan.
Fortunately, at this time, the sound of sirens came from far away. Seeing that the situation was out of control, the security guard helped Lu Qingtong call the police.
Stop it.
A group of police rushed into the house and quickly took Lu Xiao and his group under control. But there was no trace of panic on Lu Xiao's face. He continued to stare at Lu Qingtong angrily and warned, "This matter will not end like this."
Lu Qingtong, I have never been so angry in my life as I am today.
After Lu Xiao and others were taken away, Lu Qingtong rushed to Wan's room. When the door was opened, Wan huddled in the corner in panic, hugging her knees tightly and crying heartbreakingly.
Wan, it's okay. It's okay.
Lu Qingtong hugged her tightly, and tears burst out, and she couldn't help crying. With Lu Qingtong's comfort, Wan's emotions gradually stabilized. She looked at Lu Qingtong with tears in her eyes, and then she found that her face was red and swollen.
Sister Qingtong, what's wrong with your face?
Wan stretched out her hand, but didn't dare to touch, for fear of hurting Lu Qingtong. Lu Qingtong still hugged Wan tightly. "I'm fine, Wan, as long as you're not afraid."
As long as Sister Qingtong is here, Wanwan is not afraid.
Wanwan tried hard to hold back her sobs, but her throat still twitched from time to time.
Wanwan, from today on, don't call me Sister Qingtong, okay? Lu Qingtong couldn't help but say as she gently stroked Wanwan's hair. Wanwan looked at her curiously. What's that called? Call me Mom, I'll be your mom from now on, okay? Really, really? Of course it's true. Mom! Mom!
Wanwan hugged Lu Qingtong excitedly. Ever since she was old enough to understand, she has wanted a mother. A mother who loves her. After going downstairs, the police were still waiting downstairs. They wanted Lu Qingtong to go back and cooperate in taking a statement, but at this time, Aunt Zhang, who had been holding back, suddenly felt her legs go weak and she fell to the ground. Because human life was at stake, the police immediately called an ambulance and sent Aunt Zhang to the hospital first.
On the way, Aunt Zhang woke up.
Lu Qingtong looked at her, her heart filled with guilt and gratitude.
Aunt Zhang, how are you?
Aunt Zhang still looked very weak, but she couldn't help but grab Lu Qingtong's hand and said weakly, Miss Lu, you and Qingfeng are both good people.
Aunt Zhang, I'm sorry for getting you into trouble this time.
Lu Qingtong looked at her with heartache and apologized. Aunt Zhang still held her hand tightly.
Don't say that.
I've watched Wanwan grow up since she was a child and have always treated her as my own granddaughter. As a neighbor, I know it's not easy for Qingfeng to take care of Wanwan these past few years.
He's been both a father and a mother.
He's also helped me a lot over the years, and I've always been grateful to him. So, I won't just stand by and watch that beast bully Wanwan. After saying that, Aunt Zhang started coughing violently again. The kick just now obviously injured her internal organs. Lu Qingtong quickly and gently stroked Aunt Zhang's chest. Ms. Lu, before coming to your house, Qingfeng told me a lot. Although he didn't say it explicitly, I'm not stupid. I know your relationship isn't real. But Qingfeng is really a good. This time, before Aunt Zhang could finish, Lu Qingtong interrupted with tears in her eyes, Aunt Zhang, my relationship with Qingfeng is real. When Qingfeng is discharged from the hospital, we will get the marriage certificate. From now on, I will be his wife and he will be my husband. Really? That's great. It's really great. Aunt Zhang smiled with relief, as if her own son had found a good wife. Aunt Zhang was sent to the hospital where Yi Qingfeng was. After confirming that Aunt Zhang was not seriously injured, Lu Qingtong took Wanwan to Yi Qingfeng's ward. However, before entering, Lu Qingtong leaned over, looked at Wanwan, and said seriously, Wanwan, don't tell Dad about Mom being beaten, okay? I don't want Dad to worry. Dad hasn't recovered yet. If he knew about these things, it wouldn't be good for his recovery. For Dad to recover as soon as possible, promise Mom, okay? But Mom. Wanwan looked at Lu Qingtong with heartache. There were obvious fingerprints on her face. Be good. Lu Qingtong touched Wanwan's hair, then let down her bangs to cover her beaten face. Then he took Wanwan's hand and entered the ward. Yi Qingfeng was standing on the balcony. When he heard the noise, he immediately turned around and asked eagerly, Qingtong, is that you? Dad. Wanwan rushed towards Yi Qingfeng. But a child is a child after all. Although she agreed to Lu Qingtong at the door, she still couldn't control her emotions when she saw her father. However, she tried hard not to cry. But Yi Qingfeng still felt it. Wanwan, what's wrong? Wanwan is fine, maybe she just missed you. Lu Qingtong quickly explained with a smile. Wanwan nodded vigorously, yeah, I miss Dad. Daddy misses you too. Yi Qingfeng picked up Wanwan. Seeing this, Lu Qingtong stepped forward to support Yi Qingfeng. Don't use too much force. You haven't even removed the stitches yet. Don't break them. Lu Xiao didn't make it difficult. However, halfway through his words, Yi Qingfeng noticed something unusual. He touched Lu Qingtong's scattered hair. These days, she wears her hair in a ponytail. What's wrong with you? Yi Qingfeng's expression suddenly became extremely cold. Lu Qingtong quickly lied, I'm fine. What are you doing? You're so suspicious. Yi Qingfeng didn't say anything. He just carefully stroked Lu Qingtong's face with his hand. Lu Qingtong was a little nervous and subconsciously dodged. But he didn't notice that Yi Qingfeng's hand was trembling slightly. Chapter 70 Terribly calm. Lu Xiao hit you? When Yi Qingfeng saw Lu Qingtong dodge, he immediately realized what had happened. After hearing this, Wanwan couldn't control her emotions anymore and soon started crying. Dad, Mom was beaten by bad guys, and her face is swollen.
Qingfeng, I'm fine. The matter has been resolved and Lu Xiao has been taken away by the police.
In order not to let Yi Qingfeng worry, Lu Qingtong said hurriedly.
Yi Qingfeng didn't say anything. His extreme anger made him look terrifyingly calm.
Qingfeng, take good care of your injuries.
You're really fine now. Lu Qingtong grabbed Yi Qingfeng's hand.
She didn't want to make the situation worse, especially since Yi Qingfeng had just undergone such a major operation.
She didn't want to see him have any more accidents.
Yi Qingfeng naturally understood Lu Qingtong's thoughts. He reached out his hand again and wiped it towards Lu Qingtong's face.
When he was about to touch it, his movements became extremely gentle. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt, don't worry. Qingfeng, I know you are very angry, but you should get well first, okay?
Lu Qingtong replied gently.
Yi
Qingfeng replied with just one short word. At the door of the police station, Lu Xiao walked out with a swagger. The thugs who accompanied him took all the blame.
It just cost some money. But the anger in his heart could not be solved with money. When Tang Yun returned to Tianyan, she was slapped hard by him as soon as she entered his office. Tang Yun was completely stunned.
She covered her face and didn't dare to say a word. That child is Lu Qingtong's child. Lu Xiao pointed at her nose and cursed.
Tang Yun stared in astonishment. This. How is this possible? Qingtong can't have given birth to a child. She said it herself.
As her agent, you couldn't even find out this little thing. I even supported her for 5 years. I spent most of Tianyan's resources on a woman with a child.
I'm a fucking idiot.
After saying that, Lu Xiao overturned the computer and keyboard on the desk to the ground. Tang Yun was so scared that she was trembling.
Mr. Lu, what are your plans next? Tang Yun asked fearfully.
Lu Xiao put his hands on his hips and paced back and forth. Lu Qingtong tore up the contract right in front of me.
So good, she really thought I couldn't kill her, right?
You should have the legal department send a lawyer's letter to Lu Qingtong right now, demanding liquidated damages, paying her a huge price.
Make her lose everything. I want to leave her with nothing. Okay, Mr. Lu. Tang Yun quickly turned around and fled out of Lu Xiao's office like a fugitive.
Soon, Lu Xiao picked up his phone and made a call.
It's for Man. As soon as the call was connected, Lu Xiao said angrily, "Call all your best friends to my house, I'll be there in half an hour."
At this moment, he had no choice but to vent.
Vent your anger to the fullest.
After finishing the call, Lu Xiao tidied his clothes, then got into the elevator and walked towards the underground garage.
Now, there is only desire in his mind.
However, just as he reached the side of his car, a dark shadow suddenly flashed by, and he felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. Then his eyes went black and he fainted. His body was thrown into the van like a puddle of mud. It was late at night and the hospital was already quiet. Only the nurse on duty was still sitting at the nurse's station, dozing off.
Qingfeng, you haven't recovered yet. How about I take care of this matter? I have a way to make Lu Xiao pay the price.
Bei Hongfei supported Yi Qingfeng and quietly took him out of the ward. Yi Qingfeng shook his head coldly, no need. Bei Hongfei knew that Lu Xiao had completely touched Yi Qingfeng's reverse scale. But he was also worried that Yi Qingfeng would do something stupid.
If someone really dies, it will be difficult to deal with it.
But he still believed that Yi Qingfeng must have his limits. Soon, the car arrived at the door of an abandoned warehouse.
Bei Hongfei's 2 men were guarding the warehouse at the door. Boss Bei, someone is inside.
Okay. Bei Hongfei nodded and was about to help Yi Qingfeng go in, but was stopped by Yi Qingfeng. You guys wait for me outside, don't let him see you. Yi Qingfeng said lightly.
Qingfeng, but you can't see. Fine.
After saying that, Yi Qingfeng slowly opened the door of the warehouse with his guide stick.
Lu Xiao was still in a coma, his hands and feet tied to a chair, and a sack on his head. Clatter. Clatter.
The guide stick in Yi Qingfeng's hand tapped the ground lightly, moving closer and closer towards Lu Xiao until the stick touched his shoes. He raised the stick and pressed it against Lu Xiao's chest, then pushed hard, and the chair fell backwards. With a bang, Lu Xiao fell to the ground along with the chair.
Only then did he wake up. Ah!
Soon, a scream came from Lu Xiao's mouth. Yi Qingfeng leaned over, grabbed the back of the chair, helped him up again, and then took off his hood. Now that things have come to this, there is no need for him to hide his identity anymore.
Lu Xiao was not so stupid that he couldn't even guess who had touched him. Yi Qingfeng. I knew it was you. What? You dared to kill me? I'm the only son of the Lu family. If you kill me, the Lu family will never let you go.
However, just as Lu Xiao finished shouting, Yi Qingfeng raised the guide stick in his hand, swung it, and hit him on the shoulder. Suddenly, screams were heard.
Yi Qingfeng, you fucking. Another stick. Yi Qingfeng. Another stick. Leave.
Throughout the whole process, Yi Qingfeng didn't say a word, but just kept waving the guide stick in his hand, hitting Lu Xiao's shoulder again and again.
Until,
with a snap, the wooden guide stick was broken. Lu Xiao's shoulder had been dislocated for a long time. Because some of the blows hit his face, 3 of his teeth fell out and his mouth was covered in blood. At this moment, he was too weak to utter a word.
Chapter 71. This woman is really not simple.
But all this is not over yet. Yi Qingfeng took out a bottle of alcohol that he had prepared long ago from his pocket, and then poured it on his wounded face. The severe pain made Lu Xiao wail in agony again. This kind of torture has made Lu Xiao feel fear from the bottom of his soul. He could never have imagined that Yi Qingfeng could be so cruel. How could he, who had been spoiled since childhood, endure such extreme torture? Yi Qingfeng still didn't speak. He didn't speak until the whole bottle of alcohol was finished.
Do you remember this feeling?
At this moment, Lu Xiao felt that he was facing a devil. He was really scared, his whole body was shaking, and his pants were wet.
Lu Xiao, remember what I'm going to say next.
I don't care what the Lu family behind you is like, or how powerful they are in High City.
I'm only targeting you. You can retaliate against me, but I can guarantee that you won't survive.
As long as you're not afraid of death and want to experience what I felt today again, you can continue. I'll keep you company.
What kind of person is this young man?
Yi Qingfeng knew it all too well. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong really made them feel the fear of death, and they were more afraid than anyone else. In the previous dimension, Yi Qingfeng, as a self-made entrepreneur, naturally encountered rich second generations like Lu Xiao, who targeted him everywhere and thought they could do whatever they wanted because they had the support of their family. But when they were really faced with the fear of death, they begged for mercy harder than anyone else.
Their weakness is just one word. Die.
When you die, no matter how much power and wealth you have, they are all just clouds.
The next day,
Lu Xiao was wrapped in bandages and lying on a hospital bed. And there was still fear in his eyes. Everything he experienced yesterday was like a nightmare, lingering in his mind.
The person I'm targeting is truly a demon.
At this moment, the door of the ward was opened. Just a slight movement scared him so much that he curled up immediately. The person who came in was his sister, Lu Fei. Seeing Lu Xiao lying on the hospital bed like a frightened bird, Lu Fei immediately frowned.
Was it Yi Qingfeng who did it?
There was not much pity in Lu Fei's eyes, but rather a sense of indifference. She felt ashamed of having such a brother.
Lu Xiao was really scared.
After everything that happened yesterday, he no longer dared to target Yi Qingfeng. He was really afraid that what happened last night would happen again.
No.
Sister, don't worry about this matter. I really lost.
Lu Xiao's lips trembled violently and he shook his head frantically.
Waste. Lu Fei's eyes turned cold, but at the same time, he became interested in Yi Qingfeng. This man's methods are really extraordinary, as he can torture his own brother into this state. This kind of ruthlessness is very similar to her. In fact, Lu Fei has looked down on Lu Xiao since he was a child, and he is also very aware of his cowardly side. But because he was the only son in the family, he received more favoritism. 3 years ago, when her father passed away, he gave 70% of his property to Lu Xiao, which made Lu Fei feel cold towards her father.
But she has been enduring it.
After her father died, she used various means to regain a lot of family property. In the past 3 years, it was thanks to Lu Fei and the Lu family's business that they were able to maintain their foothold in High City. Lu Xiao, on the other hand, has been guarding his Tianyan entertainment, indulging in playing with celebrities and living a life of debauchery. So, looking at Lu Xiao at this moment, Lu Fei felt a little grateful to Yi Qingfeng in his heart.
Are you really scared?
Lu Fei asked, still looking at Lu Xiao indifferently.
Lu Xiao was still shaking.
Sister, please don't worry about this matter, okay? Yi Qingfeng is a mad dog.
Unless you can kill him. Otherwise, he will definitely come back to find me. I will be tortured to death by him. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die.
Accustomed to a life of revelry and extravagance, Lu Xiao would never dare to lose it all in order to take revenge on Yi Qingfeng. Since you're so scared, why don't you go to the island country first?
Isn't the industry there what you've always liked?
I'll help you take care of the domestic affairs.
Okay, sister, I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you. Lu Xiao nodded quickly. Hospital.
As usual, Lu Qingtong sat on the edge of the bed, gently pressing Yi Qingfeng's temple.
She didn't know what happened last night. Is your headache better? Lu Qingtong asked gently while pressing it lightly.
Yi Qingfeng smiled and said, much better, almost pain-free.
The doctor said, when can I be discharged from the hospital? The stitches can be removed the day after tomorrow. After that, I'll be observed for 2 days and then I can be discharged from the hospital.
At this time, the sound of high heels came from the corridor outside the ward. Soon, there was a knock on the door.
I'll go open the door.
Lu Qingtong stood up, subconsciously thinking that it was Bei Hongfei coming. Ever since he caught them kissing passionately last time, Bei Hongfei would knock on the door every time he came. However, when she opened the door and saw the figure outside, Lu Qingtong was a little surprised. Standing outside the door was Lu Xiao's sister, Lu Fei. Lu Qingtong had seen her before at Tianyan, and had heard from some of Tianyan's colleagues that Lu Xiao's sister was a very strong female entrepreneur.
How come she came here?
Lu Qingtong looked at her in surprise, her mind going blank for a moment.
Lu Fei smiled faintly and spoke first, are you surprised to see me? It seems there are some things you don't know yet. After saying that, Lu Fei walked directly into the ward and walked towards Yi Qingfeng. Who are you?
Yi Qingfeng asked coldly, realizing that the visitor had no good intentions. Lu Fei stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Yi Qingfeng's eyes to confirm that he was really blind. Then, she sat down on the sofa at the end of the bed facing Yi Qingfeng. I didn't expect that you were really blind. Even though you were blind, you could still beat my brother into that state.
You are really amazing.
Lu Fei narrowed his eyes, then crossed his legs, clasped his hands around his chest, leaned against the back of the sofa, and stared at Yi Qingfeng indifferently.
Hearing this, Lu Qingtong's pupils suddenly shrank. What do you mean by this? Lu Qingtong asked in surprise. I'm telling you, there are some things you don't know yet. Last night, the man in front of you almost beat my brother to death.
Lu Fei glanced at Lu Qingtong, who looked surprised, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if he was hoping Yi Qingfeng would beat her brother to death.
So, you are here for revenge?
Although Yi Qingfeng couldn't see Lu Fei in front of him, he could feel from her few words that this woman was really not simple.
Ha ha. Lu Fei smiled faintly, for that loser, it's not worth it. I came here today just to see what kind of person you are. Now that you've seen it, you can leave.
Yi Qingfeng said coldly. Lu Fei raised his eyebrows and said, no, I haven't seen it clearly yet.
After saying that, Lu Fei took out a document from his bag and handed it to Lu Qingtong, saying jokingly, Lu Qingtong, don't you want to tear up the contract with Tianyan? I don't have any objection. This is the contract cancellation agreement I just asked the legal department to draft. If you pay me, I will let you go. Lu Qingtong quickly looked through the agreement, but was still shocked when she saw the amount of liquidated damages. 173 billion. It is 5 times what she has earned in Tianyan over the years.
173 billion, Tianyan's market value is just that.
Lu Qingtong said angrily.
However, Lu Fei ignored Lu Qingtong and looked at Yi Qingfeng with a smile on his face.
Yi Qingfeng, what do you think of this compensation amount?
Hearing this, Yi Qingfeng laughed and said calmly, even if I really gave you this money, would you dare to take it?
Chapter 72 Yi Qingfeng, don't let me down. Lu Fei was very satisfied with Yi Qingfeng's reaction.
If Yi Qingfeng gave in immediately after hearing the sky-high compensation, Lu Fei would feel that this game would not be so fun.
Now, it's much more interesting.
Lu Fei turned his gaze back to Lu Qingtong, and said with a hint of nonchalance, Lu Qingtong, 17.3 billion is not a small amount of money for you.
I can give you time to raise the money.
However, before the compensation is paid, you are still a Tianyan artist.
Don't fall behind in the projects that are required to be completed each year in the contract.
Otherwise, according to the contract, the corresponding losses will be compensated 5 times as much.
Lu Qingtong's face turned pale.
Although tearing up the contract could threaten Lu Xiao, it was like hitting cotton when it came to Lu Fei. because Lu Fei didn't care at all what would happen to Tianyan without her. Lu Fei reminded him again, "Before I came here, I saw your contract tasks for this year. In addition to participating in The Voice of China, you also need to shoot a theatrical movie, take on 2 commercials, and release 3 singles, right? So, for the theatrical movie, I can help you find a script in the next few days to play a role like Pan Jinlian. With your looks, it should be no problem, right? As for the commercials, I can help you take on 2 underwear commercials. With your figure, underwear commercials will definitely be effective. As for the 3 singles, stop plagiarizing. Plagiarized things are not yours after all. Calm down and write a few songs. After all, you are a singer. Don't insult the title of singer." Lu Fei spoke calmly, but every word was so unpleasant. The key point is that for a moment, Lu Ching didn't know how to refute. These were the provisions of the original contract, which is why she was so obedient and followed the company's arrangements. She had always signed unfair contracts, but at that time Lu Xiao had treated her like a beauty and took good care of her, so the unfair contracts did not make her feel much. But now, before paying the penalty for breach of contract and completely terminating the contract with Tianyan, she can only be manipulated at will. Otherwise, the more breach of contract clauses there are, the higher the penalty will be. Just when Lu Ching didn't know how to respond, Yi Qingfeng's voice rang out. "I thought you were different from your brother, but now it seems that you are almost the same. You both like to show off your words. You don't need to talk so much nonsense. I said, I will give you the money, but whether you dare to take it is your own problem. You are not welcome here, please leave." Yi Qingfeng said calmly. Lu Fei couldn't help but narrow his eyes. For a moment, I was a little curious. Faced with such a situation, what would Yi Qingfeng do next and what means would he use to help Lu Qingtong resolve the crisis? She even felt that it would be a pity if such a man really went blind. After all, blindness will definitely have a great impact on Yi Qingfeng's life. Lu Fei slowly stood up, with a faint smile on his face, and said, "Okay, Yi Qingfeng, I hope you won't let me down." As soon as Lu Fei left, Lu Qingtong immediately moved to Yi Qingfeng's side, looking at him worriedly, and asked with concern, "Did you really go out to look for Lu Xiao last night? Are you okay? Did Lu Xiao hurt you?" Yi Qingfeng originally thought that Lu Qingtong would be worried about the penalty for breach of contract, but unexpectedly, she was concerned about herself first. This made Yi Qingfeng feel a warm current surge in his heart. "I'm fine. I just beat up Lu Xiao unilaterally." Yi Qingfeng grabbed Lu Qingtong's hand. "He dared to hit you. I only crippled one of his arms. It was already a good thing for him." At this time, Lu Qingtong lowered her eyes with a hint of worry in her expression. Seeing that Lu Qingtong was silent, Yi Qingfeng asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "I'm worried that he will take revenge on you," Lu Qingtong said truthfully. Yi Qingfeng smiled helplessly. Given Lu Xiao's personality, he wouldn't dare to retaliate again, but I really didn't expect that he actually has such a sister. This woman is obviously much more difficult to deal with than Lu Xiao. I can sell all the assets under my name. Although there is still a big gap, I have accumulated a lot of connections over the years. If I pool my money, I should be able to raise the money. I will just compensate her as soon as possible." Lu Qingtong didn't care much about money. Even if I become penniless again, so what? She got what she wanted most. Being with Yi Qingfeng, she believed that she would be happy in the future. Money is not the most important thing. Just like during this period, when she and Yi Qingfeng lived in the villa, how much money could they spend every day? I bought the vegetables myself. I made my own meals. Taking care of life by herself makes Lu Qingtong feel more ritualistic, more fulfilling. Even so, she was a little reluctant to give up this sea view villa. But if it is really sold, living in Yi Qingfeng's old house seems to be pretty good. Big house, luxurious. Small house, cozy. Fool. However, at this moment, Yi Qingfeng reached out and touched her hair dotingly. "Don't worry about what that woman says. She can't get such a high price for breach of contract, and she doesn't dare to take it. For the next few days, don't worry about anything. I will handle it." "Qingfeng, what are you going to do?" Lu Qingtong looked at Yi Qingfeng curiously and asked. This time, in order not to let Lu Qingtong worry, Yi Qingfeng simply told her his ideas. Although Lu Qingtong did not understand some of the details of the business war for a while, she was somewhat confused. But she remembered Yi Qingfeng's core words. If Lu Fei really took the sky-high penalty, the money she would lose would far exceed the amount of the penalty.
Meiyu TV, headquarters building.
The production team of The Voice of China.
The program's head director, Chen Xin, was staring angrily at Tang Yun, shouting, "The performance is tomorrow." Tomorrow. Where's Lu Ching? Is she still participating in this show? She hasn't even submitted her repertoire yet, and we're all waiting for her? What's wrong with the queen? Is she really that arrogant?
She won first place in the first performance, so why is she so cocky so soon?
Tang Yun's face was full of helplessness.
But she didn't dare to tell Tianyan what had happened in the past few days. After all, any piece of news that gets out can cause a huge blow to Tianyan's stock price.
Lu Ching has a child. Lu Xiao and Lu Ching become enemies.
Lu Xiao is missing, and Lu Fei takes over as president.
Tang Yun just wanted to scream, "What the hell is going on?"
I only bought several million worth of Tianyan shares, but now I have to worry about Tianyan's stock price every day. In Tang Yun's opinion, Lu Ching might not be able to continue participating in the show The Voice of China or even return to Tianyan in the next period of time. So, she came to Meiyu this time just to tell the program team that Lu Ching had withdrawn from the competition.
She definitely won't go on this stage. Chapter 73. Have you contacted Yi Zi recently? What? Lu Ching really isn't participating?
When the program director Chen Xin learned from Tang Yun that Lu Ching really would not participate in the next show, he panicked.
Just now, she was angry and said those words in anger.
If Lu Ching really doesn't participate, it will be a huge program accident.
All the scripts originally planned by the program team will be rewritten.
First of all, once Lu Ching withdraws from the competition, the battle of the century between her and Yang Qianluo will no longer exist, and the program team will inevitably lack a huge highlight.
The loss of audience is inevitable.
Secondly, the program team deliberately invited Korean singer Lee Ji-sim to appear as a replacement singer and compete with Lu Ching on the same stage. The purpose was to push the original plagiarism storm to a new climax.
This is also an extremely eye-catching highlight for the audience.
But now, once Lu Ching withdraws from the competition, all these highlights will be gone. These scripts are all designed around Lu Ching.
I have to say that the program crew is really vicious. They used Lu Ching's popularity to create topics, but their purpose was to push her into the abyss. Whether it is a PK with Yang Qianluo or a PK with Li Jixin, she cannot lose.
If she loses once, her public opinion storm will arise again. But no one expected that Lu Ching would withdraw from the competition after just one match. Although withdrawing from the competition will definitely have a huge impact on Lu Ching's popularity and even hurt the hearts of many fans, the ratings of the show will definitely plummet. This will also be a huge loss for the program team. Why would Ching give up the competition for no reason? In the first performance, Ching was the champion. She had such a good start, but she just gave up the competition.
The audience couldn't stand it.
Chen Xin's tone suddenly became much more tactful and full of anxiety.
Xiao Tang, call Ching now.
This way, I can tell her that even if she encounters some difficulties, she doesn't have to give up the competition.
Is there anything that can't be solved? Chen Xin signaled Tang Yun to call Lu Ching immediately.
Tang Yun, however, looked embarrassed and said bitterly, "Director Chen, this matter is really beyond my ability to handle.
Too much has happened in the past few days. What on earth happened to you, Tianyan?" Chen Xin finally became suspicious. Although Tianyan has tried his best to keep the news secret, the truth will eventually come out.
These things will be exposed sooner or later.
Director Chen, don't ask me anymore. Tianyan is now. Tang Yun hesitated and changed her tone, "I'd better leave first." Director Chen, you're busy.
Tang Yun sighed deeply again, but just as she walked out of the office, she was shocked to find that Lu Ching, wearing a dark green long dress, was walking straight towards her from the opposite side of the corridor.
Ching, why are you here? Tang Yun looked at her in astonishment.
She really didn't expect that she would come at this time.
Lu Ching looked at Tang Yun calmly and replied, "I'll decide the repertoire."
You're here to decide the repertoire?
I
thought you were going to withdraw from the competition.
Tang Yun's face was full of disbelief.
She and Lu Xiao had fallen out like this, but she actually came back to participate in the show.
So touching.
As long as Lu Ching can continue to participate in the competition, Tianyan's stock price will have a chance to stabilize.
Hearing Lu Ching's voice, Chen Xin hurried out of the office and asked in surprise, "Ching, are you here to decide on the music?"
Yes, Director Chen.
Chen Xin breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "That's great. Xiao Tang just said you were going to withdraw from the competition, which really worried me. If you really withdraw, the ratings will drop by half. Director Chen is exaggerating." Lu Qingtong showed a touching smile, but there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. When Lu Qingtong met Li Zhixin at the cocktail party before the show started, she knew that the program team was actually targeting her everywhere. In order to make Yang Qianluo surpass her, these people will do anything to achieve their goals. Originally, Lu Qingtong wanted to withdraw from the competition directly. This kind of competition made her feel very tired and meaningless. But Yi Qingfeng's words made her change her mind. He said that even if he really wanted to withdraw from the competition, he couldn't do it so quietly. First of all, this is unfair to the fans. Secondly, there are some things that fans should know. She can no longer act like a fool, swallowing her anger every time and allowing these bad guys to manipulate her. People can be kind, but you can't always be bullied. So, Lu Qingtong is back, and she can't just withdraw from the competition so quietly. In the afternoon, after rehearsing with the program crew, Lu Qingtong was preparing to return to the hospital. As soon as she entered the studio, she met Yang Qianluo, who was coming to rehearse. Yang Qianluo was a little surprised to see Lu Qingtong. "Have you finally decided on your song?" Yang Qianluo asked subconsciously. These days, she has actually been waiting for Lu Qingtong's second performance to see what song she will sing. She even doubted whether Lu Qingtong would sing EZ's second new song, Courage. In the days since the release of Courage, its momentum has been even stronger than that of Meeting. It not only successfully retained the first place on S Station's new song chart, but even squeezed into the top 3 of the Hot Song chart. This is a song written by an internet celebrity. It became a phenomenal work just a few days after its release. Many professional singers are far behind. After listening to Courage, Yang Qianluo was really impressed by EZ's talent. Not only did he give her a reward of 1 million on the spot, but just like last time, he immediately applied for authorization from EZ. But what made her helpless was that EZ had not contacted her again after these days. It's like he disappeared from the face of the earth. Well, it's settled. Lu Qingtong nodded lightly. Yang Qianluo asked curiously, "Qingtong, what song did you choose? Is it important?" Lu Qingtong looked at Yang Qianluo and asked. "It's not very important, I'm just asking out of curiosity." Yang Qianluo smiled bitterly. "Just ask the production team." Lu Qingtong pursed her lips and replied, "Sorry, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." "Yi Qingfeng isn't coming to pick you up?" Yang Qianluo asked tentatively. After all, she hadn't seen Yi Qingfeng during this period of time. Hearing this, Lu Qingtong stopped, then turned to look at Yang Qianluo and said, "He is very busy and has no time to pick me up." "Is that not okay? Are you sure he is busy?" Yang Qianluo smiled, with a hint of sarcasm in his smile. In her opinion, how busy could Yi Qingfeng be? "Are you busy being Lu Qingtong's dog?" Since Lu Qingtong now knows the relationship between Yang Qianluo and Yi Qingfeng, seeing her reaction at this time, Lu Qingtong feels a little sad for her. You may not have seen how handsome he is when he's working seriously. After saying this, Lu Qingtong continued to walk out of the studio, no longer paying attention to Yang Qianluo. But Yang Qianluo's voice still rang out. "Have you contacted Yi Zi recently?" Yang Qianluo wanted to know whether Yi Zi had no time to pay attention to anyone, or simply ignored him. Chapter 74. Are you dead? If Yang Qianluo hadn't mentioned Yi Zi, Lu Qingtong might not have stopped. She turned around and looked at Yang Qianluo. It seems that Yang Qianluo doesn't know that Yi Zi is Yi Qingfeng. This woman is even more stupid than me. Or maybe she simply didn't believe that Yi Qingfeng could have such high attainments in music. Looking at her, for the first time, there was a hint of teasing and sarcasm in Lu Qingtong's eyes. The woman in front of me is so stupid that it's pathetic. She originally wanted to tell Yang Qianluo that Yi Zi was Yi Qingfeng, but after thinking about it, she decided not to. Because of this secret, she will reveal it to the public tomorrow, during the second performance. I don't know how Yang Qianluo will react then. She looked at Yang Qianluo with clear eyes and said, "We have been in touch." What's wrong? As soon as these words were spoken, Yang Qianluo's beautiful eyes flashed with incredible light. There is also a hint of unwillingness and grievance mixed in it. Why is he willing to contact Lu Qingtong but not himself? Yang Qianluo was a little unconvinced and questioned, "Is everything you said true? Has Yi Zi really been in contact with you?" Do I need to lie about something like this? Lu Ching asked back. Nothing, nothing. Yang Qianluo felt a deep sense of frustration.
At the same time, he also felt a bit of resentment towards Yi Zi.
But it is undeniable that Yang Qianluo really appreciates Yi Zi's talent.
She can't put down both meaning and courage. She even felt that these two songs were very suitable for her to sing. It suits her voice and range very well.
Xingtong.
Although he felt uncomfortable, Yang Qianluo gritted his teeth and caught up with Lu Ching, panting and saying, "Xingtong, do me a favor, okay?"
What help? Lu Ching asked curiously.
Yang Qianluo took a deep breath, trying to appear calm, and said, "I don't know why Yi Zi hasn't replied to my messages for a while, but I still hope that he can become my creative writer.
I admire his talent. So, since you've been in contact with him, can you tell him for me?
Tell him that he can set any salary he wants, and I will do my best to satisfy him." Lu Ching really didn't expect that Yang Qianluo called her for this matter.
After hesitating for a moment, Lu Ching looked into Yang Qianluo's eyes and asked, "Answer me a question first." What? Yang Qianluo asked in confusion. Are you willing to give up all your current achievements for a man? Lu Ching asked lightly. Yang Qianluo smiled subconsciously. Would you be willing? The entertainment industry is so cruel.
It's not easy for us to reach our current status and have the current honor.
You and I should all know how difficult it is, right? Don't you think it's ridiculous to give up all this for a man? Lu Ching really wanted to curse, so you don't even want the child anymore? But after thinking about it, she held back. Never mind. Why irritate her with such words? Wanwan doesn't necessarily need a biological mother. The woman in front of her should no longer appear in Wanwan's life. She doesn't deserve it. Thinking of this, Lu Ching looked at Yang Qianluo and felt sorry for her.
Then she pursed her lips and said, "I see. I'll help you convey it when I get back, but I don't think he will agree."
Why? Yang Qianluo looked somewhat dissatisfied.
Lu Ching said coldly, "Since he doesn't pay any attention to you, it's enough to understand his attitude towards you." This time, Lu Ching really ignored Yang Qianluo. After leaving Meiyu, she rushed straight to the hospital.
And the last words she left behind really made Yang Qianluo angry. A villain has triumphed. Who knows if you used some trick to bewitch Yi Zi?
Lu Ching's words greatly affected Yang Qianluo's mood, making her absent-minded throughout the rehearsal. On the way back, sitting in the nanny car, Yang Qianluo took out his mobile phone and couldn't help but open S-Station again. I opened the private message interface with Yi Zi, and saw that she had sent at least 21 way messages.
Not a single one was replied to. Are you dead?
Yang Qianluo angrily typed these words on the screen, but just before clicking send, she hesitated.
Although she was very angry and dissatisfied, she couldn't let it go in her heart. There are really not many such excellent creators in the Chinese music scene today. It can even be said that it is rare. Why can you contact Lu Ching but not me? You don't like her, do you? Yang Qianluo deleted the original text, typed this line again, and sent it over. Although she clicked send, she didn't expect Yi Zi to reply. However, this time, Yi Zi responded. How could that be? Compared to Lu Ching, of course I admire you more. Seeing this message, Yang Qianluo was instantly overjoyed. Yi Zi actually replied. Moreover, she loved to hear this.
Yang Qianluo excitedly held up his phone and tapped the screen rapidly.
I just ran into Lu Ching.
She said you've been in contact with her recently.
I'm feeling quite lost. She lied, that's why I didn't contact her. Lately, I've been so busy that I haven't talked to anyone.
Soon, Yi Zi replied. Now, Yang Qianluo was even happier.
Yang Qianluo, really? I thought you were so biased. Yi Zi, I told you, compared to Lu Ching, I admire you more. I've read all your messages today. Do you want me to be your creator? Qianluo Yang, is that okay? I sincerely invite you to be my creator. I really admire your talent. Yi Zi, yes, it is possible. Yang Qianluo understood the meaning behind this and asked, are there any additional conditions? Yi Zi, let us meet up and chat. I happen to be in High City these days. Yang Qianluo was surprised that Yi Zi actually took the initiative to propose a meeting. Yang Qianluo, okay, I really want to meet you. Yi Zi, I'll send you the address later. You can come alone.
I'm quite socially anxious and I'm not used to being around a lot of people.
Yang Qianluo, okay. Hospital. Yi Qingfeng's cell phone ran out of battery in the morning, but he didn't notice because he couldn't see it.
Besides, during this period, the mobile phone was really of little use to him.
I can't see the information or the news. I can only listen to music occasionally.
Therefore, he had no idea that his S-Station account had been stolen.
Someone is impersonating him and doing something big. Chapter 75, Setting a Trap for Yang Qianluo.
Lu Ching bought some oranges at the fruit shop downstairs from the hospital. Because Yi Qingfeng said that he loves eating oranges. In the past, when they were in the villa, Yi Qingfeng bought everything for the house, and he would only ask her what she wanted to eat. Now, Lu Qingtong finds that asking the person she likes what he wants to eat and then satisfying him is actually a very happy thing.
Although a few oranges only cost a dozen yuan. But it made her feel very happy. Orange is here. Lu Qingtong walked into the ward happily, holding an orange.
Then she picked up a fruit knife and carefully cut the orange into small pieces. This orange smells so good. Lu Qingtong picked up a piece of orange, with a doting smile on her face, and handed it to Yi Qingfeng's mouth. Come on, pout.
Eat an orange and pout?
Seeing that Yi Qingfeng didn't react, Lu Qingtong puffed her lips and urged, Fool, don't you understand this? After saying that, she held the orange in her hand, put her mouth close to Yi Qingfeng, kissed him, and then handed the orange to his mouth.
Who tastes better, me or oranges? Lu Qingtong giggled, with a hint of playfulness in her tone.
Oranges are delicious.
Lu Qingtong. I won't give it to you. I'm not as delicious as oranges. Lu Qingtong was very unconvinced.
Yi Qingfeng had a smile on his face, and then he put his arm around her slender waist. Lu Qingtong couldn't help but cry out, then fell into his arms. Yi Qingfeng kissed her.
All the movements are done in one go, smoothly and effortlessly.
However, Lu Qingtong deliberately covered her mouth, which allowed Yi Qingfeng to kiss the back of her hand.
Lu Qingtong chuckled, then pretended to be angry and said, Humph, I won't let you kiss me anymore. I'm not as delicious as an orange anyway. Do you want to eat the vinegar of an orange?
Yi Qingfeng asked with a smile.
Lu Qingtong. It seems to be true. Then call me wife and let me kiss you.
Lu Qingtong lay on Yi Qingfeng's legs, tilted her head back, and looked at him lovingly. Wife. Yi Qingfeng whispered in her ear. Lu Qingtong once again took the initiative to hook her arms around Yi Qingfeng's neck, and the angle of slightly tilting her head made her delicate and white jawline look very sexy. She looks beautiful when she kisses. Also very lustful. After a long time, Lu Qingtong reluctantly let go of Yi Qingfeng, tidied up her messy clothes, and said, Qingfeng, I just went to Meiyu and met Yang Qianluo.
Hearing Yang Qianluo's name, Yi Qingfeng frowned subconsciously. Is she causing trouble for you again? No, she mainly asked me about Yi Zi. She doesn't know yet that Yi Zi is actually you.
Lu Qingtong said truthfully. Yi Qingfeng replied indifferently, whether she knows or not is not important. But it might be very important to her. She said she admires Yi Zi's talent and wants her to be her creator.
Then did you tell her that Yi Zi is me?
Yi Qingfeng asked.
Lu Qingtong shook her head, no. You should tell her and let her stop thinking about it.
I want to say this at tomorrow's performance. I want all my fans to know that you are Yi Zi, not just her. Although, her performance tomorrow will be a little crazy.
But she did not look back. She wanted to tell it all. It caught the program team and everyone off guard.
Although, by doing so, she would offend many people.
But, it doesn't matter.
After all, these people were also thinking about how to harm her.
How to use her.
In the evening, Yang Qianluo dressed herself up carefully, found a low-saturation lavender shirt from the closet, and matched it with a gray petticoat, which made her look unique. She also specially picked out a pair of exquisite earrings from the jewelry cabinet. After putting them on, she looked more graceful and elegant, with a hint of dignity and elegance in her sexiness.
She was very excited to see Yi Zi.
Although she might never have dreamed that the other party was just an imposter. Since the other party said that she only wanted to meet her alone because of social anxiety, Yang Qianluo did not bring an assistant this time, nor did he let the driver take her, but drove to the meeting place himself.
A Japanese restaurant that looks pretty good. Arriving at the designated box, Yang Qianluo couldn't help but take a deep breath as he looked at the movable light-colored wooden door.
She also wondered why she was so nervous.
It's like a real online friend meeting in person. After some simple psychological preparation, young Qianluo finally opened the door.
But when she saw the person inside, her brows subconsciously frowned. It was completely different from the leaves she had imagined.
A bit ugly, isn't it?
He has shifty eyes and rosacea, which makes him look very uncomfortable. No wonder, every time he appears on camera, he has to add a panda special effect. It turns out that it's really because she is ugly.
People are visual animals.
Before meeting someone, even if they suspect that the other person may not be good looking, they will still have some fantasies in their hearts. Especially like EZ, his singing voice is beautiful, gentle, and full of magnetism. It is impossible to connect him with the appearance of the man in front of him. Therefore, young Qianluo still suffered a huge psychological gap. When the counterfeit saw young Qianluo, he immediately smiled and stood up and said to her excitedly, "Miss Yang, it's an honor to meet you.
Come and sit down."
Yang Qianluo looked at his attentive appearance.
Is this how a socially anxious person should behave?
After sitting down, Yang Qianluo's enthusiasm had been half extinguished. But she was also trying to comfort herself. Although the man in front of me is not good looking, he is at least talented.
The singing is also nice.
At worst, I can just let him write songs and we can meet as little as possible. Comforting as it was, but when Yang Qianluo saw the other person's face, he still felt that his desire to sing the songs he wrote had decreased.
Appearance is indeed justice. Ms. Yang, you want me to be your creator, right?
After a few simple greetings, the counterfeit got to the point first, with a flattering smile on his face all the time.
Yang Qianluo was very urgent about this matter.
But now, looking at the other person's appearance, she hesitated. She even felt a little nauseous. The internet celebrity I have liked for so many days turns out to be this kind of person in private. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have met in person. Yang Qianluo had become much more aloof at this time. He nodded calmly and said, "Yes, I admire your talent very much, so I want you to help me write a few songs."
"No problem. I'm honored to write a song for you, Miss Yang,"
the fake said excitedly.
At this time, Yang Qianluo's brows finally frowned.
Although she didn't talk much with Yi Zi, they did chat a few times. The tone of his voice was definitely not like that.
Yang Qianluo finally realized that the person in front of him might be an imposter.
But at the same time, she was also a little nervous.
I shouldn't have agreed to come to the appointment alone.
Now, the situation she faces is somewhat passive. She even started to wonder if this was a setup.
Someone deliberately used this incident to set a trap for her. Chapter 76 can't wait even a minute.
Female celebrities' private dates inevitably appear secretive, especially dates with the opposite sex, which can easily be caught by paparazzi and cause unnecessary scandals. Over the years, such scandals have occurred several times about Yang Qianluo. However, he was suppressed every time by He Bang, the president of Meiyu. In the final analysis, He Bang is actually the same type of person as Lu Xiao.
Both are from wealthy families.
One created Lu Ching and the other created Yang Qianluo. However, the relationship between He Bang and Yang Qianluo to the outside world seems clearer. He Bang has expressed in public more than once that he likes Yang Qianluo and that if he has the chance in the future, he will marry her and let her marry into the He family. Therefore, from the side, we can judge that He Bang probably still doesn't know about Yang Qianluo's past. She would never have thought that she actually gave birth to a child for Yi Qingfeng. I can only say that Yang Qianluo disguised herself too well in front of He Bang. Looking at the imposter in front of him, Yang Qianluo suspected that he was most likely sent by a rival company to deliberately spread rumors about him. Once the dating footage is exposed, coupled with the title that she is dating a fake EZ, she will easily become a laughingstock. Even more seriously, if there were rumors that she was dating a fake EZ and was cheated of her money and sex, that would be even more laughable. I can only say that unscrupulous media will make up any story as long as it can attract attention.
However, Yang Qianluo has seen many such scenes now.
After she was sure that the other party was a fake, she became much calmer and quickly came up with a plan to deal with it. She was in no hurry to expose him. She looked at him with a smile and said, "I'm going to the bathroom first. We'll discuss the details of the cooperation when I come back."
Okay. I'll wait for you then." Yang Qianluo stood up and deliberately left her expensive handbag in the box in order to lower the other party's vigilance.
After entering the bathroom, she immediately called He Bang and asked him to come to her immediately. After finishing the call, Yang Qianluo touched up her makeup in front of the mirror and then returned to the box. Looking at the fake person with shifty eyes, she didn't feel disgusted. After all, the person in front of her was not the real Yi, so it didn't matter to her no matter how ugly he was. At least her fantasy about Yi has not been shattered. Before He Bang arrived, she did not act rashly and pretended to discuss cooperation with the imposter in a formal manner.
Write 5 songs for me every year, okay?
Of course. But before we can officially cooperate, Miss Yang, you need to pay me a deposit first.
No problem, money issues are nothing.
When the other party asked for a deposit, Yang Chenluo realized that he had overthought the fake person in front of him. Maybe this is not a trap, but just a simple scam.
The other party is just here for the money. It's really too low. For such a small amount of money, he completely disregarded Yi Zi's reputation. This made Yang Chenluo's inner anger even stronger.
However, before He Bang arrived, she did not dare to act rashly, for fear that the other party would become desperate. It wasn't until He Bang opened the light-colored wooden door of the private room that Yang Chenluo finally breathed a sigh of relief. A smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said, "I'll transfer the deposit to your card now, okay?" When the other party heard this, he was immediately overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Little did he know that Yang Chenluo grabbed the water cup on the table and splashed it directly on his face.
How dare you pretend to be Yi Zi? Don't you even look at your own character?
At this moment, Yang Chenluo felt that his idol had been tarnished. The counterfeit was so frightened that his face turned pale. He stood up and tried to run away, but was held back by He Bang. He Bang's assistant even grabbed his arm and pressed his face on the table. Yang Chenluo turned on the camera, staring at him with a cold expression, and angrily said, facing the camera, "You took the initiative to admit that you were impersonating Yi Zi. And declared that you stole Yi Zi's station account and defrauded people. Take all the responsibility and apologize to Yi Zi." Exposing this fake made Yang Chenluo feel an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. She felt that she was really smart. She thought that when she posted this video online, if the real Yi Zi saw it, he would probably thank her, right? Soon, Yang Chenluo posted the corresponding video online, and under her personal influence, the video's clicks exceeded 1 million in a short period of time.
Oh my god.
Such a scumbag actually dares to pretend to be Master Yi.
Is he crazy? This is disgusting. Chenluo is amazing.
If Chenluo hadn't exposed this imposter, the image of Master Yi in our hearts would have been ruined.
As expected of Chenluo, the #1 online counterfeiter. However, does Chenluo have a real-life photo of Master Yi? I really want to know what Master Yi looks like. Master Yi Zi sings so well, he must be very handsome too. Master Yi Zi has become my idol with just 2 songs.
Since both of Yi Zi's songs have panda special effects, there are now millions of fans on S Station who are extremely curious about what Yi Zi looks like. At this time, almost all the comments on Yang Chenluo's Weibo were from fans asking her what Yi Ching phone looked like. Her Weibo post about exposing fake news also led many fans to mistakenly believe that she and Yi Zi must have a good relationship in private. Looking at these messages, Yang Chenluo smiled and responded on Weibo, "Although I have a good relationship with Yi Zi privately, I will not post his private photos without his consent." This Weibo post not only responded to her fans, but also indirectly expressed that she and Yi Zi have a good private relationship. She doesn't mind creating a couple relationship with the real Yi Zi. After all, Yi Zi's popularity on the internet is almost catching up with hers.
The next day, hospital. Lu Ching started walking back and forth in every corner of the hospital early in the morning with various hospital orders. Pay the bill and get the medicine. It is hard to imagine that she is busy wearing a black mask. This is Lu Ching, who will be participating in the second performance of The Voice of China tonight.
But she was very happy because after paying the fees and getting the medicine, Yi Chingfeng could be discharged from the hospital.
Finally, I can go home.
Going home, she can do something extremely important in her life. Sure enough, as soon as they got home and put their luggage away, Lu Chingtong was holding the household registration book in her hand. She looked at Yi Chingfeng excitedly and said, "Where is your household registration book? Find it quickly, let's go register." We agreed that we would register for marriage as soon as we were discharged from the hospital.
She couldn't wait even a minute. Chapter 77 Yi Chingfeng, you are my glory. Aren't you being a little too hasty?
Yi Chingfeng said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Lu Qingtong immediately puffed up her lips and retorted, "Of course we have to be quick about this kind of thing."
What if you change your mind? I'm the great Lu Qingtong. If someone breaks off my engagement with me, wouldn't I be so embarrassed?
After saying that, Lu Qingtong bent down and began to rummage through Yi Qingfeng's bedside table. Although Yi Qingfeng couldn't see her busy figure, he could feel that she was really looking for it seriously.
Don't look for it, it's here.
At this time, Yi Qingfeng took out his household registration book from his arms.
Lu Qingtong looked at him in astonishment. When did you pull it off? I asked Wan Wan to help me find it last time.
Yi Qingfeng said with a smile. In fact, he was more anxious than Lu Qingtong. He has been carrying this household registration book with him for several days.
Phew.
Looking at the household registration book in Yi Qingfeng's hand, Lu Qingtong couldn't help laughing and said, "Who said I was too anxious just now?"
Then, may I ask what it means for someone to carry the household registration book with him? So that I can cooperate with you at any time.
Yi Qingfeng smiled dotingly, then stretched out his hand, signaling Lu Qingtong to pull him.
Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau.
Walk. When she arrived at the garage, Lu Qingtong deliberately drove the nanny car, which she could hardly drive normally. The reason is simple, because these days, she prepared a car full of wedding candy. When she arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, she distributed the cart of candy to every staff member. Even the cleaning lady was not spared. Because they will be the first people to witness her and Yi Qingfeng's love. Although today is not a special day and there are few people registering in the Civil Affairs Bureau, for Lu Qingtong,
today will be the most important day in her life. No doubt about it. Please fill out the marriage registration application form first. Have you taken wedding photos?
If not, you can go to the office next door to take them after filling out the form. After you pick them up on site, bring the photos and your ID to me and you'll be all set. The staff member took the wedding candy from Lu Qingtong and said with a smile. Since Lu Qingtong and Yi Qingfeng were still wearing masks at the time, she did not recognize them.
Okay, thank you.
Lu Qingtong took the registration application form from the staff, but she didn't pick up the pen immediately.
Instead, she looked at the staff and asked, "Can I help my husband fill out his form?"
Only then did the staff notice that there was something strange in Yi Qingfeng's eyes.
It seems like he is blind.
This made her feel sympathetic, and she immediately nodded and said, "Of course." However, Yi Qingfeng picked up the pen himself and said, "I'll fill out such an important form myself."
Okay.
Lu Qingtong smiled knowingly, then guided his hand to the name column. "Here is where you fill in your name." Yi Qingfeng wrote his name in a very confident manner.
Here's the gender. Date of birth.
Lu Qingtong patiently guided Yi Qingfeng through each item until he finished filling out the entire form. The staff member took the form, took a look at it, and said with a satisfied smile, "There is no problem filling it out." But when she saw Yi Qingfeng's name, she felt vaguely that she seemed to have heard it somewhere. Soon, Lu Qingtong also filled out the form, handed it to the staff, and asked, "Hello, is this the office where we take wedding photos?"
That's right, just walk to the end and turn right.
The staff member took the form and gestured with his hands.
Lu Qingtong supported Yi Qingfeng, stood up and walked towards the place where the photo was taken. The staff looked at their backs and couldn't help but sigh, "Oh, what a pity for this young man. Fortunately, this girl is kind."
In her opinion, it takes courage to marry a blind man. Then she began to review the forms. However, the moment she saw Lu Qingtong's name, she was stunned.
It can't be such a coincidence, right? This girl has the same name as the famous star Lu Qingtong? Etc. After all, Lu Qingtong is a national goddess and is almost a household name. The figure of the girl just now seems a bit similar to mine. No way. Lu Qingtong. Mary. Ah. Lu Qingtong. Just as the registrar was surprised, screams were heard from the office where the wedding photos were taken. It's really Lu Qingtong. Miss Lu. I didn't expect it to be you. You're getting married. You're really getting married. It's really Mr. Yi.
When Lu Qingtong and Yi Qingfeng took off their masks, it instantly caused a commotion. Lu Qingtong's face was always filled with a happy smile. She tried to get closer to Yi Qingfeng. It was her first time facing the camera and she felt a little nervous. Because this is the most important photo among her countless group photos. What is frozen is her happiness. Click. As the steel stamp was heavily embedded into the marriage certificate book. At this moment, they are truly husband and wife. In the car, Lu Qingtong kept looking at the marriage certificate. I've decided. I'm going to have someone frame this marriage certificate and hang it on the wall. She held the marriage certificate in her palm, looking as if she couldn't let it go. Hearing this, Yi Qingfeng's eyebrows twitched.
Isn't this etiquette standard a bit too high?
Lu Qingtong realized that what she said sounded a bit strange, so she quickly explained, "That's not what I meant. I meant to hang it on my honor wall, alongside all my honors. On the wall of honor are the highest honors she has won in the Chinese music scene, such as Best Chinese Female Singer and Best Golden Song. Now, Yi Qingfeng is also her glory."
I really want to see what you look like now.
Hearing Lu Qingtong's laughter in his ears, Yi Qingfeng really wanted to see her at this moment.
I don't know when my eyes will recover.
Hearing Yi Qingfeng say this, Lu Qingtong grabbed his hand and placed it on her face. "It's okay, I believe that every day in the future will be as happy as today."
I definitely will.
Yi Qingfeng stroked her face gently and said firmly.
Boo.
Lu Qingtong kissed him on the corner of his mouth.
She began to look forward to this evening.
When Wanwan falls asleep, it will be her and Yi Qingfeng's first wedding night. Of course, there is an important performance before that.
This performance will also become an important turning point in her career. In the evening, Mei Yu. All participating singers completed their final rehearsal before the performance. Except Lu Qingtong. Because she hasn't shown up yet.
This made Tang Yun and the program crew very anxious.
"Director Chen, I can't contact Qingtong.
The phone has been unanswered,"
Tang Yun said as she called Lu Qingtong. The call can obviously be connected. But no one answered.
"The performance will begin in 2 hours.
What is Lu Qingtong doing?" Chen Xin, the chief director of the program, was really troubled by Lu Qingtong's performance this time.
However, at this moment, the reporters in the lobby on the first floor of Meiyu Radio suddenly became agitated. Lu Qingtong has arrived. And she got out of the car holding Yi Qingfeng's arm.
Chapter 78. This is just an appetizer.
Although, it has been some time since Lu Qingtong and Yi Qingfeng's relationship was exposed.
But the media has always been skeptical about this matter. What's more, ever since the hotel was surrounded and Yi Qingfeng helped Lu Qingtong resolve the crisis, it is actually very rare for the two of them to appear in the same frame in front of the media like today, holding hands and showing their affection. During the first performance, Yi Qingfeng just sat in the audience and did not go backstage until the show was over and took her home. There are many loving scenes that the media cannot see. So what happened today?
Suddenly, they showed their love in front of the media. Getting out of the car, holding Yi Qingfeng's arm, Lu Qingtong's face was filled with a happy smile, and there was more confidence between her brows. But soon, sharp-eyed reporters discovered something unusual.
There was something wrong with Yi Qingfeng's eyes.
Although, Yi Qingfeng has tried hard to focus his vision in one direction. But being blind makes this difficult.
There will inevitably be a hint of emptiness in the eyes. What's wrong with Mr. Ye's eyes? They look different from last time.
Yeah, there's been no news about Qingtong and Mr. Yi during this period.
Did anything happen to them? Why do I feel like Mr. Ye's eyes seem to be blind? Can't see? No way. How could you suddenly become blind for no reason?
As a reporter suggested that Yi Qingfeng might be blind, the crowd became agitated again.
How big a blow is blindness to ordinary people? What's more, he is Lu Qingtong's fiancée.
Soon, reporters rushed towards Lu Qingtong.
They want to get to the bottom of it.
Even if some behaviors are very impolite.
Qingtong, what's wrong with Mr. Ye's eyes? Did something happen?
Some reporters who are not afraid of making trouble focused on this question, with a hint of interrogation.
But Lu Qingtong was not angry.
After all, she was ready to attend the event with Yi Qingfeng on her arm. Besides, she is determined today. Now, for the media, it is just the appetizer.
Lu Qingtong held Yi Qingfeng's hand tighter.
She answered truthfully, there was indeed something wrong. Qingfeng had an operation a few days ago, which caused some temporary damage to his optic nerve. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. It turned out that there was really something wrong with Yi Qingfeng's eyes. Even though Lu Qingtong emphasized that the injury was temporary, in the eyes of the media, Yi Qingfeng would most likely become blind in the future.
This made them involuntarily think about another question. How can a man like this be worthy of Lu Qingtong? Is a blind man qualified to be with Lu Qingtong? Wouldn't such a fiancé be a burden to Lu Qingtong?
Because this question was too harsh, no reporter dared to ask it in front of Lu Qingtong for a while. But she could hear the whispers below clearly when Lu Qingtong walked past them with Yi Qingfeng on her arm. Yi Qingfeng naturally heard it clearly. However, Yi Qingfeng said nothing.
This kind of criticism is very normal in the media circle. It's a waste of time to explain to them.
The mouths of gossip reporters are the most difficult to control. Yi Qingfeng originally thought that Lu Qingtong would be like him and ignore these criticisms. However, when she reached the elevator, she did not enter the elevator. Instead, she turned around and looked at all the reporters following her.
There was no anger on Lu Qingtong's face.
Instead, she looked very calm, with a touching smile on the corner of her mouth. She looked at all the reporters and said calmly, "Don't guess, Qingfeng and I have already obtained the marriage certificate."
After saying that, she took Yi Qingfeng's arm again and entered the elevator.
The reporters at the door were stunned for a moment.
Got the certificate? Did they really get married? Are they a legal couple protected by law? As for the previous fiancé, the media has always had some doubts. Now, it's a done deal. Lu Qingtong really married Yi Qingfeng. Even if Yi Qingfeng is blind.
What kind of love is this that can make Lu Qingtong make such a decision? For a moment, the reporters who heard the news were unable to understand it. In their opinion, unless Yi Qingfeng was really powerful and terrifying. They wanted to ask various details, but unfortunately Lu Qingtong and Yi Qingfeng had already entered the elevator.
It seems that everything can only be discussed after the show is over.
Releasing such bombshell news before the game is equivalent to setting off the media in advance. Under normal circumstances, the period between the arrival of celebrities and the start of the show is when there are the most reporters outside the venue.
Once the show officially starts, many media outlets will disperse because they cannot enter the studio.
However, this time, as Lu Qingtong revealed the news that she and Yi Qingfeng had obtained their marriage certificate, the media outside the venue became agitated. Some small media outlets that had not originally been at the scene also rushed over after hearing this explosive news.
They all want to get first-hand information. Who would have thought that this was just an appetizer? After the rehearsal, Yang Qianluo went back home for some personal reasons. When he returned to the Mayu building, there was only half an hour left before the show officially started.
The nanny car slowly stopped in front of the Mayu building, but Yang Qianluo was somewhat surprised when he saw the crowds of reporters crowding at the building's entrance and in the lobby. The assistant was even more astonished. He stared blankly at the sea of reporters and couldn't help but ask, "What's going on today? The show is about to start, why are there so many reporters at the door?" "Sister Qianluo, should we have the driver drive the car to the underground garage and enter directly through the main entrance? There are too many reporters." Looking at so many reporters, Yang Qianluo smiled confidently and said, "Why should I hide? Yesterday I released the fake video of Yi Zi, and I guess these reporters are here to verify this. It's just right, I can make Yi Zi owe me another favor." After saying that, Yang Qianluo opened the car door, and a pair of delicate and slender legs instantly appeared in front of the camera. Soon, a large number of reporters rushed towards her. Yang Qianluo enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention, and he had already thought about how to make the relationship between him and Yi Zi more popular in front of the media. However, "Qianluo, have you heard about Qingtong and Mr. Yi getting their marriage certificate?" The first reporter who came in front of her asked such a question. It almost burned Yang Qianluo's CPU. "Why are you asking me whether they have obtained their marriage certificate or not? Etc. Lu Qingtong and Yi Qingfeng got the certificate?" Chapter 79 Qianluo, I feel sorry for you. It only took Yang Qianluo 1 second to switch from speechless to shocked expression. This was also the first time she failed to control her facial expression in front of the media. Because this really shocked her. After all, in the entertainment industry, the only person who knew that Yi Qingfeng was pretending to be Lu Qingtong's fiancé was Yang Qianluo. Moreover, she was the instigator of this incident. It was a trap set by her, forcing Yi Qingfeng to help Lu Qingtong out of trouble in this way. But now, got the certificate? Fake becomes real? Not pretending anymore? Yang Qianluo looked at the reporter questioning her in shock and asked, "Is everything you said true? When did it happen? Is it just gossip? You probably haven't verified it, right?" The reporter's mouth twitched violently. Why is the person who asked the question being questioned? Moreover, does Yang Qianluo seem a little too excited? Could it be that the competition is to compete for first place? Do we have to compete for priority when it comes to getting a marriage certificate? Another reporter replied, "Qianluo, just now, Qingtong said it in person in front of us while holding Mr. Yi's arm.
Yang Qianluo realized that if he continued to ask, it would be a bit abnormal. So, she pretended to be very gossipy and said, "How exciting. It seems that Qingtong has used every possible means to keep winning first place today. I thought that my exposure of the fake leaves yesterday was already eye-catching enough. I didn't expect Qingtong to release such exciting news. It seems that it will be difficult to beat her today." In order to bring the topic to Yizi, Yang Qianluo was forced to use the tactic of throwing a brick to attract Jade. Sure enough, after she mentioned the fake Yizi herself, some reporters remembered the fake Yizi incident and asked, "Qianluo, are you still in contact with Master Yizi?" "Of course, and it won't be long before he becomes my exclusive music composer." After all, Yizi's talent is obvious to all. Even though the matter had not yet begun, Yang Qianluo said this without hesitation. She always believed that with her current fame and status, there was no one she couldn't deal with. It's just a matter of time. Moreover, Yang Qianluo is now very good at marketing. By using this CP hyping method, she can not only make her fans pay attention to Yizi, help Yizi increase her fans, and make Yizi owe her a favor. At the same time, she can also absorb Yizi's fans and help herself increase another wave of fans. Qianluo, why is Yizi always unwilling to show up? Is there any hidden story behind this? This is also a question that many reporters want to know the answer to. Some of the reporters, fearless enough to dare to stir up trouble, even asked directly, "Master Yi, are you so ordinary looking that you don't want to show up?" Yang Qianluo looked at the camera and smiled faintly. "First of all, in my eyes, he is very handsome. It's not like what you say, that he doesn't want to show up because he is not good looking. Secondly, he is a singer who concentrates on making music. He puts all his energy into music, so he is not very interested in showing up in public. I hope everyone can understand this." Yang Qianluo's answer showed that he was very familiar with Yizi and even knew Yizi's personality very well. At the same time, it also explains very well why Yizi did not show up. Kill two birds with one stone. The reporters were indeed convinced by Yang Qianluo's reason and were looking forward to the cooperation between Yizi and Yang Qianluo. "Qianluo, I hope to hear the song that Master Yi wrote for you soon. We haven't heard your new song in a long time. I have a feeling that with the blessing of Master Yi, Qianluo's new album might just create a legend like his first album. I'm so excited." With Master Yi and Qianluo joining forces, the other singers will probably be on edge. It seems that Lu Ching is really being outdone by Yang Qianluo. One is devoted to creation and even invited a great artist like Yizi, while the other is obsessed with love. There is still no official explanation for the plagiarism incident. I think it will be left unresolved. In 3 years, no, it won't even take 3 years, and Lu Ching might not even be able to see Yang Qianluo's tail. Hey, Lu Ching has already got the marriage certificate. In 3 years, everyone in the entertainment industry might have forgotten Lu Ching's existence. She might be at home taking care of the children. Marriage is the real killer of female stars. At this time, there are still 15 minutes left before the show officially starts. Lu Ching had just brought Yi Qingfeng to the audience seats, still sitting behind Bei Hongfei, so that if there were any problems during the period, Bei Hongfei could take care of him. However, Bei Hongfei, who was always mature and steady, couldn't help but feel curious. Before the show started, he turned to look at Yi Qingfeng and asked quietly, "Qingfeng, did you really get the marriage certificate?" "Yes, I just received it this morning." Yi Qingfeng nodded with a smile. "Fuck. Your efficiency is really too high. But Qingtong released this news to the media so quickly, isn't it a bad idea? When the market opens next Monday, it feels like Tianyan's stock price will fluctuate again. Fortunately, I have already cleared out all my positions in the last wave and made a lot of money," Bei Hongfei said with a smile. When mentioning Tianyan stocks, Yi Qingfeng's expression became a little serious. "Brother Hongfei, tomorrow, I will have a good talk with you about Tianyan stocks," Yi Qingfeng said seriously. Looking at Yi Qingfeng's serious expression, Bei Hongfei realized that his plan to short-circuit Tianyan was about to begin. "Okay, I'll wait for your news tomorrow." Bei Hongfei nodded solemnly. The order of appearance in this competition is determined by the ranking in the previous game. Lu Ching, the champion of the first round, was assigned to the third position this time. This is also the best position to start. However, Lu Ching asked the program team to change the order of appearance. She wanted to switch orders with Elena, who was the last to appear this time. She still wanted to be the last one to appear. Although, there is no advantage in being the finale, unless it can be as successful as the first issue. But this time, Lu Ching was particularly confident. Because this time, she must be stunning. Elena naturally had no objection to being able to change to the best appearance position. After the program team agreed, the two successfully changed their order. Elena gave Lu Ching a warm hug, and then the two returned to the lounge, waiting for the show to begin. However, just as Lu Ching opened the door of the lounge and was about to go in, Yang Qianluo's voice came from behind her. Just now, reporters outside the venue said that you and Yi Qingfeng got your marriage certificate? What? Is there no more topic to hype? You even start to make up stories like this? Yang Qianluo asked Lu Qingtong jokingly. After all, in her opinion, there was no way Lu Qingtong could get a marriage certificate with Yi Qingfeng. There is no way Lu Qingtong could really fall in love with a man like Yi Qingfeng. What's more, he has a daughter. Seeing that Yang Qianluo was still thinking about making fun of herself at this time, Lu Qingtong couldn't help laughing, and then with a hint of pity for Yang Qianluo in her eyes, she replied, "Qianluo, I think you are very pitiful." Chapter 80, the song that made Yi Qingfeng let go. Pitiful? Yang Qianluo never thought that Lu Qingtong would use the word pitiful to describe himself. What a joke. Who is pitiful after all? Lu Qingtong is actually happy to marry a man she abandoned and eat his leftovers. She calls herself pitiful? Yang Qianluo couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Lu Qingtong with a playful expression, his tone full of sarcasm. Lu Qingtong, are you talking about yourself? You are a superstar with millions of fans, but you married a man with a child. To be honest, I really can't understand what's going on in your mind. What on earth do you want from a man like this? How do you know he has a child? Lu Qingtong asked knowingly. Only then did Yang Qianluo realize that he had let the cat out of the bag in his excitement. But she didn't panic. She evaded the question. Yi Qingfeng is just an ordinary person. How could I not find out about his secrets? Lu Qingtong, you should thank me. I'm going to expose this to the media. Do you think he'll explode? Facing Yang Qianluo's lies, Lu Qingtong's eyes remained calm, without any ripples. Looking at Yang Qianluo, who was still quibbling in front of him, he felt that she was even more pitiful. Lu Qingtong replied calmly, "Do you dare? If it were really exposed, I think you would be in for a headache, right? For this matter, it's not me who should thank you, but you who should thank me." By saying this, Lu Qingtong made the relationship between Yang Qianluo and Yi Qingfeng clear. Sure enough, Yang Qianluo's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, with a hint of anger in her eyes. Did that bastard Yi Qingfeng tell you about me and him? I've already got married to him, why is he hiding it from me? I just think that as Wanwan's biological mother, you cruelly abandoned her for your own ambitions. Doesn't your heart hurt? Woman, it's really enough for you to do this. There was a strong rebuke in Lu Qingtong's tone. The corners of Yang Qianluo's eyebrows began to tremble uncontrollably. Yi Qingfeng, you go back on your word. Without waiting for Yang Qianluo to speak, Lu Qingtong continued, but don't worry, I won't take the initiative to expose this matter to the media. You mean, I should thank you? Yang Qianluo replied, gritting his teeth. No, I'm not doing this for your sake, but for Wanwan's. Qingfeng and I have the same idea on this point. We don't want Wanwan to know that she has a biological mother as cruel as you. Otherwise, she will be the one who suffers. Lu Qingtong answered without hesitation. Yang Qianluo was so angry that her body couldn't help but tremble. You know nothing about our affairs. You have no right to point fingers at me. Lu Qingtong, I advise you to keep the relationship between Yi Qingfeng and I to yourself forever. Otherwise, neither of us will be happy. For the first time, Yang Qianluo felt threatened. After all, she originally thought that Yi Qingfeng could not and did not dare to tell Lu Qingtong about their relationship. But now it seems that she was wrong. She could not threaten Yi Qingfeng at all. That man is treacherous. He actually told Lu Qingtong everything. Don't worry, I'm too lazy to target you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have endured until now for you drugging me. If you really want to thank someone, thank Qingfeng. It was him who made up for your sins. It was also him who helped me get out of the trough of life. Lu Qingtong stared into Yang Qianluo's eyes and said seriously. Yang Qianluo was speechless. She felt as if she had been stripped naked in front of Lu Qingtong. The secret was discovered by Lu Qingtong, and her inner pride disappeared. Lu Qingtong, I hope you'll keep your promise and never tell anyone the secret. The host's voice came from a distance, forcing her to leave. However, just as she turned to leave, Lu Qingtong called her.
Feng is truly outstanding. Losing him will be the biggest regret of your life. Yang Chenluo originally wanted to mock Lu Ching before the game so that she would lose focus on the competition. Who would have thought that it would actually make me lose my mind? Until she went on stage, Lu Qingtong's words were still echoing in her mind, lingering for a long time.
Like being cast a spell. Sister Chenluo, it's your turn to go on stage.
She didn't come to her senses until her assistant reminded her.
She walked towards the stage aisle in a hurry, forgetting even to take the microphone. Microphone. Microphone.
The assistant hurriedly stuffed the microphone into her hand, his eyes full of surprise.
What happened to Sister Chenluo? Suddenly feeling distracted?
Yang Chenluo sang songs from her first album, which were also written for her by Feng. In that dimension, there was I Know You Are Sad, one of Jolin Tsai's top 10 hits. This song has a high rating of 9.1. When the album was first released, this song dominated the Chinese Hot Songs chart for a long time. Now, 5 years have passed, and this song is still a hit for fans.
An absolute memory killer. Yang Chenluo also counts on it to win back a city.
After entering the stage, Yang Chenluo tried to calm himself down, took a deep breath, and nodded to the band teacher. A familiar melody slowly sounded.
Chenluo will definitely win this game. As soon as the prelude of this song sounded, my eyes were already wet.
Yeah, Chenluo was a god 5 years ago. I don't know how she wrote such touching lyrics.
The memory killing will definitely drive you crazy. This song holds a very high status in the hearts of fans. I know you're sad.
The first line of the verse instantly brought back the fans' memories and the feelings they had when they first heard the song 5 years ago.
This is also the most magical thing about music. Every song has a unique memory point for the listeners.
As long as the melody sounds again, the scene of the year will be vivid in their minds.
However, when Yang Chenluo finished singing the first sentence, the judges in the audience all frowned. Yang Chenluo's breath was a little unstable. What's going on?
Chenluo should be very familiar with this song, so why are there problems with his breathing and pitch?
Liana looked at Yang Chenluo in confusion. Such a mistake was really inappropriate for Yang Chenluo. Fortunately, Yang Chenluo adjusted quickly. Loving someone requires fate. Why do you let yourself sink deeper and deeper? Don't be so foolish as to use your innocence to touch the restless soul. Every day I can only wait foolishly.
Love someone, don't take it too seriously. Your hurt eyes are heartbreaking.
No one person needs another person to live a life.
Why do you force yourself to face the scars? Listening to these familiar lyrics, Feng, who was sitting in the audience, was lost in memories for a moment.
He didn't expect that Yang Chenluo would sing this song. Does she really understand the lyrics of this song?
This made Feng couldn't help but recall why he gave this song to Yang Chenluo.
Because this is the last song Feng wrote for Yang Chenluo in her first album.
This is also the song that Feng truly decided to let go of.
Chapter 81, was the decision made back then really the right one?
The memories of those years, scene by scene, were all painful for Feng. He remembered clearly that on the day of Wanwan's full moon, Yang Chenluo threw her heavily onto the bed.
Stop crying. I'm so annoyed. Why do you just cry all day long?
Yang Chenluo threw Wanwan, who had just turned 1 month old, on the bed, his eyes full of anger. At that time, Feng had just come back from buying vegetables. Seeing her like this, he was scared. He quickly picked up Wanwan, who was thrown on the bed and still crying. He felt a deep sense of helplessness. At that time, he understood Yang Chenluo. The severe postpartum depression made her hate her child. Feng held Wanwan in one hand and tried to hug Yang Chenluo to give her some comfort. But she pushed him away harshly.
Why do you want me to have a baby? Why do you want me to have a baby? Why? Is this child here to torture me? I'm really going crazy. Crazy. Can you understand?
Yang Chenluo cried at the top of her lungs, tearing her hair madly. Feng had no choice but to put Wanwan in the crib and then hugged her tightly.
Chenluo, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Please don't be like this, okay?
I promise you, I'll take care of you every night. When you're out of confinement and your body is almost recovered, I'll help you find a record company. I will definitely find a way to make you a singer and help you realize your dream.
Please don't torture yourself anymore, okay?
During that time, Yi Qingfeng read a lot of books about postpartum depression and knew how painful it was for a woman. At that time, he truly understood young Qianluo's pain.
Put all the blame on myself.
In the days that followed, Yi Qingfeng took care of Wanwan while looking for a record company for young Qianluo, and eventually met Bei Hongfei. Bei Hongfei really appreciates his songs. But at that time, he didn't dare to tell Bei Hongfei about his relationship with young Qianluo. She didn't even dare tell Bei Hongfei that young Qianluo had just given birth to a child.
After all, this is a taboo for artists,
especially a newcomer who just debuted. After meeting young Qianluo, Bei Hongfei was very satisfied with her conditions and singing skills. I signed her on the spot. That night, Yi Qingfeng prepared a table full of delicious dishes to celebrate.
He also wanted to take this opportunity to give young Qianluo the songs he had prepared as a gift. However, young Qianluo returned home, but he didn't seem very happy and kept frowning.
This made Yi Qingfeng confused and he asked her what happened.
Some even suspected that Bei Hongfei had hinted at some unspoken rules behind young Qianluo's back.
Qingfeng, I have signed a contract with Huangji. After sitting down, young Qianluo looked at Yi Qingfeng with complicated eyes.
This is a good thing, but why do you look unhappy?
Yi Qingfeng asked.
Yang Qianluo lowered his head, tugging at the corner of his clothes.
He hesitated for a moment before saying, Qingfeng, you know, this opportunity is very precious and important to me.
I won't allow any problems to occur. So, I may have to leave you for a while. I can't let the company know about my relationship with you. But Wanwan hasn't been weaned yet,
Yi Qingfeng said subconsciously.
At the mention of Wanwan, young Qianluo's brows knitted even tighter, and he said, Isn't it okay to eat milk powder? Didn't you promise me that you would take care of Wanwan?
Qingfeng, although Huangji is not a top-tier agency now, it has good resources.
I worked so hard to get such an opportunity. Do you want me to give up all my efforts because of the child? Okay, don't get excited. As long as you can get over postpartum depression, I support your decision.
Seeing that young Qianluo was getting excited again, Yi Qingfeng hurriedly comforted her. At that time, Yi Qingfeng only hoped that young Qianluo could recover from postpartum depression as soon as possible. After all, he knew very well how terrible this disease could be if it became serious.
There are many people committing suicide. Qianluo, these are a few songs I wrote. You can take a look.
Yi Qingfeng took out the gifts he had prepared. He had carefully packaged each piece of music. In his opinion, this is a very precious gift.
Unfortunately, young Qianluo didn't even look at it. No need.
The company said that they have hired a very good teacher to be the composer of the songs for my first album.
Qingfeng, look, the company values me so much, how can I not give my all? So, you must understand me, okay?
Yang Qianluo put the music sheet handed by Yi Qingfeng aside and ignored it. Perhaps, in her opinion, even if Yi Qingfeng knows a little about music, how can the songs he writes compare with those of professional musicians? Qingfeng, your focus in the next period of time will be to take good care of Wanwan.
As for me, try not to contact me actively, and don't come to the company to see me. I'm afraid that others will misunderstand me. Yang Qianluo said this without thinking.
At that time, Yi Qingfeng felt a little disappointed. But he endured it. After all, young Qianluo's postpartum depression was caused by him. He had the need and the responsibility to heal her. But at the same time, Yi Qingfeng gradually realized that young Qianluo really could give up everything for his career. She doesn't seem to love herself that much.
The album production cycle is 3 months in total. During those 3 months, young Qianluo never returned home once.
During this period, Wanwan suffered from pneumonia and her condition progressed rapidly. The doctor said that if she couldn't survive it, her life would be in danger. He had no choice but to send a message to young Qianluo, asking her to come to the hospital to see Wanwan.
I can't come back. I'm filming a music video in another province. Wanwan just has a cold. Is it that serious? Pneumonia is indeed caused by a cold. But pneumonia in children is one of the most serious diseases in infancy. She doesn't even understand this.
He had no choice but to make a phone call. But it was rejected.
I told you, don't call me, I'm busy now. Soon, young Qianluo replied. Wanwan is your child. The doctor said that his life is in danger.
Holding Wanwan, who was still coughing in his arms, Yi Qingfeng felt his heart bleeding. At that moment, he was confused. He began to doubt whether his decision was right or wrong. This woman was even more heartless than he had imagined. I told you this child was born to punish me. Yi Qingfeng, listen carefully. Now is the most important time before my album is released. Even if Wanwan dies, I won't give up. You are Wanwan's father. It's your responsibility to save her. Looking at the message sent by Yang Qianluo, Yi Qingfeng was so angry that his whole body was shaking.
Chapter 82 Lu Qingtong, what on earth do you want to do?
During that period, Yi Qingfeng Bao lost more than 10 pounds.
I hardly ever had a good night's sleep.
He was afraid that Wanwan, a baby who was only a few months old, would be left without a mother. Because she had to have an 4 drip every day, Wanwan, who weighed only 7.32 kgs when she was born, weighed less than 10 kilograms when she was 4 months old.
She had needle marks all over her body.
In the end, because all the retention needles in her hands and feet had been inserted, there was not even a suitable place for a retention needle on her body. Why should a child suffer like this?
Some scenes were even more unforgettable for Yi Qingfeng.
Because of pneumonia, a large amount of pus would grow in Wanwan's trachea every day, and it needed to be extracted with a medical straw 3 times a day. On several occasions, Wanwan was picked up by the doctor while she was sleeping soundly. The doctor then inserted a straw as thick as a chopstick into her throat and trachea. Wanwan, who was originally sleeping soundly, was suddenly awakened by the severe pain, her face flushed, and she cried until she lost her voice.
Every time, Yi Qingfeng could only watch. Wanwan cried, and he cried too.
He was so distressed that his heart began to twitch. I remember another time when the doctor wanted to give Wanwan another retention injection. In order to get her to cooperate, Yi Qingfeng used a teddy bear to tease her. After much effort, he made her laugh. But as soon as the doctor gave her the injection, Wanwan, who was originally giggling, suddenly changed her expression from happiness to pain in just 1 second. At that moment, Yi Qingfeng felt like he had deceived Wanwan. He tried to make her happy, but ended up bringing her pain.
Yi Qingfeng will never forget these scenes of Wanwan's childhood. Every scene is heartbreaking. But I have never seen Yang Qianluo once.
She thought Wanwan just had a cold and it would go away after taking a few pills.
There is a photo saved in Yi Qingfeng's mobile phone.
When he was changing Wanwan's diaper, Wanwan suddenly raised his hands, clenched his fists, and made a Superman-like gesture. Although Yi Qingfeng knew that Wanwan's action was unintentional, it gave him great strength. Wanwan seemed to be saying, "Dad, I am Superman." At that time, looking at Wanwan like this, Yi Qingfeng smiled with tears in his eyes. He decided to let go. In this life, he wanted to give all his love to his daughter.
Let that woman be.
It was that night that the melody of I Know You Are Sad rang in Yi Qingfeng's mind.
Loving someone requires fate. Why do you let yourself sink deeper and deeper? Don't be so foolish as to use your innocence to touch the restless soul. Every day I can only wait foolishly.
Love someone, don't take it too seriously. Your hurt eyes are heartbreaking.
No one person needs another person to live a life.
Why do you force yourself to face the scars? Yi Qingfeng dedicates every line of the lyrics to himself.
Yi Qingfeng didn't want to use his innocence to touch Yang Qianluo's restless soul anymore. Waiting foolishly is more like a joke.
No one needs another person to live his life. Why let yourself get deeper and deeper into trouble? Push yourself and face the scars. It was after giving this song to Bei Hongfei that Yi Qingfeng completely let go. Since then, he never contacted Yang Qianluo again. However, today, Yang Qianluo used this song to try to defeat Lu Qingtong.
Does she deserve it? She still hasn't understood the true meaning of the lyrics of this song. How ironic.
In fact, Yang Qianluo never sang this song to the feeling that Yi Qingfeng really wanted, because she couldn't sing it that way.
But this song still made many people cry. Because the lyrics of this song are so painful.
Even Lu Qingtong cried when she heard this song for the first time.
Of all the songs in Yang Qianluo's first album, this is Lu Qingtong's favorite.
So, she really admired Yang Qianluo and respected his talent. But now, she understood that none of this belonged to Yang Qianluo. What really touched her was Yi Qingfeng. At this moment, she was sitting in the lounge listening to Yang Qianluo's performance, and suddenly she wanted to hug Yi Qingfeng and ask him how painful it was for him to write the song. Before she knew it, Lu Qingtong found herself in tears.
As the music ended, many audience members in the audience also cried.
This is the lethality of this song, and it has nothing to do with Yang Qianluo's performance. I can only say that this song made her successful. As Yang Chenluo stepped down from the stage, everyone began to look forward to Lu Qingtong's next performance. In the eyes of fans, if Lu Qingtong fails to deliver a bombshell-level performance, the champion of this episode will definitely belong to Yang Chenluo. Sad love songs are really captivating. It resonates with people. The performances of the following singers seemed pale and weak in front of Yang Chenluo, and even the singing and dancing singers made fans feel annoyed. Until Lu Qingtong came on stage. This time, the song that Lu Qingtong reported to the program team was the new song that had put her in a bottleneck for several months. However, Lu Qingtong actually didn't want to sing. After going on stage, facing the silent audience, she held the microphone in her hand and bowed deeply to all her fans. Then the word "I'm sorry" caused an instant uproar. What's going on? Why did Qingtong come up and say sorry? Why do I feel something is wrong? What is Qingtong going to do? Why are Qingtong's eyes still a little red and swollen? Did she cry? Qingtong, come on. Facing the fans' encouragement, Lu Qingtong bowed again in gratitude and said, I'm sorry, I can't sing this song today. There was another uproar in the audience. Everyone was in shock. The program's chief director, Chen Xin, was stunned. She rushed over to Tang Yun and demanded, what's going on? What is Qingtong doing? Why can't she sing? Tang Yun was also shocked, her eyes filled with confusion. I don't know. I just know Qingtong has been acting strangely lately. She won't tell me anything as her agent. In an instant, Chen Xin's heart was filled with uneasiness. Realize that tonight, something big is going to happen. It may very well be the biggest performance accident in the history of the show. This is a live broadcast on the entire network. Lu Qingtong, what on earth do you want to do? Chapter 83. Who is it? Having made this decision, Lu Qingtong was no longer afraid. She held the microphone, looked at the audience, and was the first to break the first shocking news. I'm sorry, everyone. Tianyan and I have terminated our contract. If the contract is unilaterally torn up, Tianyan will not recognize it. So, in a public statement, does Tianyan admit it or not? Qingtong terminated her contract with Tianyan? When did it happen? Was it so sudden? Qingtong's contract shouldn't have expired yet, right? Terminating it at this time is crazy. If the contract with Tianyan is terminated, Qingtong will indeed not be able to sing this song. At this moment, the audience did not understand Lu Qingtong, and she suddenly said on the stage that she would not sing anymore, which made her fans speechless. There is a feeling of being tricked. At the same time, Lu Fei, who was sitting in the guest seats below the stage, also showed a hint of surprise in the corner of his eyes. She didn't expect that Lu Qingtong would dare to announce her termination of the contract on the show. Are you really planning to destroy yourself? I know this decision is very unexpected for everyone. I'm sorry. Lu Qingtong bowed deeply again. But I really don't want to participate in such a competition anymore. As Lu Qingtong had expected, Xiao He was the first to stand up. He pointed at Lu Qingtong and scolded her, Lu Qingtong, as a singer, you suddenly withdrew from the competition without any warning. Do you still have the professional qualities of a singer? Are you treating your fans like monkeys? Yes, Qingtong, even if you have a conflict with Tianyan, there is no need to use such means to hurt your fans' hearts, right? What you did is really speechless. Liao Na took the opportunity to say. Naturally, they would not let go of this God-given opportunity to slander. Yeah. However, Lu Qingtong's counter-question immediately caused an uproar again. Teacher Xiao, please ask yourself honestly, is there any shady dealings in this show? Sister Na, you were the one who said I'd be eliminated within 3 rounds, right? Lu Qingtong looked at Xiao He and Liao Na indifferently, but her words were extremely firm. As soon as these words were spoken, the excitement at the scene reached a new level. Holy crap! A conspiracy? Eliminated within 3 rounds? Is this true? Is the production team really targeting Qingtong? Is Qingtong going to expose the dark side of the show? Is it really that exciting? Talking directly to the production team on stage? After hearing what Lu Qingtong said, Chen Xin felt like she was going numb. Lu Qingtong is really planning to use her ultimate move. Hurry up, cut off the live broadcast signal first. Lu Qingtong is trying to kill herself. Chen Xin immediately picked up the intercom and ordered in an excited tone. The program team also immediately cut off the live broadcast signal. But after all, everything happened too suddenly. Even though the live broadcast signal was cut off, all the official media of the Voice of China were crowded with fans.
Everyone wants to know what will happen next. Lu Ching was not surprised that her live broadcast was cut off.
As she watched the red lights of several cameras that were originally facing her disappear, she became even more determined to expose the program crew. In her opinion, such a program should probably not exist. In fact, in the first 2 seasons, there were many criticisms about the shady dealings on the internet, but the singers did not dare to offend the capital and the fans had no evidence, so in the end, nothing was done.
Yang Jifeng in the first season and He Xiaoyan in the second season were both severely criticized by Xiaohe in the show. He Xiaoyan even suffered from depression because of this, and has been hidden by the company since the end of the second season.
The medication made her weight soar by more than 20 kilograms.
Lu Ching looked towards Chen Qin, who was standing off the court, and said coldly, "Director Chen, why did you cut off the live broadcast? Are you afraid that I'll tell the truth?"
After she finished speaking, she looked at the audience.
"I know that what I'm doing will offend a lot of people and make them panic.
But I must speak out about the shady dealings of the program crew. I don't want any more singers to suffer this kind of unfair treatment in the future. So, I beg everyone to take out their phones and turn on the live broadcast so that more people can hear what I'm about to say." At Lu Ching's call, fans at the scene took out their mobile phones and turned on various live broadcasts. This put the program team in a passive position in an instant.
After all, there were thousands of fans at the scene, and even if they wanted to clear the venue, it would be too late.
What's more, there are many loyal fans of Lu Ching at the scene.
If forceful measures are taken, violent incidents may occur. Chen Qin was completely numb.
Decades of experience in live directing were like a blank sheet of paper at this moment. Things have come to this point, and I don't know what other measures can be taken.
Xiaohe and Liao Na were even more uneasy.
At this moment, they were extremely scared, wondering what evidence Lu Ching really had in her hands.
If there is no substantial evidence, how could she be so determined? "Teacher Xiao, do you want to say it yourself, or should I say it for you?"
Lu Ching turned her gaze to Xiaohe again, and every word she said seemed like a judgment on him. Xiaohe's face turned pale and his expression became unnatural, but he still said stubbornly, "Lu Ching, I don't know what nonsense you are talking about.
You are pushing yourself into the fire pit, do you know that?"
In his opinion, Lu Ching's behavior would inevitably offend a large amount of capital.
Who would dare to cooperate with her in the future? Capital is all about profit. Behind the pursuit of profit, where is there no conspiracy and where is there no shady dealings? Lu Ching looked at Liao Na again. "Sister Na, what about you?"
Liao Na's voice was already trembling, but without any substantial evidence, she could only bite the bullet and say, "Lu Ching, I hope you can take responsibility for your actions today.
Otherwise, I will definitely sue you to the end. You will never be able to turn over a new leaf." Faced with intimidation, Lu Ching's face remained calm.
She then took out her mobile phone and performed a few simple operations on the screen.
"I have posted the evidence on my Weibo, you can go and take a look."
"Oh." There was another burst of shock from the audience, and then the audience at the scene and online all opened Lu Ching's Weibo.
A video has been uploaded to Lu Ching's Weibo homepage. The video shows Xiaohe, Liao Na and others sitting in a tea room with He Bang.
"Don't worry, Mr. He, I will make sure Lu Ching is eliminated within 3 episodes of this show.
Why don't we invite Korean singer Lee Ji-sim?
Lu Ching has been embroiled in a plagiarism scandal lately. If we invite the real Lee Ji-sim to perform with her, this show will be really interesting."
I think this is a great idea, Teacher Xiao. The internet has a memory.
Once Ji-Xing shows up, the plagiarism controversy that Lu Ching has worked so hard to suppress will probably reignite in an instant. This matter of plagiarism must be pinned on Lu Ching and become a stain on her life.
Lu Ching must be finished this time.
Xian Luo should have surpassed her long ago. In the video, they were chatting happily in the tea room. Especially He Bang's words made everyone gasp.
It turns out that this program was really intended to suppress Lu Ching and hype up young Xian Luo.
At the same time, the same question popped up in the minds of He Bang and others.
Who secretly filmed this video? Why did it end up in Lu Ching's hands? This is impossible.
From the shooting angle, they realized that the camera at that time should have been located on the bookshelf in the tea room.
Is someone already monitoring them from behind? Who is it? Chapter 84. The rules of the entertainment industry should have been changed long ago.
Such evidence left Xiaohe and others with nowhere to hide. Everyone's face was extremely pale, and Liao Na was so nervous that she almost bit her lips. Then, there was a swaying sound, and she, who had always had poor pressure-bearing ability, felt her body become lighter and fell directly from the chair. She knew that this video had ruined her career. What a rubbish show! It turns out these people have been colluding behind the scenes for a long time. This is a rubbish show. It's all a bunch of assholes. For the sake of the show's effects, these people are absolutely unscrupulous. They actually used this method to suppress our Qingtong. Soon, there was a fierce roar of condemnation from the audience. He Bang was in the guest seats, so angry that his veins were bulging. At this point, he wanted to know who took this video. How did it leak out and end up in Lu Qingtong's hands? However, the conversation in the video is not the end of the road for him. I admit that I used some unconventional methods for the show's effect. But so what? Lu Qingtong, do you dare to say that you didn't plagiarize? Since plagiarism is a fact, is there anything wrong with me using this point against you? How can a plagiarizing singer be so self-righteous? Eliminating a plagiarizing singer within 3 episodes, what's wrong with that? I'm clearing out the unhealthy tendencies in the entertainment industry. In He Bang's opinion, as long as he insists on this point, Lu Qingtong will never be able to stand up straight. Little did he know that Yang Qianluo had been hiding Zhao Lu's affairs from him. This also made Yang Qianluo, who was sitting in the lounge at the moment, suddenly nervous. No wonder Lu Qingtong had not released the evidence after Zhao Lu confessed. It turned out that she was waiting for today. When talking about the plagiarism incident, Lu Qingtong actually felt a little sad. Half a month ago, under the dual pressure of Yi Qingfeng and Yang Qianluo, Zhao Lu took the initiative to find Lu Qingtong and confessed that she was the one who planned the plagiarism incident. She took all the responsibility and recorded a video at the time. That day, Zhao Lu cried bitterly and begged Lu Qingtong for forgiveness. Although Lu Qingtong did not forgive her, she never posted the video online. She still softened her heart and wanted to give Zhao Lu a last way out. Because she knew very well what it would mean to Zhao Lu once the video was posted online. The most important thing is that Lu Qingtong understood that even if Zhao Lu confessed, how much effect would it have if her confession video was posted online? Zhao Lu is just a pawn. How many people will believe her confession? Even the real instigator would slander Lu Qingtong and use her best friend to take the blame. If the person behind this is not found out, everything will be in vain. But I didn't expect that He Bang has been making a fuss about the plagiarism scandal, and he is still so confident at this time, disguising himself as a warrior of justice. He Bang's questioning made the scene quiet again. Everyone was waiting for Lu Qingtong's response to the plagiarism scandal. This happened a long time ago, but Lu Qingtong has never given a reasonable explanation to this day. Give fans a real explanation. In fact, on this day, Lu Qingtong did not want to mention the issue of plagiarism. But unfortunately, some people just won't let go. Mr. He, since you insist on bringing up the issue of plagiarism, please ask Qianluo to come out and give me an explanation. Lu Qingtong looked at He Bang and said. He Bang was stunned. He really didn't know what this matter had to do with Yan Qianluo. What does this matter have to do with Qianluo? Lu Qingtong, don't involve an insignificant person just to confuse the public. He Bang's eyes were cold, and he didn't know how serious the matter was at this moment. What they didn't know was that Yang Qianluo, who was in the lounge at this moment, was so nervous that his nails were almost digging into his flesh, leaving a deep red mark. It doesn't matter? Mr. He, I don't know whether you are really unaware or just pretending to be confused. Lu Qingtong looked at He Bang with the same coldness, without a trace of timidity in her eyes. Yes, Mr. He, since Qianluo is also here, why don't you let her come out and confront Qingtong? Are you feeling guilty, or is Qianluo feeling guilty? At this time, Bei Hongfei, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. Seeing Bei Hongfei stand up, a hint of hostility appeared in He Bang's eyes. Bei Hongfei, what does this matter have to do with you? Do you have to speak for Lu Qingtong? She is not your Huangji person. He Bang said angrily. Just because it's not the case now doesn't mean it won't be the case in the future. Since Qingtong said she wants to terminate the contract with Tianyan, the door of my Huangji will naturally be open for her and she is welcome at any time. Bei Hongfei answered without hesitation. Hearing this, Lu Fei in the guest seat couldn't help but narrow his eyes. That has nothing to do with what happened today. I advise you not to get involved in this fire. It will do you no good at all. He Bang pointed at Bei Hongfei's nose and said viciously. At this point, Bei Hongfei's tone also became a bit more severe.
Why is it okay? He bang, you've used these despicable means to make the entertainment industry a mess. As a fellow practitioner in the industry, I can't stand it. I'm here to discipline you. Is that a problem? Did you secretly take the video? He bang reacted instantly, and the anger in his eyes was difficult to suppress. Yes, I filmed it, so what? He bang, if you know what's good for you, you can just leave here in disgrace now. I'm too lazy to expose your dirty deeds. But if you persist in your delusion, I might as well let the audience see more interesting things. Bei Hongfei raised his eyebrows at He Bang, and there was a hint of provocation in his words. However, Bei Hongfei is well aware of how cruel the capital market is. What he controls is just a fig leaf of capital, and it would be of no benefit to him to reveal it. After all, there are too many people who are in cahoots with He Bang, and exposing these bad things is equivalent to damaging the interests of a group of capitals. In the days to come, Wangji will definitely be targeted. This is how the game works in the capital circle. If you don't go along with the crowd and become the same type of person as them, they won't feel comfortable playing with you. If you want to stay clean in the mud, they will want to cut your grass and uproot you. Bei Hongfei, do you know what you are doing? You are breaking the rules. He bang said, gritting his teeth. It's broken, so what? The rules of the entertainment industry should have been changed long ago. I don't know when it started, but the entertainment industry has become your capital's backyard. You still regard this as a rule. What a joke. He bang clenched his fists tightly, this time he really hit a wall. Seeing that He bang was silent, Bei Hongfei's eyes became even more sharp, and he said, at this time, are you still going to protect young Qianluo? I think young Qianluo should give Qingtong a serious apology tonight. Why should I apologize? Bei Hongfei, you're slandering me without any evidence. Is that fun? At this time, Yang Qianluo finally came out from behind the scenes. Chapter 85. What kind of relationship do you want us to have? Yang Qianluo's appearance brought the atmosphere to a climax. A head-on confrontation is more exciting than a PK on the same stage. Almost everyone at the scene focused their attention on Yang Qianluo, wanting to know what the plagiarism scandal had to do with her. Lu Qingtong, I hope you can explain clearly. What are you trying to do by slandering me in front of so many people? Are you trying to get revenge on me? Are you using such despicable means to smear my reputation? Now I'm standing here, and you tell me, what does your plagiarism have to do with me? Yang Qianluo, who was originally nervous in the lounge, was now extremely calm. Because, just now, she confirmed that Zhao Lu had used her money to go abroad and was on vacation in Thailand. Money still works. At this point, seeing Yang Qianluo still looking at ease, Lu Qingtong couldn't help but sigh. Wouldn't it be better if you just admitted it yourself? What should I admit? If you have evidence, just show it to me. If you don't have evidence, apologize to me immediately. I, Yang Qianluo, will not tolerate any slander. Ruining my reputation makes me sick the most. The hostility in Yang Qianluo's beautiful eyes disappeared. She was certain that Lu Qingtong could not produce any evidence. You want evidence, right? I'm good at this. At this time, Bei Hongfei looked at Yang Qianluo and smiled coldly. Yang Qianluo remained calm and said coldly, Bei Hongfei, I hope your evidence can be conclusive. Okay, then take a look at this. Like Lu Qingtong, Bei Hongfei also posted the evidence video on his Weibo. In an instant, everyone opened the video uploaded by Bei Hongfei. In the video, Zhao Lu is sitting on the sofa, crying and apologizing to Lu Qingtong. Zhao Lu admitted that she did all this. Is that all? What does this mean? Yang Qianluo breathed a sigh of relief after watching the video. Just as she expected, this video didn't explain anything at all. Yang Qianluo looked at Lu Qingtong jokingly and said sarcastically, Lu Qingtong, you really have the heart to let your best friend take the blame for you. Don't worry, there's more. At this time, Bei Hongfei's voice sounded again. This made Yang Qianluo shocked. This guy actually had a backup plan. Soon, Bei Hongfei uploaded the second video to Weibo. It was still the same scene. Zhao Lu covered her mouth and cried bitterly, saying guiltily, Yang Qianluo asked me to do it. It was Yang Qianluo, Yang Qianluo. This bitch. Seeing this scene, Yang Qianluo couldn't help but bite his back teeth. At the same time, He Bang's face in the guest seats became even gloomier. After all, he really didn't know that the plagiarism scandal was masterminded by Yang Qianluo behind the scenes. And you did it so carelessly. Oh my god, is it really Yang Qianluo who ordered that Zhao Lu to frame Qingtong? Isn't this too vicious? The entertainment industry is truly too treacherous. Everyone is so treacherous.
After watching the second video, the audience at the scene started whispering to each other.
But when watching the second video, Yang Qianluo was still calm. Lu Qingtong, it's fine that you let your bestie take the blame. Now you're even instructing her to slander me in this way.
Your methods are truly disgusting.
If this counts as evidence, I can find anyone and turn the entertainment industry upside down.
Using a video of you slandering someone as evidence is beyond belief.
Yang Qianluo pointed at Lu Qingtong's nose angrily and cursed.
In her opinion, this so-called evidence is bullshit.
Yang Qianluo's words also made many audience members present waver.
Indeed, it is difficult to judge whether Zhao Lu's one-sided words are true or slander.
But what Bei Hongfei said next made Yang Qianluo's delicate body tremble violently.
Yang Qianluo, it seems that the one who knows you best is Qingfeng.
Your current reaction is exactly the same as the result he predicted.
When she heard Yi Qingfeng's name at this time, the anger in her heart suddenly flared up.
Man! They are all bastards.
We agreed on 3 rules, but he broke his promise. In the end, he helped Lu Qingtong to deal with himself. However, she forgot what Yi Qingfeng said before he left. He said that if she targeted Lu Qingtong again, he would pull her down from the sky just like he made her famous back then. Ever since he learned from Bei Hongfei at the cocktail party that it was Yi Qingfeng who made Yang Qianluo famous, He Bang has been very curious about her relationship with Yi Qingfeng.
At this moment, he finally couldn't help but ask, Qianluo, what is your relationship with Yi Qingfeng?
He Bang's questioning frightened Yang Qianluo. She would never tell the truth about her relationship with Yi Qingfeng even if she died. She looked at Yi Qingfeng, but she was still extremely frightened. Her lips, which were so tightly bitten, had turned pale. At the same time, everyone's eyes were cast on Yi Qingfeng.
I want to know the answer from Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng, can you tell me? Seeing that Yang Qianluo did not answer, He Bang asked Yi Qingfeng again.
What kind of relationship do you want us to have? Yi Qingfeng asked back. He Bang's expression was extremely ugly, and he said fiercely, you just need to answer this question.
Who do you think you are? Why should I answer you?
Yi Qingfeng replied coldly.
In fact, Yi Qingfeng didn't want to reveal his relationship with Yang Qianluo. He wants to protect Wan.
If the media knew that Wan was Yang Qianluo's child, she would definitely be caught up in public opinion.
This is not something a child can bear.
However, this good show made Lu Fei, who had been silent all the time, very enjoyable to watch. She didn't care and added fuel to the fire. So, she finally spoke, smiling and asking, Yi Qingfeng, I heard that you have a 5 or 6-year-old child, is that true? My brother said that it was your child with Lu Qingtong.
Is that true? Oh. Lu Fei's words were like a nuclear bomb, instantly detonating the entire audience.
Yi Qingfeng and Qingtong have a 5-year-old child?
How is that possible? Didn't Qingtong debut 5 years ago? Did she already have a child back then? It shouldn't be Qingtong's child, right? How could Qingtong have a child? Lu Fei asked this question. Does it mean that this child is related to Yang Qianluo?
These gossips came one after another, and the audience on the scene was already unable to keep up with the pace.
Everyone was waiting for Yi Qingfeng's answer.
At this moment, Lu Qingtong on the stage was also nervous. She didn't know how Yi Qingfeng would respond.
But Yi Qingfeng's next answer made everyone gasp again.
The child is definitely not Qingtong's.
Chapter 86 Yi Qingfeng, stop talking nonsense.
As Yi Qingfeng said this, the scene became agitated and many people felt their scalps tingling.
The entertainment industry is really chaotic.
Yi Qingfeng actually has a child, and it's not Lu Qingtong's. Under such circumstances, he still got married with Lu Qingtong.
Where does this man get the face from?
Lu Qingtong, how stupid must you be to marry a man like this? After receiving such an answer, He Bang felt his heart twitching a little.
Not Lu Qingtong's child? Could it really be Yang Qianluo's? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He Bang naturally couldn't accept this fact.
If that was true, everything he had paid for these years would have been in vain.
Whose child is that? Lu Fei continued to fan the flames, not minding the trouble, sitting on the stage and watching the show.
Although he couldn't see Lu Fei's expression at the moment, Yi Qingfeng still looked in Lu Fei's direction based on the direction of the voice.
Then he replied coldly, Lu Fei, you feel happy about exposing someone's scars? What, do you want to hear me say that the child is the daughter of Yang Qianluo and me? Yi Qingfeng, stop talking nonsense. Yang Qianluo suddenly shouted excitedly. Once this secret is exposed, her life will be ruined. Don't be so naive. How could I be interested in a woman like you? Yi Qingfeng suddenly shouted, shocking everyone. You! Although Yi Qingfeng's curse was very unpleasant, Yang Qianluo did not dare to refute it because she realized that Yi Qingfeng did not seem to want to tell the truth about Wanwan's life experience. Yi Qingfeng continued to scold, Yang Qianluo, you know exactly how you betrayed Huangji. Back then, when you were a newcomer, Hongfei and I saw your potential and used almost all of Huangji's resources to create your first album. And you? You betrayed us, exploited a loophole in the contract, jumped to Meiyu, and almost pushed Huangji into an irretrievable situation. Tell me, what can we do to forgive you? Job hopping to Meiyu is a matter between me and Bei Hongfei. You just helped me to make some connections. What qualifications do you have to criticize me? Yang Qianluo looked at Yi Qingfeng unconvinced and retorted. Who told you that Qingfeng was just helping you? All the songs in your first album were written by Qingfeng. Bei Hongfei slammed the table. He was so angry that he seemed to want to smash the table. In an instant, Yang Qianluo's beautiful eyes widened and there was a buzzing sound in her ears. Also, all the strategies for building you were formulated by Qingfeng. Without him, how could you become famous? You can't become famous at all. Bei Hongfei was so excited that he couldn't control his emotions for a moment. He had wanted to tell Yang Qianluo about this for a long time, but he had been holding it in. Today, he finally pointed at Yang Qianluo's nose and cursed him out. How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. Bei Hongfei, you are lying. You must be taking this opportunity to suppress me and talking nonsense. Although he didn't want to admit it, at this moment, Yang Qianluo couldn't hold back his tears. Is this true? The songs on Yang Qianluo's first album were all written by Yi Qingfeng? The signature on the album at that time was all Yang Qianluo. Yeah. This doesn't make sense, does it? Why doesn't Yi Qingfeng sign his name himself? Should he give all the credit to Yang Qianluo? That's totally unfounded. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that if Yi Qingfeng could really write those songs, he would willingly give all the credit to Yang Qianluo and not even keep a single credit for himself? Yang Qianluo still didn't want to believe this fact and asked, Yi Qingfeng, since you wrote those songs, why didn't you sign your name? Why didn't you tell me? However, as soon as he said this, Yang Qianluo realized that he shouldn't ask this. By asking this question, she was the first to admit that those songs were indeed not written by her. There was an uproar at the scene again. Fuck. What you're saying is, these songs really weren't written by Yang Qianluo himself? I feel like my CPU is going to burn out. What on earth is Yi Qingfeng trying to do? Why is he doing this? There's so much gossip, I can't digest it all. It's just too much information. Everyone looked at Yi Qingfeng again, curious about the answer to this question. Aren't you clear about the reason? After a moment's silence, Yi Qingfeng said, with a hint of helplessness and sadness in his tone. These words made Yang Qianluo's eyes flash, and suddenly a picture appeared in her mind. She recalled the night when Yi Qingfeng gave her an exquisite piece of music score after she signed the contract with Huangji. But she didn't even look at it. At that time, she had just graduated from an art school and had to marry Yi Qingfeng in order to survive in the big city. However, she never expected that Yi Qingfeng would focus all his energy on his life. A man with such no ambition seemed so incompatible with her ever-restless soul after marriage. She always felt that if it weren't for life, this kind of man was not worthy of her. Giving birth to a child for him was the decision she regretted most in her life. She has never believed in Yi Qingfeng. Deep down, I look down on him. From the beginning to the end, I believed that Yi Qingfeng was just an ordinary man. Tears finally began to drip slowly from the corners of Yang Qianluo's eyes. It was she who buried this man with her own hands. But she couldn't say these words at this moment, nor did she dare to say them. Yang Qianluo, haven't you always been curious about who Yi Zi is? At this moment, Lu Ching could no longer suppress her inner emotions, and she wanted to tell the secret. I just want to tell Yang Qianluo what kind of man she missed because of her arrogance. When Lu Ching said this, Yi Qingfeng's name appeared in everyone's mind. Yi Zi, Yi Qingfeng? Master Yi Zi, could it be Yi Qingfeng? It's numb. It's really numb now. I have goosebumps all over my body, what should I do? With a buzzing sound, young Chen Luo could hardly stand steadily. How is that possible? Yi Zi, how could it be Yi Qingfeng? Impossible. Yi Zi can't be Yi Qingfeng. Where is the evidence? Evidence! Yang Chen Luo screamed. This series of blows brought her to the brink of collapse. At this moment, she felt that her faith had collapsed. The leaf that he had been searching for turned out to be Yi Qingfeng. The man I have always looked down upon. This is impossible. She really couldn't believe this fact. Even more unacceptable. Chapter 87 Sister Qian Luo, are you okay? I don't believe it. Yi Qingfeng, this must be a lie you made up together with Bei Hongfei and Lu Qingtong. You did this just to embarrass me on this stage. Even at this time, Yang Qian Luo was still unwilling to believe this fact. Rebellion is for self-comfort. At the same time, Lu Fei's voice rang out again. She seemed to have understood some of the things behind it. Lu Fei smiled faintly and said, "It's really interesting. Lu Qingtong, in order to terminate the contract with Tianyan, you really went to great lengths to elevate Yi Qingfeng's image to such a high level? But this is all your one-sided explanation, without any basis. How many people would believe it? Don't forget, no matter what you do on stage today, since you unilaterally tore up the contract, you can't escape the sky-high penalty. Also, Yi Qingfeng, regarding the child, although you said it's not Qingtong's, I hope you'd better tell me who the child's biological mother is. Otherwise, I will definitely investigate this matter. What if you are lying and the child is really Lu Qingtong's? That means Lu Qingtong signed the contract with Tianyan by deception. Do you think I will let this go?" Yi Qingfeng was not surprised that Lu Fei would stand up and speak for Yang Chen Luo. After all, in this situation, their positions are actually the same. Lu Fei, you should know exactly what your brother Lu Xiao did. I can tell you that the child's mother died before she was weaned. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant to me. But I advise you not to make a fuss about my daughter like your brother did. She is just a child, and as a father, I will not allow anyone to hurt her. If you don't believe me, you can try. Although Yi Qingfeng's tone was calm, it made people feel a little scared. When Yang Chen Luo heard Yi Qingfeng say that the child's mother had passed away, his heart trembled. However, this may be the best explanation. In this way, the relationship between him and Yi Qingfeng has come to an end. It has been publicly announced that Wanwan's biological mother has passed away. Perhaps no one will ever delve into this secret again. Pretty good. Yang Chen Luo comforted himself in his heart, but for some reason, his heart ached. At this time, Lu Qingtong came down from the stage, came to Yi Qingfeng, and gently held his hand. "Qingfeng, go home." For her, everything that needed to be done today had been done. She criticized everything she could about this show. She also publicly announced her breakup with Tianyan. She told everyone that Yi Qingfeng was Yi Zi. She didn't care whether she believed it or not. None of this matters. What's important is the man in front of me. Yang Qian Luo hated the indifference. She thought it was good. There is no uneasy soul in her heart. She just wants to have her own happiness. As for career, wouldn't it be nice to just be a singer? Why give up freedom and love for it? Whether she plagiarized or not, she knows it clearly in her heart. Okay, let's go home. Yi Qingfeng nodded gently as well, and the two of them slowly walked towards the passage. Although everything that happened tonight was a little difficult for the audience to digest for a while, when they saw Lu Qingtong holding Yi Qingfeng's hand, they suddenly felt relieved. It seems that this man and Lu Qingtong are indeed a good match. Qingtong, you must be happy. Qingtong, we will always support you. Qingtong, we believe you didn't plagiarize. We look forward to your happiness and we will always love you. Master Yi Zi, please take good care of our Qingtong. Master Yi, we want to hear more good love songs. Yi Qingfeng, Qingtong is now in your care. Don't bully her. The sudden cheers from the fans made Yi Qingfeng and Lu Qingtong stop in their tracks. Tears of emotion suddenly burst out from Lu Qingtong's beautiful eyes. All the criticism and targeting during this period seemed to be resolved at this moment amid the cheers and shouts of fans. Then, the two turned around at the same time, held each other's hands, bowed deeply to the audience, and disappeared into the aisle. It's over, it's all over. As Yi Qingfeng and Lu Qingtong left, Chen Qin, who had been nervous all the time, finally felt her heart give out and she collapsed to the ground.
What Lu Ching did today was equivalent to completely stripping off the fig leaf of this program and also tearing off the fig leaf of capital.
There is already a lot of abuse online.
The audience at the scene also began to leave amidst cursing.
Bei Hongfei, stop right there.
Just as Bei Hongfei was about to leave, He Bang angrily called him from behind.
Bei Hongfei slowly turned around, looked indifferently at the angry He Bang, and asked knowingly, Mr. He, do you have any other instructions?
Bei Hongfei, as the boss of another agency, why did you do this?
For Yi Qingfeng, you are willing to sacrifice Huang Ji's fate. Is it worth it? He Bang asked, gritting his teeth.
At the same time, he was also afraid of what Bei Hongfei had just said. He was worried that Bei Hongfei really had other evidence in his hands, especially some evidence involving corruption and bribery.
This industry is so dirty. Everyone knows it. But Bei Hongfei wanted to be the first to stand out. Mr. He, why do you look a little scared? Bei Hongfei smiled faintly. Are you afraid of the evidence in my hand? Guess whether I have it or not. You are shameless.
Installing cameras in my tea room.
He Bang said indignantly.
Don't worry, I'm not as shameless as you.
Let's go.
Bei Hongfei waved his hand casually, but after taking 2 steps, he stopped again, turned around and looked at He Bang, and said, by the way, let me tell you something. Yi Qingfeng is also a director of Huangji. He has made an indelible contribution to Huangji's success today.
So, you understand. Bei Hongfei.
Watching Bei Hongfei walking away, He Bang felt that his back teeth were about to be broken.
Mr. He, are you scared? At this time, another voice sounded in his ears. It was Lu Fei.
Her expression was completely different from He Bang's, and she seemed very relaxed.
Lu Fei, your Tianyan's leading actress has been snatched away by someone else, and you can still laugh?
He Bang looked at Lu Fei, who had a smile on her lips, speechlessly.
Lu Fei raised an eyebrow and smiled. That's the fun, isn't it?
Besides, if Lu Ching breaks the contract, I can get a hefty sum of liquidated damages.
But Mr. He, you suffered a huge loss this time. The show is gone, and Yang Qianluo's character seems to have collapsed a bit. I feel bad for you. So you're here to laugh at me too?
Yes, but not entirely.
Lu Fei smiled and said, at least, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We can cooperate. How to cooperate?
No hurry, we'll talk later.
After saying that, Lu Fei left in a leisurely manner. Sister Qianluo, are you okay? The assistant approached young Qianluo cautiously, remaining silent.
As usual, she was scary when she was angry. The assistant was the person she scolded the most.
However, this time, Yang Qianluo was a little abnormal. She didn't curse, but just said lightly, I'm fine. Then, he disappeared into the passage. Yi Zi is Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng means Yi Zi.
These words kept echoing in her mind. And the scene of Lu Qingtong leaving with Yi Qingfeng.
Beach Villa. A dark gray Koenigsegg stopped steadily.
Afterwards, Lu Qingtong got out of the car, took Yi Qingfeng's hand, and walked into the villa. Today, a lot happened. But none of it mattered.
Today is their wedding day. Tonight is their wedding night. Chapter 88. You, wait for me to sneak back. Dad. Mom. Hearing the noise coming from the door, Wanwan ran out quickly and then threw herself into Lu Qingtong's arms.
Lu Qingtong picked her up and spun around happily.
Wanwan, mommy will show you something good.
Wanwan looked at Lu Qingtong curiously, her voice filled with childishness and surprise as she asked, Mom, what's this good thing?
Can I eat it? You little foodie.
Lu Qingtong reached out and gently scratched her nose, then put her down and took out her and Yi Qingfeng's marriage certificate from her bag. She remembered that when Wanwan came here for the first day, Yi Qingfeng lied to her that she was going to marry Yi Qingfeng, so the two of them could live here.
Now, that's not a lie.
This is true.
I really married him. Wanwan, look, Dad didn't lie to you, we really got married.
This little red notebook seemed to be a promise to Wanwan. Wanwan flipped open the marriage certificate and looked at the photo of Yi Qingfeng and Lu Qingtong standing together happily and smiling.
She clapped her hands excitedly and cheered, yeah. Mom really married Dad. Then Dad will assign you a task, okay?
Yi Qingfeng smiled softly.
Wanwan nodded vigorously. Dad, you say. On the wedding day, can Wanwan be a flower girl and help her mother hold up her skirt?
Yi Qingfeng asked, touching Wanwan's hair. When she heard the word wedding, there was a hint of surprise in Lu Chingtong's eyes.
She thought Yi Qingfeng would not hold a wedding.
And she doesn't really care about such formal things.
As long as they can live happily together in the future after getting a marriage certificate, that's enough. Wedding? Are we going to have a wedding?
Lu Qingtong said in surprise.
Of course, you are Lu Qingtong. I want to marry you in a formal way and have a grand wedding.
Yi Qingfeng said solemnly. Getting married is the most important event in a girl's life. Just mentioning the formal marriage made Lu Qingtong a little nervous.
It might be a little difficult to marry her formally. My parents sighed. Lu Qingtong grinned and said.
After all, Zhao Yu still cared a lot about Yi Qingfeng having a child. As soon as she left, she got the marriage certificate with Yi Qingfeng.
Getting my parents to accept this would probably be another headache. But it doesn't matter. We've already got the certificate. What else can they do?
But soon, Lu Qingtong took the risk again. This marriage certificate was like an imperial sword.
We've already got the certificate, you can't let me get divorced, right? I have been so obedient since I was a child. This time, for my own happiness, I should be willful for once. I will try my best on my uncle and aunt's side.
Yi Qingfeng looked at Lu Qingtong with a smile, his eyes particularly determined.
Half an hour later. Looking at Wan, who was still drawing on the table, Lu Qingtong's face showed a hint of anxiety. Wan, it's getting late, shouldn't we go to bed? Wan looked up at the quartz clock on the wall and said, Mom, it's only a little after 9.
I want to finish this painting. Looking at Wan, who was drawing seriously, Lu Qingtong felt a little regretful for having said too much. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have let her draw a photo of herself and Yi Qingfeng.
I don't know. Am I very anxious now? On your wedding night, some things are much more important than painting. Wouldn't it be better if I gave you a younger brother or sister? Wan has just drawn a framework. If she wants to finish it, it will have to be after 12 o'clock, right? Beautiful scenery, wedding night, waiting is not the right thing to do, right? Wan, can we draw it tomorrow? Mom is a little tired.
Lu Qingtong changed her approach and tried to hint to Wan.
But for some things, hints seem to be of no use. How could a child understand that? Are you tired, Mom?
Then you should go to bed early.
Wan is happy today, and I just want to finish this painting. Besides, Dad is with me.
Hua still held the paintbrush and said nonchalantly. Lu Qingtong was helpless and had to look at Yi Qingfeng and gave him a wink. But he soon remembered that even if he blinked his eyes until they were pierced, Yi Qingfeng would not be able to see him. As expected, when people are anxious, their brains are no longer enough. Since I can't control it with my eyes, I'll just pinch it. So, Lu Qingtong took the opportunity to pinch Yi Qingfeng's arm. She's your own daughter, why don't you take care of her?
Time to go to bed. Yi Qingfeng felt pain and asked in confusion, why are you pinching me? Lu Qingtong pouted, it's getting late, Wan should go to bed, can you persuade her? Happy evening.
Fortunately, Yi Qingfeng reacted midway through his words, quickly cleared his throat, and changed the subject. Yes, Wan, go to bed early today.
Dad and Mom are tired and a little sleepy. It's okay, Dad. You and Mom go to bed first.
I'll wash up and go to bed after I finish painting.
Wan smiled sensibly and replied. That's fine. Yi Qingfeng nodded. You can't do that. Isn't this bad?
Lu Qingtong shook her head awkwardly. Yi Qingfeng smiled and said, it's okay. Wan can wash herself when she's 4 years old. Lu Qingtong glared at Yi Qingfeng, her eyes seemed to say, you'd better understand what I mean. But soon, Lu Qingtong slapped his forehead speechlessly again.
The eye trick is ineffective. Why do I always forget when I'm anxious?
Helpless, Lu Qingtong had to move closer to Yi Qingfeng and said, that's not what I meant.
What does that mean? Wan is really capable, you just have to believe in her.
Yi Qingfeng answered subconsciously. Lu Qingtong was so angry that she reached out and pinched Yi Qingfeng's arm again.
I'm afraid the noise will be too loud. Lu Qingtong tried to control her voice and reminded. Yi Qingfeng. Now I finally understand. Ahem.
Yi Qingfeng quickly cleared his throat and said seriously,
Wan, I think this painting will take a while to finish. Dad, can you see what I'm drawing? Wan asked excitedly. Yi Qingfeng. I'm just trying to find a reason. Wan, how about mommy hold you in her arms while sleeping today and tell you stories? Finally, Lu Ching couldn't bear it anymore and spoke. I was thinking, Yi Qingfeng, is it necessary for you to be so nervous on your wedding night? I can't think of any reason to let your daughter go to bed early. Fortunately, Lu Qingtong's trick worked. After hearing it, Wan laughed excitedly and said, Great, I can sleep with my mom. Come on, I'll take you to wash. Lu Qingtong felt relieved and quickly picked up Wan, as if she was afraid that she would regret it. Then, while Wan was washing up, Lu Qingtong quietly came to Yi Qingfeng's side again and, like a thief, ordered, You, go to my room and lie down after you finish washing, and wait for me, to sneak back. Chapter 89. Can you come back? Late at night, the chirping of cicadas in the woods makes the night scene even quieter. The lights in the community went out one after another. At this moment, a woman in a black long skirt appeared at the gate of a dilapidated community. She hadn't been here for a long time. She couldn't even remember the last time she came. But the environment of the community has not changed. Even though it is pitch dark, when you walk into the tree-lined path, the air is still filled with the familiar smell of grass and trees. After entering the community, young Chen Luo took off the black mask on her face. It was so late, and she was afraid that no one would recognize her. Her eyes were dull and revealed a hint of loneliness. She didn't know why, but she suddenly wanted to go back here and take a look. Walking through the familiar tree-lined path, she came to the stairs. She couldn't help but take a deep breath. Yi Qingfeng probably hasn't sold that old house yet. At this moment, she wanted to go in and sit down. When she reached the door, she became nervous instead. Combination lock, still the familiar combination lock. It seems unchanged. Hopefully the password hasn't changed. She carefully entered 6 numbers, which were exactly the combination of her and Yi Qingfeng's birthdays. Hers is in front and Yi Qingfeng's is behind. Sorry, wrong password. Although it was expected, hearing the prompt tone still made her heart tremble slightly. Then she changed another string of numbers. It is Yi Qingfeng and Wan's birthday. However, it is still wrong. Try again. After trying 5 times in a row, all of them indicated errors. The combination lock issued a shrill alarm, which scared her. Fortunately, the alarm died down quickly. And her heart also grew colder. Is it true that this door cannot be entered? As the alarm was lifted, Yang Qianluo lit up the panel again. She wanted to try again. This time, she didn't lose any numbers related to Yi Qingfeng, but instead lost Wan's full birthday. Ding, the door opened. She was a little surprised and couldn't believe it, the door was actually opened. Fortunately, at least she didn't forget her daughter's birthday. With a click, Yang Qianluo opened the door, and the sensor light in the entrance hall also lit up. The style of the house has changed. It is no longer the fresh and simple style that she used to live in. Instead, it has a retro wooden style, which makes it more stable. At this time, she noticed 2 pairs of slippers placed under the shoe cabinet. A man and a woman. Her pupils flickered slightly. Are these slippers Lu Qingtong's? Has she become the mistress of this house? Shouldn't care. But when she thought that Yi Qingfeng was Yi Zi and all her songs back then were written by Yi Qingfeng, she still felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She took off her elegant crystal sandals and walked into the living room barefoot. A feeling that is both familiar and unfamiliar. Then, the mural on the wall instantly caught her attention. The mural on the wall that appeared in Yi Zi's video completely eliminated Yang Qianluo's doubts. He is really a leaf. In an instant, Yang Qianluo felt her eyes getting a little moist, but she held back and didn't let the tears fall. Then she turned on the bedroom light. The bedroom was also changed and the bed was replaced. He even changed the color of the curtains. Looking at this bedroom that was once so familiar to me, it now seems so strange. Finally, tears began to fall. Yang Qianluo recalled that when he first got together with Yi Qingfeng, they shamelessly expressed their love here, on the bed. Here, she hugged Yi Qingfeng tightly and whispered in his ear that she loved him. In a flash, 5 years have passed. Time flies. She changed too quickly. Yang Qianluo lifted the hem of her skirt slightly. For some reason, she wanted to lie down for a while. Mattress hardened. She suddenly remembered that during that period, because Yi Qingfeng held Wan for a long time every day, he seemed to have mentioned that his waist was a little uncomfortable. So did you change your mattress? A firmer one would be better for your waist.
At this moment, she noticed the guitar on the windowsill. It's still there. When Yang Qianluo saw the guitar, a hint of surprise surged in his heart.
He hasn't thrown away this guitar yet.
She excitedly got up from the bed and hugged the guitar in ecstasy, looking for the mark that belonged to her. Still here. The two letters YY are still so clear and familiar.
Why didn't he throw it away? Haven't you let it go yet? Yang Qianluo couldn't help but have wild thoughts.
This guitar seemed to make her see the sweetness of the past.
Yi Qingfeng, can you come back?
Beach Villa.
Lu Qingtong was going crazy.
She seemed to be not very good at telling stories to children.
No experience.
Seeing Wanwan still looking at her with her eyes wide open, Lu Qingtong wanted to call the police. Police officer, please let this child sleep.
Lu Qingtong looked at Wanwan awkwardly and said helplessly, Wanwan, how about I tell you a different story?
Mom, why don't I tell you?
Lu Qingtong. No. What if you become more lucid the more you talk? How about mommy sing a song for you?
Lu Qingtong waved her hands quickly. If I fall asleep while listening, the loss will be huge.
Okay. Wanwan nodded obediently.
Lu Qingtong felt relieved.
Singing, isn't this girl not good at it?
Baby, sleep. Baby, sleep.
Mommy is right beside you. Famous lullaby. Who sang it?
Forget it, it doesn't matter. Until Lu Qingtong sang so hard that she yawned several times, she was finally surprised to find that Wanwan seemed to be quiet.
Oh my god. Finally fell asleep. Lu Qingtong was so moved that she wanted to cry.
Then she quickly got up and put on her sexiest pajamas to prepare for the most important moment of her life. The dark green suspender nightgown makes her skin look even whiter and more delicate.
The large white area on the chest is an invincible temptation for men.
Not to mention in front of other men, even in front of her best friends, she has never dressed so sexily.
Etc.
Lu Qingtong suddenly froze in place, then couldn't help but slap herself on the forehead.
Lu Qingtong, Yi Qingfeng can't even see it.
What's the point of dressing sexy?
We must heal his eyes quickly. I can't let my stunning beauty go to waste.
Lu Qingtong gently soothed her chest, then tiptoed to open the bedroom door. However, seeing that the bedroom was quiet and Yi Qingfeng was leaning against the head of the bed with his eyes closed, Lu Qingtong's beautiful eyes widened.
What does it mean?
I finally coaxed your daughter to sleep.
You fell asleep too. Yi Qingfeng. No matter what, I'll wake you up even if you're asleep.
Lu Qingtong decided to go all out and crawled directly into the quilt from the end of the bed. Yi Qingfeng was naturally not asleep. Feeling the movement, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. With such a big event tonight, I naturally need to take a nap before I can work properly.
Chapter 90. I said, I don't love you.
Although it was not the first time with Yi Qingfeng, Lu Qingtong was still a little nervous leaning on his warm chest. After all, this was different from the first time. He didn't drink alcohol, and he wasn't drugged. This time she was very rational. It was rational to want to kiss this man.
Qingfeng.
This sound seemed particularly gentle and soft. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Yi Qingfeng's gaze.
Even though he couldn't see it, it didn't matter.
As long as she could look at him tenderly, her heart would be satisfied.
Kiss me.
The seemingly gentle tone was like an iron order, irresistible. This time, Lu Qingtong did not give Yi Qingfeng a passionate kiss directly like before, but slowly touched Yi Qingfeng's lips. She wanted to slowly experience the most important night of her life. To savor the man she fell deeply in love with. Yi Qingfeng was the same. All his movements were so gentle, for fear of hurting this woman who was like a work of art.
Love gradually becomes stronger. The night also becomes beautiful. There is a beautiful atmosphere.
The passage of time seemed to slow down, and the scene in the room was like a world-famous painting. After a long time, Lu Qingtong snuggled in Yi Qingfeng's arms. Her body was a little weak, and she stuck to him like a stream of water.
Husband.
She called him softly in his ear, and this word husband showed her deep love. Yi Qingfeng kissed her forehead gently, hugged her, and closed his eyes happily. Until outside, there was the noise of security guards. He and Lu Qingtong opened their eyes at the same time. There shouldn't be such noise late at night. What happened outside? Lu Qingtong was a little confused. She sat up and walked to the window barefoot. However, when she saw the scene downstairs, her beautiful eyes flickered in surprise.
What's going on outside?
Yi Qingfeng groped his way up and asked curiously.
Well, it seems to be Qian Luo.
She had an argument with the security guard. Lu Qingtong said truthfully. Yi Qingfeng frowned suddenly.
What was she doing here so late at night? Downstairs, 3 security guards were blocking Yang Qianluo. Yang Qianluo's face was flushed, his eyes were empty, and he walked unsteadily.
It was obvious that he had drunk a lot of alcohol.
Don't stop me. Go away. Yang Qianluo waved her fair arms like crazy, then went downstairs of the villa and shouted loudly inside, Yi Qingfeng, come out, I know you are in there, come out.
Seeing Yang Qianluo shouting like crazy, the security guard was really anxious. Even though she was of noble status, who among those living here was not rich or noble? One of the security guards covered her mouth, tried to suppress his voice, and tried to dissuade her. Ms. Yang, you know this is disturbing the public.
Stop shouting. If you continue, we'll forcibly restrain you. Yi Qingfeng, come out.
But Yang Qianluo still ignored her. Under the influence of alcohol, she had lost her mind. Tonight, she just wanted to find out one answer.
Ms. Yang.
The security guard was really anxious and wanted to drag her out of the community. At this moment, the door of the villa opened, and Lu Qingtong ran out anxiously, apologizing to the security guard. I'm sorry, I put you in a difficult position.
Ms. Lu, we're sorry, we couldn't stop you and disturbed your rest.
The security guard also looked apologetic. In order to prevent the matter from getting out of hand, Lu Qingtong pulled Yang Qianluo into the house and then closed the door tightly.
Qianluo, what are you doing?
She looked at Yang Qianluo speechlessly. She really didn't expect that she would cause such a scene late at night.
Where is Yi Qingfeng? Let him come out. Yang Qianluo's eyes were dull and he smelled strongly of alcohol. How much have you drunk? Do you know what you are doing? Lu Qingtong scolded. Making trouble late at night might become a hot topic again tomorrow.
Fortunately, the community where Lu Qingtong lives is of high quality and the security guards are very disciplined.
Don't worry about it, let Yi Qingfeng come out. I just want to ask him a question in person.
Yang Qianluo ignored Lu Qingtong and even wanted to rush upstairs. At this time, Yi Qingfeng had already groped his way to the stairs, his face looking extremely solemn.
What do you want to ask?
Yi Qingfeng asked coldly.
He didn't want to have anything to do with this woman anymore. It's good to talk things out tonight.
Seeing Yi Qingfeng, Yang Qianluo quickly approached him and almost fell because of his staggering steps. She rushed to Yi Qingfeng excitedly. But when she saw his lifeless eyes, she was still stunned.
Is he really blind? I'm not pretending. You really can't see? Yang Qianluo couldn't help but ask. Yi Qingfeng's expression remained icy as he replied, Is that all you're asking me? Yes, I'm blind. If you think this is my retribution, then so be it. Now, can you leave?
Yang Qianluo tried hard to hold back her tears and said, I just want to ask you, when I left you back then, did you still love me? Yi Qingfeng didn't expect Yang Qianluo to ask this question. After a moment of silence, Yi Qingfeng answered resolutely, I don't love you anymore.
You are lying. If you don't love me anymore, why would you give me those songs? If you don't love me anymore, why would you make such a big sacrifice?
Yang Qianluo asked back excitedly.
Does this still matter? Yi Qingfeng's tone was still cold. It's important. When you gave me the song, you still loved me, right? A hint of expectation appeared in Yang Qianluo's eyes.
He hoped Yi Qingfeng would nod and admit it.
However,
I said, I don't love you. Yi Qingfeng said in a more serious tone, the moment you threw Wan Wan onto the bed, I stopped loving you.
She's your daughter. Not a toy.
There are some memories from the past that Yi Qingfeng really doesn't want to recall. She couldn't hold back her tears, and they slowly dripped from Yang Qianluo's beautiful eyes. At that time, I suffered from severe postpartum depression, and these behaviors were beyond my control.
Yang Qianluo roared again.
Then you shouldn't have treated Wan Wan like that. She was only a few months old at that time, how could you have the heart to do that? At this time, Lu Qingtong pushed Yang Qianluo away, unable to suppress her inner emotions.
She couldn't even imagine such a scene.
How could a child of only a few months old endure such torture? It was her biological mother who did it.
What do you know?
I had severe postpartum depression at that time.
Very serious. Very serious, you know?
Yang Qianluo disagreed and looked righteous. Postpartum depression seemed to be her only excuse for the harm she caused to Wanwan.
Yang Qianluo, you know very well how you got your postpartum depression.
At this time, Yi Qingfeng shouted sternly, and his words made Yang Qianluo stunned.
Chapter 91 Get Out.
Yes, Yang Qianluo herself should know very well how she got postpartum depression. All along, it was her restless soul that was causing trouble.
She is too ambitious for fame and fortune. What you can't get will always make you restless. Only when you have it will you realize that what you have lost is even more precious. This is her current state. Yi Qingfeng, do we still have a chance?
Under the influence of alcohol, Yang Qianluo asked a question that he shouldn't have asked. Yi Qingfeng was shocked.
How could she still ask this question? Yang Qianluo, please leave. Qingtong and I are married, and I don't love you anymore. I just think you are drunk and asked this question.
Yi Qingfeng replied, suppressing his inner anger.
But Yang Qianluo persisted, we still have a chance, right? Impossible. We've already passed it.
Yi Qingfeng said sternly.
You are lying.
If there is no possibility for us, why do you still keep that guitar, the guitar with both our names engraved on it? Yang Qianluo stared at Yi Qingfeng and questioned. The guitar engraved with their initials seemed to be her last hope to save the relationship.
However, roll.
The response she received was such a ruthless word. The reason why Yi Qingfeng didn't destroy the guitar was because it had the same birthday as Wanwan.
That's all. But she can still use it to make an article.
The word get out made Yang Qianluo feel numb all over, as if he was hit by an electric current. She heard a crisp cracking sound.
Everything seems to be really late. It's too late. Yang Qianluo didn't say anything else. He turned around stiffly and walked towards the door.
Lu Qingtong stared blankly, then took out the car keys from the drawer and said to Yi Qingfeng, I'll take her home. She was worried that something might happen to Yang Qianluo in this state.
No need, I'll ask the driver to come over. Hearing Lu Qingtong's words, Yang Qianluo turned around and smiled bitterly. At this time, Dad, what happened?
I saw Wanwan rubbing her sleepy eyes and slowly walking down the stairs.
Hearing Wanwan's voice, Yang Qianluo turned around abruptly.
She hadn't seen her child for nearly 5 years.
It turns out it's this big.
She noticed at first glance that Wanwan's eyes looked very much like her own.
The nose is somewhat similar too. The mouth looks like Yi Qingfeng. Hearing Wanwan's voice, Lu Qingtong quickly turned around and ran to Wanwan's side. It's nothing, Wanwan, go back to your room first. Wanwan nodded obediently, okay, Mom.
However, when Yang Qianluo heard Wanwan calling Lu Qingtong Mom, her beautiful eyes widened even more.
She rushed to Wanwan desperately, held her shoulders, and asked excitedly, what did you call her? Yang Qianluo's appearance scared Wanwan instantly.
She quickly curled up behind Lu Qingtong and stared at Yang Qianluo in panic.
Lu Qingtong also hurriedly protected Wanwan and excitedly shouted at Yang Qianluo, what are you doing? You scared Wanwan like this. If you really care about Wanwan, leave now.
Yi Qingfeng's voice sounded at the same time.
Tears flowed even more. Difficult to control.
Yang Qianluo looked at Wanwan painfully, knowing in his heart that if he told her the truth at this time, her young mind would find it difficult to accept it. But she couldn't accept calling Lu Qingtong Mom in her heart. For a moment, the house was very quiet.
It was eerily quiet. Until Yang Qianluo stood up painfully.
She reached out, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and walked in front of Yi Qingfeng.
Lu Qingtong, take Wanwan upstairs first. I have one last thing to say to Yi Qingfeng.
Yang Qianluo turned his back to Lu Qingtong, with a hint of pleading in his tone.
Lu Qingtong glanced at Yi Qingfeng, then picked up Wanwan and walked upstairs. She believed in this man. After Lu Qingtong and Wanwan came upstairs, Yang Qianluo asked Yi Qingfeng with tears in her eyes, have you never told me that I am Wanwan's mother? Yi Qingfeng nodded, yes, I never told you. After receiving this answer, Yang Qianluo showed a bitter smile, so, you plan to hide it forever? Wanwan is still young now.
When she grows up, she will explore the answer herself.
Then let's wait until she grows up.
Yi Qingfeng answered without hesitation. Indeed, as Wanwan grows up, she will definitely want to know who her biological mother is.
But does it matter? Unimportant.
Yi Qingfeng believed that it didn't matter who gave birth to her. Who loves her is the most important thing. For some reason, after seeing Wan, Yang Qianluo's mood became much more stable, her voice was no longer sharp, and there seemed to be a glimmer of light in her eyes. Yi Qingfeng vaguely saw something and reminded, I hope you don't hurt Wan again, especially now, she is still young. Oh. Yang Qianluo smiled coldly, then turned around and looked at Yi Qingfeng with an extremely firm look, and replied, Yi Qingfeng, listen carefully, no matter what happens between you and me, Wan is always my daughter, Yang Qianluo. After saying that, she turned around and walked towards the door, never looking back. Mom, who was that sister just now? Why is she so weird? She came home to quarrel with you in the middle of the night. Wan lay beside Lu Qingtong, blinking her big eyes and asked curiously. For a moment, Lu Qingtong didn't know how to answer, and just gently stroked Wan's hair. Wan, this is a matter between adults. Just go to sleep, okay? Oh. Wan puffed out her lips and said oh. But after just a short while, Wan couldn't help but be curious. She looked at Lu Qingtong and asked, Mom, actually, I know who that sister was just now. These words made Lu Qingtong's heart skip a beat. She looked at Wan in surprise and asked, Do you know who she is? Is her name Yang Qianluo? Wan said with her big round eyes. How do you know? Lu Qingtong asked impatiently. Wan answered innocently, I've seen her on TV before. That sister seems to be a big star too. Knowing that Wan knew Yang Qianluo in this way, Lu Qingtong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and smiled, yes, she is a singer like her mother. Mom, does she like Dad too, so she wants to snatch Dad from you? Wan asked another question that left Lu Qingtong speechless. Do children nowadays know so much? Forehead. However, just as Lu Qingtong was thinking about how to organize her words, Wan giggled, hugged Lu Qingtong's arm, and said, Mom, don't be afraid. Dad and I only like you. Next time, I will help you supervise Dad and will definitely not let other women get close to him. Chapter 92 Mom, I didn't see anything. Is Wan asleep? Hearing Lu Qingtong coming out of Wan's room, Yi Qingfeng asked softly. What happened tonight made him feel very guilty. He didn't expect that young Qianluo would do this. How did Qianluo get back? Was she sent back by the driver? Although young Qianluo was drunk, Lu Qingtong was still worried about her safety. Yi Qingfeng nodded, yes, the driver took her back. Qingtong, I'm sorry. Hearing this sorry, Lu Qingtong was slightly stunned, and then she forced a gentle smile, silly, it's not your fault. Yi Qingfeng reached out and gently hugged her, now that I think about it, I shouldn't have kept that guitar. Didn't you say it was born on the same day as Wan? It has a different meaning. Lu Qingtong answered with understanding. If it were her, she would keep it too. Take me to the old house tomorrow. Okay. Lu Qingtong nodded with a smile without asking any more questions. The next day, early morning. When Yi Qingfeng woke up, he found that Lu Qingtong was not by his side. Up so early? Yi Qingfeng was a little confused. He fumbled to get up and went downstairs along the handrail. Qingtong? He called softly, but received no response. Where have the people gone? This made him feel a little uneasy, and he couldn't help but speed up his search. Fortunately, he heard some noise when he passed by the living balcony. It's the sound of washing. Qingtong, is that you? He thought it was Aunt Zhang who came back. You're up. Lu Qingtong's sweet voice came to my ears. Yi Qingfeng was also a little surprised and asked, Are you washing clothes? There are some oil stains on Wan's clothes. The washing machine can't wash them clean, so I'll try washing them by hand. Lu Qingtong answered with a smile while rubbing the clothes. Yi Qingfeng had asked Lu Qingtong to clean the house before in order to relieve her anxiety, but when he learned that she was actually washing Wan's clothes, he suddenly felt reluctant. She is Lu Qingtong. I'll do it. Yi Qingfeng quickly walked over to Lu Qingtong and grabbed her hand. Washing clothes will make your hands rough. It's okay. Aunt Zhang is still in the hospital, so I'll just wash it during this time. At worst, I can apply some essence later. Lu Qingtong replied with a smile. She wanted to prove that she could be a good mother. Let me do it. Although, Yi Qingfeng has been cultivating Wan's ability to live independently since she was a child, and would let her help with some simple housework. But having this ability is enough. Yi Qingfeng couldn't bear to let them do this every day. Where is the oil stain? Yi Qingfeng grabbed the clothes and asked. Lu Ching guided Yi Qingfeng's hand and moved it to the location of the oil stain. This. Yi Qingfeng started rubbing quickly, his movements were so skillful that it made people feel distressed. Over the years, he has truly been both a father and a mother. At this time, Lu Qingtong gently hugged Yi Qingfeng from behind.
It's great to marry a man like you. Because Yi Qingfeng is not a cowardly man.
He is obviously so talented, but he is willing to focus his energy on life and on the people he loves. This is much better than those men who rush around in the mall every day but ignore their families.
Are there still oil stains?
After rubbing, Yi Qingfeng picked up the clothes and asked.
Yes.
Lu Qingtong suddenly smiled cunningly. Where? Yi Qingfeng asked seriously. This. After Lu Qingtong said this, she stood on tiptoe and kissed Yi Qingfeng's lips.
Unexpectedly.
Oh. In the distance, Wanwan was so shy that she covered her eyes with her hands.
Hearing Wanwan's voice, Lu Qingtong quickly let go of Yi Qingfeng. Why be so embarrassing? Mom, I didn't see anything. Wanwan waved her hands quickly.
In today's internet age, it is inevitable that children have seen these lovey-dovey scenes on their mobile phones.
Even some bad cartoons have kissing scenes.
This causes many children to be more or less precocious in their thinking.
It seems I have to be more careful next time. Lu Qingtong couldn't help but think in her heart. Showing affection doesn't corrupt children.
A private estate nestled in the mountains. One luxury car after another stopped at the door.
Tell me, President Fei called us here so early, is there something important? I don't know. I can't fathom what President Fei is thinking.
It is said that her brother has already gone abroad.
It seems that the Lu family's assets are about to be controlled by President Fei. To be honest, Mr. Lu is really too immature in front of Mr. Fei.
Soon, the group arrived at a tea house full of antique charm.
Waiting for Lu Fei to appear.
A few minutes later, Lu Fei, wearing a loose tencel suit, walked in quickly from outside, followed by two secretaries.
Everyone, sorry to have kept you waiting.
She had a confident smile on her face.
Mr. Fei, we have only been here for a while.
One of the men in a baggy suit said with a smile, squinting his eyes. Okay, then I'll get straight to the point. You all hold a lot of Tianyan shares, and you should all be aware of Tianyan's recent situation.
Lu Qingtong's public breach of contract will definitely have a huge impact on Tianyan's stock price.
So, I hope you can do me a favor.
After sitting down, Lu Fei got straight to the point.
When Tianyan's stock price was mentioned, everyone looked at each other. After all, Lu Qingtong is the face of Tianyan, and her departure will definitely cause the stock price to plummet. These people hold nearly 40% of Tianyan's shares.
Boss Fei, what do you want us to do? Lu Fei smiled faintly and said calmly, you are not allowed to sell a single piece.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked.
If you don't sell at this time, are you waiting to lose money?
Logically speaking, if you know the price will fall, you will definitely take profit and exit the market at this time.
Secure the profit.
What's more, Lu Qingtong won the championship for the first time in the Voice of China, and Tianyan's stock price rebounded strongly and returned to a high level.
This is the best time to leave.
Seeing everyone talking, a hint of coldness flashed in Lu Fei's eyes, but she didn't get angry.
Her tone remained calm as she said, I know that if I don't say anything today, everyone will want to leave and take profits, right?
At this time, one of the speculators smiled awkwardly and said, Boss Fei, if we don't leave the market knowing that Tianyan's stock will fall, then it's obvious that we will lose money.
If you don't sell, how low can Tianyan's stock price fall relying on the limited power of retail investors? Lu Fei asked with narrowed eyes.
In Lu Fei's opinion, as long as he can stabilize the group of people in front of him, Tianyan's stock price will not fall. Anyway, I called you here today because I can tell you clearly that after the market opens tomorrow, I will buy whatever retail investors sell.
As long as you don't sell, Tianyan's stock price will not fall. Those retail investors are just leaks.
But soon, Lu Fei changed the subject and said coldly, but if I knew that any of you had followed suit, I would be very angry.
You should know what the consequences of my anger would be, right? Chapter 93. Do you have a woman outside?
After breakfast, Lu Qingtong drove to the old house with Yi Qingfeng and Wanwan. Now that Wanwan's existence has been acknowledged to the outside world, there is no need for her to hide it anymore.
This time Wanwan also brought Dahuang back home.
People always miss the past, and both Wanwan and Dahuang were very happy to return to the old house. After opening the door, Yi Qingfeng did not rush in, but touched the password lock and turned on the permission function. Then he changed a new password.
Why did you change the password? Lu Ching asked curiously without reacting.
She can see the guitar, which means she came in yesterday.
Yi Qingfeng replied. It's not surprising that Yang Qianluo guessed the previous password. Lu Qingtong nodded in realization. So what's your new password?
602518, Yi Qingfeng replied.
Lu Qingtong was stunned. Does this password have any special meaning? Yi Qingfeng. ISNT this year in Wanwan's birthday.
Fortunately, Lu Qingtong reacted quickly, but still looked surprised. How do you know my birthday?
Didn't you fill in your ID number when you got the certificate? Yi Qingfeng replied. But Lu Qingtong was still surprised. You can't see it. Yes, I can't see, but I'm not deaf.
You were afraid of making mistakes, so you read the answers while filling them in.
Yi Qingfeng explained. Lu Qingtong's expression suddenly became awkward.
She couldn't get rid of this bad habit since she was in school. Whenever she encountered important numbers, she would subconsciously write and speak them.
I was even warned by the invigilator during the college entrance examination.
I almost thought she was telling the correct answer to the person next to her. Moreover, Lu Qingtong's math was extremely bad, and her college entrance examination score was ridiculously low. Fortunately, she is an art student. If the people next to her had really listened to her answers, they would probably be far ahead of her after the test. Lu Qingtong smiled awkwardly, and this time forced herself to memorize the password in her mind.
Next time you enter your password, you have to change this bad habit.
After changing the password, Yi Qingfeng walked into the bedroom, but found that the guitar was no longer on the windowsill.
It was taken away by Yang Qianluo. This made him frown. He came this time, actually wanting to destroy it. Since Yang Qianluo has a memory about this guitar, then it shouldn't exist. However, she was taken away. Where's the guitar? Lu Qingtong asked curiously when she didn't see the guitar. She took it away.
Yi Qingfeng said helplessly.
Lu Qingtong also realized why Yang Qianluo took the guitar away. Just take it away.
It's just a guitar, I'll buy you another one.
Lu Qingtong giggled. This time, engrave our names on it. Okay.
Yi Qingfeng nodded, but felt a little uneasy inside.
He hoped that Yang Qianluo would stop causing trouble.
On the other side of the ocean, the night gradually deepened.
After taking a shower, Zhao Yu put on a black nightgown.
Although she was nearly 50 years old, she still had charm. She admired herself in the mirror, then sprayed some perfume and walked out of the bathroom with a charming smile. Although they are an old couple, they still have to have some romance. Especially the time in the past few years, we must cherish it even more. Otherwise, menopause will come in a few years.
Honey, I'm coming. Zhao Yu smiled and walked into the bedroom.
However, she wilted in an instant, and the charm on her face turned into anger.
You old thing, what have you been doing on these days on business? There are colorful flags flying outside. Are you going to go home and fall asleep right away?
Looking at the old pervert who was already sleeping on the bed, Zhao Yu was so angry that he put his hands on his hips. During this period, she was caught twice misunderstanding Yi Qingfeng and Lu Qingtong doing something at her daughter's house, which really aroused her emotions. Back in the United States, he was always on frivolous business trips, and she finally managed to wait for him to come back.
Damn, you fell asleep? Lu Xishan, get up and get to work. Zhao Yu pinched the old man's arm, causing him to jump up from the bed in pain. Ouch, what are you doing? Lu Xishan felt pain and said speechlessly. Do you have a woman outside? Do you sleep with her as soon as you come back? Do the women outside make you so tired? Zhao Yu asked angrily. Lu Xishan was speechless. All the secretaries around me are your people. You know better than me whether I have a woman or not. Who knows if you've learned the trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Anyway, I don't care. I'm hungry today. I'm starving to death. Lu Xishan couldn't help but grin. It was so scary when this woman was hungry.
But judging from her attitude, she has to pay the little amount of imperial grain.
I'll go wash first. Lu Xishan struggled to get up from the bed and went into the bathroom.
Zhao Yu then smiled with satisfaction, then lay down on the bed, picked up his phone, and checked the news for a while. A few minutes later, Lu Xishan came out of the bathroom, fully prepared mentally. Before coming out, he took a deep breath and encouraged himself, Lu Xishan, you are still young, you can do it. Walk. However, as soon as they came out of the bathroom, Zhao Yu grabbed his hand and walked out.
Lu Xishan was horrified and asked in shock, "Where are you going in the middle of the night?"
Airport.
This time, Lu Xishan's eyes widened even more. Is this person becoming more and more evil as he gets older? Not satisfied at home, go straight to the airport? Is it so exciting? Hey, hey, hey! At least put on some clothes. You want me to go to the airport like this? Lu Xishan shouted.
Zhao Yu finally calmed down and stared at Lu Xishan speechlessly. You old man, what are you thinking about?
What are you thinking about? Lu Xishan looked innocent, his mind completely confused.
Your daughter got married to that Yi Qingfeng.
Zhao Yu explained angrily. I've only been back for a few days and I've already got the marriage certificate? This is outrageous. Hearing this, Lu Xishan also became excited. What did you say? Qingtong and that Yi Qingfeng got their marriage certificate? That's right.
You simply don't take you or me seriously.
Zhao Yu said angrily. This is even more powerful than me. Let's go back to the country. I want to teach that kid a lesson. Lu Xishan looked heroic and confident. Hey! Put on some clothes.
Zhao Yu twitched his lips as he looked at Lu Xishan, who was about to go to the airport in just his underwear.
Oh, I forgot. Lu Xishan turned back in shame. But this son-in-law is amazing.
When I was pursuing your mother-in-law, although I was very brave, I still had to force my father-in-law to agree before I could get the marriage certificate. Yi Qingfeng, you kidnapped your precious daughter without even meeting your father-in-law.
This is intolerable. Chapter 94, Passion at your service. Dear Mr. Yi, where are we going now?
After eating a bowl of tsiwu noodles at the entrance of the community, Lu Qingtong diligently worked as a driver again. Yi Qingfeng fastened his seatbelt and said with a smile, let's go to Lao Bei's place.
Okay, driver Lu is online, passionately serving you.
No, there's no need for passion.
Just drive slowly. Yi Qingfeng waved his hand quickly. He.
Lu Qingtong smiled playfully. In the car late at night, the floor oil doesn't exist.
This girl drives very gently.
However, as soon as he finished speaking, the car roared and rushed out. It was a mistake, a small mistake. Lu Qingtong quickly retracted her foot, but Wanwan clapped her hands excitedly in the back seat. Wow, mom drives so cool. When they arrived at Huangji, Lu Qingtong helped Yi Qingfeng get out of the car and walked into the hall. However, when Lu Qingtong saw the scene in front of her, she was stunned.
What's wrong?
Seeing her stop moving, Yi Qingfeng asked curiously.
What is Mr. Bei doing?
Seeing that most of Huangji's employees were in the lobby on the first floor, staring at the three of them, how could Lu Qingtong not be surprised?
Hello, Mr. Yi. Then, I heard the sincere greetings from Huangji employees. It's a bit scary.
When Yi Qingfeng heard the words hello, Mr. Yi, he was stunned.
Lao Bei, what are you doing?
Bei Hongfei quickly came over and shook Yi Qingfeng's hand. Knowing you were coming, Huangji was so excited.
Are you sure? Not frightened? After all, weren't these people surprised that Mr. Yi suddenly appeared out of nowhere?
Unfortunately, Yi Qingfeng couldn't see it, otherwise he would have discovered that the faces of these Huangji employees were indeed full of respect for Yi Qingfeng.
There are two reasons.
First, they all knew how great Yi Qingfeng's contribution to Huangji was behind the scenes. If it weren't for Yi Qingfeng, there would be no Huangji today.
Second, the employees of Huangji really love this place. Huangji is a company with the best atmosphere in the entire industry.
There is almost no intrigue here, and opportunities are very fair to everyone. And these ideas were all proposed by Yi Qingfeng.
So, how can they not respect such a person who has made outstanding contributions to Huangji behind the scenes?
I should have known not to text you in advance. Yi Qingfeng patted Bei Hongfei's shoulder, feeling a little touched in his heart.
He was not wrong about the person. Bei Hongfei was a man worthy of being a lifelong brother. Hello, Uncle Bei.
At this time, Wanwan took the initiative to greet Bei Hongfei, appearing particularly polite. This was also the first time Bei Hongfei saw Wanwan. Looking at this little beauty, he was very surprised.
Oh, your name is Wanwan, right? Bei Hongfei's voice suddenly became childish. Wanwan giggled and nodded. Yeah, my name is Wanwan. Oh, Uncle didn't know you were coming.
This is our first meeting, so I didn't prepare any gifts for you. So, Xiaowu, go to the toy store and buy a gift for Wan. Xiaowu immediately stepped forward excitedly and asked, Boss Bei, what should I buy? This question stumped Bei Hongfei. After a pause, Bei Hongfei replied, buy all the toys in the store and let Wan choose for herself. Yi Qingfeng. Lu Qingtong. Wan. Bei Hongfei brought Yi Qingfeng and others to the viewing garden on the top floor, which was also his favorite place to stay. Comfortable. Qingtong, try our Huangji special coffee. I guarantee you've never had it outside. Can you drink the coffee beans ground by Bei Hongfei himself outside? Mr. Bei, please stop busying yourself. It makes us feel embarrassed. Seeing Bei Hongfei was still busy, Lu Qingtong felt a little embarrassed. This is so passionate. Bei Hongfei laughed heartily, then placed a cup of steaming hot coffee in front of Yi Qingfeng and said, Qingfeng, I've contacted a senior ophthalmologist in China these days. He'll be able to come over the day after tomorrow. Why don't you let him take a look? Yi Qingfeng knew that Bei Hongfei had been helping him find a doctor during this period of time. Okay. Yi Qingfeng smiled gratefully, not wanting to let him down. He also hoped to recover his eyesight as soon as possible, otherwise, it would cause too much pressure on Lu Qingtong. At this moment, Yi Qingfeng's expression turned serious. He asked Bei Hongfei, Brother Hongfei, do you really have any other evidence about He Bang? Bei Hongfei naturally wouldn't lie in front of Yi Qingfeng. He nodded truthfully and replied, yes, I have substantial evidence that he bribed important people. If I let him go, he'll go to jail. Upon learning that Bei Hongfei really had it, Yi Qingfeng's expression became even more solemn. He was a little worried about Bei Hongfei's safety. After all, he knows the current situation of this circle very well. They are all a bunch of rabble. If anyone wants to disrupt this balance, he will definitely pay the price. Yi Qingfeng was silent for a moment, then said, the evidence in your hand, others don't know about it, right? In theory, no one knows except the few people who help me. Bei Hongfei replied, then looked at Yi Qingfeng with some doubts and said, Qingfeng, if you need it, I can give it to you anytime. I don't need it. I just want to say that you must not show these evidences like you did yesterday. Even if He Bang is not sure whether you have substantial evidence, he certainly won't dare to gamble. I'm afraid. Yi Qingfeng hesitated to speak. Bei Hongfei understood the situation, but he simply smiled and said, it's okay. I'm not afraid. I'm alone. If my life can make this industry cleaner, it's worth it. We just need to do our own thing. Besides, what the public really likes is high-quality works. If we raise the public's aesthetic standards, those capitals that only know how to use tricks will naturally stop playing around. Yi Qingfeng still remembers the catastrophe that happened to the entertainment industry in 2018. At that time, almost 50% of the film and television entertainment companies in the country went bankrupt, and tax evasion incidents were thoroughly investigated, with countless CEOs imprisoned. Yi Qingfeng's company also became the leader at that time. Unfortunately, he was still careless, and a car accident caused by his enemy brought him to this dimension. This is also the reason why he is no longer interested in the ups and downs of business wars after coming to this dimension. He was once a loner in that dimension, but the moment he closed his eyes, he truly realized what is truly important in life. It is to do things that interest both of you with the one you love, and grow old together in each other's arms. Fortunately, God gave him another chance. Lu Qingtong and Wan are the relationships that he should cherish most in his life. Nothing else matters, as long as the other party doesn't cause trouble. Chapter 95. Do you love me? Okay, as long as these evidences no longer threaten our safety, I won't reveal them again. Bei Hongfei understood Yi Qingfeng's meaning and nodded solemnly. At the beginning, he sent people to collect these evidences secretly, more for self-protection. By the way, Qingfeng, how are you going to deal with Qingtong's breach of contract fee? Bei Hongfei looked at Yi Qingfeng and asked. After all, this matter cannot be avoided. It is the biggest trouble right now. Lu Qingtong was the first to speak up about this issue, saying, even if a lawsuit were to break out, the compensation would probably be over $1 billion. Over 10 billion, Tianyan wouldn't win. There's no precedent for this in the entertainment industry. And Lu Qingtong can come up with more than 10 billion. If it really doesn't work, just sell all the properties under your name. I won't compensate you even a penny. However, at this time, Yi Qingfeng spoke lightly. This surprised Bei Hongfei and Lu Qingtong. They looked at him in shock and asked, what are you going to do?
Short Tianyan and let Tianyan change its owner.
Hearing this, Bei Hongfei was a little surprised and said, Tianyan's market value is around 20 billion now. Lu Xiao holds a 32% stake, which is over 6 billion. If we want to surpass Lu Xiao, we need at least 6 billion in funds. I can only raise this money by selling my shares in Huangji. Of course, if it really comes to that, Qingfeng, I can sell my shares in Huangji for you. Yi Qingfeng was touched by Bei Hongfei's generosity, but he shook his head without hesitation and said, Brother Hongfei, I appreciate your kindness.
Although Tianyan's current market value is 20 billion, what if the stock price drops by half? Qingfeng, I understand your logic. However, even though I bought some Tianyan shares last time, the proportion was too small. It's unrealistic to short Tianyan with this little money.
Although Tianyan has been plagued by negative news recently and its stock price will definitely fall, it is still too difficult to cut Tianyan's stock price in half. In my opinion, there is still a chance. I have checked the fundamentals of Tianyan, and 40% of its shares are in the hands of speculators and experts. As long as these people trample on each other and leave the market, Tianyan's stock price will collapse. Yi Qingfeng said lightly.
But Bei Hongfei's brows remained furrowed. He said, I understand what you're saying, but it's not that easy for these people to sell out, right? Besides, Tianyan is controlled by Lu Fei now.
I've seen her tactics before, and they're very ruthless.
If she threatens those speculators, even if they sell, they won't dare to sell too much. Even if the stock price falls, they'll buy it at the bottom. It's really too difficult to make Tianyan's stock price plummet by half. Brother Hongfei, what is the most important thing for a company? Of course, its value. So, what if this company has no value? It wasn't until Yi Qingfeng said this that Bei Hongfei suddenly realized, you want to cut off the source of Tianyan's trouble? As long as Tianyan is willing to let go of Qingtong, I won't do this. But if Lu Fei insists on fighting Qingtong to the death, this is the only way.
Yi Qingfeng replied coldly. I will not offend others unless they offend me. If anyone offends me, he will be punished by heaven and earth.
Bedroom. A mess.
On the ground, a bottle of red wine was knocked over, and the bright red liquid flowed all over the floor. Yang Qianluo, wearing a black nightgown and with messy hair, leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window with empty eyes, looking very tired. Next to her was the guitar with the letters YY engraved on it.
Miss Yang, are you okay?
Outside the house, the housekeeper's call came. She was a little worried because she hadn't heard any movement from Yang Qianluo the whole morning.
Yang Qianluo didn't make a sound.
She was too lazy to respond, nor did she have the energy to respond. At this time, the door was opened and He Bang, wearing a light blue suit, walked in from outside. Seeing the scene inside the house, his expression suddenly changed.
Qianluo.
He thought the bright red wine was Yang Qianluo's blood. Yang Qianluo raised his eyes and glanced at him indifferently, then said weakly, Why are you here? Realizing it was red wine, He Bang breathed a sigh of relief and said, Anshan said you've been locking yourself in your room, so I rushed over because I was worried.
Mind your own business.
Yang Qianluo glanced at Anshan, then stood up, holding onto the windowsill.
I'm fine. How can I not handle such a small setback? I just drank a little too much and I'm tired.
Hurry, clean it up quickly.
He Bang ordered hurriedly, then followed Yang Qianluo out of the room.
Arriving in the living room, Yang Qianluo threw himself on the sofa again, then gave He Bang a bitter smile. This is the first time you've seen me like this in these years, right? He Bang nodded. Lu Qingtong has really gone too far this time.
She's ruined the show.
You're Weibo.
He Bang swallowed the rest of his sentence back after saying it halfway.
Because at this time Yang Qianluo's Weibo was also down, and all kinds of black fans were attacking him.
In desperation, the company has closed all comment sections. To be honest, the curse was a bit harsh.
Yang Qianluo smiled indifferently, even looking at He Bang with a joking look, and said, Why aren't you angry at all?
I've caused such a huge loss to the company, shouldn't you be pointing at my nose and scolding me?
He Bang sighed, How could I bear to do that?
Do you love me?
At this time, Yang Qianluo suddenly asked He Bang this question. He Bang was a little surprised and stared at her in a daze. Then he nodded without hesitation and said, Of course, you don't know how nervous I was last night. I was really worried that Yi Qingfeng's child might have something to do with you. Fortunately, the child has nothing to do with you.
It was born to that guy and another woman.
It's a pity for the child's mother. She died at such a young age.
With a sudden movement, Yang Qianluo's heart trembled violently.
He Bang didn't notice the change in Yang Qianluo's expression, but said to himself, I came here today because I have good news for you.
Good news? Yang Qianluo frowned slightly. What good news could there be at this time? I have a friend who is back from Berkeley. Yang Qianluo was puzzled and asked, what does this have to do with me?
His voice is very similar to Yi Zi's, and his creative talent is not inferior to Yi Zi's. He Bang raised his eyebrows and smiled.
But Yang Qianluo was still puzzled. Then what?
He Bang narrowed his eyes and smiled sinisterly, I can make him a leaf.
At this point, Yang Qianluo's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. She stared at He Bang in disbelief and said, how can this be replaced?
As long as Yi Qingfeng sings publicly, he can prove who the real Yi Zi is.
So, what if he can never sing again?
There was a hint of hostility in He Bang's eyes.
Chapter 96 Lu Chingtong's brother. Imperial Extreme. Bei Hongfei and his friends were having a very happy chat.
Wan was obediently standing by, drawing on a new drawing board. Bei Hongfei asked his assistant to buy a bunch of toys, including various plush toys and car models.
Wan only likes this drawing board.
She has loved painting since she was a child. Soon, while they were chatting and laughing, Wan had completed a painting, which was a scene of Yi Qingfeng and the others chatting. Although it was a cartoon, it was very vivid and perfectly captured the expressions of the characters, which made Bei Hongfei couldn't help but praise her. Wan is very talented in drawing. Although Yi Qingfeng couldn't see what she was painting at the moment, he knew his daughter very well. He smiled and said, Wan has loved painting since she was young, and she is indeed quite good at it. This talent cannot be wasted.
Coincidentally, I know a teacher who is the president of the Calligraphers and Painters Association.
I'll give him a call and ask him for some guidance. Bei Hongfei said excitedly when he thought of this, took out his cell phone and was about to make a call.
Brother Hongfei, you are talking about Mr. Qian, right? Lu Qingtong couldn't help but ask. Bei Hongfei nodded happily and said, yes, it's Mr. Qian. Qingtong, do you know him too? I've met him twice. Mr. Qian is a well-known painter in the country. Asking him to teach Wan how to paint might be a bit. Lu Qingtong grinned.
After all, this is somewhat of an overkill. Upon hearing that he was the president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association and a well-known painter in the country, Yi Qingfeng, like Lu Qingtong, felt a little worried and asked, will this be too much trouble for Mr. Qian?
It's okay. Mr. Qian loves children, and his granddaughter should be about the same age as Wan.
This way Wan can have another little friend.
Bei Hongfei laughed. Thinking about how Wan really lacked friends these years, Yi Qingfeng nodded and said, how about this, take me to see Mr. Qian in a few days, and I'll go visit him in person. It would be a bit rude to just call. Okay, no problem.
Bei Hongfei put down his phone and agreed immediately. At this moment, a ding sound was heard from the elevator in the distance, and then, led by his assistant, Su Xiao quickly walked towards the direction where Yi Qingfeng and the others were.
Mr. Yi.
When Su Xiao arrived in front of Yi Qingfeng, he excitedly stretched out his hand, appearing very respectful. This surprised Lu Qingtong a little. After all, Su Xiao was a film director, and it seemed like he had known Yi Qingfeng for a long time.
Hello, Director Su. Lu Qingtong took the initiative to greet him. Su Xiao smiled innocently, Qingtong is here too, long time no see. Yeah, long time no see. Lu Qingtong responded with a smile. The last time they met was at an awards ceremony.
Lu Qingtong has always admired the movies directed by Su Xiao, and she also hopes to have the opportunity to work with Su Xiao. Even if I don't make a movie, singing a movie theme song is fine. At this time, Su Xiao turned his gaze to Yi Qingfeng again, and seeing his somewhat empty eyes, there was a hint of sigh on his face. Of course he saw the news online. Otherwise, I wouldn't have rushed here today.
Mr. Yi, your eyes.
Su Xiao looked at Yi Qingfeng with some distress.
Can they be cured? I know a few good expert doctors. Why don't I ask them to come and take a look at you?
Yi Qingfeng smiled gratefully, it's okay, Brother Hongfei has also arranged a doctor for me. I'll take it step by step, and I'll get better.
Lao Su, how is the filming going? Bei Hongfei asked with a smile.
In fact, he knew that there were some problems during the filming process in the past few days. That's why he called Su Xiao and asked him to come over and ask Yi Qingfeng for his opinion. Su Xiao smiled awkwardly and said, overall it's okay, but there are a few shots that I'm unsure about, so I wanted to ask Mr. Ye's opinion, but... Su Xiao wanted to say something but stopped himself. After all, Yi Qingfeng couldn't see now, so it would be difficult to direct the picture. Yi Qingfeng said apologetically, Director Su, this is my fault.
I should have been there.
Mr. Yi, the quality of this film is very high, so I really dare not neglect it.
Otherwise, can we take it a little longer? 3 months is indeed a bit tight.
Su Xiao suggested. He hoped to wait until Yi Qingfeng recovered his eyesight so that he could have a general grasp of the film.
Only then will he feel at ease.
Otherwise, if the film is released hastily, and some of the camera language is inconsistent with the meaning of the script, then such a good script will be wasted. However, Yi Qingfeng shook his head. After all, he didn't know when his eyes would recover, and it would not be a good idea to delay it like this.
Did you bring the sample?
Yi Qingfeng asked.
Su Xiao nodded quickly and took out the computer from his bag. I brought it.
Well, tell me the details of the shot breakdown one by one.
Su Xiao was a little surprised. Is this okay?
The language of the lens is composed of different camera positions.
Let me try it.
Yi Qingfeng replied. After all, he was so familiar with the movie Dying to Survive that he remembered every shot clearly.
Okay, let's give it a try.
Since Yi Qingfeng said so, Su Xiao naturally had no objection and agreed immediately. On the plane, Lu Zhishan was holding a tablet in his hands and looking at the information carefully. Before taking off, he downloaded all the news about Yi Qingfeng. He wants to take advantage of this time to get to know his daring son-in-law better.
Where on earth did he get the confidence to kidnap his own daughter like this?
But the more he looked, the more his brows relaxed.
This kid is quite something.
Lu Zhishan pointed at the screen and said involuntarily. Zhao Yu, who was standing by, was waiting for Lu Zhishan to scold him, but he didn't expect that what he got was a word of recognition.
She looked at her husband speechlessly and said, Aren't your requirements for choosing a son-in-law a little too low? This kid really sings beautifully.
Lu Zhishan took off his headphones and handed them to Zhao Yu.
Would you like to listen too?
Zhao Yu. Singing can make a living.
The point is, we don't know anything about Yi Qingfeng's background. At least we should know what his parents do, right?
In marriage, being well matched is very important.
The point is, he has a daughter. Isn't our daughter just a scapegoat?
When it came to the fact that Yi Qingfeng had a daughter, Lu Zhishan's brows furrowed again.
Look, don't you mind this too?
Zhao Yu said, puffing out his lips.
Unexpectedly. Don't you think I'm too young to be a grandfather at this age?
Zhao Yu.
How can you be so heartless as a father? Lu Zhishan put down the tablet, smiled slightly, and said, Actually, I do believe Qingtong. Has our daughter ever disappointed us in all these years?
Since she truly loves Yi Qingfeng, and she knows Yi Qingfeng's situation, as a father, as long as she feels happy, that's enough. After all, as a father, he knew very well how high Lu Qingtong's requirements were for men. A man who can attract his daughter must have something extraordinary about him. However, Zhao Yu's brows remained furrowed as he said, What's the point of your approval? Yi Qingfeng will definitely not be able to pass Xiao Chen's test. The Xiao Chen that Zhao Yu mentioned was Lu Qingtong's biological brother, Lu Xiaochen. Everything the Lu family has now was actually the result of his hard work. He has loved his sister very much since she was a child. How could he bear to see his sister marry a man with a daughter? Chapter 97. Are you getting married or is your daughter getting married? When mentioning his son, Lu Zhishan couldn't help but sigh. Alas, there is really no way to deal with him. Who made me a rich second generation? Without Lu Xiaochen, Lu Zhishan might still only run a small factory in his hometown. How could he expand his business all over the world? Thanks to this son. Lu Zhishan touched his nose awkwardly and said, As for her brother, she'll have to handle it herself. As his father, I can't say anything. Look at you as a father. Although Xiao Chen is not my biological son, he is yours after all, right? This is the first time I've seen a father afraid of his son. Zhao Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lu Zhishan. However, although Lu Xiaochen was not Zhao Yu's biological son, Zhao Yu was still very satisfied with this son. After all, he is handsome and rich. He is also very filial to his stepmother. Lu Zhishan smiled bitterly, Come on, you're still hoping Xiao Chen will help you. But I still have to tell Xiao Chen about Qingtong getting married. I told you. Ah? Lu Zhishan was suddenly shocked. At least give me some mental preparation. What kind of mental preparation do you need to make? Are you getting married or is your daughter getting married? Zhao Yu was speechless. He had never seen a father so afraid of his son. What did Xiao Chen say?
Lu Ching asked nervously.
Zhao Yu chuckled, I guess he'll arrive in High City around the same time as us. Old Lu, let me warn you, if Xiaochen gets so angry that he hits Yi Qingfeng today, you can't help him.
I have to help. You dare. I have to help Xiaochen. Mr. Yi. You are truly amazing.
Your camera techniques have solved the problem that has been bothering me for the past few days. At this moment, Su Zhao's face was full of admiration for Yi Qingfeng. It was really unexpected that Yi Qingfeng could solve the problem that had troubled him for many days without being able to see the picture, just by relying on the details of the lens analysis.
And just a few sample clips had already attracted Lu Qingtong, and she couldn't help but ask, Qingfeng, is this movie about leukemia patients? It seems very meaningful. Qingtong, do you want to join this movie?
Yi Qingfeng asked with a smile. These words not only surprised Lu Qingtong, but also made Su Zhao's eyes widen.
The casting for this drama has already been decided. I can't add any more characters. It's okay to play a supporting role, but asking Lu Qingtong to play a supporting role is a bit too much, right? Me?
Lu Qingtong pointed at her nose and then asked a soul-searching question.
Is there a female lead in this film?
Su Xiao replied awkwardly, yes, I did. I was a striptease performer at first, and…
Lu Qingtong. Yi Qingfeng smiled and explained, what are you thinking about? I mean the theme song of this drama.
In the original dimension, the theme song of Dying to Survive was just the ordinary sung by Zhang Jie and Zhang Baikan.
Although this song was not very popular, it was a very meaningful song. This song is also very touching and fits the movie Dying to Survive.
When Lu Qingtong learned that she was to sing the theme song, she nodded without hesitation and said, that's fine. Su Xiao slapped his thigh excitedly, having Qingtong sing the theme song for the movie will be even more powerful.
This song can be sung by a male and female duet.
Yi Qingfeng looked in the direction of Lu Qingtong, but he couldn't see her excited expression.
So, it's you and me?
Although she already had the answer in her heart, Lu Qingtong still couldn't suppress her inner excitement. Yi Qingfeng smiled and nodded, I'll give you the music score when we get home.
Okay. Let's go home. Bei Hongfei. Su Xiao. Yi Qingfeng. Mei Yu.
Yang Qianluo, who had put on careful makeup, no longer had a trace of decadence on her. At this moment, she, with her graceful figure, was standing outside the transparent recording studio, with her arms folded over her chest, listening to the singer's performance inside. As the music stopped, He Bang looked at Yang Qianluo excitedly and asked, Shi Chen's voice is very similar to Yi Zi's, right? Yang Qianluo held his chin and nodded, the voice is quite similar, but I still think it's too risky to do this. Besides, although Yi Zi is quite popular, he has only released 2 singles.
There's no need to impersonate him, right?
He Bang had a sly smile on his face.
Don't underestimate Yi Zi's popularity right now. When your first album was released, the combined popularity of the first month wasn't as high as Yi Zi's current popularity, right? This is a valuable IP that can generate a ton of revenue for the company.
Furthermore, once fans believe Qi Chen is Yi Zi, then Yi Qingfeng will be an imposter, and Lu Qingtong will be deceiving the fans. Both of their personas will crumble. I said, this trick won't last long.
Yi Zi's voice can be imitated, but what about her talent? Will she not release new songs in the future? Yang Qianluo was still speechless about He Bang's decision. Do you look down on me so much?
However, at this moment, Qi Chen's voice came to Yang Qianluo's ears.
He was not angry at what Yang Qianluo said.
Instead, he smiled and appeared very confident.
Yang Qianluo's eyes flickered slightly.
Qi Chen pursed his lips and said, first of all, I admit that the 2 songs Yi Zi sang do have something to offer, but it's just a little bit.
I can write songs like this in a few days. Yang Qianluo couldn't help but frown. Are all those who come back from Berkeley so arrogant?
Seeing Yang Qianluo remain silent, Qi Chen continued, if Mr. He hadn't asked me to do this, I wouldn't have bothered to pretend to be Yi Zi. With my own abilities, it would only take me a year at most to become a hit in the Chinese music scene.
Yang Qianluo really disliked Qi Chen's tone of voice. Is it really that easy to make it in the Chinese music scene? Then why are you still willing to pretend to be Yi Zi? Yang Qianluo couldn't help but ask back.
Qi Chen glanced at He Bang with a smile, because this is very interesting. I want to see how this person who doesn't even dare to show his face when singing can fight back. Chapter 98 Her life was ruined.
I didn't expect that you could write scripts.
Lu Qingtong said while driving on the way home. It was beyond her expectation that Yi Qingfeng could also write scripts.
Is there anything this man can't do?
I originally wanted to leave some money for Wan. Yi Qingfeng answered truthfully. These words made Lu Qingtong stun for a moment, but she soon reacted. Her expression became more serious.
She looked at Yi Qingfeng and asked, "What did you originally think about the brain tumor?"
Yi Qingfeng gently stroked Wan's hair. Now that the matter was over, he felt relieved. He laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "I had been thinking that I would get the surgery after the filming was finished."
"So if the operation is unsuccessful, you won't come back?" Lu Qingtong asked back.
Yi Qingfeng nodded truthfully, "If I don't succeed, I will be a..." Before Yi Qingfeng could finish, Lu Qingtong interrupted him with feigned anger. "You are not allowed to have such thoughts again in the future.
Do you understand? No matter what you become in the future, Wan and I cannot leave you and live a life without you."
"Dad, Wan can't leave you."
Wan hugged Yi Qingfeng's arm and said in a baby voice.
A warm feeling surged in Yi Qingfeng's heart.
"No, I won't think like this anymore."
Yi Qingfeng forced a smile. "That's good." Lu Qingtong smiled knowingly, then drove the car into the community. However, when she arrived at the gate of the villa, she saw a figure wandering in front of the yard. Looking closely, it was a familiar face.
"Sister Xiaoyan, why is she here?"
Lu Qingtong murmured in confusion.
"He Xiaoyan?"
Yi Qingfeng had some impression of this singer. Although he is not very popular, he is also a talented singer. The songs in his album are very difficult and it is difficult for ordinary people to cover them.
Perhaps, this is also the reason why she cannot become popular.
The more difficult the song is, the fewer people will cover it, and it will be difficult for it to become popular.
Lu Qingtong quickly parked the car and opened the door.
When Yi Xiaoyan saw her, she immediately came forward and then bowed deeply to Lu Qingtong.
"Qingtong, thank you."
Lu Qingtong quickly supported her arm and said, "Sister Xiaoyan, don't be like this." Just looking at Yi Xiaoyan's current appearance, Lu Qingtong felt uncomfortable in her heart. After being eliminated last year due to the shady dealings of the program crew and suffering from online violence, she now suffers from depression. Her figure has become seriously out of shape, and she looks completely lifeless. The celebrity industry is also an industry with a high incidence of depression.
Many celebrities have even ended their lives due to depression.
Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Xiaoyan's eyes were already red. She looked at Lu Qingtong with tears in her eyes and said, "Qingtong, you dared to openly criticize the production team on the show.
It's really not easy for you.
Thank you for letting the public know the dark side of this show.
Sister Xiaoyan, come in and talk."
Lu Qingtong took Yi Xiaoyan's hand, wanting her to come in and sit down for a good chat. But she refused. It can be seen that she is very concerned about her current condition and seems extremely lacking in confidence. Yi Xiaoyan smiled bitterly and said, "Qingtong, I won't go in. I know that you publicly criticized the production team and terminated your contract with Tianyan.
It must have been very difficult for you. Tianyan will definitely make things difficult for you, right?"
Lu Qingtong couldn't help but sigh, but soon smiled and said, "It's okay, I don't care, it will all pass." Unexpectedly, at this moment, Yi Xiaoyan actually took out a card from her bag and said, "Qingtong, I know that if you terminate your contract with Tianyan, you will definitely have to pay a large sum of liquidated damages. Although there is not much money in the card, I still hope to help you a little.
Since you are not happy in Tianyan, then get out. I support you on this point."
Yi Xiaoyan's action surprised Lu Qingtong very much. She never thought that Yi Xiaoyan would use money to help her. At the same time, Yi Qingfeng, who was sitting in the car, frowned when he heard Yi Xiaoyan's words. He vaguely felt something. So, he groped his way out of the car, walked up to Yi Xiaoyan, smiled slightly, and said, "Hello, Miss Yi." Seeing Yi Qingfeng, Yi Xiaoyan's eyes flickered slightly, and then she forced a smile and said, "Hello, Mr. Yi.
I listened to your song and I really like it."
Although Yi Qingfeng couldn't see Yi Xiaoyan's expression, he could feel a strong sense of fatigue from her tone.
"Thank you."
Yi Qingfeng smiled gratefully and then asked, "Miss Yi, have you terminated your contract with your agency?"
Lu Qingtong discovered that when this question was mentioned, Yi Xiaoyan's eyes became even dimmer.
Yi Xiaoyan smiled bitterly and replied in a low voice, "There are still many years left. I can't solve it, and I don't want to solve it." Compared with Lu Qingtong's contract, Yi Xiaoyan's contract is even more stringent. The contract is for 20 years, and almost all of my youth has been given to the agency. So once the company put her on ice, her life was almost ruined.
If I'm not mistaken, the thought of suicide has been lingering in your mind for a long time, right?
At this time, Yi Qingfeng's expression became solemn. Artists like He Xiaoyan who committed suicide were not uncommon in Yi Qingfeng's previous life. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of He Xiaoyan and Lu Qingtong changed.
Lu Qingtong instantly understood why He Xiaoyan wanted to give her money.
She didn't want Lu Qingtong to be like her, tortured by the company to the point of being neither human nor ghost.
He Xiaoyan finally couldn't hold back her tears.
She grabbed Lu Qingtong's hand and said gratefully, "Qingtong, I'm really grateful that you can publicly criticize that black-hearted program crew. You have no idea how excited I was last night when I saw you criticizing the program crew.
But I'm ruined. Look at me now. I can't go back. So I really don't want you to repeat my mistakes. These capitalists are really vicious. We can't beat them."
After saying that, He Xiaoyan covered her mouth and burst into tears, which showed how desperate she was inside. Listening to He Xiaoyan's crying, Yi Qingfeng felt a pang of sadness in his heart. To be honest, he didn't want to go against these capitalists like he did in his previous life, and end up being hit and killed by his enemy's car. Now, he just wants to live a good life with Lu Qingtong and Wan Wan.
Maybe they will have new children in the near future.
But if all this does not change, there will be more and more artists like He Xiaoyan.
Just as Bei Hongfei said, the entertainment industry will only become the back garden of those capitalists.
Just as Yi Qingfeng was hesitating, Lu Qingtong tightly grasped He Xiaoyan's hand and said firmly, "Sister Xiaoyan, don't think like that.
I'm not afraid of these capitalists, not at all. Everything will change. You too, your talent and your life should not be ruined by these people."
Chapter 99. It turns out she is my own daughter. Lu Qingtong's words moved He Xiaoyan, but she finally gave a bitter smile and said, "Forget it, Qingtong, we can't beat them.
They have money and power, and they have too many ways to deal with us. I'm afraid that you will be hurt by them in the next period of time."
It can be seen that He Xiaoyan is really scared. Therefore, in her opinion, if Lu Qingtong could completely break free from the constraints of the company and terminate the contract with Tianyan, the harm would be less.
That's why she took out the money.
Lu Qingtong stuffed the card back into Yi Xiaoyan's hand, then turned her gaze to Yi Qingfeng and said seriously, "Sister Xiaoyan, let's work hard together for once, okay? Only by setting a precedent like ours can other artists no longer be held hostage by the company in the future, don't you agree?"
Precedent?
Tears glistened in He Xiaoyan's eyes as she stared at Lu Qingtong blankly.
Yes, only when there is a precedent can people behind us follow suit. Some rules can only be changed. Qingtong, can we really do it?
A faint glimmer of hope ignited in He Xiaoyan's heart.
It can be done.
So, Miss He, you have to cheer up.
No matter what, you sing for your fans who like you, not for those capitalists.
Yi Qingfeng said with a smile. He Xiaoyan looked at Yi Qingfeng and found that his empty eyes were filled with confidence.
Then what can I do? He Xiaoyan asked hesitantly. Make yourself better.
Yi Qingfeng replied immediately, when you are truly strong enough, your fans will become your greatest strength. Yi Qingfeng had witnessed this in his previous life.
The power of fans is terrifyingly strong. Beyond imagination.
The ones who can truly save an artist are the fans.
Qingfeng, do you think Sister Xiaoyan will become depressed again?
After He Xiaoyan left, Lu Qingtong was still very worried about her. After all, in today's society, more and more people are committing suicide due to depression.
Give her the thought.
She shouldn't have such silly thoughts again in the short term.
Yi Qingfeng replied, although he couldn't be sure. After all, depression is a physical disease.
Sometimes, once negative emotions erupt, no one can predict what she will do. Sister Xiaoyan helped me when I first debuted.
I really don't want anything to happen to her.
I think I should do something to help her. Lu Qingtong frowned slightly in thought.
Which agency is she from?
Yi Qingfeng asked.
It's from Xilan, which is also a well-established agency. The movie star Zhang Chen is from their company.
Lu Qingtong answered subconsciously. When Yi Qingfeng learned that He Xiaoyan was Xilan's, he frowned.
The head of Xilan is Hua Weifeng. The Hua family is one of the 3 richest families in Hong Kong.
But they are much more difficult to deal with than people like Lu Xiao and He Bang.
Many people died because of the Hua family.
Therefore, it is irrational to offend the Hua family for He Xiaoyan. Seeing Yi Qingfeng frowning, Lu Qingtong also realized this and said, "We really can't afford to offend the Hua family. We can only think of another way to help Sister Xiaoyan. I have a friend who opened a bar. In a few days, you can invite He Xiaoyan to go to his bar together. Yi Qingfeng suddenly said.
Lu Qingtong was stunned and said, "What does this have to do with helping Sister Xiaoyan? Maybe I can help."
Yi Qingfeng smiled slightly. After all, it is irrational to confront the Hua family head-on.
Then we can only find another way. That's fine. I haven't been to a bar in a long time.
Lu Qingtong nodded happily, then smiled playfully. But dear Mr. Yi, next, I have something I need your help with, and it's very urgent.
What's wrong?
Yi Qingfeng asked curiously.
Lu Qingtong walked into the kitchen with a bright smile on her face. Next, you have to teach me how to cook. Aunt Zhang is still in the hospital.
Whether you will starve to death or not is up to me.
Are you going to cook again?
Yi Qingfeng was surprised.
Lu Qingtong puffed up her lips immediately. What do you mean by again? Are you scared? Can I say, a little bit? I don't care. You have to eat whatever I cook.
Lu Qingtong proudly put her hands on her hips, put on her apron, and ordered, "Quick, help me tie my apron on." Just as Lu Qingtong was busy in the kitchen, a Maybach slowly stopped at the door of the villa. After a night of flying, Zhao Yu and Lu Zhishan looked a little tired. When you get to your daughter's house, have a good meal first.
However, what's going on? Is there a fire? Cough, 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 why is there so much smoke?
Zhao Yu's face suddenly changed as he walked into the house.
Lu Zhishan's eyes widened as well, and he hurried to the kitchen. Who hired this aunt? She's cooking a meal, but she's going to burn the kitchen down?
Later, when Lu Zhishan saw Lu Qingtong covering her mouth and cleaning the burnt iron pot in the kitchen, he became even more confused.
This auntie turns out to be my own daughter. Etc. Our precious daughter, why are you cooking? It's all your fault. Why didn't you remind me when I failed?
Lu Qingtong hadn't realized her parents were there yet.
She was washing the pot while blaming Yi Qingfeng.
Yi Qingfeng looked even more helpless and retorted, "I can't see it, so how can I know the water boiled away so quickly?"
I asked you to add some water, how much did you add?
You said it, a little bit. Lu Qingtong said righteously.
Just a little bit. Your eyes aren't burned, are they? Let me do it, you go hide outside first.
Yi Qingfeng fumbled to take the iron pot from Lu Qingtong.
Ah!
At this time, Lu Qingtong screamed again. Yi Qingfeng was almost scared to death.
What's wrong? Where are you hurt?
Yi Qingfeng asked hurriedly with concern.
Qingfeng, you're crying. It's so smoky. Lu Qingtong was pleasantly surprised and said, "This shows that your visual nerves are recovering. You're even crying now." Yi Qingfeng.
The tear gland and the optic nerve are two different things.
What the hell are you doing?
Finally, Zhao Yu couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to take the iron pan from Yi Qingfeng's hand.
Where's your aunt? You're blind and don't you know how to ask for her help? Mom? Why are you here? Dad? Why are you here too? Seeing Lu Zhishan, Lu Qingtong exclaimed even more.
If we don't come again, you'll have to burn this place down. Zhao Yu said unhappily.
Lu Zhishan came to Yi Qingfeng, looked at him gravely, and said, "How can you take care of my daughter like this?"
Lu Zhishan said this on purpose, wanting to give Yi Qingfeng a warning first.
Unexpectedly. Dad, didn't you also order the kitchen back then? Chapter 100. It's up to your mother.
As expected, a daughter who was married off is like water spilled. She has just gotten the marriage certificate and she is already helping her husband.
Lu Zhishan looked at Lu Qingtong with embarrassment and defended himself. Isn't it normal for a man not to know how to cook? It's not normal at all. The dishes cooked by Qingfeng are delicious. Lu Qingtong pouted proudly. Is it true? How can something cooked by a man be delicious? Lu Zhishan looked suspicious. There is no such precedent in my family.
However, Zhao Yu recognized Yi Qingfeng's cooking skills.
He poked Lu Zhishan's arm and said, "You think you're proud of a man who can't cook, right? Stop talking nonsense." At this time, hearing the noise downstairs, Wan walked down from upstairs nervously.
But upon seeing Zhao Yu, Wan no longer felt the nervousness she had when she first met her. She immediately ran forward, put on a bright smile, and politely called her Grandma. Hearing Wan's voice, Zhao Yu subconsciously turned around, his expression a little embarrassed for a moment. The little girl in front of her really made her love and hate her. Cute is cute. But it's not my daughter as child. Lu Zhishan also subconsciously looked at Wan Wan, and was delighted to see that she was so cute. Wan Wan also looked at Lu Zhishan, blinked, and then called him Grandpa sweetly.
Oh, that's so cute.
Little girls are always lethal. Lu Zhishan smiled reflexively, then took out a red envelope from his pocket. Zhao Yu's eyes widened when he saw Lu Zhishan take out the red envelope.
Damn, when did you prepare it? We're here to stop our daughter from marrying this man, and you've already prepared the red envelope? Cough cough.
Zhao Yu coughed tactically. Lu Zhishan suddenly realized it, but he couldn't take back the red envelope since he had already given it to him. So he said awkwardly, when children meet, they have to give red envelopes.
Here, take it. This etiquette is in place.
But this also made Wan Wan feel embarrassed.
Wan Wan looked at Yi Qingfeng hesitantly.
From childhood to adulthood, she had never accepted a red envelope.
Should I take it or not?
Yi Qingfeng smiled lightly. Wan Wan, take it, this is a gift from Grandpa.
Thank you, Grandpa.
Since Yi Qingfeng said she could take it, Wan Wan immediately gave Lu Zhishan a big smile and took the red envelope from his hands with both hands. Although, she didn't know what this thing could be used for. As Wan Wan took the red envelope, the atmosphere at the scene became a little awkward again.
Until Lu Zhishan's stomach made a rumbling sound. Lu Zhishan looked at Lu Qingtong helplessly and said, "Why don't you hire an aunt? It's so troublesome to cook for yourself." Lu Qingtong explained, "Aunt Zhang is in the hospital and will not be back for a few days."
Lu Zhishan looked at Yi Qingfeng again, saw his somewhat empty eyes, and sighed subconsciously. Even though his wife said that the food cooked by his son-in-law was delicious, it seemed that he would not be able to enjoy it today.
"Do you have instant noodles at home? I'm a little hungry after flying all night." Lu Zhishan covered his stomach.
Hearing this, Lu Qingtong immediately narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Dad, it's okay. You and Mom can go to the restaurant and sit for a while. I've already cooked a few dishes.
If you don't mind, you can try my cooking." "Can I say I mind?" "You have to eat even if you mind."
Lu Qingtong put her arm around Lu Zhishan and took him to the restaurant. Soon, 4 dishes and a soup were placed on the table. Lu Zhishan picked up the chopsticks, but seemed a little hesitant.
"Qingtong, is this really edible?" "Of course you can."
"Hey, Dad, just eat it boldly. These dishes are all made under Qingfeng's guidance. They must be delicious." After saying that, Lu Qingtong put a piece of braised pork into Lu Zhishan's bowl.
On the contrary, Yi Qingfeng was a little hesitant.
He wanted to say that he had given guidance, but he didn't know whether Lu Qingtong had really understood his guidelines in actual operation. Just like just now, he never dreamed of adding some water, and Lu Qingtong really only added a little.
There is always a discrepancy between guidance and implementation.
Knowing that it was Yi Qingfeng who was instructing him, Zhao Yu let down his guard, picked up a piece of braised pork and put it into his mouth. But soon, her expression changed suddenly.
Pa, pa, pa.
Although this reaction was not very friendly, Zhao Yu still spit it out reflexively. "Qingtong, how much salt did you put in this?"
"No salt."
Lu Qingtong looked at Zhao Yu innocently. Qingfeng said that braised pork only needs dark and light soy sauce, plus 2 spoonfuls of sugar.
I followed his instructions.
But as she was talking, Lu Qingtong started to lose confidence.
She looked at Yi Qingfeng guiltily and asked, "What I put in there just now should be sugar, right?"
Yi Qingfeng's mouth twitched. "I can't see, how can I know whether you put sugar or salt?" Lu Qingtong gave Zhao Yu a bitter smile and said with a grin, "But maybe I took the wrong thing and mistook salt for sugar."
"Zhao Yu." "Lu Zhishan, fortunately I didn't eat it."
"It's okay, Mom."
"Then try this scrambled egg."
Lu Qingtong enthusiastically picked up another piece of egg and put it into Zhao Yu's bowl. Zhao Yu felt like he was testing poison. Fortunately, Zhao Yu was smart and put the egg back into Lu Zhishan's bowl, saying, "Husband, try our daughter's cooking first." Lu Zhishan took a deep breath and said helplessly, "Okay, I'll try it." Under Lu Qingtong's gaze, she watched Lu Zhishan put the egg into his mouth and waited for his feedback with anticipation.
Immediately afterwards, Lu Qingtong's expression changed from nervousness to relief.
"At least, I didn't spit it out." "Dad, the eggs taste pretty good, don't they?" Lu Zhishan swallowed the egg with difficulty. "At least, the taste is right this time, that is." "Dad, if you have any shortcomings, just tell me boldly." Lu Zhishan pursed his lips and said, "Next time, can we use less eggshells?" "Eggshell?" Lu Qingtong blinked her eyes and asked, "Are there any eggshells?"
"No."
Lu Ching finally realized where she had gone wrong. She patted her forehead and said, "No wonder when I was beating the eggs just now, I always felt that the egg liquid was weird."
Lu Shishan. Xiao Yu, it's okay, it's up to your mother. Finally, after eating 2 mouthfuls, Lu Zhishan couldn't stand it anymore and asked, "Do you have instant noodles?"
"I'd rather have a bucket of instant noodles." However, when he finished speaking, he found that Wan, who was sitting next to him, was eating happily. He really doesn't care at all about how bad the dishes on the table taste.
Lu Zhishan looked at Wan in surprise and couldn't help asking, "Wan, don't you think it tastes bad?"
"It tastes terrible,"
Wan answered without hesitation while eating.